Before you start listening, please don't forget to like. Type Moon. Do you promise that your family simulation will last forever? Male, reincarnation, system, action, adventure, fan fiction, fantasy, game, harem, martial arts. We've discovered an ancient family. Quote, this family has existed since the beginning of time, its members spanning from ancient times to the present. Among them are Anastasia, the last princess of the Tsarist Empire, Joan of Arc, the patriarch of France, Murasaki Shikibu and Sei Shonagon, two great women of the Heian period, and Morgan Le Fay, the Witch of Britain. Besides that, we've discovered something else. This family possesses a humanoid treasure passed down through generations. Each generation forges a marriage relationship with these members. In Type Moon, I obtained a family simulator, allowing me to trace my past and add to my bloodline, but in the end I discovered I'm the same person in every life. I've become the ancestor of this family. 1. Number 1 Section 1 Chapter 1 Type Moon. Didn't we agree on a family simulator? You are eternal? Author, Sanfen Chu Se. Introduction. We have discovered the oldest family. This family has continued from the creation of the world to the present day. Its members throughout history include Anastasia, the last princess of the Russian Empire, Jeanne d'Arc, the Saintess of France, the two great talented women of the Heian period, Murasaki Shikibu and Sei Shonagon, the Witch of Britain, Morgan Le Fay. In addition, we have discovered another thing. This family has a humanoid treasure passed down through generations. In every era, it enters into a marriage relationship with these members. Being in the world of Type Moon, obtaining a family simulator capable of tracing back to the past to contribute to one's bloodline. But in the end, I discovered every life was myself. Instead, I became the family heirloom. Volume 1, Chapter 1 Grassroots Magician 1993, London, England. Mages Association Headquarters, Clock Tower, Spirit Evocation Department Great Classroom. The overall layout was a curved quarter circle. Student seats climbed like stairs from low to high, surrounding the curved domed corner where, on the podium, a young, handsome, and elegant lecturer held a teaching rod, his voice rising and falling rhythmically. The students in their seats sat upright and still. Under the 360-degree surround of bright lights, everything was clear and clean. Anyone seeing this from the outside couldn't help but praise it as expected of the leader of the Western European magician forces, the highest institution of ancient and mysterious legacy. However, only upon closer inspection would one realize that the rhythmic voice of the so-called elegant lecturer contained ruthless, even vicious criticism. Mystery is ancient, and magecraft is a legacy. The older the magic crest passed down by a family, the heavier the mystery condensed within it. The magic circuits of the offspring produced are also greater in quantity and higher in quality. Naturally, their talent as a magician is stronger. This is also the only proven, effective method to preserve the ever-diminishing mystery after the end of the Age of Gods. I believe this is common knowledge to all magicians. Regarding the coursework I assigned last term, you all did quite well. The papers submitted perfectly confirm this common-sense phenomenon. The lecturer looked around the classroom. A thick stack of documents lay on the table where his hand rested. However, as he spoke, he pulled one out, and his tone, which had just been praising, changed instantly. He said, however, as it turns out, there is never a shortage of fools in this world, even in the highest-level institution of mysticism, denying the origin of bloodlines, believing that effort alone can surpass the innate advantages brought by a family. Mr. Waver Velvet, the lecturer raised his voice. Present. Someone responded instantly. The student sitting in the corner quickly straightened his back, meeting not only the lecturer's stern gaze but also the subtle looks from the surrounding students. The England youth with semi-long, smooth black hair quietly clenched his fists under the desk. He opened his mouth, wanting to say something, perhaps to argue for his paper, to defend it. In this world of magicians that placed extreme importance on bloodline and family legacy, he truly believed that many things could be achieved through the efforts of a single generation. However, the lecturer gave him no chance. Shut your mouth and use your brain to think. What kind of conclusion can that brain of yours, which is less developed than a newborn chick's, reach? Mystery is legacy. If you can't even face that, if you can't even do that, I think you should get out of this great classroom and go back to your country cottage with only a 3-generation lineage to daydream. Or you can choose to learn from your neighbor, Mr. Lu Kong. Also a country magician, also a chick, but he did much better than you. The theory he proposed, the older, the stronger, perfectly explains the hierarchy of mystery. Even I couldn't help but praise it. Alright, I've said enough. Class dismissed. Under the thunderous voice of the young lecturer, the black-haired boy's open mouth could not make a sound. His face flushed red like a monkey on display in an amusement park. Amidst the curious or mocking glances from those nearby, the lecturer tapped the table one last time and walked away with steady steps as the bell rang. The lights remained bright. As the lecturer departed, the young magician apprentices began to make rustling sounds, leaving their seats one by one. Waver Velvet, however, remained seated. His fists clenched and relaxed and clenched, until the entire classroom was empty, and he finally spoke. That damn lemonhead, Waver cursed angrily. He slammed the desk hard, as if the table in front of him was that lecturer's face. It was at this moment that a voice came from beside Waver, sounding somewhat lazy. If I were you, I would never choose this way to vent. Doesn't your hand hurt? Waver stopped slamming the table. He crossed his arms and snorted, of course it hurts. I'm not like you, the honor student who is constantly praised by the lecturer. Are you throwing a tantrum? The person said nonchalantly. A man throwing a tantrum is quite disgusting. Realizing his loss of composure, Waver took a deep breath and stopped his unsightly behavior. He turned his head to the side, meeting the dark brown eyes of the person speaking. The person's voice was young and lazy, and he looked equally young and lazy. Beneath his messy hair, his face was handsome but slightly pale. He wasn't as sharp-featured as a typical European. Instead, his slightly soft features indicated that he wasn't of pure Western blood. His figure was tall and slender, and the clock tower student uniform he wore made him look like a young noble from the classical era. Such an appearance was naturally quite charming, if one ignored the marks on his face from sleeping. Why were you sleeping during class again? Waver couldn't help but ask. If I hadn't been sleeping, I wouldn't have stayed until now. Lu Kong tidied his messy hair and said, you didn't wake me up after class. Now I won't make it to the cafeteria. If you can't make it, you can't make it. You won't starve to death from missing one meal. Waver shook his head. He felt that Lu Kong was probably what one would call a genius. Even though he came from an ordinary small family with only 2 or 3 generations of legacy, just like himself, he appeared so brilliant and extraordinary, like a mutated freak. He never listened in class but could memorize every piece of magecraft knowledge. He never finished his homework on time, but the work he submitted at the last minute always received praise from all sides, including that assignment just now. But I still don't understand. Waver muttered as he began to pack his bag, putting the Spirit Evocation Department magecraft textbooks into it one by one. He said, don't you agree with me that family bloodline inheritance shouldn't determine a person's entire life? Why could you write something like that without any qualms? This was the real reason he was upset. Since they both came from small places and small families, they were like-minded. Shouldn't they hold the same viewpoint? That's why Director El Meloy's evaluation of you was correct. Lu Kong didn't bring anything, so he didn't need to pack. He just sat in his seat, leaning his back against the chair. The light in his sleepy eyes gradually focused from a daze, as if he were slowly waking up. Whether as a person or a magician, it's better to be a bit more mature. Kenneth L. Meloy Archibald, Director of the Mineralogy Department, first-class lecturer of the Spirit Evocation Department, one of only 12 Lords of the Clock Tower, a magician who reached the 2nd rank, color rank, at only 26 years old. Offending such a person is not a good thing for us. Though he'll soon die in the Far East. This was what Lu Kong didn't say out loud. He looked at the youth before him, and as his consciousness finally broke free from his dream, he suddenly felt a bit emotional. He thought to himself that this world is truly fucking bizarre. Even something like transmigration, which he didn't know whether to call scientific or unscientific, had happened to him. He also felt that he might be one of the transmigrators who was doing rather poorly. He had no earth-shattering background, just a magician from the countryside. His family tree only had 2 or 3 generations of mystery practitioners. In this world, he undoubtedly belonged to the bottom tier. As a transmigrator, he hadn't even awakened his pre-transmigration memories and reclaimed his true self until he entered the clock tower. Fortunately, after recovering his self, memories regarding this world surfaced. Compared to ordinary people, he had a slight advantage. Waver's expression softened as he understood his like-minded partner's reasoning. He didn't know Lu Kang's inner thoughts but could empathize. However, he was still somewhat indignant. So, for the sake of your future, you can say such insincere things? Of course not, Waver. Lu Kong sat up straight, his face serious. What I said is also what I truly believe, but the reading order needs to be adjusted slightly. It's not the older, the stronger, but the stronger, the older. This is also what I firmly believe. As long as I am strong enough, then I am the oldest. Yes, the stronger one is, the older one is. This was what Lu Kang firmly believed and what he was confident he could achieve, relying on the advantage as a transmigrator that surfaced along with his self-recovery, or what should be called a golden finger-like existence. Volume 1, Chapter 2 Family Simulator. Lu Kang naturally had a golden finger. Merely the awareness of being a transmigrator was not enough to be his advantage in this world. Even though he knew many secrets about this world, the existence of the clock tower, magicians, the concept of mystery, and so on, this place had appeared in the form of a fictional work called TMOO in the space-time before his transmigration, but the fields of mystery and magic were inherently deep and unfathomable, and this world did not lack sages with prophetic abilities who could observe future phenomena. Only a golden finger could be his superior advantage over others, and the reason he slept in class every day was precisely to accumulate mental energy, piece by piece, to awaken this advantage. Today was the day the piecing together was completed. He could feel the extra phenomenon in his mind, but now was not the time to look into it deeply. He suppressed the restlessness in his heart. At this moment, the young man's confident and proud words echoed in the empty great classroom. Waver, who was packing his things, froze. He chewed on these words in his mind, and the more he read them, the more wonderful and marvelous they felt. Well said. Waver felt that Lu Kang truly lived up to being a genius. He couldn't help but stand up and applaud. Since you think I said it well, get ready to treat me. Lu Kang also stood up. Quote, you made me miss the cafeteria's opening time, so use your wallet to compensate me. Let's go to the most expensive restaurant nearby. I refuse, I have no money, Waver Velvet responded without hesitation. When it came to his wallet, even a like-minded friend could not be spared. In the end, Waver still treated Lu Kang to a big meal. However, it wasn't some expensive restaurant, just an ordinary roadside diner. Waver was well aware of Lu Kang's predicament. Although both came from small magician families with only 2 or 3 generations of legacy, it was obvious that Lu Kang's family situation was even worse than Waver's. Otherwise, he wouldn't be heading to the cafeteria every day. One must know that the food in the clock tower cafeteria was very average. After fleecing Waver and having a full meal, they each returned to their residences as evening approached. In the quiet bedroom, the sky outside the window gradually dimmed, like a theater slowly lowering its heavy curtain. The setting sun's afterglow reflected the silhouette of the bustling modern city. From afar, the skyscrapers looked like flickering shadows. Lu Kang, having returned to his single room in the clock tower dormitory, leaned against the window and yawned lazily, letting the shimmering light fall on his face. He thought to himself that it was time. It was time to explore the completed golden finger. In the next second, the information that had been suppressed in his mind swept out like a burst. Damn, occupying his neural pathways almost instantly. Open black lens bracket, dream fragments piecing together completed close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket successfully generated. Family, main, simulator, close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket, dream AI automatically generated close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket, simulator sprite, at your service close black lens bracket. Like a spark generated in his consciousness, it immediately turned into a prairie fire. Lu Kang broke free from the flood of consciousness. He thought to himself that this came out too fast. It was like being submerged in water and not knowing what to do. Yet he couldn't help but feel in high spirits. Although there was no ding sound or any strange tone, the newborn AI was clearly not that intelligent yet. But this so-called family simulator was undoubtedly where Lu Kang's advantage lay. It was the result of his hard work, of slacking off and sleeping every day. After he fell asleep each day, all his dream consciousness activities would be automatically collected, and after accumulating enough, they naturally pieced together into this object. This was his golden finger. Open black lens bracket. This system will help you simulate family lineages and generate powerful bloodline backgrounds. Close black lens bracket. The simulator sprite let out a crisp voice in Lu Kang's mind that only he could hear. Yes, this was exactly the ability he wanted. In a magecraft world centered on legacy and bloodline, nothing was more important than family lineage. Legacy determined the power of the magic crest. A magic crest is the condensation of the essence of a magician's life's research. Every magician, before death, condenses their magecraft into an imprint to be passed on to the next generation. The more times it is passed on, the stronger and more comprehensive the mysterious techniques contained within the imprint naturally become. Bloodline determined the magician's own talent, which represents the number of magic circuits that indicate the quantity and strength of magical energy. Generally speaking, only sufficiently powerful magicians can give birth to offspring with strong and numerous magic circuits through multiple generations of reproduction. For a magician, both legacy and bloodline are indispensable. The former is like an engine, a solidified tool to reproduce phenomena that existed in ancient times in the modern world. The latter is like the fuel that ignites the engine, or rather, the oil well that refines the fuel. Perhaps a genius can create sufficiently powerful magecraft and research a sufficiently advanced engine through the efforts of one generation, but without high quality and high quantity fuel, it is useless. Only when the two are combined can the role of preserving mystery truly be achieved, and can ancient phenomena truly be reproduced in an era where mystery is becoming increasingly impoverished. Therefore, the ability to return to the past is extremely useful. 2. Number 2 Section 2 Chapter 2 Moreover, the older something was, the more powerful it became. This applied not only to magicians but also to the environment of the world. If he could trace back to an era where the atmosphere of mystery was denser, he would have more room to research the secrets of magic and conduct many mystical studies that were impossible to complete in this era. Under the right environment, it might even give him the chance to achieve the fusion of legacy and bloodline, forming a system. Furthermore, it could allow him to become the foundation that summarized the magical mysteries of the past, present, and even the future. This was also a very important step. The foundation was already an extremely vital part of modern magic. Every ancient family lineage had its own magic foundation, and it was the convergence of countless magic foundations that pieced together the complete modern magic foundation. The modern magic foundation gave many families without their own magic foundations the opportunity to master the mystery, but in the end, that was still being subject to others. One could say that only by possessing one's own magic foundation could a family be considered a truly ancient magic family, and this simulator could give Liu Kang such an opportunity. Liu Kang's heart stirred, but to be safe, he still asked, "Is this system of yours for real?" Open black lens bracket verified as real, appraised to be truer than Pearl's close black lens bracket. The simulation sprite replied almost instantly. Open black lens bracket This system uses the host's dreams as a bridge to help the host trace back through time and space, giving the host the chance to achieve their ideals. The entire process is absolutely genuine. Close black lens bracket. It actually wasn't a traditional trash system from Hedgehog Cat. Liu Kang was slightly startled, but since that was the case, he had nothing to hesitate about. This thing was pieced together from his own dreams, just like another clone of his. It shouldn't be dangerous. Besides, it was just a simulation, just a dream. Then let's begin, Liu Kang said. As he spoke, he glanced out the window again. The sun had dipped below the horizon, and the last traces of afterglow had completely vanished. The vast night sky was speckled with stars, and the moon turned like a wheel as a gentle evening breeze blew into the room, making the window curtains sway. Countless mystical instruments shone brilliantly under the moonlight, and between the four walls, magical arrays carrying the mystery were faintly etched. This was Liu Kang's bedroom. At the same time, it was also Liu Kang's laboratory, as a magician, a research base for mystical formulas and a magician's home territory. For Liu Kang, there was no place in the world safer than here. At that same moment, the simulation sprite's voice rang out in his mind once more. Open black lens bracket simulation confirmed close black lens bracket. As the voice faded, Liu Kang's vision went dark. He fell into a dream. Open black lens bracket simulation start close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. Welcome to the dimension of infinite possibilities. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. Late 19th century AD. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. Age 0. You were born in a rural area of the Russian Empire. A large-scale famine broke out where you were born. With no way to survive, your parents abandoned you in the woods. Fortunately, a young nun from a monastery heard your cries and found you. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. You were adopted by the nun. Based on the imprint on your body, they named you Lucan Lovest. This name is neither Tsarist nor Russian. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. You grew up in the monastery. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. Age 1. You began to babble. The first phrase you learned was "God said" from the Bible. The nuns were greatly amazed, believing you were a blessing from God to them. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. The next day, you tore up a Bible and received a beating. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. Age 3. You formally began your education. You showed extremely intelligent talent and quickly mastered fluent written Russian. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. You began following the nuns through the streets and alleys to give blessings to people. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. People called you the little priest. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. Age 4. You discovered a hidden room in the basement of the monastery, filled with various strange instruments and books. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. Your tracks were discovered by the director of the monastery. Expecting to be punished, you instead found Mother Director asking you very kindly if you wanted to learn real miracles. Close black lens bracket, open black lens bracket. It turned out the director was a true magician. As a monastic, her actions were undoubtedly a desecration of God, but as a young child, you didn't understand. You were simply thrilled by the mystical power she demonstrated. As her time was drawing to a close, she decided to take you as her apprentice, ensuring her life's research would have a successor. Close black lens bracket, open black lens bracket. This year, you truly began to step into the mystery. Close black lens bracket, open black lens bracket. This year, you awakened 23 dormant magic circuits in your body. You were defined by the director as a genius among commoners. Close black lens bracket, open black lens bracket. You studied magic every day. Close black lens bracket, open black lens bracket. Age 15, Mother Director passed away. Before she died, she condensed her life's magical research into a magic imprint and passed it on to you. Close black lens bracket, open black lens bracket. After the director's death, you declined to take over her position and began traveling across the Russian Empire to broaden your horizons. Close black lens bracket, open black lens bracket. 1912, the Russian Empire was plagued by internal and external troubles. War and famine caused the people great suffering. As a clergyman, you used the power of mystery to soothe the pain in people's hearts and began researching your own magic in the process. Close black lens bracket, open black lens bracket. People called you the little sage. Close black lens bracket, open black lens bracket. The Emperor of the Russian Empire, Nicholas II, heard of your deeds. Close black lens bracket, open black lens bracket. You also heard that Nicholas II was recruiting talented people to treat his son, Alexei, who suffered from hemophilia. Close black lens bracket, open black lens bracket. In the autumn of 1912, you were invited to the Moscow royal court. Close black lens bracket, open black lens bracket. This year, you are 17 years old. Close black lens bracket, Volume 1, Chapter 3. Nicholas. The autumn day was slightly cool. Lu Kang stood before the Kremlin in Moscow. Memories of the past 17 years of this life flowed through his mind like a revolving lantern. It was an extraordinary feeling, as if he had lived through long years in an instant without it affecting him in the slightest. It was like a dream, yet undeniably real. The 17-year-old youth composed himself and looked ahead. Mr. Lu Kang, His Majesty is already waiting in the palace. An elderly man in a butler's formal suit stood tall on the steps. The steps led up to a magnificent palace. The towering dome seemed to be coated in gold dust, shimmering under the sunlight. Golden pillars stood before the wide gates. Tall guards holding rifles stood solemnly around the golden pillars. They lined the steps all the way down, and the wide square where Lu Kang stood was also surrounded by soldiers. Lu Kang nodded expressionlessly. He tidied his pitch-black priest's vestments and adjusted the silver-white cross on his chest. He thought to himself that this last Tsar was indeed as extravagant and obsessed with pomp as the legends said. Yes, the last Tsar, Nicholas II. Information about this last Tsar flashed through Lu Kang's mind. He was undoubtedly an emperor who had left his mark on history, though only an infamous one. Nicholas II was a tyrant whose rule was overthrown by the revolutionaries of the new era. Right now, the Russian Empire, already beset by internal and external troubles, would fall apart under this cruel yet oblivious ruler. But that was the future, and now, in this moment of 1912, he was still the ruler. In that case, based on the experiences in his mind, what Lu Kang needed to do next was very simple. He needed to win the trust of this last Tsar. He needed to obtain the financial and material support of this sunset empire. He would use this to create his own family's mystery system in this world, that is, to establish a fixed magic foundation, and pass it down as a legacy, to fulfill his duties as the current head of the family, benefiting his real self. Only by completing the inheritance could the simulation be considered a success. Lu Kang finished organizing his thoughts, as well as his clothes and accessories. A deep, wise-looking smile appeared on his young, handsome face. Mr. Steward, please lead the way. The butler in his suit nodded slightly and walked ahead, stepping up the stairs. Lu Kang followed behind him, keeping his eyes focused while noticing the shadows out of the corner of his eye. The wind blew through the leaves, making the countless rare plants placed on both sides of the long steps rustle. The figures of the soldiers also seemed to be shrouded in the swaying shade of the trees. They crossed the steps, and crossed the wide, flat platform paved with tiles in front of the palace. Lu Kang finally met the monarch ruling over Russia as scheduled, Nicholas II. The luxury inside the palace undoubtedly surpassed the scene outside. Decorations covered in gold leaf everywhere were not dazzling. Instead, they emitted a soft glow like the morning sun. Layers of light gauze curtains fell between the red carpets inlaid with gold. Lu Kang paced upon them, feeling the soft texture under his soles. The steward who led the way stepped to the side, but Lu Kang's gaze focused on the very front of the path formed by the red carpet. "Greetings, Your Majesty." He bowed halfway toward the seat at the end of the red carpet, which symbolized the supreme power of the yet-to-collapse empire. The person sitting on that seat was partially hidden behind the gauze curtains, showing only a tall, hazy shadow. He moved slightly upon hearing Lu Kang's voice but had not yet spoken. Lu Kang continued, "I wonder if Your Majesty has been feeling unwell lately? For instance, occasional dizziness, or perhaps feeling like you've forgotten certain important matters and events." Feeling unwell? The steward standing nearby raised his head in confusion. He wondered if this little sage, invited from afar, was confused. Who in the entire Russian Empire didn't know that Nicholas II had invited many great masters into the palace to treat his youngest prince, His Highness Alexei? The figure sitting on the throne behind the layers of gauze also seemed to move slightly. The breeze blowing in from outside the hall carried warmth. As the curtains swayed, the entire hall seemed to fall silent for a moment. Just as the steward thought the habitually hot-tempered Tsar was about to erupt, that this was merely the calm before the storm, and was about to plead for mercy, he heard His Majesty above say, "How did you know? Your Majesty is truly unwell?" The steward was shocked and became even more anxious. His Majesty was unwell, and as his personal steward, he hadn't noticed in advance. This was a capital offense. Only at this moment, Nicholas II clearly didn't pay any attention to the steward. He simply raised his hand and gently pulled back the layers of curtains. Numerous gauze drapes slowly receded, as if brushing away dust, and the interior of the spacious and magnificent hall became clear and bright, no longer having that previous hazy feeling. Lu Kang stood tall in the center of the hall, facing the highest ruler of the empire as if he were at the center of the world. The last Tsar sat on the emperor's throne, his tall frame shrouded in a black military uniform. His chest was covered with medals of honor. His face was handsome, his skin fair, his beard thick, and his narrow eyes glinted with a ghostly blue light that made one shiver at a glance. Filled with cold majesty, Lu Kang, of course, did not shiver. He had already prepared his speech in his heart. If he simply explained Alexei's condition, there would be no difference between him and other mystic masters or doctors. So he did the opposite, choosing to open a breakthrough from His Majesty himself. "Your Majesty is ill, and it is not minor," he said, his expression confident. Quote, "You have been hit by hypnosis. Or as the common folk would say, you've lost your head." Hypnosis? Nicholas II paused. He hadn't expected such an answer in his wildest dreams. "That's right, hypnosis. Your Majesty's various symptoms are all caused by hypnosis. It makes you dizzy and forgetful." Lu Kang's expression was serious. Quote, "Furthermore, this kind of hypnosis can only have such an effect if cast by someone who has been extremely close to you recently." Extremely close? Cast? A look of uncertainty and surprise immediately appeared on Nicholas I's face. He certainly didn't fully believe Lu Kang's words, but in the last day or two, he had indeed often felt dizzy and forgetful, phenomena he hadn't experienced before. Coupled with the fact that strangers had indeed approached recently, those in high positions often valued their own lives extremely highly. So subconsciously, Nicholas II thought of a person, another mystic master, who had arrived only a few days earlier than Lu Kang, yet whom he had felt he could trust at first sight, and whom he had received with grand hospitality. Grigory Rasputin? Before Nicholas could finish his sentence, the rolled-up gauze curtains abruptly fell as if time were reversing. A faint light suddenly flared in the air, and in the next second, dots of light and shadow seemed to turn into countless star fragments, like meteors, or more like splashing water, stabbing toward Lu Kang. This was the power of mystery. It was the manifestation of magic, but they all hung 3 feet away from Lu Kang, frozen in midair, because Lu Kang had raised his hand, a faint light glowing between his fingers. This was a phenomenon he had released, which also belonged to the mystery. The magic circuits in his body opened, and 23 channels instantly and continuously output pure magic power. The magic already imprinted on his hand, the formula that condensed mystical phenomena, was also instantly infused with magic power and activated in the blink of an eye. Magecraft. Dispel. Meeting the attack, mystery clashed with mystery, neutralizing and dissipating into nothingness. Nicholas was stunned. The steward was also stunned. Lu Kang, however, was not. He just stared fixedly at the last Tsar on the throne, or more accurately, at the figure slowly emerging from the shadows behind that seat. 3. Number 3 Section 3 Chapter 3 The Demon Monk, Rasputin, it really is you. Lu Kang grinned. It was just as he expected. Volume 1, Chapter 4 Rasputin, Palace Spell. At this moment, the man walking out from the shadows behind the Tsar's throne had a face that was gloomy to the extreme. He was tall and, like Lu Kang, wore a pitch-black priest's cassock. However, unlike Lu Kang's well-fitted attire, his collar was slightly disheveled and the fabric was covered in wrinkles. He had thick long hair and a beard. Beneath his hair, a pair of deep emerald green eyes seemed to contain unfathomable magical power. Even with his current displeased expression, those eyes still seemed to continuously emit signals that attracted others. Just as Lu Kang had said, Grigory Rasputin, that was this man's name. A charlatan who came from the lower classes of the Russian Empire but gained great fame by posing as an ascetic who believed in God. This was what Lu Kang knew. He knew even better that it was precisely such a fraud who would contribute his strength to toppling the imperial edifice during the empire's final days. The man named Rasputin would use so-called divine arts to cure Nicholas II's young son, Alexei. Through this, he gained the absolute trust of Nicholas II and his wife, Alexandra Fyodorovna, thereby gradually encroaching upon the upper echelons of the empire. In the process of wielding power over the court, he even more brutally exiled and murdered countless capable individuals and innocent civilians, inciting widespread public outrage. Of course, that was the original trajectory, a future where Lu Kang did not appear. But now he had arrived. Everything would be different. Lu Kang also wanted to gain the support of Nicholas II. Therefore, he and Rasputin were political rivals. Lord Grigory, Nicholas II, who had snapped back to his senses after a moment of daze, couldn't help but speak. The Emperor of the Empire, dressed in military uniform, pressed his hand on the armrest. His face, with its thick but neatly groomed beard, filled with shock and fury. Trespassing into the palace. Someone, come. The steward below also spoke up. But in the next second, whether it was the steward or Nicholas II, they opened their mouths but could not make any sound. Not only could they not make a sound, they even felt as if their bodies were frozen, unable to move. The faint glimmers of light dispersing in the air swirled around them, imprisoning them. During this process, Grigory Rasputin did not look back, nor did he explain himself to His Majesty the Emperor. He simply walked to the front of the throne and looked down at Lu Kang standing below. How did you find out? The re-draped veils blew silently, stirring the glimmers of light in the air that gathered and scattered like fireflies. The man standing above had a serious and sinister expression, while the youth below clapped his hands. Were you going to say that your actions were very secretive? Lu Kang said, contrary to his calm demeanor just moments ago. Indeed, just as you said, you did it almost flawlessly. Your hypnotic power is the most superb illusion I have ever seen. I didn't discover anything at all. Dizziness is merely a sign of overwork, and forgetfulness is something everyone experiences, especially these past 2 days. His Majesty Nicholas has likely been working day and night to receive great masters from all over the country, hasn't he? The youth had a playful smile on his face. As for why His Majesty Nicholas subconsciously believes he was hypnotized by you, that is, simply because you really did hypnotize him. This is his body giving him an instinctive warning. Are you bluffing me? Rasputin's brow furrowed tightly. Of course I'm bluffing you. Lu Kang sighed. Who told you to be so stupid as to expose yourself? A magician, who claims to be a believer in God. The Rasputin before him was undoubtedly a magician who possessed mysterious powers. He was no believer in any god. That was merely a facade he used to transcend class restrictions. What he used to deceive Nicholas II was nothing more than the most common illusion magic used by magicians. However, although Rasputin's illusions were superb in Lu Kang's view, they were also full of flaws, because compared to using magic to deceive others' trust, he believed more in the power of words. For example, the words he said to Nicholas II, and also his phrase, the older it is, the more powerful it is. The same words placed in different contexts and heard by different people can always lead to different meanings. This is the power of language. Using words as chains is undoubtedly also a form of magic. It is the magic of suggestion and guidance. Same to you, magician known as the Little Sage. The mustache on Rasputin's lip twitched. He had clearly heard of Lu Kang's title. He turned around, though unable to move. Nicholas II, who had listened to their entire conversation, had a gloomy expression. Your Majesty, please wait here patiently. Rasputin bowed slightly, appearing respectful and polite, yet the words from his mouth were entirely treasonous. Afterward, I will make sure you forget all of this. The speechless Nicholas II let out a grunt, his tightly furrowed brow pressing even lower. This damned, treasonous scoundrel. He cursed in his heart but was helpless. However, being the ruler of a nation after all, he did not lose his reason. He thought to himself that while he didn't know if the Little Sage, from afar was good or evil, at least he seemed to be Rasputin's enemy. The enemy of an enemy could become a friend. He only hoped that the boy could defeat this treasonous Rasputin so that he could escape. Rasputin turned back to look at Lu Kang. He paced slowly, stepping down the stairs from the throne. He walked upon the gold-inlaid red carpet, his pitch-black boots creating slight wrinkles as he strode. I have heard of your name. As he moved, light began to glow in Rasputin's deep eyes. The four surrounding veils swayed silently with greater and more violent intensity, as if echoing his advance. The man said, "Little sage, Lucan lovest to be able to see through my illusions. You are indeed quite capable, but you have made a wrong choice, and that is, you should not have stepped foot in here, because this place has long since been remodeled by me into my magic workshop." As Rasputin's words fell, the veils and curtains simultaneously lit up with flickering light as they billowed. Tiny patterns were imprinted upon them, turning into complex mystery spells. The cold flickering was more like a flowing river of mercury, pouring out in all directions. An invisible force descended. A heavy pressure fell upon Lu Kang, who was facing Rasputin directly. Just as he said, this place had become his magic workshop, a magician's laboratory, and also a territory dominated by the magician, belonging solely to the magician himself. Rasputin had arrived in Moscow 3 days ago. As soon as he arrived, he used illusion magic to hypnotize Nicholas II, making the Tsar trust him implicitly. However, illusions are after all just illusions and are temporary. He had a deeper purpose, which was to turn the Kremlin Palace, the symbol of the Russian Empire's highest power, into his own territory. In this way, he could constantly use mystery to exert influence over Nicholas II, turning temporary trust into permanent memory. He could also firmly grasp the highest power of the empire, lording it over others and enjoying the most prosperous treatment in the world. Furthermore, he could meet any external enemy within this palace while occupying an absolutely dominant position. This was precisely the scene Lu Kang was facing now. As a magician himself, he had broken into another magician's magic workshop. "May God bless you, Your Excellency." Pacing below the steps, Rasputin stroked his disheveled beard and revealed a cunning and confident smile. He said, "I shall now send you to meet God." His words fell for the second time. The light overflowing from the gurgling, mercury-like mystery spells grew more intense. It was like a rushing river. Even the air seemed to agitate with overlapping sounds of water. Water element magic. So-called illusions, the illusory, naturally belong to water, among earth, water, wind, and fire. Under the impact of this water flow, Rasputin was confident that Lu Kang would have nowhere to run. A magician within their magic workshop is powerful and often possesses an overwhelming advantage when facing other magicians. That was what he thought. That was what he believed. However, in the next second, the pouring water flow abruptly ceased. The surging mystery spells seemed like a rotating wheel that had been forcibly jammed. The ancient phenomenon manifesting from the spells came to a grinding halt. Amidst the stalled light, a hand reached out as if penetrating space and slammed directly onto Rasputin's face. Rasputin, his eyes widened as he looked at the palm that suddenly appeared in his vision and the youth standing before him. Lu Kang still stood tall and elegant, walking through the mystery power brought by the condensation of the magic workshop with total composure. Because his body was also glowing with the light of mystery spells, the pitch-black, heavy priest's cassock he wore was also glowing with mystery, just like a magic workshop. Mystery collided with mystery once again, and dissipated. Rasputin's home field advantage was directly neutralized. What remained was naturally a duel between magicians. The completely unprepared Rasputin was caught off guard. "You think you're the only one with a home field advantage?" Lu Kang's lips curled up. With one hand pressing Rasputin's face, he used the other to flick his cassock and said, "A magic workshop. I've been wearing one on me at all times." Having traveled to various places years ago without staying in any one spot, in order to exert his strongest power as a magician at any moment, he had already completed the micro-imprinting of magic workshop spells, taking advantage of the environment at the beginning of the 20th century, where mystery was richer compared to later generations. He completed the mystic code named Palace. That was precisely the clothes on his body. He wore a magic workshop on himself. Thus, wherever he stood, everywhere was his home field. Volume 1. Chapter 5. He is like a saint. Battles between magicians are inherently battles of preparation. They never fight a battle they aren't prepared for. Even the research-oriented magicians who dislike fighting the most will absolutely imprint mystery spells on the most easily accessible parts of their bodies, such as between their hands, or on their clothing, every time they leave their magic workshop. This is so they can instantly inject magical energy in case of an emergency, using fuel to start the engine, thereby manifesting ancient mystery phenomena for combat or self-preservation. The former is a basic means of magic storage. The latter is a mystic code that requires a sufficient foundation of magical knowledge to manufacture. As a fellow magician, Rasputin was naturally aware of this, and he surely had defenses prepared. But no matter how prepared he was, what he guarded against were only magic imprints or spells that condensed mystery, not a magic formation composed of countless linked spells that usually only appeared within a magic workshop and occupied the geographical advantage, a mystery barrier. This was exactly what Rasputin was facing, and it wasn't his fault for not being prepared. After all, theoretically speaking, spells of such engineering scale are extremely difficult to wear on one's person, even if it was only the most minimal magic workshop, a single layered attribute magic barrier. But who told Liu Kang to come from decades in the future? The spells he used were all deliberately chosen ones that did not exist in this era, or had only just been created, with almost no one using them. So-called mystery originates from the foundation. Given a fixed total amount, the more people who know and use it, the thinner the effect becomes and the greater the consumption. And vice versa. By operating this way, the consumption could be reduced to the minimum, low enough that even an individual could drive it. At this moment when the light lit up, the youth's originally pitch black and heavy robes, with his palm tightly gripping Rasputin's face, were entirely covered in fine, flowing light. The complex silver-white patterns were finely divided, looking from afar like the scales of an ancient creature's protective shell, or like holy and flawless feathers. The robes fluttered behind him, just like an emissary of God spreading his wings. Oh God! The eyes of Nicholas II, who was unable to move on the throne, were saturated by the light. As the Emperor of the Russian Empire, he was originally a devout believer in God. Otherwise, he would not have widely invited theological masters after his son fell seriously ill. Now, seeing the grace displayed by Liu Kang, he was naturally won over. Instinctively believing that he was an emissary of God, an angel descended to the mortal world. Such was the case for Nicholas II, and such was the case for the steward. If he weren't unable to move, he would probably have knelt down immediately. And since Liu Kang was an angel, then those who were enemies with an angel were naturally demons. Mr. Demon, are you ready to go to hell? Liu Kang smiled at Rasputin, appearing even more holy amidst the light. If not for this appearance, he wouldn't have come. He intended to take this opportunity to make Nicholas revere him. Number 4 Section 4 Chapter 4 Rasputin, realizing the change in Nicholas II's gaze behind him, became even more incensed. If Liu Kang were truly allowed to establish an inherent image of an angel in the mind of His Majesty the Tsar, then his plans, to use illusion hypnosis, the magic workshop he had painstakingly engraved here through magical formulas, and his attempt to control this towering imperial edifice, would completely fall through. This was something he could not tolerate. It was something he absolutely could not accept. Thus, even though his face was pressed down by Liu Kang's palm, Rasputin made a choice in an instant. He also reached out his hand, moving so fast it was almost a blur. In a flash, black shadows crawled out from beneath his wrinkled, filthy robes, accompanied by a loud, shrill cry that sounded like metal scraping against stone, sharp enough to pierce one's eardrums. Several pitch-black crows flew out from within Rasputin's body. They were familiars, the retainers of a magician, non-human entities imbued with mystery. Under the control of Rasputin's consciousness, the crows flapped their wings and soared to the highest reaches of the palace. It was as if several bolts of lightning had risen within the vast and majestic hall. Though the familiars' bodies were small, they were as fast as lightning, and their pitch-black wings glinted with a cold, sharp edge, as if embedded with countless blades. They were Rasputin's sharp weapons, his best helpers for killing those who opposed him. They could be used for silent assassinations or for direct confrontation to win by surprise. Kill him, Rasputin barked, his deep, powerful voice exploding within the palace. The crows dove down accordingly, rising like electricity and falling like thunderous light. The resulting airflow tore the already wrinkled red carpet apart, scattering it into a rain of crimson. Under this dual pincer attack, of crimson rain and black lightning, Liu Kang stood still, seemingly failing to react. Rasputin could almost see his head being severed from his body. Facing Liu Kang's maneuver of wearing a magic workshop on his body, he had indeed been caught off guard. But facing his trump card at this moment, the familiars hidden within his body, this youth would surely be caught unaware as well. Rasputin had that much confidence. Even if Liu Kang reacted, he definitely wouldn't be able to block this instantaneous surprise attack, because it was too fast. So fast that the black lightning fell, so fast that the sound of clashing metal echoed, so fast that the crows tumbled to the ground, fluttering twice before falling silent. Even though Rasputin was being held down, the rampant curve of his lips still hadn't faded. You should stop daydreaming, Grigory Rasputin. Liu Kang's tone was calm, and his figure remained as immovable as a mountain. It was as if the familiars that had struck him, fast as lightning with wings sharp as blades, were just a few insignificant insects. But how was this possible? Rasputin instinctively widened his eyes. He hadn't even realized what had happened or understood what went wrong. He only saw those crows dive down and collide with the youth's body. They, who should have sliced through human flesh like a knife through tofu, had instead hit an iron wall, shattering themselves with a loud clack. In the next second, Liu Kang's voice fell, and the hand he used to pin Rasputin exerted force once more. In the following second, patterns similar to, yet different from, those on the priest's vestments crept out from deep within Liu Kang's sleeves, covering the youth's entire palm as densely as silk threads. And so, Rasputin understood. A dual magic workshop? He exclaimed in shock for the second time. Are you surprised? Liu Kang's face, bathed in light, truly looked like an angel's, yet it carried a hint of playfulness. It wasn't just his clothes that were engraved with the magical arrays of a magic workshop, but also his skin. His skin was also a workshop, a self-contained system and a magical boundary that integrated offense and defense. A dual workshop was both a dual territory and a dual boundary, forged by relying on the mysterious techniques brought from the future. Following mystical principles to minimize consumption, Liu Kang's trump card was far more than just a piece of outerwear. That was why he didn't dodge or flinch. Not because he failed to react, but because there was no need to dodge. Astonishment, daze, trepidation, fear, infinite thoughts surged. Rasputin knew he had encountered a genuine monster, a crown-rank genius of legend. He wanted to beg for mercy, but Liu Kang gave him no chance. The outerwear fluttered and fell like an angel's wings slowly closing. Intense heat steamed up in an instant like a furnace, and amidst the brilliant flowing light, Rasputin vanished, completely evaporated. Rasputin was dead, from his body to his consciousness, from his physical existence to his existence as an occult concept. All were dissolved within this light. Only mottled, spreading smoke and a piece of shattered gold-inlaid carpet remained, as well as the slowly dissipating silver-white brilliance. Rasputin was dead, and next, Liu Kang would take over his original trajectory and become the occult great master of the court. The demon has been dispelled by me. The priest's outerwear, which had regained its pitch-black color, fell silently. Liu Kang stood there with his hands down, facing the Reverend Nicholas II with a smile. A hypocritical smile, yet, in the eyes of Nicholas II, it became a manifestation of the most true and holy nobility. Volume 1. Chapter 6. A Small Prophecy, starting from a librarian. A moment after the dust settled, the hall of the Kremlin Palace was refreshed once more. Nicholas II was a person who placed great importance on pomp and ceremony. Without the proper setting, he would rather sit still and wait. Having regained his mobility after Rasputin's death, he immediately issued orders, demanding the court servants replace the damaged carpet and repair the collapsed palace floor. Sunlight slanted in through the doors, bathing the new decorations in a clear, bright glow. Specks of dust in the air swirled around Liu Kang like tiny fireflies. He stood in the sunlight, surveying the refurbished palace hall. His vestments were pitch black, his posture upright, and his clean, handsome face was serene and silent. Nicholas II approached him respectfully, completely devoid of the majestic monarch's air he had just displayed on the throne. "Great Master Liu Kang," he said, "please, take a seat." Liu Kang glanced at him sideways, then looked at the seat Nicholas II was pointing to. That seat was higher than the throne. He knew that in Nicholas's heart, he was now no different from a deity. If things had followed the original trajectory, the only one who could have received such a level of reverence from this last Tsar would have been the Rasputin who had just died by his hand. Liu Kang had indeed taken his place, and was doing even better and more brilliantly. In Nicholas's mind, he was both a saint and a sage. However, Liu Kang did not move. He simply said, "Is His Highness Alexei doing well?" Liu Kang certainly hadn't forgotten this objective. After all, reverence is only temporary. Only by truly providing benefit can a long-term relationship be maintained. Seeing that Liu Kang didn't move, Nicholas II didn't force him, but responded respectfully. "Previously, Rasputin, that demon, I was deluded by him and asked him to examine Alexei. Up to now, Alexei hasn't had an episode for 2 days. Nicholas II looked worried. After confirming that Rasputin was a demon, he couldn't help but worry if he had also placed a curse on Alexei. It was at this moment that he noticed the youth's deep brown, profound eyes suddenly light up with a brilliant, multicolored rainbow glow like the starry sky. "He is fine," Liu Kang responded. Quote, "My eyes have seen his future. To gain your trust, that demon did not harm His Highness Alexei. A demon's power originates from hell, but hell was also created by God. As long as it is handled correctly, there is nothing to fear. Your Majesty Nicholas II, do not worry if you are truly concerned. After you return you can have His Highness Alexei drink more hot water. Lu Kang actually couldn't see anything. The mysterious formulas engraved on his body could only make him powerful. It was impossible for him to possess high-spec mystic eyes that could see through the future. However, he knew history, and for a magician who doubled as a clergyman, acting like a mystic was practically instinct. He was unreasonable, yet completely confident. Is drinking more hot water useful? Nicholas II was both respectful and fearful, yet also slightly confused. It's useless for Alexei, Lu Kang blinked and smiled. Quote, but it's useful for you. If there isn't at least some medicine, you wouldn't feel at ease, would you? This was said both humorously and intimately, and Nicholas II finally felt relieved. He thought to himself that this sage would not, and had no need to, deceive him. He had been deceived by a demon before, but that demon was dead. So even if the demon had truly placed a curse on Alexei, it would have vanished into thin air by now. In that case, I would like to invite you to take a position in the court. I can build a separate palace for you to reside in. Of course, Nicholas II was actually still not quite at ease. He wanted to keep Lu Kang here, to keep Lu Kang within the court. This was for Alexei, his weak and pitiful young child, and also for himself, for his wife, his family, and for the safety of his 3 innocent and lovely daughters. To this, Lu Kang neither refused nor agreed. He simply said, I am used to sleeping in the open and don't need any palaces, of course. I won't live in a thatched hut either. I heard that the Kremlin Palace has the largest library in the Russian Empire, built by Ivan IV back then. It contains most of the books in the world. I am quite interested in that place. A smile appeared on the youth's face. He was in no hurry to interfere with the court or state affairs, having taken over Rasputin's position. He also knew Rasputin's ultimate fate. That man had been killed by a coalition of nobles on the eve of the Russian Empire's collapse, because he had interfered too much in politics. Although he had been resurrected several times through mysterious means, he was eventually drowned alive in water. Lu Kang didn't want to die. His current power was not weak, but it wasn't enough for him to deal with all the crises in this world, so he needed to accumulate first. When his strength was great enough, then he would come out and throw his weight around. Consequently, the unwitting Nicholas II couldn't help but praise. You truly have noble character. You are a true saint. I believe someone like you will surely be included in the ranks of the saints by the church in the future, he said from the bottom of his heart. Not being extravagant, not being attached to power and wealth, but instead being fond of knowledge. This was undoubtedly the behavior of a sage. The Tsar's respect for this very young but very wise youth grew even more. He was making all sorts of grand assumptions in his head. The church? Lu Kang was non-committal. As a magician at heart, he didn't have a good impression of church organizations that were fanatically devoted to God. Analyzing the mysterious and pursuing faith were inherently incompatible. However, he also understood that the Russian Empire was a country filled with the church, with believers everywhere. It was not suitable to openly oppose the church in this country. Even though his current actions seemed destined to eventually clash with the church, using the church's name to interfere in imperial politics was something the church could not tolerate. So he only said, finally, one more warning, for the next 3 days, do not let His Highness Alexei enter any bedroom with a hanging chandelier. This was Rasputin's prophecy from history. Lu Kang copied it exactly, word for word. Open black lens bracket. Nicholas II agreed to your request. He arranged for your daily needs in the library of the Kremlin Palace, providing extremely expensive items. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. For this emperor who was extremely devoted to God, a saint could decline enjoyment, but he absolutely could not fail to express the excitement in his heart, otherwise he would be uneasy. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. You accepted these items with a clear conscience. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. You knew these items were the fruit of the people's labor, and you also intended to do something in the future to compensate the people. But for the current you, there were more important things to accomplish. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. On the first day after moving in, you checked the library's catalog. The number of books, reaching into the hundreds of thousands, dazzled you and also made your heart race with excitement. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. The collection here included ancient texts passed down from the ancient Greece era, occultism that flourished during the Renaissance, the humanities and politics of the Roman Empire's glorious period, and the bizarre witchcraft of the Dark Middle Ages. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. It covered the vast variety of the Western world and recorded mysterious classics from ancient times to the present. They weren't comprehensive, but for you, they were already more than enough. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. You were determined to use them to establish your own system of magic legacy. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. On the second day after moving in, you heard that a chandelier in His Highness Alexei's bedroom had fallen and smashed onto the bed. Fortunately, Nicholas II had followed your prophecy and didn't let Alexei rest in a room with a chandelier. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. Alexei escaped disaster because of you. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. Nicholas II's wife, the Empress of the Russian Empire, Maria Feodorovna, was full of admiration and gratitude toward you. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. The 4 princesses of the empire were all very curious about you. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. You began to concentrate on your research, ignoring the affairs of the world. Close black lens bracket. Volume 1. Chapter 7 Mysterious Classics, Anastasia. Open black lens bracket. You began to concentrate on your research, ignoring the affairs of the world. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. For you, the Kremlin Palace Library, which stored thousands upon thousands of books, was a huge treasure trove waiting for you to discover. As the saying goes, within books there are houses of gold. Within books there are faces like jade. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. But you were in no hurry for success. You knew that countless sages in history had served as librarians, such as Laozi during the spring and autumn period in ancient China, or Aristotle in the ancient Greece era, or in modern China. You understood that true dragons rise from the dust. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. Having years of experience in magic research and being a genuine great master of theology, you also knew the principle that haste makes waste. Therefore, you stayed in the library every day, but you weren't reading books 24 hours a day. You would receive the visiting Nicholas II and provide him with guidance. You never personally examined Alexei, but instead directly gave Nicholas II a method to completely treat Alexei. Nicholas II was exceptionally grateful to you. You would also chat with other visiting court members and help resolve their doubts. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. You began to write a diary. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. In the diary, you wrote, close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. Nicholas II is a flamboyant yet devoutly contradictory person. He is fond of grand deeds, extravagant and wasteful. Every time he travels, he brings a line of well-trained soldiers, along with flowers, red carpets, and gold decorations to express respect for God. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. In comparison, the Empress who often comes with Nicholas II is undoubtedly a beauty. She is also a devout believer in God. She has long, beautiful silver white hair and often wears off-the-shoulder Victorian gowns. The puffy skirts outline her curvaceous figure, which is particularly charming. Aside from coming with Nicholas II, she occasionally comes alone in the middle of the night to pray for guidance from God. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. We had a deep and thorough exchange, limited to verbal communication. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. Although providing comfort to believers is a common phenomenon for the church in this era, and although the Empress has such intentions, I am not Rasputin after all, and now is not the time yet. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. Must endure. Close black lens bracket. 5. Number 5 Section 5 Chapter 5 Open black lens bracket. I am not surnamed Cao, nor am I a prime minister. You used this sentence to conclude your diary. Your ambitions did not lie there. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. Her Highness the Empress, however, grew increasingly longing for you. The unattainable is always what makes the heart flutter, you thought. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. On your 51st day at the Kremlin Palace, you heard that a wave of revolutionary thought had emerged within the Russian Empire. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. It was at this time that you completed the collection, organization, sorting, and backup of mystical knowledge. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. Just as you intended to place the finished book in the very center of the myriad volumes, you heard a girl's crisp cry of ouch from behind the towering bookshelves. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. At the same time, you saw long hair as crystalline and beautiful as snow. Close black lens bracket. The Kremlin Palace, towering and vast with hundreds of thousands of books. This was a world-class library rarely seen in this era. Windows suspended high on the walls open to the clear, bright sky. Intense sunlight filtered through the thin curtains, gathering into beams as if the golden ink of a god was staining the room filled with the scent of paper and ink. Rows of bookshelves over 10 meters high, arranged in an arc, had their mahogany-carved structures painted with layers of gold by the light. The bookshelves were golden, The book covers were golden. In this golden world, a flash of silver white was reflected in Liu Kang's eyes. It hurts. The crisp voice was soft and delicate. Holding the newly compiled catalog of mystical knowledge in one hand, Liu Kang used the other to adjust the glasses like mystic code he had been wearing since entering the library, an item inscribed with mystery to assist in organizing knowledge. Through the glass lenses, he looked at the figure who had made the sound. Besides the silky silver-white hair, he saw a pretty and cute face beneath it, and a graceful body wrapped in a snowy white angel velvet gown. He also saw a ladder fall into one side and books scattered around. Obviously, she had fallen off the ladder. If you're looking for romantic novels, you've come to the wrong place. Liu Kang glanced at the book covers and said, "This is the religious section." The silver-haired girl didn't respond to Liu Kang immediately. She just sat on the floor, head lowered, rubbing her ankle. Her silver-white hair fell against her fair skin and blue eyes, resting gently on the soft fairness of her chest. She didn't look old, yet she had a remarkably full figure. The curves bound at her chest were well defined, and her slightly exposed shoulders traced bright, clean lines with delicate precision. Her waist was as soft as a willow, and the area that should have been hidden by her voluminous skirt was pressed tight by her bent legs, revealing rounded curves and a deep triangular shadow. Despite her exceptionally full figure, the expression on her face was clean and pure. What religious section?" she stammered in response to Liu Kang's words. Liu Kang pointed to a sign on the nearby bookshelf which clearly displayed the word religion in standard Russian, categorizing and zoning the books. This was also what he had been doing these past few days. The girl was stunned for a moment. Was there a sign like this here before? Wait, she realized she had been led astray. Quote, "Who told you I was looking for romantic novels? Is it not? Otherwise, could you be here looking for military strategy?" Liu Kang feigned confusion. That's right, it's military strategy." The girl's face flushed again, but she forced herself to stand her ground. Clearly someone who was easily shy around strangers, she feigned calmness. She rubbed her ankle and tried to straighten her back, but unfortunately, this action failed to give her even a shred of confidence. Instead, it caused the curves of her chest to sway slightly, creating a dazzling sight. She said, "I aspire to become a female general of the Russian Empire. Then may I ask which book on military strategy you're looking for? I'll help you find it." Liu Kang adjusted his glasses again. The young girl was instantly choked up. She peeked sideways at the vast sea of books and immediately saw stars. How could she possibly know anything about military strategy? How could she name a specific book? Facing the girl who stammered for a long time without managing a sentence, Liu Kang couldn't help but be amused. "Fine, I'll stop teasing you." The girl was instantly frustrated. So this guy was teasing her? She was about to say something, but Liu Kang continued, "Her Highness Princess Anastasia, what brings you here?" So this guy knew her? The girl, who thought she had hidden her identity well, was dazed. Liu Kang adjusted his glasses and revealed an expected smile. He naturally recognized the girl before him. He had known from the first moment he saw her. That silver-white long hair almost identical to the Empress's, and that figure and face so similar to the Empress's. As someone who had interacted deeply and shallowly with the Empress many times, how could he not recognize her? And compared to other members of the imperial family, Anastasia was clearly special. In the near future, when Nicholas II's rule would be overthrown, she would not yet be fully grown. Executed alongside her family, she was one of the two people many pitied and believed should not have died, the other being her younger brother, the sickly Alexei. He thought to himself that he wasn't surprised by Anastasia's arrival at all. Or rather, given his current status, it was perfectly normal for any member of the court to appear before him. Building good relationships with every member of the court was something Liu Kang would naturally do, even though he really wanted to say, did this princess inflate? If he remembered correctly, Anastasia was Nicholas II's youngest daughter, born around 1900, and in 1912, she should be at most 13 or 14. Liu Kang glanced at the girl out of the corner of his eye. "You call this 14? Volume 1. Chapter 8 The Evil Charmer of the Nation and the Flawless Princess." Princess Anastasia was indeed only 13 or 14 years old, and at such an innocent age, she was somewhat speechless in the face of the current situation. The girl's face flushed with shame, turning into a crystalline and delicate hue under Liu Kang's gaze. She remained dazed, her silver-white hair fluttering gently in the warm breeze pouring in from the high windows. So Her Highness the Princess snapped out of it, having thought she had hidden her identity well only to be exposed in an instant. She decided to just let it all out. That's right, she stammered. I am Anastasia Nikolaevna Romanova. Lu Kang thought to himself that this was quite a long name. It seemed this little princess had likely snuck out without her family's knowledge. Otherwise she wouldn't be so flustered upon being discovered. However, he didn't rush to respond, but looked at the books scattered on the floor with a smile. So, Your Highness, do you need some help? The girl rubbed the slightly swollen spot on her ankle. She hesitated for a moment but finally nodded. She had sprained her ankle. She clearly couldn't stand up now. Just as Anastasia thought Lu Kang would reach out to help her up, he reached toward the nearby bookshelf and pulled a crutch out from the gap between the books, handing it over. Here. So, why on earth is there such a thing in a library? You want to ask why? Seeing the girl take the crutch with a look of astonishment, Lu Kang spread his hands. Naturally, it's because there are too many clumsy girls like Your Highness. Do other girls come here? Anastasia couldn't help but be curious. Then she realized, wait, who are you calling clumsy? Indeed, not just clumsy, but also dim-witted. Lu Kang smiled and didn't respond. As the Imperial Library, the Kremlin Palace was naturally not open to the public. Only members of the royal family could come. Should he mention that her mother, the dear Empress of the Russian Empire, had also fallen like this before? I have a feeling you're thinking about something bad. A trace of confusion flickered in the blue eyes of the Russian Empire's youngest princess, but she didn't dwell on it. Instead, she used the crutch to shakily support her body and stand up. She said, you're the librarian here, right? The girl was somewhat hesitant when she said this, but after Lu Kang nodded, she took a deep breath as if she had made a decision. Then can you tell me where that Excellency Lu Kang is? Lu Kang had guessed it. After all, he already knew that the Empire's 3 princesses were all quite curious about him. It was just that Nicholas II wouldn't let them disturb the Zich without Lu Kang's permission, so they hadn't met until now. As she spoke her thoughts, Anastasia turned her head to look at the vast interior of the library, surrounded by countless bookshelves as towering as giants. The sunlight illuminated the dust clearly, but besides the mahogany bookshelves and books, there wasn't a soul in sight. This place was practically a maze. If it weren't for that, she wouldn't have climbed up high just now, thinking she could see more clearly from above, and thus injured herself in the fall. She clearly didn't expect that the handsome and slender youth before her was the excellency she was looking for. So, you snuck out from everyone in the court just to meet this Lu Kang you speak of? Lu Kang couldn't help but find it amusing. Of course, father admires Excellency Lu Kang very much. He often praises the Excellency's greatness, holiness, and purity in front of us. I think Excellency Lu Kang must be a true sage, an apostle of God. I imagine him to be tall and towering, with 36 pairs of wings, just like it's recorded in the Bible. Wouldn't that make me Cthulhu? Lu Kang found it increasingly amusing as he watched the girl chatter on. But perhaps precisely because of this unrealistic imagination, she hadn't realized the youth before her was the Lu Kang she was talking about. Wait, then Anastasia realized she had misspoken again. Who told you I snuck out? You told me, of course. Lu Kang pointed to his own eyes. Anastasia subconsciously touched her own eyes. See, didn't you just admit it? Lu Kang added. The princess realized she had been tricked again. Bad guy. She let out an and wisely chose not to argue further. Perhaps it was her personality or habit, but even at this point, she didn't have the arrogant, commanding air common to princesses. Do you actually know where Excellency Lu Kang is? She just feigned composure and changed the subject. Having temporarily shaken off her shyness, Anastasia puffed out her cheeks slightly. Standing straight with her crutch, her voluminous skirt swayed, and the snowy angel velvet shimmered in the sunlight from above. Her chest rose and fell as she breathed, her red lips slightly parted. About to say more, Lu Kang was about to say he naturally knew, but before he could speak, a voice came from behind the princess. Excellency Lu Kang, I have organized the books you requested. A man in a butler's suit stepped out from the other side of the sea of books. He was the actual librarian, and he was being very respectful toward Lu Kang. Lu Kang, who could also be considered a librarian in a way, felt he hadn't deceived Anastasia. After all, who said there could only be one librarian? So he just nodded and said, "Thank you for your hard work." Anna was stunned. She turned her clear blue eyes to look at the man, then back at the youth before her. As if realizing something, her fair face, which hadn't yet fully calmed down, was once again covered in layers of crimson. You're Lu Kang? Her tone became stammering once more. What a pity, Lu Kong spoke teasingly. I thought I could hide it a bit longer and hear more about what kind of strange creature I am. In your highness's heart, it's over, the princess thought to herself. She carefully thought over her actions just now. She had behaved exactly like a girl from the countryside, completely lacking the poise a princess should have. She had utterly humiliated herself. Open black lens bracket. You watched Anastasia's expression go from dazed to blushing, until she finally fled in a panic, even forgetting the fact that she had a sprained ankle. You couldn't help but find it amusing, thinking that this way, the princess should have a deep enough impression of you, your goal of establishing friendly relations with every member of the court to lay the foundation for future interference in state affairs could be achieved bit by bit. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. At the same time, you lamented that it was good to be young, even though you weren't that old yourself. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. This was your first meeting with the last princess of the empire, the first encounter between the evil charmer of the nation and the flawless princess. You recalled the historical records regarding Her Highness Anastasia, remembering the young girl among Nicholas II's executed family who was defined by many as innocent. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. You also felt it was quite a pity. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. That night, you heard from the servants that Anastasia had been punished by Nicholas II for sneaking into the library. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. The next day, Nicholas II visited, and you briefly mentioned to the last Tsar that you did not blame Anastasia. For you, it was just a small favor, and the girl's sudden intrusion had indeed added some amusement to your day. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. Nicholas II stroked his beard and nodded in agreement. Looking at your face, he seemed to suddenly think of something and revealed a deeply meaningful smile. He chatted with you about some things related to Anastasia, which surprised you slightly. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. During the conversation, Nicholas II took the opportunity to invite you to a court ball in 2 days. Close black lens bracket. 6. Number 6 Section 6 Chapter 6 Open black lens bracket. You didn't refuse. You also felt it was time to go out, interact with more members of the imperial family and nobility, and further establish your plans for the future. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. Thus, 2 days later in the early morning, you donned your priestly vestments and set out in full dress for the court banquet. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. Nicholas II and his wife, Empress Alexandra, had been waiting at the palace gates for a long time. Close black lens bracket. Volume 1, Chapter 9 Second Meeting with the Grand Duchess. Open black lens bracket. The court banquet at the Kremlin Palace was held in the garden. The weather was exceptionally clear that day, the sky a deep blue as if it were a divine painting wiped clean by an angel's wings. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. Wearing the same pitch black priestly vestments you wore when you first entered the palace, you arrived at the garden. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. You could hear the clinking of glasses and the chatter of voices from the garden. You looked at Nicholas II and his wife, who stood at the entrance to welcome you. Today, His Majesty the Tsar wore a white dress uniform more elegant than his usual attire, with gold down on the shoulders. His beard was meticulously groomed, and upon seeing you, he immediately knelt on one knee with devotion, expressing his admiration for the sage. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. Empress Alexandra's eyes also lit up when she saw you. She still wore a Victorian gown that partially exposed her shoulders, subtly revealing the soft curves of her chest as she bowed. Her silver white hair was pinned up, exposing her fair neck, with an elegant yet subtle allure that was hard to resist. She praised you as a graceful sage and the most handsome youth. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. You remained non-committal, simply responding, "You are also very beautiful, respected Your Majesty, dear Your Highness. May God bless you with eternal youth." Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. Oh, this damned translation essay. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. You thought to yourself. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. Nicholas II led you into the garden, where the aroma of food mixed with the fresh scent of plants. Sunlight fell softly like dust on the elegantly arranged tables, chairs, and plates. Amidst the gold and silver decorations, you saw graceful nobles, the empire's highest tier, princes, dukes, and counts, the lowest being marquises. Those of lower rank hovered around those of higher rank with fawning attitudes, while the higher-ranked ones flattered those even higher. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. These were the people at the very top of the crumbling empire. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. You thought again. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. They thought they were safe at the top, unaware that the building was already teetering. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. Having spent years wandering among the common folk, you remembered their widespread suffering. That was your perspective. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. But you never considered yourself a true sage. You were just a fake wearing a sage's skin. You felt that since the empire was bound to collapse sooner or later, taking a few things from it wouldn't hurt. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. You didn't approach the nobles, nor did you need to flatter them, because even the emperor and empress of the empire gathered around you. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. You only needed to step on the emperor and empress to assert your presence. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. Naturally, countless people would scramble to please you. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. Even if you put on a cold, distant face, it would only earn you the reputation of being holy. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. Such as the human heart. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. You only needed to show up. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. Your goal had already been achieved. Close black lens bracket. How boring, Lu Kang remarked on the banquet, swirling the wine in his glass. He stood apart from the chattering crowd, amidst the lush greenery, appearing quite solitary. The youth in the pitch-black priestly vestments watched the court banquet from a short distance away. The attendees bowed to Lu Kang from afar to show respect, but naturally, no one dared to approach and disturb him without permission. At this moment, Lu Kang truly felt bored. He thought it would be more practical to find a few friends and have a thrilling game of flying chess at home. Fortunately, standing here, he could still admire the beautiful figures and faces of the noble ladies and young misses, so it wasn't entirely dull. So boring. Just then, a soft and familiar voice drifted over, mingled with the rustling of leaves in the breeze. Lu Kang tilted his head and looked to the side. In another shadow-covered corner of the open-air banquet, he saw a petite figure with swaying silver-white hair and couldn't help but pause. Anastasia, do you find it boring too? Since he was bored anyway, Lu Kang walked over casually. It's very boring, the petite figure with loose silver-white hair responded instinctively with her back to Lu Kang. She didn't turn around, only looking at the crowd with her clear blue eyes. She muttered, "How can my sisters look forward to such a boring place? Father and mother too. My sisters must have lied to me, telling me how fun the banquet would be. When I get back, I'll have to play a good prank on them. Yes, that's right, that's what I'll do." Huh? The girl, who thought she was talking to herself, swayed her head from side to side but suddenly froze. Her body trembled, as if she had just realized someone was speaking nearby, and the voice sounded very familiar. So she turned her head, and so, she saw Lu Kang walking up to her. Your Eminence Lu Kang?" The girl was so startled that she took a step back, tripped on a vine in the grass, and fell backward. However, she staggered a couple of steps and regained her balance. Lu Kang had caught her hand. "Are you that excited to see me, Grand Duchess?" Lu Kang said with a smile. A shaken Anastasia steadied herself, her chest heaving slightly. Her figure, outlined by a dress even more magnificent than before, trembled twice. Then she blushed, when she met Lu Kang's young and handsome face. Blushing just like before. "No, it's not, I." Lu Kang felt like this little Grand Duchess was about to turn into a steam engine. But, is this Anastasia's personality? This was a confusion he had before. As a transmigrator, he had a certain impression of this world's Grand Duchess. In his memory, Anastasia was cold on the outside but warm on the inside, slow to trust others. But once she did, she wouldn't show any rejection. However, the Grand Duchess in his memory wasn't a living person. Instead, she was a heroic spirit summoned from the records of the Throne of Heroes after her death as a historical figure. But now it was still 1912. Anastasia was still alive, young, and cute. Perhaps this was the personality of a pure 13 or 14-year-old girl who hadn't yet faced a major catastrophe and still looked forward to the world. "Your Eminence Lu Kang's hand," the Grand Duchess whispered. Lu Kang felt the soft and delicate touch from his palm and calmly released the girl's wrist. He said, "What? Do you want to sprain your ankle again? There's no cane for you here." "I don't want a cane," Anastasia said bashfully, not just about her performance last time, but also about what she had just said. Embarrassed again, she thought, if you don't want a cane, what do you want? A wheelchair? Lu Kang teased on purpose, finding it quite fun to provoke the girl and see her reactions. "I don't want anything." Anastasia realized she was being teased again and puffed out her cheeks. For a moment, she seemed to forget the true identity of the youth before her, the eminence she had always admired. When she suddenly remembered, her previous anxiety vanished. "Feeling relaxed now?" Lu Kang said. "I'm not some man-eating monster, no need to be so nervous." The Grand Duchess gave a soft hum but whispered back, "Your Eminence is a bad person. That's not what you said before." Lu Kang glanced at her. You even said I was someone with 36 pairs of wings, by the way. Can that thing really be called a person? Such disrespectful words toward a deity would surely be rebuked if they came from anyone else. But coming from Lu Kang, whom the emperor and empress recognized as a sage, they became a sign of wit and humor. Thus, Anastasia couldn't help but laugh. With the corners of her lips curved and her eyes slightly narrowed, she revealed a very beautiful smile. Now, she was no longer nervous at all. Volume 1, Chapter 10. The nation may fall, but some can live. But to be honest, Anastasia still found it somewhat incredible. In fact, even though she had fled in a panic 2 days ago after learning Lu Kang's identity, she still couldn't quite believe that Lu Kang was just a young man who looked only a few years older than her. She had truly thought that someone revered by her father and mother, even if not filled with mystery like an angel in mythology, should at least be an ancient and dignified man. It was only after being verbally rebuked by Nicholas II that she confirmed from her father's words that the youth was indeed the eminence she had been longing to find and meet. You are completely different from what I imagined. In the breeze-rustled garden, the silver-haired girl looked up, finally daring to look the youth in the eye. He was indeed different from her imagination. Not mysterious, nor dignified and heavy, but more like a playful boy next door. However, Anastasia didn't dislike this feeling. On the contrary, she felt it wasn't bad at all. I'm sorry I didn't grow up looking like Cthulhu, Lu Kang said nonchalantly. He continued, but in the end, I never considered myself a saint. I'm just an ordinary person who knows a bit of the mystery bestowed by the divine. Mystery is the unknown, the extraordinary power mastered by humans. But in the ancient mythological era when gods existed, the original magecraft was indeed a hidden power bestowed by the gods, flowing from them to humanity. Lu Kang wasn't lying. Having already demonstrated his power, he didn't need to use excessive words to garnish himself. As long as it didn't affect his legacy reality plan, he always did whatever made him happy. Mystery. The girl's expression froze slightly, her silver white hair tilting to cover the left side of her face, leaving only half her face visible as her eyes blinked. Her red lips parted slightly, as if she had thought of something. Then you really have a wicked sense of humor? Wicked sense of humor? Lu Kang was confused. Before, with the power you possess, you should have been able to heal my leg in an instant, right? Yet you still gave me a cane. Anastasia became a bit annoyed again at this point, feeling that the youth before her had done it on purpose. Lu Kang's eyes darkened slightly. Just as the young Miss Grand Duchess thought he was going to explain something, Lu Kang spread his hands. After all, the Grand Duchess limping around was quite interesting. Interesting? This time it was the young Miss Grand Duchess's turn to be stunned again. She blinked once, then twice, completely in a state of non-reaction. Just because it looked interesting, so he just watched? Looking at the girl's dazed state, Lu Kang couldn't help but grin and laugh. He thought to himself that it wasn't that he didn't want to heal her, but that he didn't know how at all. When he traveled among the people, he basically played the role of an exorcist priest. His occasional part-time job as a doctor was to treat mental illnesses caused by touching mysterious phenomena. He hadn't learned magecraft for healing bodies, but he did truly feel Anastasia was very interesting and very cute. She was more interesting than Nicholas II, cuter than her mother, and more interesting than anyone else in the court. Sure enough, you have a wicked sense of humor. Anastasia exhaled as if in resignation, and then she couldn't help but reveal a smile again. A slightly mischievous smile. So the one called the sage has a side like this? I wonder what would happen if I made this side of you public. Speaking of which, the Grand Duchess glanced at the nobles clinking glasses in the center of the venue not far away, including everyone, Nicholas II and his wife included. They had already noticed Lu Kang standing with the empire's youngest Grand Duchess, but they still didn't dare to disturb the sage's peace. Moreover, the youth and the girl, who were not far apart in age, looked quite harmonious together. Many people wore mysterious smiles, especially Nicholas II. As he toasted other princes and dukes, the Tsar's beard twitched with an even happier smile. A sage is, after all, a person. A person will have feelings. Lu Kang wasn't unaware of the Tsar's intention to use his youngest daughter to further win him over, and he had no reason to refuse. Facing Anastasia's sudden mischievousness, he remembered what Nicholas II had mentioned 2 days ago about the youngest Grand Duchess's playfulness toward those she knew well. Her favorite thing to do was to prank her 2 older sisters. Like creating fake green caterpillars to terrify her sisters who were afraid of insects, or secretly tying thin strings with toy mice to them to make them panic, and so on. She was called a little demon by her sisters and was a quite lively young girl. So Lu Kang reached out and tapped her head, saying, "Then what does the Grand Duchess think would happen if I told your father you were threatening me?" Anastasia was instantly choked up. She realized the person in front of her wasn't like her 2 sisters. He wasn't afraid of her playfulness or threats at all. On the contrary, her words could easily become leverage for him. Realizing her mistake, a look of panic instantly appeared on the girl's face. Lu Kang laughed even more happily. Aside from immersing himself in the study of mysterious divine blood knowledge every day, his dull palace life had certainly gained more flavor. 7. Number 7 Section 7 Chapter 7 Open black lens bracket. You had a very pleasant conversation with the Empire's youngest princess, Anastasia Nikolaevna Romanova. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. This was your second meeting with her, and it felt much more harmonious than the abruptness of the first. The Empire's princess was no longer nervous and shy around you. She showed a relaxed posture and revealed a lively, cunning side. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. After the banquet ended, Nicholas II had the young Miss Princess personally escort you back to the library. You thought it strange for a young girl to escort you, but then you realized that since it was all within the Kremlin palace, it was only like going from the first floor to the second for Anastasia, so you didn't refuse. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. It was now close to sunset. The afterglow of the setting sun falling through the high wall windows dyed the spacious and majestic library in patches of color like maple red fallen leaves. Anastasia, who had arrived with you, caught sight of the tall bookshelves and her face turned slightly red as she thought back to the embarrassment of their first meeting. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. I should go now, she said to you. Behind her, at a distance, young maids and female knights followed for protection. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. Good night, Your Highness, you responded politely, thinking to yourself that it was just like visiting a neighbor. So why was she acting so nervous and hesitant? Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. However, before leaving, Anastasia paused. She glanced back at you, her long silver-white hair painted by the sunset rising smoothly like the Milky Way. Her angelic velvet gown swayed in the wind, and the deep blue cloak she wore was as bright as the sky. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. She suddenly spoke again in a low voice. In the future you can just call me Anna. Open black lens bracket. Looking at the back of the girl fleeing in panic for the second time and hearing the shy voice still lingering in the air, you couldn't help but shake your head and laugh. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. You knew that Her Highness had already let down her guard around you. She was quick to trust others, or rather, she had quickly come to trust you. She was very pure and innocent. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. You thought again about Her Highness's historical fate. Close black lens bracket. Though they are the upper class of a crumbling empire, though the nation is about to fall, some people, however, can still be saved from death. In the library painted by the sunset, Lu paced the open space in the very center. Towering bookshelves surrounded him in a circle. He faced the cool evening breeze blowing from above. His expression was calm, but his eyes were burning bright. He said, "What do you all think? Agents of the Holy Church, you've been hiding in this library, waiting for me for quite a while, haven't you?" He turned his gaze. His eyes reflected the library's bookshelves standing tall like giants, and even more so, the figures emerging from between them, appearing out of nowhere as if sketched by ink. Lucan Lovest, do you confess to the crimes of falsely assuming the title of sage and corrupting the discipline of the church? A cold, hoarse voice rang out immediately after. Volume 1, Chapter 11 Agents of the Holy Church. Open black lens bracket. Faced with the sudden appearance of these figures and their accusations, you remained non-committal. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. You had long known this day would come. Having falsely claimed the title of the church's sage, you knew your secret would eventually be exposed. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. You weren't surprised or flustered. You just calmly watched them step out from the shadows. Close black lens bracket. At this moment, the cold, hoarse words still rippled through the air. Though not loud, the sound continued to echo within the extremely tall and wide, majestic library. A strong wind blew down from the high walls. The dust motes gathering and scattering in the sunset trembled more violently between the pages of books as if they too felt the cold, murderous terror. There was more than one figure stepping out from the gaps in the shadows of the bookshelves. They moved in a group of 3, assuming a triangular formation as they emerged, surrounding Lucan right in the center. Though called clergy, they looked neither like priests nor ordinary believers. Instead, they were like assassins walking in the dark. They wore pitch-black long cloaks with hoods concealing their faces, their hands encased in black gloves, and their equally black boots made sharp thud, thud, thud sounds on the library's smooth tiled floor. They were heavily covered from head to toe. The only thing connecting them to the church was the silver-white crucifix hanging on their chests. Lucan Lovest watched them approach step by step and also flicked the silver-white crucifix on his own chest. He said, "Are these just ordinary agents? I thought I might see someone from the strongest department of agents, the burial agency." Lucan Lovest's expression was composed, as if those before him were not executioners coming to accuse him, but guests from afar. "To deal with you, we are more than enough," the hoarse voice rang out again. It came from all directions, as if none of the three had spoken, yet as if they were all speaking at once. They glanced at each other. They were not at all surprised that Lucan Lovest had discovered their presence, or rather, they had never intended to hide themselves. This was confidence but also conceit. They said, "Priest Lucan Lovest, do you plead guilty?" Lucan Lovest simply shook his head. Priest. This was the 7th rank of the church clergy, the most common and ordinary priest level, and also Lucan's position on the church's roster. He was indeed a registered member of the church clergy. Regardless, in this life simulation, he had been taken in and raised by the Mother Superior of a convent. Even though that Mother Superior was quite special, leading Lucan to be neither pious nor a believer in any so-called God, both then and now. But he had indeed lived in an atmosphere of deep faith since childhood. That was why these people could easily state his name. Thus, Lucan Lovest also knew very well what kind of organization the church was. He understood clearly what kind of behemoth this religious organization, which in the eyes of ordinary people was either pure and peaceful or a den of filth, really was. They never showed mercy to heretics lurking within the church. Those responsible for dealing with heretics were the agents, a group of people like executioners. As Lucan Lovest shook his head, he paused just as he lifted his foot. He looked at the light slowly emerging in the air to form invisible walls and watched as a circular magic circle lit up beneath his feet, spiraling and spreading, instantly taking shape as if surfacing from water. He couldn't help but let out a soft breath. As expected, he thought to himself, this was a sealing magic circle. It connected the spots where the three agents stood as vertices to form a triangular prism barrier. Just as Lucan Lovest had thought, these three agents had been waiting for him in this library for a long time and had already set up traps and ambushes here. At this moment, Lucan Lovest was trapped within the magic circle, unable to move forward or backward, and seemingly unable to make any contact with the outside world, be it physical or through mystery. Priest Lucan Lovest, do you plead guilty? As Lucan Lovest's footsteps paused, the three agents spoke once more, their voices even louder and more resonant this time. It vibrated like a great bell, sounding more like a divine interrogation from the highest and furthest heaven, making one unconsciously feel their heart and gall split with terror. Trembling uncontrollably, Lucan Lovest thought, did you guys bring a megaphone? Is being loud supposed to be intimidating? But on second thought, he felt it actually was quite intimidating. However, his expression remained calm. After all, he was practically raised on being scared, and he had long anticipated this scene. Is this the execution rack you've prepared for me? He said. Quote, if I plead guilty, will you burn me at the stake right here? Just like those medieval witches you once persecuted? All men have original sin, but yours is even more wicked. Those with sin must be punished. The three agents looked at each other again and spoke in unison once more, as if they were not three people but a single entity divided into three shells. Lucan Lovest smiled. Then, what sin must I confess? The sin of fraud for falsely assuming the title of the church's sage? Or the sin of killing the pawn you planted in the Russian Empire's court, Grigory Rasputin? As the young priest's words fell, the wind from above instantly whipped up the pages of the books on the massive shelves, creating a rustling sound like falling leaves. The sunset's light gathered into beams, painting the surrounding bookshelves and making them look like mottled layers on a scroll. It also darkened the gazes of the three agents. Upon hearing Lucan Lovest's words, their pupils contracted simultaneously. In the next second, Lucan Lovest suddenly raised his hand. At the moment the wind dropped and the pages tumbled, his clothes instantly lit up with light. The mottled mystic formulas engraved upon them, the church formulas linked into a field and workshop, were instantly activated with a surge of magical energy. His outer garments spread out like wings, and with a crash, the barrier woven by the agents shattered directly, turning into specks of light that scattered across the central open space of the majestic library. Light and dust splashed everywhere, and the towering bookshelves vibrated, shedding bits of dust. The agents stepped back to avoid the shock of the barrier's destruction. They retreated against the bookshelves, which were still vibrating and making slight creaking sounds, and watched the rising dust and the youth standing within it. Seeing him like an angel with wings spread, their eyes were filled with irrepressible solemnity. But they were not solemn because of Lucan Luvest's current posture, it was because of his words. Are you curious how I know about Rasputin? Faced with their shaken words, Lucan Luvest couldn't help but smile happily. Of course he knew the fact that the Holy Church was actually behind Rasputin. One must realize that while his title as sage had been confirmed in the court, it hadn't truly spread or become widely known in a real sense. Yet these church agents had already come knocking. And in history, Rasputin had deceived the Nicholas couple in the name of God and acted with impunity in the court for so long, yet nothing happened, and there was no crusade from the church. Favoring one over the other was itself immense ironclad proof. Moreover, this explained why Nicholas II and his wife, as the Emperor and Empress of the Russian Empire, acted like ordinary people when they encountered Rasputin. In this world, ordinary people knew nothing of mystery, but national institutions would not lack the services of magicians. As the ruler of a nation, an emperor would not normally be completely ignorant of mystery. The only possibility was that they had been sidelined from the beginning and the truth had been hidden from them. And in the Russian Empire, only the church could achieve this. Rasputin was sent to the court by the church, most likely to seize the court's wealth before the Russian Empire collapsed, taking a share from the soon-to-be-ruined imperial edifice. Yes, the so-called church was never purely grand and upright. This massive power that had grown since the beginning of the Common Era was far from pure. But Lucan Luvest wouldn't say these things out loud. He just grinned, smiling as he looked at the three agents before him. He said, I've heard that while the personnel of the church's core institutions know some mystical knowledge of magic, they've always viewed it as heresy and disdained its use, instead using the mystery known as miracles. Now it seems that these so-called miracles are actually the faith in the church's God within the hearts of believers worldwide. Human thought itself is an undecipherable mystery, and faith naturally is as well. Although this mystery is thin and uncontrollable, and very difficult to master, even though faith is a filtered part of thought, it still holds great uncertainty. When enough people's faith converges, it can become a foundation for nurturing a massive mystery, or even become an invisible God. That is the source of the power of miracles. It comes from faith, and even more so from the God that faith points to. This is completely different from the way magicians preserve mystery through bloodlines and imprint formulas. It uses the mind as its foundation and faith as its basis, and religion as its link. Because of this, these three agents didn't act immediately after trapping Lucan Luvest, because the idealistic nature of miracles meant they had to uphold their pious faith and conduct what they considered a true and righteous trial of Lucan Luvest. Even if it was just a superficial, sham trial, it was a necessary ritual to activate the mystery. For the same reason, they spoke with such great volume, as loud as a divine trumpet of judgment falling from the high heavens, solely to make Lucan Luvest will submit before them. As long as Lucan Luvest truly believed he was guilty, even if only the slightest bit in his subconscious, he would be trapped within it forever and would surely die. This was a clash of wills, a demonstration of the power of miracles. Unfortunately, will cannot overcome words. Your minds have ultimately been shaken because I exposed the church's conspiracy. The words and the dust settled at the same time. Lucan Luvest slowly stepped out of the encirclement, his cloak swirling. The first layer of the church formula, like angel wings, reappeared here. Volume 1, Chapter 12a. The recording sanctuary, every word contains mystery. The window curtains high in the library fluttered, wrapped in the slanting, warm sunlight. The agents stood before the majestic bookshelves painted by sunlight. They leaned against the sandalwood supports, which were originally crimson but now appeared even more vivid due to the sunset, looking solemnly at the youth standing in the very center of the library's open space. Lucan Luvest's long coat billowed, its hem covered in intricate silver-white magic arrays that looked like tassels and wings at a glance. Above him was the arched dome of the library, and the hanging glass chandelier slowly lit up overhead, like a rising moon. The echoes of Lucan Luvest's words slowly faded. At this moment, this scene was indeed within the expectations of the three agents lying in wait. They had joined forces to perform the mystery of miracles to judge Lucan Luvest, precisely to isolate him from the outside world and kill him while he was trapped during the judgment ritual. They also naturally knew that Lucan Luvest was wearing mystic code engraved with magic arrays, functioning like a magic workshop. They had taken precautions from the very beginning. 8. Number 8 Section 8 Chapter 8 Under that isolation just now, Lu Kang should have been unable to activate his mystic code, because under the confinement of the mysterious power known as miracles, the mystery of magecraft cannot be activated. Miracles and magecraft. much like the Holy Church and magicians, are diametrically opposed, waxing and waning against each other, treating one another as heresy. But they hadn't expected that Lu Kang could state the source of the intelligence they had obtained. The information they had received regarding Lu Kang was indeed obtained from Rasputin, analyzed from the various clues left behind after Rasputin's death. Rasputin was a member of the Holy Church, and even one of their agents. This was a fact, but it was also a secret known only to the core members of the church, the internal circle of agents and the archbishops. And yet, at this moment, Lu Kang, this priest, could state it so clearly. They couldn't help but feel a surge of astonishment just now. Because of that astonishment, a momentary lapse in resolve occurred, causing a slight crack to appear in the confinement and judgment of the miracle. Lu Kang seized that tiny opening to successfully deploy his mystic code and break free from the seal. The plan has gone awry. This time, the agents no longer spoke in unison. Their previous synchronization was merely a requirement for the ritual to manifest the miracle. Now that the ritual was interrupted, there was naturally no longer a need for it. The agent standing directly in front of Lu Kang spoke slowly, saying, "Although I do not know where you obtained your information, the end result makes no difference. I had originally intended to let you die in liberation," said another agent standing behind Lu Kang to his left. "To die under divine judgment ensures one does not descend into hell to be reborn as swine or cattle, suffering slaughter." The final agent behind him to the right added. The three men spoke one after another. As the words fell, the last rays of the setting sun from the high windows sank completely below the horizon and vanished. The outside world darkened, and the shimmering light cast by the glazed chandeliers in the library flickered and went out. In an instant, the lights died, and the wind rushed. The figures of the agents vanished into the darkness, faster than the wind, appearing to disappear along with the extinguished lights. Following their disappearance was a sudden flash of light in the darkness, the scattered shadows of long swords being unsheathed and the rolling airwaves of iron fists tearing through the atmosphere. Three people, three directions. The gap as the lights flickered lasted only a heartbeat, but under the extreme speed of the agents, who seemed to have reached the limits of humanity, it appeared to stretch infinitely. The so-called mystery is, by nature, a phenomenon that ordinary people cannot understand or measure. When ordinary people can understand it, mystery will no longer be mystery. And this scene right now was precisely what ordinary people could not comprehend. The agents' figures did not seem to be moving, but rather vanishing and instantly reappearing closer to Lu Kang, different weapons drawn in their hands. The first man to speak swung a knightly straight sword through the air. This strike tore through the darkness of the fragmented time, slashing straight toward Lu Kang with a clean, decisive posture like a great master of weapons who had dominated battlefields. The gauntlets worn by the second speaker also shimmered with the silvery white hue of a miracle. He threw a punch, pressing a rolling, massive force toward Lu Kang like the shifting of a tide. His wrist retracted and snapped like a spring, his body like a cannon carriage and his fist like a shell. A single punch pushed out felt like a continuous barrage of divine fire and thunder. The first was a master of weapons. The second was a master of combat. As the judgment department of the Holy Church for dealing with heretics, and as the executioners, who carried out violent missions within the church, the agents needed more than just basic, miracle, rituals. What they truly required was mastery over the techniques of combat and slaughter. Slaughter was their only purpose. Their ultimate goal was solely to impose punishment upon heretics. Their weapons were the black keys of the church agents, imbued with the mystery of miracles, capable of dissolving magecraft. Under this, Lu Kang's defenses would be suppressed to the greatest extent. As for the third person, as the other two attacked, he flicked his dark, assassin-like cloak. Amidst the violent swaying of the silver-white cross hanging on his chest, he leapt upward. That cross happened to align perfectly with the abruptly extinguished chandelier in the air, and the silver-white pendant outlined by the cross lit up with a spark-like glimmer in the gloom. A breath later, the lights came back on. What Lu Kang faced was a pincer attack from front and back, as well as the descent of light from above. Light saturated with miracles that soaked the floor, the walls, the bookshelves, and even the cover of every single book. Once again, using the power of miracles, he severed Lu Kang's mysterious connection with his surroundings, though it wasn't as thorough or long-lasting as the previous confinement, lasting only for a moment of isolation. A moment was enough to ensure Lu Kang could not mobilize any external force while dealing with the attack, except the judgment of God, priest who has abandoned the faith, sinner who cultivates the heretical arts of demons. The three agents spoke simultaneously. Sword, fist, and light fell upon Lu Kang at the same time, and so the gale roared, the wind brought by the agents' movements blowing the books on the shelves into a frantic flutter, and so the ground trembled beneath their moving steps, bits of grit dancing in the air, light and shadow blurred, figures intertwined. Yet, countless books suddenly flipped open. Lu Kang narrowed his eyes as he faced the attack and the isolation. Time seemed to stretch again, stretching into a much longer scale of change. But this time, it was not just a sensory change, but a change in reality. The agents' movements slowed down. Their consciousness could clearly feel the sluggishness of their own speed, as if an infinite resistance had appeared out of thin air to hinder them, and even more like a massive rift had appeared between reality and consciousness. Reflected in Lu Kang's eyes were the sharp edge before him and the fist like a thunderous cannon blast behind him. They were coming very slowly. He exhaled, his tone returning to calm. That's why I said it's a bit of a pity the burial agency didn't come in person. A pity for this gift I've prepared. A triumphant smile played on Lu Kang's face. Did you think that during my 53 days in this library, I had already transformed it into my magic workshop? He looked up, toward the third agent who was once again using a miracle to isolate Lu Kang from the surrounding mysterious connections. What this third agent was doing was exactly what Lu Kang said. He used the radiance of a miracle to isolate the connection between Lu Kang and the library itself. In the meantime, the walls, the dome, the bookshelves, and even the books formed a layer of isolation under the light saturated with miracles. Regardless of whether this place had been transformed into a magic workshop by Lu Kang, such a method would prevent him from mobilizing any mystery here. This was the experience left behind by generations of agents after countless battles with magicians inside magic workshops out of necessity. This was a foolproof method for dealing with magicians, but this time, it had clearly failed. Pity, you guessed wrong. Lu Kang looked at the slowed-down enemies. His speed still normal, he easily stepped around the blade and fist that had been delayed countless times over, as Lu Kang's clothes, covered in intricate spell formulas, trailed a faint bright path in the air amidst scattered specks of light. The youth paced toward a bookshelf and leaned down to pick up a book that had fallen from it. He slowly opened the book. On the withered yellow paper, the text on every page flowed with light. Every page of text was inscribed with mysterious spell formulas. Yes, the agents had guessed wrong. 53 days, 530 hours. He had never performed any modification on this library. What he had modified were the books here. He had carved his own magic crest onto the books. He had inscribed the spell formulas to manifest mystery onto the books. One book was an infinitely miniaturized magecraft, and when they were linked together, they would become an incredibly strong domain. A temple of magecraft. This was Lu Kang's third layer of sanctuary. It resonated with the mysterious spell formulas he wore and the magecraft tattooed on his skin, forming a three-layer resonance. It slowed the flow of space, while the magic robe and his skin accelerated Lu Kang's physical speed, allowing him to stand there as if he were a normal person compared to the agents who had intruded. He was as fast as lightning. You can isolate the library, the walls, the dome, the bookshelves, and even the covers of the books, but you cannot reach every page of every book. Lu Kang closed the book with a smile. With a snap, as the pages met, the outermost sanctuary spell formula closed, and the world returned to its original state. The agent's sluggish movements returned to normal, but the sword and fist undoubtedly missed their mark. The duration of the miracle the agent in the air used to isolate the interior from the exterior also reached its end. They steadied themselves, retracting their blades and fists, and the last person landed from the air. With expressions more solemn than before, they looked at Lu Kang, who was bathed in the light now stripped of its miracle. The youth holding the book stood before the bookshelf, his back against a vast sea of books. His robes still shimmered with silver. He held a book in his hands. But at this moment, the agents had a dazed illusion. They felt as if they were not standing in a library, but on the very book Lu Kang was holding, standing between the gaps of the pages to be handled at his whim. Magecraft, scriptural sanctuary. Here, every word contains mystery, contains a mystery that belongs only to him. Volume 1. Chapter 13. Render unto God what is God's, but I want it all. The mystery of magecraft contained in every book and every page expanded wildly within the library. The pages fluttered and rustled in the evening wind pouring through the high windows. Though invisible to the naked eye, the agents who wielded the mystery of miracles could feel a powerful crisis approaching. In the brightly lit area, those rows of towering bookshelves seemed to transform into giants, spewing red lava, surging forward like a tidal wave under Lu Kang's brightly outlined robes. After one moment of carelessness came another, but they couldn't be blamed for not being careful enough. It could only be said that Lu Kang's methods were endless. He didn't seem like a self-taught occult scholar at all, but more like a traditional magician backed by a complete system. Yes, this feeling, this sensation, was something the agents had only felt from magicians with a complete system of legacy. Those ancient magician families with a foundation, members of the Clock Tower faction who mostly operated in the Western European world, standing in opposition and equal strength to them. The agents glanced at each other and made a decision in an instant. Not to flee, not to retreat, but to push forward with everything they had. Hear this, all you peoples. Listen, all who live in this world. They began to pray. It was as if they were not standing in an enemy's domain, not in a library smeared with the power of heretical magecraft, but in a solemn and holy cathedral, both low and high, rich and poor alike. Truly, no man can redeem the life of another. They continued to pray. The three stood side by side amidst the fluttering pages, their synchronized chanting spreading through the brightly lit, spacious, and towering hall filled with books and shadows. Lu Kang listened to their prayer and watched the brilliant golden light emerging from them, watching the phantom-like figures of angels being slowly outlined behind them as if in response to the prayer. It was a light, infinitely brilliant, infinitely holy, infinitely pure and majestic. No matter what lay in the shadows, within the church, pure faith still existed. Faith is not necessarily good, but extreme faith is absolutely insane. Is this the great miracle known as baptism chant, that corresponds to great magecraft? Lu Kang knew what they intended to do. Every agent was an expert in combat. They were like magus among magicians who used magecraft for battle. They would choose the simplest way to trigger a miracle, not hesitating to lower its power for the sake of efficiency, or to reduce the content of mystery for a surprise attack to complete the mission faster and more perfectly. Thus, the miracles performed by agents were usually modified. The powerful ones were more dangerous. The weaker ones were faster. However, some miracles, like the great magecraft in magecraft, could not be modified or simplified in any way. They were great miracles that had to be manifested through chanting and prayer, higher and stronger. The so-called baptism chant was precisely such a thing. It was something that should have required the gathering of 100 or even 1,000 people to chant together to manifest the radiance of God in this world where mystery was gradually becoming barren. But if chanted by a few individuals, it was not impossible to activate. It just came at a heavy cost, a cost so heavy it required one's life. 9. Number 9 Section 9 Chapter 9 They're blowing themselves up. They would complete the mission even at the cost of death, bestowing what they deemed as absolute judgment upon the heretic at the price of their own lives. Their expressions as they chanted were serious and solemn, yet the gaze revealed beneath their hoods was filled with fervor. Truly a pack of madmen. Crazed believers. Lu Kang felt a surge of emotion. He heard the chanting grow louder but did not stop it. He knew he couldn't. A baptism chant was not easily activated, but once begun, it could not be interrupted. Acting rashly would only lead to more severe consequences. The correct way to deal with mystery has always been observation, analysis, and then action after careful planning, and during this observation process, Lu Kang certainly hadn't been idle. He flipped through the pages. With his consciousness, he controlled every book, every page, and every single word within this library that he had inscribed with mystery. They were chanting prayers of miracles that manifested the power of God. He was also piecing things together. Piecing together mystery originating from the future. Light upon light trembled incessantly. At this moment, the library seemed to be split into two different worlds. The vibrant colors representing magecraft and the sacred purity symbolizing miracles tore at each other. This was a confrontation between magecraft and miracle, a race before either side unleashed its full potential in the interim. The surrounding environment seemed to be painted into an abstract scroll of distorted light and shadow. It was the wandering trial and error of Van Gogh, or the chaotic lines and merging colors of Picasso. Then, in the next second, the light suddenly exploded. Lu Kang was stunned for a moment. The three agents were also stunned. The prayer-based baptism chant came to a screeching halt. Within the divine radiance manifesting above their heads and behind them, another figure emerged. Their ritual had been tampered with. What was summoned was not God, but another existence, and because of this, they did not have to pay the price of their lives. Oh dear, being so willing to throw away your lives is hardly the standard behavior for a qualified agent, is it? The voice that followed was crisp and pleasant. The phantom summoned floated in the air, looking down at the agents at her feet, but even more so at the youth across from her who was draped in brilliant light. She was looking at Lu Kang Lovest. Lady Kichi joined Kahara of the burial agency? The three agents called out the identity of the appearing shadow, appearing both surprised and pleasantly shocked. The newcomer was a member of the burial agency, the strongest department within the agent organization where monsters gathered, a place where the monsters among monsters congregated. Although their ritual had been interrupted, if it was this person who had arrived, oh my. While I'm glad you don't blame me for tampering with your ritual, I'm only here as a projection of a miracle, so I don't have much power, the phantom said. She immediately added, since things have already come to this, why don't we each take a step back? Mr. Priest Lu Kong lovest? She turned her gaze completely toward Lu Kong. Lu Kong did not respond immediately. He just stood atop the magecraft domain pieced together from books and words, staring intently at her. Kichi joined Kahara? Lu Kong mulled over the name, finding it exceptionally familiar. Nonsense. How could it not be familiar? Wasn't this the counterpart of Sesyoin Kiera, one of the 7 evils of humanity from the moon world, who originated from humans yet would destroy them? It seems you know me, which makes things easier. I was still fretting over how to handle such a major incident right after being dispatched to the Russian Empire, being a stranger in a strange land. Fortunately, you're someone who can listen to reason. Kichi joined Kahara's projection responded this way. As a phantom, her figure was mottled and transparent in the air, yet Lu Kong could still glimpse her exceptionally curvaceous form and the nun's habit trailing on the ground. He asked, how do you suggest we take a step back? Naturally, by following the precepts of mystery established by King Solomon. Kichi joined Kahara said, quote, render unto God what is God's, and unto man what is man's. As long as you stop now and leave the palace, we won't pursue you no matter where you go. After all, you've already seen through the laws of miracles. This gain should be enough, shouldn't it? The clear, pleasant voice didn't move Lu Kong, but it caused the expressions of the 3 agents below to change slightly. Seen through the laws of miracles, they realized that their previous actions had actually exposed an aspect of miracles to this heretic hidden within the church. Lu Kong had indeed used them to observe the mystery system belonging to the church, which was different from magecraft, but he was dismissive of Kichi joined Kahara's suggestion. He said, that's something I obtained myself. What I've taken is mine. What, do you want to use my own things to negotiate with me? It seemed the negotiations had broken down. Kichi joined Kahara was slightly stunned and wanted to say more, but Lu Kong didn't give her another chance. He firmly believed that the magic of words was not much inferior to magecraft. However, by now, it was indeed time to end it. This entanglement and contest, just as you said, render unto God what is God's. This is the precept established across time and space for the 2 ends of modern mystery by Solomon, who created magecraft, and Saint Yeshua, who created miracles 2,000 years ago. But I would rather say, render unto Solomon what is Solomon's, and unto Christ what is Christ's. As for me, I want it all. Amidst the calm voice, Lu Kong slowly opened the book he had been holding. Almost instantly, every book in the entire library flipped open simultaneously. Countless words emerged with fine, flowing light, as if stars were lighting up in the universe. Specks of light scattered throughout the library, surrounding them as they stood in the center of the hall, flanked by countless bookshelves. The grand and vast mystery, after building up its momentum, was revealed without reservation. At the same time, thousands of words merged as if into a single, unformed character. Like the closing of a heavy tome of mystery, negotiations have failed. Kichi joined Kahara's phantom spoke calmly. However, next time, those who come won't be ordinary agents. She wasn't angry, nor was she displeased. Instead, there was a sense of excitement, like a hunter spotting prey. I look forward to it. It would be best if you came in person. Kichi joined Kahara. In his simulated state, Lu Kong was completely fearless. He was already lacking stepping stones to make a name for himself in the world of mystery. In the next second, with a hum, the thousands of words merged into one and then exploded instantly. The splashing light flooded the entire library like a torrent. The figures of the agents and Kichi joined Kahara were simultaneously submerged within it. Open black lens bracket. You have expelled the agents of the church and Kichi joined Kahara of the burial agency. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. You understand that your actions are a provocation toward the ancient forces of the Holy Church, but you are not afraid. You do not fear a false death, and even more so, you feel this is an opportunity. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. You have gained a preliminary understanding of the structure of miracles. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. You have a preliminary idea of how to fuse bloodlines and imprints to create your own system of mystery. Close black lens bracket. Volume 1, Chapter 14. Kichi joined Kahara. At the same time, Russian Empire, western suburbs of Moscow. Inside the Novodevichy convent, the lights shone brightly under the dark night, encompassing the towering religious buildings in a clear radiance. The lake beside the convent was clear, its surface reflecting the sky with twinkling starlight. As a highly prestigious convent for women in the Russian Empire, it was only 4 kilometers from the Kremlin Palace. Looking out from between the highest pavilions, one could see the towering palace that symbolized the empire's supreme power in the distance. And at this moment, someone was indeed standing before the window on the highest floor, looking out. How interesting. It's been so many years, yet there's still a heretic who dares to expose their existence so openly. The voice echoed at the dim highest point of the floor, its trailing notes swaying with a hint of charm, completely out of place with the sacred atmosphere of the church. However, the only listener present, the abbess of the Novodevichy convent, an old woman nearly 70 years old, did not dare to respond, let alone offer any criticism or evaluation. She only dared to stand with her hands down, respectfully behind the person speaking by the window, even if the other's presence here did indeed carry a hint of blasphemy both in tone and appearance. Not speaking? The person by the window glanced back. Her figure, under the swaying moonlight, was wrapped in clean black and white nun's attire. Yet, no matter how much fabric there was, it couldn't completely hide her extremely full figure. Her swelling chest and slender waist were like a silver screen, and her alabaster legs extending from beneath the curves of her wide hips flickered with a deep allure. She was undoubtedly an extremely beautiful woman. She wore a headscarf, but from the bulging shape, one could still guess she had very long, thick hair. Her eyes were upturned, and her features were exquisite. At a glance, she seemed extremely holy, but upon closer inspection, she felt exceptionally seductive, possessing a demonic quality that was both supremely sacred and supremely charming. She was a member of the Holy Church's strongest organization, the monk of the burial agency, Kichi-join Kahara. Every member of the burial agency possessed extremely high status and power. They were monsters who held violence in their hands, freaks who loved slaughter. The abbess of the Novodevichy convent was considered close to the upper class within the Holy Church, so the old woman standing here knew very well what kind of existences these monsters were. In dealing with them, she was naturally cautious. It's fine if you don't speak. No need to be so afraid. I won't just eat you. Kichi-join Kahara's tone swayed, her rosy lips and gaze lifting together. While she found the abbess of the Novodevichy convent boring, she became more interested in the youth on the other side. She suddenly recalled the memories returned from the projection she had manifested by tampering with the three agents' baptism chant ritual. She thought of the mystery displayed by that young priest, and his courage in daring to provoke her. He hadn't even intended to let the three agents go or compromise with the Holy Church. Had her projection not appeared, those three agents would have died long ago instead of escaping as they did now. Of course, she had already casually tossed them aside on the road, as they were never her objective anyway. She had indeed just been reassigned here, to this country. But while she said she was fretting, while she said she was a stranger in a strange land and didn't know how to handle the sudden situation, in reality, she had been bored for many years. The people of the burial agency were all madmen. They were obsessive lunatics. This was common knowledge, and it was a fact. As a madwoman and a lunatic, she was currently looking for fun everywhere. Lu Kong lovest, I'll give you a chance to show what you can do. Having replaced Rasputin's original trajectory, how far can you go? The voice of the monk of the burial agency was clear and pleasant. Her eyes sparkled, the light of miracles manifesting in the depths of her pupils. The power of mystic eyes activated within, observing the Kremlin palace from a great distance. She was watching, but she was only watching, since Rasputin was dead and no replacement had been found for the time being. Kichi-join Kahara was in no hurry to act against Lu Kong immediately. She planned to wait until Lu Kong had finished walking Rasputin's original path and seized the power and resources of the Russian Empire's upper class. At that time, she would directly take back the things that belonged to the Holy Church which the young priest had already obtained. This might be like rearing a tiger, but she was confident it would never become a disaster. No, or rather, in Kichi-join Kahara's heart, she was actually longing to rear a tiger that would cause trouble. Even if the chances of that were slim, but at least it could bring her a little bit of fun. Open black lens bracket. You have expelled the agents of the church and Kichi-join Kahara of the burial agency. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. You did not feel an immediate crisis following, but standing in the library, you can still sense prying eyes from outside. You know this is the observation of Kichi-join Kahara's mystic eyes, but since she is in no hurry to act, you feel slightly relieved. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. You understand that you might not be a match for Kichi-join Kahara yet. Your previous provocation was an inevitable act under the circumstances. Having come this far, you cannot give up everything you've gained in the palace and leave. It's also because you are confident that you will gain the power to confront a member of the burial agency, one of the strongest agents, in a short time. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. In the time that followed, you tidied up the books scattered everywhere and organized what you had gained this night. close black lens bracket, open black lens bracket, the miracles of the church, close black lens bracket, open black lens bracket, the magecraft of magicians, close black lens bracket, open black lens bracket, two different concepts of mystery intertwined in your heart, gradually twisting into a single strand like climbing vines, close black lens bracket, open black lens bracket, you have an idea, close black lens bracket, 10. Number 10 Section 10 Chapter 10 Open black lens bracket. In the middle of the night, Empress Alexandra Feodorovna knocked on the library door. She came to have a deep and thorough exchange with you throughout the night. Close black lens bracket, open black lens bracket. Looking at her, you were reminded of the girl named Anastasia from earlier that day and couldn't help but let out a laugh. Close black lens bracket, open black lens bracket. Empress Alexandra, Your Highness, felt exceptionally happy, believing she had received a sage's smile. Close black lens bracket, open black lens bracket. She chatted with you even more cheerfully, not leaving until dawn approached. Close black lens bracket, open black lens bracket. The next day, close black lens bracket, open black lens bracket. Empress Alexandra and Nicholas II arrived together once again. Close black lens bracket, open black lens bracket. Unlike before, this time they brought their daughter, the youngest imperial princess of the empire, Anastasia. Close black lens bracket, open black lens bracket. Anastasia secretly made a face at you from behind Nicholas II's back. Close black lens bracket, open black lens bracket. Having finally received her parents' permission to come along, she appeared very excited. Close black lens bracket, Volume 1, Chapter 15, The Budding of the Imperial Princess's Heart. Open black lens bracket. You learned later that Anastasia was not only allowed to accompany them but was also granted the right by Nicholas II to come alone, provided you agreed. Close black lens bracket, open black lens bracket. This was a permission neither of her two older sisters had received. You could understand her excitement, and you knew your life from then on would be much more lively than before. Close black lens bracket, open black lens bracket. Sure enough, after that, Anastasia would run to the library to find you whenever she was free. At first, she would pretend to look for books, but later she simply dropped the facade. Close black lens bracket, open black lens bracket. As long as she saw you weren't busy, she would immediately run over to talk to you. She would ask many questions about the outside world and about the wonderful or sad stories she had read in books. Close black lens bracket, open black lens bracket. Every time this happened, you would deliberately tease her about how she had pretended to look for books on military strategy during your first meeting. Didn't you say you weren't reading romantic novels? Each time, you provoke the young girl into a fit of embarrassment and rage as she tried to play tricks on you, only to be teased in return by you. Close black lens bracket, open black lens bracket. The girl's little tricks were completely ineffective against you, but she learned many new ones from you. You heard from the palace servants that the other two imperial princesses were constantly complaining because of it. Close black lens bracket, open black lens bracket. Occasionally, she would lament the passing of time in front of you, and sometimes she would show the same bashfulness she had when you first met. Close black lens bracket, open black lens bracket. You would always say she was acting up again. Close black lens bracket, open black lens bracket. Anastasia would always become flustered and annoyed once more. Close black lens bracket, open black lens bracket. This was your first year at the court of the Russian Empire. Close black lens bracket, open black lens bracket. In this year, you thwarted the conspiracy of Rasputin and the Holy Church, and relying on the power of mystery, you cured the imperial heir, Alexei, gaining the recognition of Nicholas II and his wife. In this year, you and Anastasia went from being acquaintances to becoming close friends. Close black lens bracket, open black lens bracket. It was also in this year, close black lens bracket, open black lens bracket, that your research into the legacy gradually got on the right track. Close black lens bracket, open black lens bracket. You began attempting to blend magecraft and miracle. Close black lens bracket, open black lens bracket, combining magecraft, which preserves past phenomena, with miracle, which gathers human faith, was the conclusion you reached after a year of contemplation. You believed that magecraft represents the past and miracle represents the present. You tried to use the present to preserve the past and use the past to create the present. Close black lens bracket, open black lens bracket. On the 312th day of your arrival at the Kremlin Palace Court, you closed your doors to guests in the library to focus on your research. Even a visit from Nicholas II was declined. Close black lens bracket, open black lens bracket. Aside from the initial clash with Rasputin, you hadn't displayed any other forms of mystery before the Nicholas couple during this year. However, Nicholas II and his wife grew increasingly admiring and respectful of your wisdom, and they did not dare to disturb you. Close black lens bracket, open black lens bracket. Anastasia came and left repeatedly, her face filled with disappointment. close black lens bracket, open black lens bracket. On the 313th day, you still remained behind closed doors. Close black lens bracket, open black lens bracket. Anastasia's mood continued to sink. Close black lens bracket, open black lens bracket. On the 314th day, you still remained behind closed doors. Close black lens bracket, open black lens bracket. Devoting yourself to research. Close black lens bracket. 1913. As autumn drew to a close, following the desolation of falling leaves, the once flourishing trees were left with only bare branches. This year remained one of dire straits for the Russian Empire. Since the failure of the foreign war 8 years ago, the Russian Empire had been suffering from post-war trauma and had yet to recover. The oppression by local elites and the displacement of millions of farmers brought about acute social upheaval, even though during this period, a politician named Pyotr Arkadyevich Stolypin was highly regarded by Nicholas II for relying on iron-fisted power to suppress uprisings, single-handedly leading land reforms to divide and win over the populace to strike at the revolts, and seemingly eliminating the internal crisis of the Russian Empire on the surface. Those reforms vanished like smoke with the assassination of Torres. His reforms never touched the fundamental problems of the Russian Empire, and the overall situation of the empire after his death worsened even more than before he took office. Thus, no matter how Nicholas II slammed the table at ministerial meetings, no matter how hard the emperor racked his brains to reform again or tried various means to cover up the increasingly serious problems, the domestic decline remained unchanged. But this grim atmosphere did not affect the interior of the court. No matter how worried or angry he was, Nicholas II would always put on a calm and confident front before his family, making them believe that nothing was a big deal and that he could shoulder everything. Inside the seemingly isolated Kremlin palace in Moscow, in the luxurious living quarters of the imperial princess, Anastasia sat at a desk by the window. She held a fountain pen dipped in ink, the tip tapping as she watched the birds perched on the bare branches outside. She was thinking, and she was also worrying. She did not fret over national affairs. The girl in the ivory tower was unaware of the gravity of the political situation. She was merely harboring naive thoughts of sentimental melancholy. Is Anna daydreaming again? A sudden voice nearby startled Anastasia. She snapped back to her senses, brushed back her long, beautiful silver-white hair, and glanced toward the doorway of the room. Seeing a girl's head popping out, she couldn't help but huff. She said, I was just thinking. Also, His Eminence Liu Kang once told me that peeping at others is bad behavior. Sister Maria. The one who had come was her sister, the third imperial princess of the Russian Empire. Maria Nikolaevna. Alright, I know you were the first one allowed to see His Eminence alone. You don't have to emphasize it every day. I've heard it so much I'm getting calluses on my ears. Anna, the girl poking her head and couldn't help but puff out her cheeks. Quote, besides, I wasn't peeping. I knocked just now, but someone was so engrossed they didn't hear it. She walked in, her draped angelic velvet gown trailing on the floor, bright and clean. Was I that engrossed? Anastasia blinked. Of course you were. You've been like this from time to time ever since His Eminence announced he was closing his doors to guests, Maria said. Quote, sometimes I'm quite worried you might walk right into a ditch on the side of the road. You're the one who would fall into a ditch, Anastasia immediately retorted. Turning at her desk to look at the other girl approaching, she said, the devout faith in my heart guides my path. It shall surely not lead me astray. Is that something else His Eminence Liu Kang told you? Maria asked curiously. No, it's from the Bible. Anastasia responded seriously. At this point, she deliberately paused. Seeing that Maria seemed to let out a sigh of relief, the girl then added, however, it is a special annotation made for me by His Eminence Liu Kang. Maria, she thought to herself that ever since her younger sister met His Eminence, she had become increasingly fond of teasing her older sisters. But seeing how happy her sister seemed, she couldn't help but shake her head with a smile. Do you know what you look like right now? Maria couldn't help but say. What do I look like? Anastasia tilted her head up to look at her sister. Like a little girl pining for her sweetheart, my sister. Maria couldn't resist tapping the girl's smooth forehead peeking out from under her hair. Quote, but it's no wonder. I've seen His Eminence Liu Kang from a distance. He is indeed an extremely handsome and charismatic youth. No wonder father and mother value him so much that they even cancelled the planned trip to the Winter Palace in St. Petersburg and decided to settle in Moscow. Even though St. Petersburg is the capital, but this is fine too. We don't have to keep moving around. Anna was stunned again. As she chewed on her sister's words, her face suddenly began to flush with layers of crimson, and even her voice started to become stuttered. I am not an S for being handsome, The girl's voice grew quieter and quieter as she bit her soft, moist red lip. Seeing her like this, Princess Maria's smile deepened. This side of her sister was rare, yet she suddenly felt a hint of jealousy, jealous that Anna could be so close to that handsome and wise eminence, and jealous that she could show him a pure and unpretentious smile. However, Maria also understood that Anna was actually the most outstanding and excellent among them, whether in terms of looks, figure, or her sensitive and clever mind. Anna was better than her older sisters. Anna even had a wondrous encounter as a child with a snow spirit, the kind that only exists in myths and legends in this era. So, if you keep denying it, you might not make it as the first one, you know? Maria suddenly whispered. The first what? Anna responded instinctively. She looked up and saw her sister's slightly narrowed eyes, and she seemed to suddenly understand. I heard father discussing in the hall just now that His Eminence Lu Kang will end his meditative training today and open the library doors. Maria hadn't even finished her sentence. Anna bolted upright and rushed out, holding up her skirt. Maria froze in place. She looked at the paper and pen Anna had left on the desk, then at the birds on the branches outside, and finally at the spacious and towering library building diagonally opposite. She forced a small smile. She actually wished she could act as decisively as Anna, but she clearly couldn't, just like a year ago, when the sisters were egging each other on to defy their father's ban and break into the library, and in the end, only Anna actually went. Anastasia Nikolaevna's first encounter with Lu Kang had happened precisely because of her sister's encouragement. Volume 1, Chapter 16, Solomon's Second Manifestation, the Book of Laws and Historical Records. At this moment, Lu Kang was actually still behind closed doors. The towering library under the slanting sunlight was bathed in a warm glow, bells chimed from above, and dust motes drifted like crystalline decorations by the tightly shut doors. But Maria hadn't lied to Anna. Today was indeed the day Lu Kang would open the library. According to Lu Kang's own estimates and calculations, open black lens bracket day 320. This is your 7th day behind closed doors in the library of the Kremlin Palace. In ancient myths and legends, God took 7 days to create the world. You are not God, but you believe you can use 7 days to organize what you have gained and lay the foundation for your own system of mystery. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. You do not hope to create your own family's mystery foundation in such a short time. Every Magus family's foundation requires many generations and a long time to establish. Your time as Lucan Lovist is limited, and you are in no rush. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. So for you, 7 days is enough. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. This is the final day. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. At sunrise, you finished organizing your gains. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. You have mastered the use of miracle. Having grown up in a monastery, you are no stranger to faith. After understanding the principles, you were quickly able to apply them. However, you did not link yourself to the church's foundation. The power of the miracle you wield stems solely from your own heart and mind. And it is not just faith. This is not a divine miracle, but the manifestation and externalization of your own will. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. You know that this is actually a form of magecraft, a brand new mind magic that combines miracle and magecraft. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. It takes magecraft as its source but uses the miracle of the present rather than the phenomena of the past. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. The past is fixed thaumaturgical processes, fixed attributes, and a fixed total amount of mystery and foundation. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. The present, however, holds infinite possibilities. The present that manifests miracle can also remain unconstrained by the past. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. On this basis, whatever the mind conceives can become magecraft. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. This is your definition of the new magecraft system. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. Mind magic was born and nurtured in your hands. It is still weak now, but like a newborn sprout, it will eventually grow into a sturdy tree, taking root in the soil of mystery. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. It will become the first step of your legacy in reality. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. You begin to record. Close black lens bracket. Inside the library building, Lu Kang's expression was calm. He sat on the floor, the smooth tile surface bringing a cool touch. His black priest's vestments fluttered in the north wind that carried a hint of autumn from the high windows. His thoughts were a whirlwind as he felt the changes within himself after mastering miracle and magecraft. He couldn't help but let out a long sigh. He thought to himself that he was indeed a genius to be able to achieve such a thing. However, he understood even better that this was only because he seemingly came from a commoner background but had actually brought with him the much more mature magecraft system of the clock tower from decades in the future. For the world as a whole, mystery is constantly fading. Correspondingly, the thaumaturgical processes developed to preserve that fading mystery have become increasingly refined and sophisticated as eras changed. The power those processes can manifest might not match that of ancient times, but their underlying concepts are ahead of their time. In a way, Liu Kang could be said to be using thaumaturgy from the future to master the miracles of the present and encompass the mysteries of the past. And now, everything was about to be completed. He had only one final step left. This step was both recording and inheritance. Recording on blueprints, recording in books, and even more so, recording upon the world itself. This is a process that every brand new magecraft or miracle must undergo upon its appearance. Just as a seed must be placed in soil to sprout, only after the seed has sprouted can such a new magecraft system be effectively utilized by people. Open black lens bracket. You begin to record. Close black lens bracket. Inside the quiet library, scattered books flip open wildly in the wind, rustling loudly. Liu Kang opened the blank book in his hand. He took up his pen and drew the theories and ideas from his mind onto the pages. Open black lens bracket. You continue to record. Close black lens bracket. The ink from the pen tip bloomed across the white pages, soaking through from front to back. Open black lens bracket. You keep recording. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. You are fully focused, yet your mind seems to drift far away at this moment. You feel as if you have traversed the past, present, and future, arriving at a much more distant place. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. Do what thou wilt shall be the whole of the law. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. What thou thinkest is reality. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. You wrote down these words. Close black lens bracket. If you'd like to hear other novels, feel free to request them in the comments. If there are no issues with posting the requested novel, we'll post it. You can also listen to more audio novels for free at patreon.com/xlightnovel. Before you start listening, please don't forget to like. 11. Number 11 Section 11 Chapter 11 Open black lens bracket. A thought suddenly stirred in your heart, and an idea took shape. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. Thus, the thoughts in your heart became reality in that very instant. Close black lens bracket. Whatever is thought, whatever is envisioned, can become the magecraft that activates the mystery. This was precisely the greatest characteristic of mind magic in Liu Kang's conception. As long as one possessed enough magical energy and mastered enough mystery, making wishes come true would be effortless. Of course, the current Liu Kang did not have enough magical energy. His seed had not yet been planted, let alone sprouted, so he naturally had no way to master more mystery. Many of his ideas existed only in theory. Right now, all he had was theory. But even with only theory, under the radiation of miracles and magecraft, Liu Kang's power could still have an effect on himself. He could now use the most basic magecraft of mystery without any preparation. He didn't need to prepare the paths and formulas of magecraft in advance, for his thoughts became the law. Although he could only do this with the most basic magecraft, the most basic illusion, it was enough for now. He thought of the person who created the modern system of mystery, the original king of magicians, who was also the king of the saints in religion, Solomon. Thus, at this moment, it was as if he truly saw the shadow of King Solomon. Open black lens bracket. This is a phantom from the past, an illusion. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. This is a record of the world's virtual image, manifested because of what you thought in your heart. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. It was as if you were looking at the oldest king of magicians across vast time and space. You couldn't see his face or his form, but in the haze, you could feel his gaze looking back at you. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. The oldest king of magicians, the king of saints. You remembered his legends, remembering the only 2 times in King Solomon's life that he displayed mystery. The first was when he received divine revelation, which established his status as a king. The second was before his death, when he created magecraft and miracles. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. Once as a human, once as a god. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. This is him. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. And perhaps it is the trajectory you will follow. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. To this day, you have already displayed your first mystery. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. You know that the a second time, maybe in the near future. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. The last of the ink is shed. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. You completed the final stroke on the page. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. The thoughts in your heart dissipated at the same time. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. You looked at the book in your hand, but picked up the pen again to write the final few words on the cover. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. You named this book Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket, and also named the mystery system you created. Close black lens bracket. The Book of Laws. With a snap, Liu Kang closed the book. Holding it in his hands, he raised his head to let the sunlight fall on his face. He could feel that at this moment, the world seemed unchanged, yet it felt as if it had been turned upside down. Liu Kang thought to himself that perhaps he should change his name to Alistair, but on second thought, the Alistair of this era seemed to have already been born, so he had to give up on the idea. He also hoped that no one would come knocking on his door asking for copyright fees. So Liu Kang thought. Open black lens bracket. At this moment, the magecraft is complete. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. It is still weak now. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. But the seed of mystery has been planted. You only need to wait for it to sprout and grow, waiting for theory to become reality. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. You firmly believe that it will appear in even more ancient eras through your repeated, simulated reincarnations, encompassing more distant times and mastering mysteries from even further in the past. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. It will grow with you, becoming older and more powerful alongside you. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. The older, the more powerful. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. The more powerful, the older. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. You still firmly believe in this. Close black lens bracket. The Book of Laws. In the world of mystery, there is more than one book with this name. What we are going to talk about today is the manuscript left by Luvester, the man who rose to power at the end of the Russian Empire by gaining the trust of Nicholas II. Luvester was known as the most wicked and audacious man in the world. He wrote in his book, "Do what thou wilt shall be the whole of the law." In the book, he merged miracles and magecraft, powers that were supposed to be at opposite ends of mystery. He used the miracles of the mind to manifest the magecraft of the past. This was an incredible idea and a truly unbelievable practice. It is hard for us to imagine how he did it, and equally hard to imagine how he, as a heretic to both the Church and the Mages Association, managed to escape being hunted down and exterminated by both sides. But even though many denounced and insulted him, his thoughts were passed down and have truly influenced many magicians and members of the Church. He was an audacious man, a rebel of the world of mystery, but perhaps also a pioneer who dared to be the first to walk into unknown domains. Waver Velvet, lecturer at the Clock Tower and Lord of the Department of Modern Magecraft, 2004, during a bold speech in class. Volume 1, Chapter 17, like a saint, yet like an ordinary person. He is like a saint, yet also like a mortal. 1813, Berdaev, in Moscow. Open black lens bracket. You are in high spirits after completing the recording of the Book of Laws. You look at the sky outside the window and see that it is already noon. You get up, put the scattered books back on the shelves, and open the doors that have been closed for 7 full days. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. And it is at this moment, close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket, that you discover a figure leaning outside the door. Close black lens bracket. Liu Kang stood before the door. Outside, the ground under the direct midday sun shimmered with a layer of dazzling gold. Outside the Kremlin palaces was a spacious plaza courtyard. Gray porcelain tiles paved the ground, their edges adorned with lush greenery. Opposite were the residences of the royal family members, and from a distance, the towering palace domes looked like the solemn spears in the hands of guards. And at this moment, a young girl, reflected in the shimmering light, was leaning in the shadow of a stone pillar by the door inside the plaza courtyard, looking as if she had waited so long that she couldn't help but feel drowsy and half asleep. The boy, dressed in a priest's vestments, glanced around and saw no guards or maids. He thought this girl was truly bold to dare to fall asleep right here, but on second thought, there was no danger within the palace. Moreover, he was only a door away. If anything happened, he would be able to sense it immediately. Relatively speaking, there was probably no safer place in the entire Kremlin palace than here. Liu Kang was quite confident about that. However, just as he was about to step forward and wake Anastasia, he suddenly paused. He came to the front of the girl and crouched down slightly, looking at the half-awake, dazed girl, suddenly feeling a bit astonished. Yes, astonished, or rather, captivated. More than a year had passed, and this girl, who in his eyes had already developed better than others her age back then, now displayed an even more perfect appearance. That silver hair was still smooth and beautiful, her long bangs veiling a face as exquisite as an elf born of wind and snow. Her limbs were well proportioned, her full chest swelling under the wrap of her snowy white lining, but her waist below seemed exceptionally slender. The fabric over her flat lower abdomen showed a few wrinkles due to the slight curve of her body leaning against the pillar. In the compression, one could even catch a glimpse of the triangular shadow traced by those curves. Following that, the puffy skirt tightly wrapped around her rounded curves, and her legs, encased in white silk, extended from beneath the hem, partially visible. The girl's figure surpassed her peers, and her clean, beautiful face appeared exceptionally ethereal due to her aura as an imperial princess. Lu Kang couldn't help but look for a while longer. Just as he had stated countless times, he was never a true saint. He was just an ordinary person, with the joys and sorrows of a normal man, and naturally, the aesthetic tastes and preferences of one too. At this moment, he only felt that the increasingly beautiful princess, Your Highness, suited his aesthetics and preferences very well. A breeze blew through the plaza courtyard in front of the leaves rustling softly. The stunning silver-haired princess was startled awake. She moved slightly, opened her eyes dizzily, and dizzily looked up to see the boy crouching in front of her, watching her. She froze. Her pale green eyes went from drowsy to slightly stunned, then to blank, followed by a visible flush spreading across her fair face. Excellency? Because of the sudden situation, the overly nervous princess bit her tongue and let out a sound of pain. Are you that excited to see me? Lu Kang gave a lazy yawn. So, although she felt a lot of pain, Anna, who was completely awake because of the instant sting, couldn't help but puff out her cheeks. It's all because Your Excellency. You can't blame me for this. Lu Kang stood up, acting bold despite being in the wrong. Blame the person who fell asleep here. Anna's cheeks puffed out again. The girl, whose figure had grown quite striking, had an exquisite face that looked exceptionally cute because of her expression. Lu Kang suppressed the urge to reach out and poke that hamster-like face. Anna lifted her puffy court dress and stood up. She thought to herself that it was all Imperial Sister Maria's fault for not explaining things clearly to her, which led her to run over here early in the morning as soon as she heard the news. When she first arrived and saw the doors tightly shut, she had intended to go back and settle the score with her sister. However, she suddenly had a feeling, an intuitive sense that she would be able to see Lu Kang today, so she stayed behind and waited here. That was why she had accidentally fallen asleep while waiting until now. Yes, it was all Imperial Sister Maria's fault, not because she herself was too reckless or impulsive. The girl, defending herself in her heart, stood upright, but before she could fully steady herself, she suddenly felt her steps falter. Her expression changed slightly as her body fell uncontrollably to the side, because she had stayed in the same position for too long. Her calves were numb and could not support her weight. It's over. Anastasia's first thought wasn't fear of falling, but that she was going to lose face in front of Lu Kang again. She felt that His Excellency would surely use this to mock her later. At the thought of this, the princess felt apprehensive, and her mind went blank. Blankly allowing her body to sway, blankly allowing herself to fall into an embrace. The princess's pale green eyes widened slightly. She felt the fabric her cheek was touching and the solid chest beneath it. She didn't need to look up to know her current situation. The princess is as clumsy as ever, Lu Kang said. At the critical moment, he had caught the falling Anastasia. Looking at her in his arms, he felt the soft, close contact without a hint of a blush or a racing heart. Glancing down, he could see the elegant curves of the girl's back. The curve of her hips, slightly bulging under the skirt, was strikingly full, swaying gently with her breath. He thought to himself that it was a rare and beautiful sight. Sensing Anastasia move slightly and then go still, he couldn't help but find it amusing. I'm not clumsy, Anastasia said softly, cautiously tilting her head up. Her pale green eyes met Lu Kang's face, which had slight East Asian features. The gentleness and handsomeness revealed by his sharp features made the girl daze for a moment. She remembered what her imperial sister had just said. She felt that His Excellency Lu Kang was indeed a very handsome boy. This was a thought she had since the first time she met him. Having read many romantic books, she had always been full of fantasies about things like love. But things read in books were different from reality after all. Anna, who had lived in the palace all her life, did not understand what true liking or true love was. She didn't know if she liked His Excellency Lu Kang. It was just that in over a year of spending time together day and night, she had truly become accustomed to his presence. So much so that a separation of only 7 days had made her feel restless and uneasy. So much so that seeing him now, while her thoughts were racing, a sense of relief spread through her entire body. Very relieved, very happy. I'm not clumsy. 12. Hash 12 Section 12 Chapter 12 Driven by an inexplicable emotion, Anastasia acted with the same mischievous streak she occasionally revealed. In Liu Kang's arms, she tilted her head back and reached up, wrapping her slender arms around the young clergyman's neck and leaning her face closer. Beneath her raised arms, her full chest lifted slightly, brushing against the youth's chest almost imperceptibly. At the same time, she lifted her lower abdomen. Her thighs moved slightly beneath her fluffy skirt. This moment of closeness made the blush on the girl's face deepen, yet she still couldn't resist putting on a mischievous expression. She blinked her pale green eyes, feeling the slight thumping in her chest. "I'm not stupid." She tilted her head, stubbornly. "Didn't your eminence Liu Kang notice? I did it, on purpose. Purposely, falling. Purposely, crashing into his arms. Purposely, you must take responsibility for me," the Empire's youngest princess declared, righteously. Volume 1, Chapter 18 Memoirs. In the courtyard outside the library at this moment, the leaves swayed gently in the warm midday breeze, making a rustling sound. At this moment, the girl's crisp voice floated into Liu Kang's ears, making him stare blankly in spite of himself. He stared blankly at the face of Her Highness the princess, who had suddenly leaned in, looking at that stubborn expression she had deliberately put on despite her blush, and the hidden mischief and regret in her eyes. Regret. The moment the words left her mouth, Her Highness Anastasia felt regret. Because under his gaze, she felt the sudden change in Liu Kang's eyes. His gaze became very burning, so hot it seemed enough to melt someone. Her Highness also felt as if she were about to melt into it. But her regret was not fear, not terror. It was merely bashfulness, an incomparable bashfulness. She wondered to herself what she was doing. This feeling was like having 2 glasses of fake wine and doing something she usually wanted to do but didn't dare to under the influence of the alcohol, only to feel regret once she came to her senses. But now that it had come to this, what was the use of regret? Since she had said it, Her Highness did not want to admit defeat. She convinced herself it was just a prank. Although every one of her attempts to tease Liu Kang ended in failure, she never felt inferior, only determined to try again. It was like that before. It had to be like that now. So, despite the extreme bashfulness in her heart, Anastasia still forced herself to hold the young man's neck even tighter with her slender hands. She pressed her chest close and lifted her legs even higher, letting her delicate body, which seemed particularly slender compared to Liu Kang's, shrink completely into his embrace. She felt bashful. He must be too. That's what Her Highness thought. As long as she made him feel embarrassed first, then she would win, or so Her Highness believed. Unfortunately, she underestimated Liu Kang's thick skin. Open black lens bracket. You look at the mischief and regret in Her Highness's eyes. Knowing this was a prank born of impulse, now she regrets it, but she can only bite the bullet and continue the prank. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. You think to yourself that your evaluation of her was indeed correct. No, not just correct, but actually too low. Where else could there be a girl so silly that she almost delivers herself to the door? Close black lens bracket. Would Liu Kang feel shy? Counting this simulated life, he had lived 3 lives, once as an ordinary person, once as a magician, and once as a priest tainted by heresy. Although living long doesn't necessarily mean being mature, with enough experience, Liu Kang could calmly handle most unexpected situations. So at this moment, he just calmly looked at the girl in his arms. Calmly reaching out, his palm instantly rested on Her Highness's slender waist. Her Highness was instantly stunned. She finally couldn't take it anymore. Presumptuous, rude. Open black lens bracket. You heard her say stammeringly. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. Leaving behind those words, Anastasia instantly broke free from your embrace and fled in panic. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. Just like when you first met and she fled after discovering your identity. But even at the end, what she showed was not fear, but a feeling of shyness. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. You feel the girl's scent still lingering in the air. You watch her graceful figure as she flees in panic. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. Recalling the wonderful sensation of the embrace just now, you can't help but feel in high spirits. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. You understand very well that after spending time together day and night, Her Highness has long had feelings for you. Your emotional intelligence is not low, and you can feel it. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. And what about you? Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. But watching the girl's figure disappear flusteredly into the thickets at the end of the courtyard square, you did not turn back into the library. You still stood outside the door feeling the breeze blow, because you knew close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. She would come back. Close black lens bracket. As expected, not even 10 minutes later, At the edge of Liu Kang's vision, outside the library, that silver-white head and an exquisite, lovely face popped out from among the plants at the edge of the courtyard square. Anastasia was hiding there, secretly watching. She seemed to have calmed down a bit, settling the bashfulness and restlessness in her heart. But when she met Liu Kang's smiling gaze from afar, her face couldn't help but turn red again. She had been discovered, she thought to herself, but she also felt inexplicably happy. Happy that Liu Kang hadn't returned to the library. Happy that he seemed to still be waiting for her. Since that's the case, the girl picked up her skirt and walked over. Considering that you were waiting for me here, I'll tentatively forgive your rudeness just now. Anastasia came before Liu Kang once again, speaking with a feigned air, but for some reason, even though she truly was a princess, saying such things made her seem more like an ordinary little girl putting on airs. Her posture made Liu Kang really want to laugh. So Liu Kang really did laugh. He laughed quite happily. Anastasia went from being stunned at first to being ashamed and annoyed, and then, for some reason, she started laughing along with him. They looked at each other and laughed, laughing happily and easily. The princess thought Your Eminence Liu Kang was always so magical, magically able to make people let go of the unease in their hearts, magically making people feel joy and peace. She was no longer angry, but the words she had just said seemed to be brewing in her heart, becoming sincere. She sincerely wanted him to take responsibility, to be responsible for offending the noble princess. In September 1913, I had the honor of receiving an invitation to be a guest at the Kremlin Palace. The royal court life in the late Russian Empire presented a rather strange phenomenon. While on one hand the domestic situation was becoming increasingly severe, on the other hand, there was a harmonious family atmosphere. Before this, I had been a guest at the palaces of many upper-class countries, but even in the most prosperous nations, there was no such atmosphere. It was as if I had walked not into a hall symbolizing the highest power of the empire, but into a peaceful and self-sufficient home of several people. If Nicholas II was the material leader of this family, then another person living in the court at that time, Lucan Lovest, was the spiritual pillar of this family. He seemed to often stand above the clouds, yet also appeared to stand among the soil and dust. He was a saint, and also the most ordinary person in the world. He was the Holy One among ordinary people. That is what I believed. After that, I always took his existence as my philosophical guide. To the point that the news that came later made me incredulous. How could such a person do so many wicked and brutal things? Memoirs of Later Years 1941, Berdyaev in Moscow, Volume 1, Chapter 19. The Tsar sets out, leaving thee and walking into history. Open black lens bracket. Your life remains peaceful. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. Although you have completed the basic foundation of the magic system, there are actually many things you still need to do. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. Theoretically, after creating a magic system, it takes a long time to wait for it to sprout and develop in the era. Only then can the mystery of this era be gathered between bloodline and imprint, passed down to future generations, and manifested in reality. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. While waiting, you can also water it to accelerate the rooting of the magic system. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. You opened the royal court, announcing to the outside world that anyone could come to study, read, or even borrow books. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. All princes and ministers, all nobles, and even all commoners living near the Kremlin Palace will have the right to learn. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. Regarding your decision, Nicholas II had doubts. He came to discuss it with you and was ultimately persuaded. You told him that this was the only way to alleviate the internal conflicts of the Russian Empire. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. Nicholas II believed it to be true, and you did not deceive him. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. The books and knowledge spread out are the yet to sprout seeds of the Book of Laws. They can make your mystery system sprout and grow faster, and the stronger you become, the more possible it is to change the current predicament. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. So every day, every single day, outsiders visit the court and enter the library. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. But they are mostly nobles, and mostly do not come for the collection of books. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. They come for you. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. However, you don't care. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. Because you spend every day with Anastasia, reading or writing together. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. You enjoy this quiet atmosphere. Looking up, you can see the girl's expression as she thinks seriously about the book in her hand, even if what she's holding is actually a romantic novel recounting classical love stories. She is as serious as if she were contemplating a global philosophical problem. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. You smile knowingly. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. Coming to her senses, Her Highness the Princess feels she is being laughed at and quickly takes out a real philosophy book from the side. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. 3 minutes later. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. She fell asleep. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. You laughed out loud. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. Woken by you. Her Highness the Princess's face flushed deep red. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. The 523rd day since coming to the court. The books in the library are constantly decreasing and being replenished, but the people who come are fewer than the day before. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. The 524th day, there were even fewer visitors than the day before. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. The 525th day, figures in the library were sparse. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. You sensed an unusual atmosphere. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. You heard that Nicholas II is planning to leave the Kremlin Palace to tour the country. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. You keenly sensed something. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. As expected. Close black lens bracket. 13. Number 13 Section 13 Chapter 13 Open black lens bracket. On your 544th day at the Kremlin Palace, Nicholas II officially signed the mobilization agreement for war. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. It turned out his previous nationwide tour was to prepare for mobilization. He had been planning this war for a long time, attempting to shift internal conflicts through foreign warfare. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. July of the same year. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. You heard that the Austro-Hungarian Empire and the Russian Empire began general mobilization for war simultaneously. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. August of the same year. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. You then heard that the German Empire issued ultimatums to the Russian Empire and France. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. On August 3rd, Germany declared war on France. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. On August 5th, the Austro-Hungarian Empire declared war on the Russian Empire. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. This year was 1914. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. In your memory, the First World War, an unprecedented conflict in human history that affected half the globe, with over 65 million direct participants and 2 billion people impacted, began its prologue. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. This year, you were still reading and writing within the Kremlin Palace in Moscow, Russian Empire. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. This was your 3rd year since arriving at the court. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. On this day, the Imperial, which was open to the outside, was completely empty. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. Anastasia also failed to appear, which was extremely rare. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. You knew it was time to step out of the library and truly enter the flow of history. Close black lens bracket. Our 1st and 2nd armies deployed on the Empire's eastern front have successfully advanced into Prussia, pushing into German territory. Our forces have successfully reached German soil. Urgent report from the front. Our 2nd army was ambushed by German forces near Gumbinnen within German territory and has been completely wiped out. Military intelligence reports from the Empire's front lines were sent like snowflakes into the Kremlin Palace in Moscow, the residence of the imperial family. The towering palace halls were silent. Numerous princes and ministers looked at each other in the face of the anxious situation at the front. Outside the hall, the north wind howled. The temperature in Moscow dropped sharply in October, and winter was coming. The sky, obscured by dark clouds, cast hazy shadows of light. Inside the brightly lit hall, curtains hung down, concealing the spacious area. The Empress of the Empire, Alexandra Feodorovna, sat upon the throne that originally belonged to Tsar Nicholas II. Dressed in a magnificent Victorian gown, the woman, who still possessed her charm, wore a crown and looked down at the ministers below. She wanted to speak but did not know what to say. Yes, at this moment within the Russian Empire, Empress Alexandra Feodorovna was sitting on the throne in place of Nicholas II, handling government affairs. Shortly after the war began, to deal with the tense situation at the front, Nicholas II had donned his military uniform and personally headed to the front lines several days ago. Alexandra Feodorovna was also a noble. She was not merely a vase to be displayed in the palace. Under the crisis, she could naturally take Nicholas II's place temporarily. But at this moment, she felt somewhat helpless. And what she found difficult to handle was not the constant stream of urgent military reports from the front. In fact, with Nicholas II's presence at the front, the morale of the soldiers had soared, and the emergency military situation had already been alleviated to some extent. What truly gave Empress Alexandra a headache were the domestic emergencies mixed within these military reports. Over these few days, instigated by enemy agencies lurking within the Russian Empire, large-scale riots broke out in important cities such as Murmansk, Irkutsk, and Yekaterinburg. Many opportunists took the chance to seize profits and make war fortunes by selling domestic secrets. The war at the front was in full swing. The domestic situation was also exceptionally grave. Her Highness the Empress was worried, yet her expression remained calm. In any case, as the Empress, she had the responsibility to hold the rear position, ensuring the front was not lost and that they did not lose their footing. Perhaps we could try to cooperate with the revolutionaries. A minister below finally spoke up. He weighed his tone, observing the Empress's reaction as he spoke. Seeing that she didn't show any signs of displeasure, he continued, I heard their leader was arrested and imprisoned in the Austro-Hungarian Empire recently, creating a grudge. Although they have been drifting around and opposing the empire, their stance toward foreign powers is consistent with ours. During this chaos, riots in many places were suppressed by them. No. While they stopped the riots, they also won over the people in those areas, turning them into unstable elements opposing the empire. How can we cooperate with them? As soon as that minister finished speaking, someone else immediately raised an objection. That person was also a minister, but held a completely different view. You must realize, those people call themselves revolutionaries. What they want to revolutionize is our very lives. Foreign powers, incited citizens, and members of the Revolutionary Party were all mixed together, surfacing simultaneously after the war began. They almost ignited the already conflict-ridden Russian Empire like a powder keg. Listening to the discussion of the ministers below, the Empress's brows furrowed tightly, and her beautiful face became increasingly solemn. She understood the root of the problem. Ultimately, the Russian Empire at this moment was fundamentally unfit to launch a foreign war. At its core, this was also a war that most citizens did not accept. But while Nicholas II was kind and affectionate to his family, he was always absolute in matters of state. He had always gone his own way, never considering the opinions of the people. It's truly a headache. Alexandra sighed, her voice clear and melodious. The ministers below were still arguing. This was the third day since Nicholas II had left, and they had been arguing for 3 whole days without reaching a clear and feasible policy. In such a situation, it was impossible for Empress Alexandra not to be filled with worry and exhaustion. It was at this moment. A gust of wind suddenly blew into the hall from outside. The wind carried a chill, swaying the light silk curtains in the hall. It brushed past everyone's backs and shoulders with a sense of awe, causing them to fall silent and instinctively stop their discussion. They were all stunned. Empress Alexandra was also stunned. But it wasn't just because of the wind, but also because of the figure that entered the palace along with it. I felt an aura of restlessness from outside. The newcomer scanned the crowd. The figure in a pitch-black priest's robe was tall and upright, with a handsome face wearing a smile. His back was to the sky outside, and the hazy light seemed to focus on his back, turning into a clear silhouette of light and shadow. He seemed like a messenger proclaiming the will of God. Lucan Lovest spoke softly. He said, I think you all need a little revelation. The Empress's eyes lit up. She saw the arrival of hope. Volume 1, Chapter 20 Suppression by Power. In 1914, the Russian Empire under the rule of Nicholas II had reached a period of internal and external crisis. Faced with increasingly sharp social contradictions, the 46-year-old Nicholas II signed the declaration of war and ordered participation, despite the opposition of the domestic populace. From then on, the prologue to the First World War began. However, while the world's attention was focused on the European battlefield, great turmoil was also occurring within the Russian Empire. Hidden beneath this horrific war known as a human meat grinder, ministerial reorganization, land reform, wartime control, planned economy. Lucan Lovest, who entered the court relying on the trust of Nicholas II and his wife, showed astonishing political talent for a 20-year-old man from an Orthodox clergy background. He promoted many talented people from the lower classes, shattering the long solidified classes within the Russian Empire. He nationalized all commodities, making all the merchants and nobles who took the opportunity to profit from the national disaster gnash their teeth. Many called him a demon because he launched more than one cruel purge to eliminate dissidents. But some regarded him as a savior, saying he was a saint sent by the Lord. the vicegerent of heaven, the world-saving Michael, Longman Pointer, the Russian Empire 1689 to 1917. Open black lens bracket. You stepped into the central palace of the Kremlin, which was the council chamber for the emperor and his ministers. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. At this moment, the emperor was absent, and the empress was acting as regent. You heard the anxious discussions of the ministers gathered here. They were arguing until their faces were red, each seemingly acting for the sake of the empire. But you knew, close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. They were mostly fighting for their own interests. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. Such are the so-called princes and nobles. Having stayed in the court for several years, you had seen through the faces of the nobles and ministers. Entering the imperial council chamber, you did not intend to be hypocritical with them. You smiled at Empress Alexandra on the throne, and Her Highness the Empress came down to welcome you with fear and trepidation, taking your hand and praying for a revelation. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. You said, since God sent me to earth, to this country, it is to give revelations. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. You thought to yourself, isn't this just playing the mystic? So easy. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. Your smile smoothed the anxiety in the Empress's heart. She looked at your face with a blurred gaze. Her full figure under the Victorian dress trembled slightly, and she deliberately lowered her chest as she pressed her legs together. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. You felt she was doing it on purpose. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. At this moment, the ministers below also came to their senses. They knew you and were aware of your existence, but they did not recognize your right to speak in the court. The entire Russian Empire consisted of followers of the church, yet they were not fanatics. They valued their own interests more. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. They demanded that you leave. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. Thus, close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. Her Highness the Empress announced in open court. Close black lens bracket. As of today, Mr. Lukin Lovest is appointed as the first minister of the Russian Empire and chairman of the Council of Ministers. The voices that had just been buzzing in discussion suddenly vanished at Alexandra's clear and loud words. On the steps, the Empress wore her crown, her eyes bright. Her stern aura forced the ministers below to not dare look up. Even if they were still defiant in their hearts. Even if they still looked down on Lukin Lovest, the young man dubbed the Sage by the Emperor and Empress. A religious saint is nothing more than a jewel used to decorate the clothes of nobles. That's what they all thought. But with Nicholas II absent, the Empress's words were clearly beyond question. Not to mention they understood even better that even if Nicholas II were here, he would only agree with both hands to Lukin becoming the empire's first minister. Like his wife, he was respectful and submissive toward Lukin. After suppressing all the ministers with her aura until they couldn't raise their heads, Alexandra, standing before the throne, finally looked at the young priest standing to one side. Lukin smiled again. Consequently, a girlish, coquettish blush unconsciously appeared on the Empress's face. Open black lens bracket. That night, you did not return to the library but went to the Empress's bedchamber to discuss. Through the night, close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. The next day, you left the bedchamber feeling refreshed and went to the Imperial Council chamber. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. On this day, you announced the dismissal of all the empire's ministers. Your move caused an uproar throughout the court and the country. But faced with the Empress's unconditional support, the empire's former ministers and nobles left in a huff. Before leaving, they deliberately left a mess for you to clean up. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. They waited to see you make a fool of yourself. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. But you kept everything in perfect order. For a magician who wields transcendent power, many things can be solved through mysterious means. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. You became the Minister of Finance, the Minister of Transport, the Minister of Agriculture, and the Minister of Industry. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. You shouldered the core institutions of the empire alone and supported the entire structure of the empire in an orderly manner. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. Your actions surprised and amazed many, and filled even more with fear and unease. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. The former ministers and nobles of the empire, who had intended to see you fail, were terrified of your actions. They accused you of using demonic power and slandered you for having affairs with many noble daughters. But when the news reached Alexandra's ears, the Empress didn't care, let alone believe it. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. I haven't even succeeded head on. How could anyone else manage it? Rumors spread of the Empress's words at the time, even though she had actually played a little something else with you to bring each other closer. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. So, countless noble daughters really did flock to you, taking the initiative to want to have an affair with you, but they were all turned away by you. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. You felt very helpless. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. The former ministers and nobles were also dumbfounded. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. March 1915. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. Your power in the court reached its peak. You held the power of life and death within the empire, and no one could oppose you. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. In April 1915, you initiated wartime control and a planned economy. You promoted a group of young officials from the lower classes and began land reform. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. The resistance to the reform was heavy, but you effectively completed the grafting of contradictions by using strength against strength. With the absolute trust of Alexandra, you won over a group of new nobles. You were not fighting alone. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. You knew very well that one's own power is ultimately limited, and even mysterious power is not omnipotent. You did not display magic or miracles, but only used mystery to accelerate your thinking. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. Through the reshuffling, your measures effectively eased domestic contradictions. Although only temporary, it indeed cleared the overall situation of the Russian Empire. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. Nicholas II sent a letter from the front. In the letter, he expressed his gratitude, admiration, and devout faith in you. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. He praised you to the extreme in the letter, but you only found it cheesy. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. Your prestige in the country reached an extreme high. Even the German emperor of the enemy country praised you as the Bismarck of the Russian Empire. Travelers from the East also called you the Zhang Zhuzheng of the Western world, a prime minister who saved the times. Close black lens bracket. 14. Number 14 Section 14 Chapter 14 Open black lens bracket. But your actions have also caused countless people to feel terror. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. You have heard that the old aristocratic class, led by the former ministers, is plotting an assassination against you. Close black lens bracket. Volume 1. Chapter 21. The fear and unease in Anna's heart. Inside the Kremlin Palace, on the second floor of the main palace complex that served as the residence for the imperial family, thin gauze curtains half veiled the sky outside the windows. A narrow corridor led to the stairs at the end, where portraits of past Tsars were displayed. Ivan IV, the founder of the Russian Empire, stood prominently at the highest point, his face ancient and majestic with a meticulously groomed beard. His portrait faced the slanting sunlight from the hallway, where the rising sun was exceptionally fiery red. Figures were whispering and chattering. Is he here? Not yet. Today's Godfather seems a bit late. Oh no, did Godfather oversleep? Do you think everyone is like you, Maria? Godfather must be working hard for the Empire. Even though he's so young, he's so incredible. Hoo-hoo, I didn't oversleep. It was clearly Anna who overslept this morning. I did not. Such conversations rose and fell, their crisp voices echoing like larks in the hall on the other side of the corridor. The girls looked out in anticipation, their similar yet distinctly different faces each wearing an urgent expression. They were the three Grand Duchesses of the Empire. Aside from the eldest daughter, Olga Nikolaevna, who had long since reached adulthood, the three other daughters of Nicholas II were all gathered here. The 18-year-old Tatiana Nikolaevna, 17-year-old Maria Nikolaevna, and 16-year-old Anastasia Nikolaevna. As the biological daughters of Nicholas II and Empress Alexandra, Maria and Anastasia both had beautiful silver hair inherited from their mother. However, Maria's hair color was slightly duller, looking like silver lead covered in a layer of dust compared to Anna's. In contrast, the Empire's second Grand Duchess, Tatiana, had inherited her hair color from their father, Nicholas II, pitch black and smooth, like a dark curtain draped under the night sky. In their daily lives, Tatiana often envied her two younger sisters' beautiful silver hair. In the religious beliefs of the Russian Empire, silver symbolized holiness and purity, and it was also the color of wind and snow. But compared to their common eldest sister, Tatiana was actually fortunate. After all, I heard that Sister Olga has always been resentful about not being able to receive instruction from His Eminence Liu Kang. She even specifically wrote a letter from St. Petersburg earlier to express her envy. Grand Duchess Tatiana said, not without a hint of pride. Actually, if you ask me, Sister Tatiana is already 18 and doesn't need a tutor or a godfather anymore, Maria said, not giving her elder sister any face at all. Tatiana immediately glared at her. Anastasia, who was beside them, did not speak. She simply sat in the hall with her legs together. After more than half a year, she had grown even more beautiful and slender. At this moment, her head was lowered, her face half hidden by her silver hair. Her exquisite features, as lovely as a snow elf, revealed an inexplicable melancholy. She let out a sigh. Tatiana and Maria heard their sister's sigh and stopped their bickering to look over. Anna, what are you sighing about? Maria asked curiously. Quote, aren't you happy that Godfather is coming? Could it be that you've grown tired of His Eminence? Tatiana also asked with some confusion. I'm just a bit frustrated, Anna said, lifting her face. Her full figure, concealed beneath her snow-white gown, trembled slightly as she spoke. Quote, why do I have to receive instruction from His Eminence along with you two, when I've already been by His Eminence's side for 2 years? Tatiana and Maria, she's showing off, isn't she? She's definitely showing off. I should have known better than to pay attention to this girl. The two imperial highnesses glared at her, but the empire's youngest Grand Duchess merely curled her lips into a charming and mischievous smile. She was certainly proud of herself, though she was indeed a bit frustrated as well. It was at this moment that they heard a steady, slow sound of footsteps coming from the corridor outside the hall. Godfather is here. Tatiana and Maria instantly composed themselves and sat upright in their seats. Anna pulled at the long sleeves covering her arms, her pale blue eyes suddenly darting around as if she were thinking about what prank to play. Next at the same time, Lu Kang walked up the stairs and through the corridor outside the hall. His gaze swept over the portraits of past tsars hanging on the walls. His thick, black priest vestments seemed to merge with the shadows of the former emperors. His final gaze lingered briefly on the majestic and ancient face of Ivan IV. Lu Kang thought that the founder of the Russian Empire, known as Ivan the Terrible, and the first Tsar in history to be crowned emperor, truly had a majestic appearance. However, this was not actually his first time setting foot in this innermost part of the Kremlin palace. 6 months ago, after he had left the library and taken over the position of First Minister of the Empire in the Imperial Council chamber, Alexandra, seeing that he had finally emerged, immediately invited him during a long talk that night to become the tutor and the intellectual and spiritual godfather to her 3 daughters who had not yet reached adulthood. At that time, only the eldest Grand Duchess, Olga, was an adult. The second-ranked Grand Duchess still had half a year to go. At the thought of those 3 lively Grand Duchesses, the corners of Lu Kang's mouth couldn't help but curl upward. Spending every day with beautiful and lovely girls was far more interesting than staying in the Imperial Council chamber and facing the numb, old faces of the ministers. He thought to himself. Now, he finally crossed the corridor and reached the hall at the end. The spacious hall was illuminated by the sunlight reflected from outside, making it clear and bright. Glass chandeliers hung from the ceiling like blooming flowers, and gold-trimmed walls were embedded with columns. The cold fireplace was carved with ancient murals. Long tables stood against the walls, and red carpets covered the floor. Several imperial highnesses rose in their long gowns to greet him, their chirping voices rising once again. Lu Kang suddenly had the illusion that he had walked into a kindergarten. He couldn't help but cough softly. Your highnesses, please be seated. He waved his hand. Open black lens bracket. You began your usual lesson. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. But in fact, the Grand Duchesses, who are nearly adults, do not need you to teach them anything. Empress Alexandra simply wants to use this to build a good relationship with you, and you are happy to consolidate your current position. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. You behave with humility and grace, ignoring the several times during the class when the Grand Duchesses intentionally teased you. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. You feel as though you have developed an indestructible heart that is unmoved by external things. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. Like hell. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. You only do it to maintain the purity of your bloodline and ensure that the system of mystery is not diluted or diverted. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. To some extent, you are also waiting for the right price. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. A saint who is consistent inside and out is more likely to achieve your goals. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. That is what you believe. Your goals have always been clear. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. After finishing a tutoring session, you declined the Grand Duchess's requests for you to stay and left the palace hall. Close black lens bracket. His Eminence Lu Kang is as holy as ever, Maria thought as she stared at Lu Kang's back as he disappeared into the corridor. She had clearly hinted several times, inviting him to her private room for a private lesson, but she had been ignored. The girl couldn't help but sigh. No wonder so many noble young misses outside were scrambling for him, yet none had succeeded. Maria, you're shameless, Tatiana said beside her, looking displeased. I'm just freely pursuing my own love, Maria huffed, tucking her silver hair behind her ear. Quote, besides, your hints just now weren't any fewer than mine. I truly wanted to learn, Tatiana said without blushing or her heart skipping a beat. Sure, I believe you. Heh, Maria said with a smile full of sarcasm. Tatiana was about to continue bickering with her younger sister when she suddenly stopped and looked to the side, stunned. Where's Anna? Maria also realized something was wrong. She thought for a moment. It seems Anna followed His Eminence out? The two sisters looked at each other and suddenly came to a realization. Heaven knows what His Eminence and Anna are doing while they're alone. Wait, could His Eminence's purity be just for Anna? Maria said with a hint of jealousy. Tatiana was also somewhat envious. They made a teeth-gnashing sound. Damn it, they said at the same time. Volume 1, Chapter 22, The Grand Duchess's Spiritual Sight. Lu Kang left the Grand Duchess's palace residence. As he stepped out of the building, sunlight flooded his vision, with mottled glimmers of light adorning the courtyard in front of the palace gates. Moscow's bitter winter ended in mid-April, and as the end of May approached, the wind had long since carried the scent of spring. Lu Kang, who was now the prime minister of the country but still wore his priest vestments, stopped in the courtyard. His boots left shallow footprints in the slightly damp soil, and the man in his early 20s turned his head to look back from where his footprints ended. A flash of silver white passed through his vision and quickly hid in the shade of the trees to one side. Lu Kang smiled. Stop hiding, he said. Quote, if you want to hide, you should hide that dazzling hair of yours first. This little bit of shade can't hide your brilliance, Anna. There was a small movement behind the shade, and strands of silver white shimmered brilliantly under the midday sun. After a moment's pause, Anastasia walked out, her pale blue eyes peeking out from under her bangs. The girl said, Good afternoon, Mr. Godfather. The charming and lovely Imperial Highness lifted her skirt and gave a slight curtsy. Her figure, wrapped in angelic down, was becoming more graceful and lovely. Her well-proportioned figure was not inferior to that of her mother, Empress Alexandra, but if the Empress was like a peach with a mature charm, Anastasia was well-developed yet still carried a hint of greenness. She looked like a model of royalty, but Lu Kang, who was used to her usual shy yet mischievous and active side, only found it awkward. However, Anna didn't wait for Lu Kang to respond before asking, Where is Godfather going? She was asking something she already knew. To the Imperial Council chamber, Lu Kang replied. Is it not to see Mother? Anastasia blinked her eyes. Why ask if you already know? Lu Kang replied with brazen confidence. Anastasia blinked her eyes. The girl, who already understood the thickness of this man's skin, couldn't help but marvel at His Eminence's audacity. Perhaps this was the mythical wall of size. The Grand Duchess, who instinctively intended to tease him, pursed her lips without much hope, but just as she was about to say something, she heard Lu Kang speak again. He continued, If I don't go see your mother, how can I arrange more homework for you? No, please show some mercy when it comes to that. Anastasia shook her head like a rattledrum. So you're afraid of that too? Lu Kang's expression was relaxed. He did indeed visit the Empress's palace every day, but of course, they didn't talk about that. It was just daily conversation and imperial administrative strategies. Alexandra was a very capable lady, and her abilities were not much inferior to those of Nicholas II. The reason she had unconditionally trusted Rasputin in the original historical trajectory was simply because her overly devout faith in God, which could even be called extreme blind faith, overrode her suspicions of Rasputin. Consulting with her also allowed Lu Kang to better formulate the empire's policies. But there was no rush at the moment. Imperial Highness, would you like to walk with me in this garden? Seeing Anna's hesitation, Lu Kang took the initiative to invite her. He knew the little thoughts of this girl who had chased after him immediately after he left. Yes. The Grand Duchess did not refuse. She simply looked up at the bright sky and said softly, Speaking of which, it seems like it's been a long time since His Eminence Lu Kang and I have walked together like this. It has been 173 days since the war began, more than half a year. Lu Kang calculated accurately. You've been counting the days? Anna's lips parted slightly, and she looked at the young priest with her pale blue eyes, a hint of surprise in them. Of course. As they walked side by side in the courtyard, Lu Kang spoke as if it were a matter of course. He responded to the Grand Duchess's surprise with a slight smile on his handsome face. I'm not like your highness, whose heart is filled with nothing but romance novels. Anastasia's face turned slightly red. The oncoming wind blew through the trees and plants that were sprouting and growing exceptionally lushly under the spring sun. The rare and ornamental vegetation swayed with a rustling sound. It wasn't just the leaves that fluttered in the wind, but also the girl's long, smooth silver hair and her gown. Her exquisite face glowed with a faint, white light in the wind. She stopped walking, and her well-proportioned calves, wrapped in black silk under her skirt, were visible. She suddenly said in a low voice, Your Eminence, I don't want to learn those things anymore. What? Lu Kang didn't react for a moment. I don't want to learn the knowledge and principles of the Bible anymore. The Grand Duchess raised her hand and pressed her fair palm tightly against her soft chest. She thought she should say it, to voice the idea she had held for a long time. At this moment, her pale blue eyes looked at Lu Kang with unparalleled determination. She said, I want to follow you and learn how to govern the country. Govern the country? Lu Kang tilted his head and narrowed his eyes. He wondered if this girl had another sudden whim, just like when they first met and she said she wanted to find books on military strategy to hide her true purpose. However, when he saw the seriousness hidden deep within those beautiful, pale blue eyes, Lu Kang paused. She was serious. 15. Hash 15 Section 15 Chapter 15 He saw through it. Why? Lu Kang couldn't help but feel curious. What could make a girl who had lived deep within the palace for years have such a thought? It has been a long time since I've spoken with you alone like this. Anastasia turned to face Lu Kang directly. She looked up at him, her face fair and exquisite beneath her swaying silver hair, her figure standing straight in the sunlight as her long dress unfurled. She said, back in the library, I could stay with your eminence every day. We could read books together and bask in the sun. I felt that it was very comfortable, very cozy. But since the war began, everything has changed. Father left Moscow for the front lines, and you have drifted further and further away from me. I can feel that you have entered a world belonging to adults, while I am still standing in the same place. If this continues, I will gradually lose sight of you, won't I? Just like Imperial Sister Maria and Imperial Sister Tatiana, a deep melancholy welled up in Anastasia's pale blue eyes. She was sorrowful, and she was afraid. As she said, ever since Lu Kang stepped out of the library, entered the Imperial Council chamber, and transformed from a librarian into a high official of the Empire, their opportunities to be alone had dwindled, and the common topics they shared grew thinner. That kind of thing. Her Highness the Princess could absolutely not accept it. Looking at the serious princess and hearing her words, Lu Kang thought to himself that her two imperial sisters would want to hit her if they heard this. What kind of social and political system is the Russian Empire currently in? He suddenly asked. Anna didn't react in time. The answer is a capitalist society under an absolute monarchy. Lu Kang shook his head. He then followed up with another question. What is the fundamental cause of the World War? Anastasia's eyes widened, her face filled with confusion. It is the uneven political and economic development of capitalist countries. In other words, it's an unfair distribution of the spoils. Lu Kang shook his head and smiled. He said, these are all just the basics, my princess. The princess's face flushed red again. She wanted to say that she could learn if she didn't understand, but the two most basic questions Lu Kang mentioned made her see stars. The princesses of the empire rarely interfered in politics, and they had always been well protected by Nicholas II. It was normal not to know, and normal not to understand. No need to learn. This is fine, Lu Kang said. Actually, I have been waiting for your highness for a long time. Waiting for me? Anastasia's eyes widened again, her pale blue pupils reflecting the man's face as he leaned in slightly. He drew close to her. The man's hot breath rushed over her in an instant, causing the girl's face to flush red. Her red lips parted slightly, exhaling a breath like orchids. Anna, you are fine just as you are, Lu Kang said. You don't need to learn, because you possess a talent far superior to playing at politics. Do you see it? See what? Before the princess could react, a sudden clamor amplified, not the sound of leaves vibrating, but a cold light rising brightly from within the shade of the trees. That was a sharp edge, and also the flash of a blade. It was attackers lying in ambush. Anna was startled. Her pale blue eyes reflected the dark figures emerging suddenly from the shade, their forms well hidden, clearly professional assassins. She had long heard that old aristocrats were uniting to move against Lu Kang, but she hadn't expected them to be so audacious as to strike within the imperial palace. But while the girl was startled, Lu Kang didn't care at all. He paid no mind to the assassination attempt coming from all directions. He could feel the mystery attached to these attackers. They were magicians, or rather, magus, who used magecraft to fight. If this had been when he first stepped into the court, perhaps he would have needed to be on high alert, but now, the system of mystery had been fully established. They no longer posed any threat to him, so he simply continued to look steadily at the girl before him. Looking at that long silver hair, and looking even more directly into those pale blue eyes. Blade light came from all sides. Yet the young priest asked with a smile, do you see it? Of course I see it. I see the assassination. Anna wanted to say that, but she suddenly stopped, because she really saw it. She saw a field of wind and snow, and she saw even more the natural spirits circling within the wind and snow. she suddenly remembered an experience from when she was very, very young, when she had accidentally gotten lost in a blizzard. At that time, she was only 7 years old. A 7-year-old girl separated from her servants should have been doomed in such a frozen environment, but in the end, she had successfully returned to the Kremlin palace. Because at that time, she had encountered the natural spirits born of wind and snow in the legends of the Russian Empire. That was an incarnation of nature given a doll-like form because of the hope in the girl's heart. It had no self, no consciousness, was neither living nor dead. It was simply a manifestation of the girl's soul. Nature responded to the girl's soul and helped the 7-year-old princess return home. The spirit from that time was also the figure appearing before her eyes at this very moment, only the size of a palm, a small figure like a straw doll. Since then, it had always been by her side. She just couldn't see it, but now, Anna saw it. Because under Liu Kang's verbal suggestion, she remembered this event, she remembered this matter that everyone around her vaguely recalled, but which she alone had forgotten. Demon or sage, her teacher, the person she both respected and loved, the great and evil Liu Kang gave her the enlightenment of fate. And so, Anastasia remembered everything, and the spirit responded to her contract. Russian folk song, The Last Princess. At this moment, Anastasia opened her spirit vision, and beheld a world invisible to ordinary people. The attacking assassins' steps faltered. The air coming at them was as biting as midwinter, as if they had plunged into ice and snow. Clearly, winter had already passed. Yet this time, it seemed to come howling back. Volume 1, Chapter 23 Spirit Contract. Borrowing your eyes, bloody night. The world in the assassin's eyes changed abruptly. The verdant courtyard where spring was budding instantly transformed into a desolate field of silver white. The vegetation was gone, the courtyard was gone, and even the clear, vast sky from just a moment ago had vanished, replaced by a boundless snowfield. As far as the eye could see, heaven and earth were covered by falling snowflakes. With no end in sight, they lost their target. One after another, they stopped in their tracks. They had no choice but to stop. But in the eyes of Liu Kang and Anastasia, the world was still the world. Except that before the girl's eyes, there was now a small, exquisite, doll-like spirit. Gigi. That figure, which looked like a straw man, floated in the air, swaying from side to side and making crisp sounds, appearing very happy. Anna's eyes widened. She looked at his eminence before her, then glanced at this tiny spirit. She saw it, and she remembered even more. Did you know all along? Anna asked in confusion, wondering if he had known about her encounter with the spirit when she was little. I knew, yet I didn't know. Liu Kang's expression was serious, and his answer was equally serious, even if his response sounded somewhat contradictory to Anna. Liu Kang did indeed know that the princess would sign a symbiotic contract with a spirit of the Russian Empire and become a spirit user who manipulated spiritual power. However, in his memory, Anna only established a stable connection with the spirit right before her death. At that time, everything was already set in stone, and even a legendary spirit was powerless. But now it seemed that Anna had actually met the spirit long ago, only to have forgotten it herself. Anastasia muttered, "What kind of answer is that?" It was clear that she was very happy. The youthful and beautiful girl's silver hair lifted. She raised her face, allowing the pale blue eyes half hidden beneath her bangs to be fully revealed. With her vermilion lips slightly parted, she looked directly at Liu Kang. The tiny spirit continued to float in the air, chirping away. Anna could feel the connection of the contract that had existed between them for many years. She could also vaguely feel the power it radiated. Around them, the assassins who had suddenly burst in were standing frozen in the courtyard, already trapped within the blizzard illusion woven by the spirit. She had always been extraordinary. The girl realized this, but what truly made her happy was not that. What truly made her happy was, "Your Eminence, like this can I keep up with you?" The girl asked softly. Liu Kang nodded, thinking to himself that this was a legendary spirit user, a spirit user unique to this era. One must know that natural spirits were ancient existences from the age of gods, with almost no trace of them to be found in this era. They shared the same source as the gods of nature, symbolizing the most ancient mystery. They were an aspect of nature and a part of the planet itself. Because of this, spirit users who manipulated the power of spirits had always been rare and powerful. It wasn't a question of whether she could keep up with him, but whether he could stand by her side. Of course, the current Anna had, after all, only just remembered her bond with the spirit. Having not experienced much turmoil, she also lacked the state of mind to fully exert this power. But regardless, at this moment, having received Liu Kang's response, Anastasia became even happier. The girl's lips curved upward in a bright smile. She looked up at the man before her, at his face which was even more mature and handsome than when they first met. Her heart suddenly began to thrum. The inexplicable sense of fullness brought by manipulating the spirit at this moment made her suddenly confident. In this instant, she suddenly thought of many things. She thought of her embarrassment when she first met His Eminence, the conversation at the banquet, and their subsequent time spent together day and night. After so many years, she had long been able to confirm her feelings. His Eminence is very handsome. His Eminence is very knowledgeable. His Eminence is very wise. Ordinary yet great, kind yet wise and humorous. Anastasia's eyes were clear, her red lips gleaming with a hint of moisture in the shadows. Lu Kang tilted his head and squinted, just about to ask, "What are you thinking? Your expression is so strange," but in the next second, he suddenly froze. Because Anastasia suddenly stood on her tiptoes and blocked his words with her red lips. Silver hair fluttered, and her white dress unfurled as it hung down. Just like that prank from before, Anna reached out and wrapped her arms around the man's neck. She pressed her lips against his, pushed her chest forward, and curled her full figure into his embrace. A momentary touch, then a brief separation. "Your Eminence, you must take responsibility." The princess did not let go. Instead, from a very close distance, she said softly with a flush on her face, "It's you who should take responsibility for me, right?" Having come to his senses, Lu Kang naturally wouldn't act timidly. Instead of retreating, he advanced, wrapping his arms around Anna's slender waist. He lowered his head and leaned close to the delicate, soft ear hidden beneath the girl's silver hair. The warmth from his palm on her waist made the princess's body feel slightly numb. The fingers slightly lower, pressing against the fullness hidden beneath her dress, made her thoughts wander even more, but at this moment, Anastasia felt no trepidation. She simply said, "Okay, what?" Seeing Anastasia respond with unusual composure instead of her usual bashfulness, Lu Kang didn't react for a moment. Then he saw the girl turn her face. Looking directly at him, she said, "I will take responsibility for your Eminence." 16. Number 16 Section 16 Chapter 16 This power of mine, from today on, it belongs to your Eminence as well. The spirit drifted and swayed in the air. Lu Kang instantly sensed the connection grafted between himself and it, a contract channel, formed through the girl before him. Anna signed a contract with the spirit, becoming a spirit user. He, however, signed a contract with Anna, sharing this spirit's power. The moment she became a spirit user, Anastasia instinctively mastered many mysteries. "This was your purpose for being here, wasn't it?" Anna said softly. Quote, "Your Eminence, who never acts without profit." Yes, Lu Kang had waited here specifically to awaken Anna's power as a spirit user. And to use her power to achieve certain goals and resolve certain troubles. Upon remembering her past and awakening the spirit, Anna already realized this. She knew nothing of politics, but she had always been very intelligent. Yet she felt no resentment toward this, because she was willing to help His Eminence, to stand by his side and become his strength. At this moment, Anastasia's face was serious and pure. At this moment, she made Lu Kang's heart flutter like never before. "Truly beautiful," he thought. "Then become my eyes, Anna," he said. Anastasia nodded obediently and said, "I am willing to be your eyes, my Eminence." The sunlight in their vision was bright. Outside that vision, an illusion of wind and snow unfolded simultaneously. Pairs of eyes shone brightly, unbeknownst to many, spreading out like wind and snow without anyone noticing, gradually enveloping all of Moscow. Several assassins who had paused there collapsed with a thud. Under the bright daylight, their bodies were covered in a layer of snow like frost. The so-called power of the spirit was the power of wind and snow. More importantly, it was the ability of the eyes hidden within the invisible illusion of wind and snow. Lu Kang would use this power to eliminate his final obstacles, that group of former ministers and old aristocrats who had always been his enemies. He would use these eyes to find them, and then kill them. The bloody night that occurred during the late Russian Empire, during the reign of Nicholas II, was an unprecedented massacre of the old aristocratic class in the history of the entire Russian Empire. Overnight, all those who had opposed Lucan Lovis died. According to the oral accounts of those involved at the time, those people died in the spring of May with their bodies completely cold, as if they had died in the freezing winds of midwinter, buried by ice and snow. Such a bizarre event left countless people bewildered. Some speculated it was a strange plague. After all, the old aristocrats gathered all day, and it was normal for plagues to spread, while others said Lu Kang had used evil sorcery. But no matter what it was, after the bloody night, no force within the Russian Empire could contend with Lu Kang anymore. He became the de facto dictator, the most sinister and evil man in the empire. Even the emperor was beneath him. The Fall of the Russian Empire 1855 to 1917. Volume 1. Chapter 24, The Defeat of the Tsar, The Last Chance. 4 kilometers from the Kremlin Palace, the surface of the lake swayed and rippled, reflecting the outlines of the sky and the cathedral. Sunlight fell on the sharp domes of the convent, creating a jagged shimmer as the grand tolls of bells drifted from afar. This day was not a day for pilgrimage or prayer, yet the gates of the new Saintus convent were crowded with a constant stream of people. How many is this now? Someone asked in a low voice. The Mother Superior, dressed in nun's attire, asked the little nun beside her in a low voice. The nun glanced at her notebook and replied, "It's already the 17th, Mother Superior." The Mother Superior nodded, squinting her eyes in the sun. They were currently standing in the open square in front of the convent gates, watching the figures come and go. Those who came were all powerful and wealthy, yet despite their well-dressed appearance, they all wore dismal expressions. They brought coffin after coffin, the black caskets stopping before the convent, the wooden boards adorned with silver-white crosses indicating the high status of the deceased. At least high-ranking nobles of marquis rank or above, but here, at this moment, let alone marquises, even great figures who had served as first minister and held the title of duke were not scarce. The next available funeral mass had to be scheduled for next month. The Mother Superior stared at these coffins, her mind wandering to the various stories and legends currently circulating wildly in Moscow. She saw off the last wave of people who had come to deposit coffins. The little nun beside her peeked at the black coffins with a face full of curiosity, then suddenly leaned closer to the Mother Superior. "Mother Superior, I heard these people all died because that His Eminence Liu Kang cast a curse," she whispered. She seemed confused, "but I don't feel even a hint of heretical aura from them." The little nun's voice startled the Mother Superior, who had also been thinking about these rumors, but upon hearing this, she simply said sternly, "Under the radiance of the Lord's glory, one must not speak nonsense without evidence, or else one will be cast into purgatory." The little nun fell silent. Immediately the Mother Superior shook her head but suddenly fell into deep thought. In fact, one couldn't blame the nun for being so confused. After all, 17 great figures had died overnight, which was almost unprecedented, and these people were all political enemies of the currently governing Lucan Lovist. However, the Mother Superior's words weren't groundless. As a high-ranking member of the Russian Empire's church, she was also a practitioner of miracles and could naturally sense if any mysterious power was involved. In her perception, these great figures had all died of natural causes. Natural death doesn't necessarily mean there was no outside interference. Just then, a clear, swaying voice came from behind them. The Mother Superior was stunned, and the little nun's eyes suddenly lit up. Sister Kahara, Kichi-join Kahara held a high status, but in the convent, she was always kind to ordinary nuns like them, like a sister not far apart in age. "Do not be rude," the Mother Superior scolded the nun beside her in a low voice, then hurriedly turned to look at the woman walking out of the convent. Her expression was apprehensive, even though this woman had stayed in the convent during this period and appeared harmless. A predatory beast does not lose its sharp claws and teeth just because it temporarily acts docile. The Mother Superior still remembered the other's terror. At the same time, Kichi-join Kahara's figure, which was full to the point of being a bit exaggerated, slowly took shape in the shadows inside the convent. She glanced at the little nun who had stuck out her tongue with an innocent face after being scolded, then looked at the stern and respectful Mother Superior. She said, "Nature itself can also be a kind of mystery. Are you saying that heretic is manipulating the power of nature? But how is that possible?" The Mother Superior could hardly believe it. "Nothing is impossible. You must know that mystery itself is difficult to understand. Even for those of us standing within it, there are far too many unknowns." Kichi-join Kahara walked slowly toward the coffins. A playful smile appeared on her charming face, which was wrapped in a nun's habit. She did indeed feel a special power mixed within these corpses. Ordinary people could not sense this power, but as a member of the burial agency, she found it exceptionally clear. Not a miracle, nor magecraft, yet it seemed to be a mystery that possessed qualities of both. "He's becoming more and more interesting, that man," Kichi-join Kahara said with no small amount of anticipation. Anticipating what kind of amusement that person could bring her on that final day. Yes. The final day. Kichi-join Kahara could feel that the final day of the Empire's collapse was already drawing near. Open black lens bracket. After the bloody night, you initially completed the purge within the Russian Empire. Your prestige reached an extreme height, even if it was a prestige built solely on fear. Difficult to sustain, you did not need it to last long. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. In July 1915, you suppressed the final wave of counter-attacks from the old aristocratic class. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. After this day, Empress Alexandra valued you even more. You began to take even more drastic measures, while vigorously developing industry, agriculture, and transportation. You also established new types of education across the country, encouraging commoners to strive upward. You wrote to famous figures from all walks of life, inviting them to teach in schools with extremely high salaries. Close black lens bracket, open black lens bracket. Domestic conflicts further eased under your measures. Close black lens bracket, open black lens bracket. You attempted to transform the Russian Empire into a new era nation under the guise of a feudal system, completing the transition between the old and new eras in the most peaceful way possible, quietly sending imperialism to its grave, with the smallest cost and the fewest sacrifices. Close black lens bracket, open black lens bracket. You will become the gravedigger of the old empire and the founder of the new nation. You will also take the opportunity to bury the seeds of mystery in the soil of the new era, accelerating their germination and growth. Close black lens bracket, open black lens bracket. Just when the entire country, including yourself, thought the situation was excellent, the latest news arrived from the front lines. Close black lens bracket, open black lens bracket. The frontline battlefield, personally commanded by Nicholas II, suddenly collapsed. The defeat was like a landslide, and Nicholas II was forced to sign a war reparations treaty with the German Empire. Close black lens bracket, open black lens bracket. When this news reached the country, the entire nation was shocked. Close black lens bracket, open black lens bracket. On January 2, 1916, shortly after Christmas, the Russian Empire boiled over again. There was public outrage throughout the country. Workers went on strike, merchants closed their shops, and students skipped classes. Close black lens bracket, open black lens bracket. Signal fires of rebellion rose everywhere. Close black lens bracket, open black lens bracket. You were completely perplexed. Close black lens bracket, open black lens bracket. On this day, you thought for an entire day in the Imperial Council chamber and finally reached a conclusion. Close black lens bracket, open black lens bracket. Damn it, a bunch of shameless charlatans. Close black lens bracket, open black lens bracket. You believe the sudden collapse of the frontline war is related to the church, and it is even highly likely that their intervention led to this situation. Close black lens bracket, open black lens bracket. You finally realized that your approach would not work. Close black lens bracket, open black lens bracket. Even with the addition of Anna's spirit power, if you are facing the church or even the Mages Association, this small amount of power is clearly insufficient. Close black lens bracket, open black lens bracket. You need more preparation. Close black lens bracket, open black lens bracket. On January 21, 1917, Nicholas II led his defeated army back from the front lines, returning to the Kremlin Palace in Moscow. Close black lens bracket, open black lens bracket. You went to have an audience with the emperor. Close black lens bracket, open black lens bracket. To discuss subsequent measures. Close black lens bracket, open black lens bracket. You still had one final trump card. Close black lens bracket, open black lens bracket. But before you even stepped into the emperor's bedchamber, you heard the sound of an object falling and shattering through the window, followed by bursts of roaring curses. Close black lens bracket, open black lens bracket. You walked through the silent corridors of the palace. The attendants were trembling with fear. The old butler coming out of the bedchamber hoped you would dissuade Nicholas II and ask him to take care of his health. Close black lens bracket, open black lens bracket. You entered the inner room and saw Nicholas II with disheveled hair and red, swollen eyes. Close black lens bracket, open black lens bracket. It was clear that the defeat in the war had dealt him a heavy blow. He had completely lost his previous confident and luxurious appearance. He saw you, and before he could speak, you spoke first. Close black lens bracket, Your Majesty, we still have one last chance. Open black lens bracket. He was stunned. Close black lens bracket, open black lens bracket. His dim eyes seemed to remember something, and hope flared up once again. Close black lens bracket, open black lens bracket. Yes, you still have one last chance. Although the reforms failed because of the war, what you did was not in vain. Close black lens bracket, open black lens bracket. At least the domestic conflicts were eased to a great extent. Close black lens bracket, open black lens bracket. At least the national strength saw a temporary recovery. Close black lens bracket, open black lens bracket. The efforts you made were not in vain. Close black lens bracket, open black lens bracket. At this time, facing the renewed outbreak of public opinion and dissatisfaction, you only need to present a culprit to bear all the evil consequences, and that will be enough. Close black lens bracket, open black lens bracket. You can feel that Nicholas II has made up his mind. Close black lens bracket, Volume 1, Chapter 25, Mentor and Mentor. Moscow in January was still wrapped in midwinter. The heavy snow falling outside in the biting wind was like goose feathers shaken off by a giant beast, and the accumulated snow was like a blanket of down spread across the world. 17. Number 17 Section 17 Chapter 17 With a chime, a figure burst through the snow-buried streets into a tavern with hanging bells, met by a blast of intense heat and the heavy scent of alcohol. Quite a nice smell. The newcomer stroked his upturned mustache and took off his snow-laden, slightly damp leather hat. He shook his shoulders and the falling snowflakes seemed to bring the blizzard into this small, warm space. Sir, would you like something? A young bartender asked, weaving through the crowded square tables and round chairs. The newcomer smiled. I'm here to find someone. And give me 2 bottles of vodka. In this snowy weather, it's quite fitting to drink this, isn't it? Certainly, sir. Please take a seat first. The young bartender bowed slightly and made way. The man twitched his beard again. He looked at the tavern's space, not exactly spacious but not cramped either, packed with people. In such heavy snow, people of the Russian Empire were always happy to gather in taverns to drink and make merry. It was a normal sight. However, this year seemed a bit different again. The man walked toward a corner of the tavern. Since the Great Terror of last year, such scenes are rarely seen in taverns. The man placed his hat on the corner table by the window and looked at the young man sitting opposite him. Vladimir Ilyich Ulyanov? The young man was leaning against the corner wall as if resting with his eyes closed, only opening a pair of dark brown eyes as if startled awake by the man's low voice. It is I, sir. The man smiled and sat down. When you said it's rarely seen, were you referring to this rare blizzard outside, or the people in the tavern? The young man sat up slightly and asked seriously. Perhaps both. Vladimir stroked his beard. Just then, the bartender brought the vodka. He whispered a thank you and immediately took a large gulp from the flask. He downed the high-proof alcohol without hesitation, making the young man opposite him twitch his eye. He asked, Is everything ready? Of course, Vladimir said. Quote, We are ready to pass through the gray veil and embrace the sun of freedom. But for this, I must thank you for your funding, sir. He spoke with exceptional sincerity and seriousness. Quote, Without your support, the Bolsheviks might not have been able to possess their own independent factories and arms. And I wouldn't have been able to return. That arrest warrant was quite a headache for me. I think the ones who should be troubled are those hunting you, the young man joked. Quote, People outside are calling you the tutor of 1,000 faces now. Who knows? Vladimir smiled again. After smiling, he fell silent. Vladimir glanced at Moscow outside the window, its silhouette nearly swallowed by the wind and snow, and suddenly felt a bit sentimental. Sentimental about the rapid passage of time, and even more so about the events of this past year. It was mid-January 1917, and the heavy snow had just begun to fall. Yes, at this moment, a year had passed since the Russian Empire's defeat and Nicholas II's humiliating signing of an indemnity treaty with foreign powers. During this year, the situation within the Russian Empire had changed several times. To stabilize the situation, the ruling Lukin Lovist had launched a purge known as the Grey Veil. He established the Bureau of Investigation, conducting mass arrests of all progressive elements in society and sending them to Siberia to dig potatoes. Under the brief suppression of the Grey Veil, the Russian Empire spent a superficially stable year, but everyone knew the extreme instability hidden beneath this calm. Under high pressure, there will inevitably be a backlash. Founded in 1898 with the program of the working class liberation struggle and existing for the interests of the broad masses of the people, the Bolshevik Party was one of those unstable factors. The Bolsheviks, who were not particularly strong a year ago, had grown continuously during this period, benefiting from both the resistance against oppression and the secret help of the person before them. He provided funds and supplies, and he also provided them with intelligence for their growth. Within a month, after the silence, the young man opposite Vladimir whispered, There will be a massive upheaval within the court. The Menshevik Party, representing the petty merchant class, plans to launch an armed uprising in February. Be prepared and seize the opportunity. Although they are also a workers' party, I recall you have ideological differences with the Menshevik Party. Hearing this, Vladimir couldn't help but turn solemn. He said deeply, I understand, but I still want to say, our differences with the Menshevik Party are merely ideological. After all, we will not compromise with other classes. Seeing him like this, the young man also smiled. I have delivered the message to you, and this is the last time, he said. Quote, In the future, we may no longer need to meet. After this time, it's either success or death. May we still see tomorrow? The young man raised the wine flask on the table. Vladimir hesitated for a moment, then also raised his flask. After clinking glasses, they both drank heartily. Seeing the other getting up to leave, Vladimir hesitated but couldn't help saying, "Sir, please leave your name. Although you have always brushed it off with various excuses, I feel that a person like you should not be buried in the corners of history." The young man's steps toward the tavern exit paused slightly. He glanced back at Vladimir, and the corner of his mouth couldn't help but curl into a smile. He didn't respond, just continued forward after the smile. Thus, despite having talked so much with him, when Vladimir tried to recall, he could not remember the man's build or appearance, nor his voice. He only remembered the words he had spoken and the things they had discussed, not just intelligence but also where the Bolsheviks should go in the future. Although they hadn't met many times, they had actually talked freely. During those conversations, the views held by the young-looking man were very similar to Vladimir's, and they always gave Vladimir new insights. A like-minded friend, a spiritual partner. That was how Vladimir defined him in his heart. Unfortunately, in the end, he still didn't know his name. What a pity, tutor. Someone reeking of alcohol approached Vladimir. Vladimir snapped out of his contemplation and regret. He looked at the speaker, then at the others in the tavern. The people who had been boisterous just a moment ago suddenly put down their flasks and looked at Vladimir. Their eyes were bright, with no hint of drunkenness. They were all members of the Bolshevik Party. Everyone in this entire tavern was they were the most steadfast warriors and the most elite core members. Inexplicably, Vladimir thought of the person who had just left again. What a pity, he thought once more. In the memoirs written in the later years of the tutor who founded the new political party, it was stated that in his youth, he was actually lonely. He had great ideals that could not be spoken of to others, hoping to realize the dream of great unity and equality for all. He could see the world 100 years later, a time and space beyond the reach of ordinary people. But in his loneliness, he had also met a soulmate. The tutor did not know the other's name, only that the other had the same views and the same vision as him. The time they spent discussing things was not long, but it made the tutor feel what it meant to be like-minded. Regrettably, that person gave full support to the revolution but never revealed his name. In his memoirs, the tutor only referred to him by the title, tutor. He was the tutor's tutor, a pioneer hidden in history, unknown to anyone. History of the New Nation. The tutor's chapter. Of course, Vladimir, or rather, Lenin, who would write those special commemorative memoirs in the future, did not know that the mysterious young man he saw as like-minded was facing an icy, snowy scene the moment he left the tavern, but his back was already drenched in sweat. "I hope I wasn't found out. That was terrifying. Every time we meet, I'm on edge, afraid my true identity will be discovered." The young man looked back at the tavern's hazy light through the blurring snow. He stopped on the street, his black outer robe shimmering slightly to block the falling snow. He thought to himself that he was indeed one of the few tutors of human civilization, though those eyes were not mystic eyes. They seemed to possess the wisdom to see through everything. God knows how surprised he was when he first met Vladimir a year ago. He thought that this man was the true existence who had built the wisdom of ordinary people to its absolute peak. Under such wisdom, he would subconsciously fear his true identity being discovered. Not his true identity as Lucan Lovist, but his true identity as a life simulator. Fortunately, the tutor had never actually spent too much time with Lucan. And even better, they wouldn't need to meet anymore. Lucan thought. Time flew by. During this year, he had indeed been secretly helping the Bolshevik Party, solely to achieve his original goal, to become the founder of a new soil and bury the seeds of mystery into the era. As for that gray veil, it was naturally his handiwork as well. He was accelerating. Since the situation was already unchangeable, he would accelerate the collapse of this towering imperial edifice. When the time came, he would simply push the blame onto Nicholas II and Lucan Lovist. This was a preparation they had made long ago, and it was what they had been doing all year. Next, it's time to go back. Lucan looked up at the increasingly heavy snow. Although this bit of wind and snow posed no obstacle to him and could not penetrate the protection of the formal wear he wore, standing for too long was still a bit cold. But just as he lifted his foot to leave, he suddenly paused again. "Won't you come to my place for a bit?" A clear and charming voice rang out. The surrounding wind and snow froze simultaneously, like a still frame. The hazy world reflected the ink-like silhouette of Moscow, those towering buildings tilting like shadows on a screen. And beneath that, another figure approached slowly, with a graceful gait and a curvaceous figure. Lucan narrowed his eyes and spoke the other's name. Kichi joined Kahara? Volume 1. Chapter 26 Reunion. Confrontation. Heroic spirit summoning? Open black lens bracket. After leaving the tavern, you unexpectedly encountered Kichi join Kahara. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. 5 years later, this is your second meeting. Close black lens bracket. In the world where the snow was frozen, even the hazy mist seemed solidified in midair, becoming a streak of snowy white ink. The streets were deserted. Lucan stood at the entrance of the alley, staring fixedly at the figure that had appeared. Although surprised, he was not panicked. After the initial astonishment, a sense of naturalness emerged. Yes, it was only natural. The meeting 5 years ago felt like a lifetime ago. Since then, until now, he had not met with anyone from the church again. But he would not forget the irreconcilable conflict between himself and the church, nor the scene of fighting the agents in the library, and certainly not the projection named Kichi Join Kahara that appeared at the end. He also understood the reason for the church's leniency toward him. As an ancient religious organization that had existed for 2,000 years, they truly had no need to go to too much trouble over him. We meet again. No, this should be our first time truly meeting face to face, shouldn't it? His momentary thoughts returned to calm, and a smile appeared on Lucan's face, as if welcoming a long-lost friend. The woman walking out from the snow stopped. She had walked all the way through the snow, yet the ground behind her was smooth, without a single footprint left behind. And at this moment, Lucan saw her appearance clearly, though wrapped in a seemingly ordinary nun's habit. The delicate face under the headscarf and the full figure that even the heavy fabric could hardly hide were unforgettable at a glance. "Good afternoon, Mr. Lucan," Kichi Join Kahara said, her red lips parting slightly. Quote, "As you said, this is indeed our first meeting. Since it's our first encounter, how could I not treat you properly?" The young and charming woman in the nun's habit spoke with a crisp voice, the end of her words seeming to sway. 18. Number 18 Section 18 Chapter 18 Hospitality? This doesn't look like hospitality. Lu Kang looked around. His expression remained calm, and his smiling face still showed no hint of surprise, but reflected in his eyes was the slowly flowing religious mystery technique known as a miracle within the frozen wind and snow. It was just like what he had encountered in the library last time. He was once again trapped by the power of a miracle. But unlike last time, this imprisonment was more thorough, more resolute, using the faith of almost all church believers in Moscow as an energy source to deploy a large-scale boundary, freezing time and locking space just to trap me here. What a grand gesture. Lu Kang, seeing through it in that instant, couldn't help but marvel. They really, fucking, thought highly of him. After all, I've seen everything Your Excellency has done these past few years with my own eyes. I cannot afford to be careless, Kichi Join Kahara said. She had no intention of hiding her motives. Under the absolute suppression of her power, she was very confident. She was even happy to see the opponent's resistance and the occurrence of accidents. She said, "This time, you won't have another chance. There are still 3 days. In 3 days the Russian Empire will completely collapse, and Nicholas II will be forced to step down. As long as the empire collapses, everything you have gained, including yourself, will belong to the church. Your Excellency Lucan Lovest, I see. So that's what you're planning?" Lu Kang tilted his head and narrowed his eyes, suddenly realizing it. Naturally, the monk from the church's burial agency smiled. Quote, "Although you have gone astray, you are still from the church after all. We will not abandon you." The expression on her face was charming yet gentle, like a true saint showing mercy. "By not abandoning, do you mean pouring the faith that forms this miracle boundary into my brain to turn me into a puppet loyal only to the church?" Lu Kang exposed her goal in one sentence. "Or perhaps, loyal to me personally." Kichi Join Kahara's face was charming yet seemed to carry mercy. Lu Kang laughed. "So are you a nun or a bald donkey? Why do your methods taste exactly like those of the Eastern shamans?" Kichi Join Kahara still wore a smile. She certainly wouldn't be shaken so easily by Lu Kang's words, and she indeed had connections to the shamans, Buddhism, originating from the East. She was once a monk who hailed from Japan in the Far East. It was only decades ago that she changed her faith and joined the church, becoming a member of the burial agency. That was why her codename was Monk, and why her methods were so similar to Buddhism. Because she originally was a monk. It's just that she had no reason to explain these things to Lu Kang. She merely marveled in her heart at this young man who had achieved so much in a short time, even forcing the church to personally intervene in the World War to crush the Russian Empire. But before she could speak, she suddenly paused in the next second. The smile on her face grew even wider. Amidst the frozen wind and snow, under the miracle boundary that locked time and space, she said, "It seems it has already begun." It had begun. As Kichi Join Kahara's words fell, Lu Kang also seemed to sense it instantly. Although he was trapped here, having stayed in the court of the Kremlin Palace for so many years, he could still sense the changes occurring there. It was, at this moment, changes occurred in the Kremlin Palace. "Who is it? How dare you trespass into the court? Damn it, is it the rebels? It's no good, the enemy's firepower is too intense." At the Kremlin Palace, the guards in front of the palace gates were shouting. The shouts rippled through the wind and snow along with bursts of gunfire. Roars exploded simultaneously, as thick smoke bloomed like flowers, its scorching heat instantly evaporating the snow on the ground into a mist. In the square before the palace gates, where white mist and black smoke mingled, figures rushed out, charging toward the palace complex that symbolized the highest power of the empire. They held firearms, venting their firepower freely. The flags flying in the air declared their identity, another political party existing within the Russian Empire, the Mensheviks representing the petty bourgeoisie worker reformists. The armed uprising originally planned for February had suddenly moved forward. The massive firepower caught the palace guards completely off guard. It was also far beyond Liu Kang's expectations. Is this your plan? Liu Kang stared at the young-looking nun opposite him. Quote, "Are you changing history?" He knew this nun was also a possessor of clairvoyance. She could vaguely see the development of the future. Kichi-join Kahara's expression remained unchanged. It's just a small bit of guidance. Without changing the overall situation, making a slight modification to the human order is not excessive, as long as the fact that the Russian Empire eventually collapses remains unchanged, then nothing will change, and the human order itself will not care about such a small diversion. And this action, 3 days ahead of schedule, is enough to interrupt all your preparations. Your Eminence Lucan Lovest, so that was your true purpose for trapping me here? It wasn't simply to make me wait here for 3 days, but to ensure that when I leave here 3 days later, all I see is the scene after the dust has settled? Liu Kang frowned. He truly hadn't anticipated this situation. This time, Kichi-join Kahara did not respond immediately. She habitually clasped her hands together but instantly lowered them to trace a cross on her forehead and chest. With a smile on her face, she looked forward to the mental changes in the person before her during these long 3 days. He still looked very calm now, but that was only because it was still early. She thought to herself that as time passed, and the moment the empire truly reached the brink of destruction, this young man would surely show a panicked side. He would definitely be flustered. Because without the protection of the imperial edifice, he would be forced to spit out everything he had gained, not just wealth, but also the knowledge and mystery acquired from the empire. Kichi-join Kahara believed so. Liu Kang suddenly sighed. The expression on his face wasn't the forced calm of despair while waiting, but rather the helplessness of having to act early, but the one who acted early was clearly the other side. The monk was slightly startled. Then she saw the man before her speak softly. He said, "Things have changed, but fortunately, I have already prepared in advance." Prepared in advance? Kichi-join Kahara felt confused and even slightly expecting this young man to bring her something new, but in the next second, her expression suddenly changed from expectation to daze, and then to uncertainty. Do you feel it? Can you, who broke into the palace gates, feel it? Liu Kang curled his lips again, the curve extremely high and incredibly arrogant, but Kichi-join Kahara did indeed feel it. Although she was not within those palace gates, her gaze was always focused on the insurgents raiding the palace, so she naturally saw it too. She saw everything those insurgents saw after breaking through the defenses in front of the gates and rushing into the Kremlin palace. It was the obscuring wind and snow. It was also a flowing mystery. The palace buildings within were all emitting a mystery that ordinary people could not sense. At this very moment, the entire Kremlin palace was inscribed with mysterious techniques, forming a giant magic circle. And this was precisely the preparation Liu Kang had mentioned. At the same time the rebel army broke in, this giant magic circle also slowly began to operate. In their vision, the world suddenly spun around. In Kichi-join Kahara's eyes, everything inside the palace also turned into a chaotic blur of interlacing and flowing colors. This is not the mystery of magecraft, nor is it the mystery of miracles on the street where the wind and snow were frozen. The monk suddenly looked at the man opposite her. Quote, "You fused the two, you have committed the greatest taboo that neither magicians nor the church can ever tolerate. So what?" Liu Kang said indifferently. Quote, "I am already not tolerated by this world, so what difference does one more or one less make? And aren't you curious what this magic circle is for?" Liu Kang looked into the distance. What he saw was the white curtain of frozen snow. Clearly, nothing could be seen, but he seemed to instantly see that giant magic circle outlined within the Kremlin palace, slowly starting up, and even more. He saw the man sitting silently on the imperial throne in the center of that giant magic circle, Nicholas II. He said, "This magic circle is used neither for offense nor for defense. It is used for summoning." Kichi-join Kahara heard it. She felt the vibrations from underground the moment the magic circle started. From beneath this street, from beneath Moscow, the natural magical energy existing beneath Moscow was gathering toward the Kremlin palace, serving as the energy to start that giant magic circle. Heroic spirit summoning. You are summoning a heroic spirit? With such a large-scale flow of magical energy and such a massive mysterious magic circle, Kichi-join Kahara immediately thought of a certain possibility. She found it somewhat hard to believe. Quote, how could you possibly do that? Of course I can't. Summoning a heroic spirit is a great feat that requires at least magic or world-class authority to achieve. Lu Kang did not deny it at all. His eyes were calm, staring fixedly at the woman before him. His words were like a knife, dissecting the defensive line Kichi-join Kahara had raised in her heart step by step. He said, what I am doing is not simply summoning a heroic spirit. I am using the power of miracles to shape a phantom spirit, and then using the power of magecraft to summon him. At this moment, Kichi-join Kahara finally understood Lu Kang's meaning. The power of miracles formed by faith is essentially the power of cognition. And so-called phantom spirits, unlike heroic spirits, are not things that truly existed in history. They are merely things that exist in the cognition of the majority of people. They may have a prototype or be purely fictional. Such fictional existences can naturally be shaped with miracles, just like the invisible God formed by the church through faith. Of course, it was impossible for Lu Kang to shape the God that the church had taken 2,000 years to create, but he wielded the power of a nation. Creating a powerful phantom spirit was not impossible, and then summoning it with magecraft, it was even more feasible. After all, a phantom spirit is not a heroic spirit. Summoning a phantom spirit doesn't require a high level of mystery, only a specific ritual. No wonder Lu Kang said this was a preparation made in advance. Such a large-scale project indeed needed to be prepared beforehand. Although a phantom spirit created this way wouldn't last long under normal circumstances, it could withstand most crises. Kichi-join Kahara's thoughts settled. Sharp sounds of breaking air rang out almost simultaneously. She made her move. After all, she was a member of the burial agency. No matter how much she enjoyed playing, she always kept her own choices in mind. As a reward for letting me see such an interesting thing, I'll give you a quick end and let you sleep for 3 days and nights. As her voice drifted, her black and white nun's habit fluttered wildly in the frozen wind and snow. A pitch-black dagger shimmering with the light of a miracle appeared in her hand, piercing sharply toward the man opposite her. She appeared in front of Lu Kang. She struck with the sharp blade. The miracle light wrapped around the dagger was intense and thick, as if it were enough to melt all impure things. She displayed power far exceeding that of an ordinary agent as a member of the burial agency. Lu Kang didn't react in time. But he didn't need to react, because don't you want to know who the phantom spirit I shaped and summoned is? He uttered a name. Thus, Kichi-join Kahara's movements paused slightly before she struck again, though it was only for an instant. She had indeed paused, and so, in the next second, accompanied by a thunderous boom, the imperial court shook, and amidst rolling dust and smoke, it was as if a towering giant beast had broken out of its shell. A massive figure appeared in the sight of all the insurgents who had broken in. It appeared above the colossal palace, like a phantom, yet undeniably real. A single snowflake also fell on the locked street at the same time. Yes, in this place where time and space should have been locked, a touch of pale white fell of its own accord, landing on the pitch-black dagger Kichi-join Kahara had thrust out, and even more so, landing amidst the bright outer robe that the dagger's sharp point was piercing. The frozen space began to flow again. A crack appeared in it. In this crack, Lu Kang's outer robe lit up with a glow, blocking the incoming attack. Kichi-join Kahara's pitch-black eyes widened slightly, and a feather-like mysterious glimmer pierced deep into her eyelids. The Hall of Techniques was activated at this instant. 19. Number 19 Section 19 Chapter 19 Just like 5 years ago, he once again shook the heart of the miracle worker, causing surprise, successfully tearing open the seal of miracles, and successfully activating magecraft. And this was all because of a single sentence. A sentence of transgression. Angel or demon? An angel is also a demon. The Book of Laws. At this moment, what Lu Kang summoned was both an angel and a demon. He said, "Look, it is God." Volume 1. Chapter 27 Demonic Bodhisattva, Eye on the State. Boom. Inside Moscow's Kremlin Palace, a massive shadow emerged from above the hall. It was a presence as towering as the palace complex itself, like a prehistoric giant human evil. The colossal form, whose full extent was hard to see, resembled a moving mountain. Its gray-blue skin writhed incessantly, and the roar that followed shook the ground, striking terror into the hearts of the insurgents who had broken in. It was roaring, growling. Its crimson eyes were like blood-colored suns hanging in the sky. Its head seemed to stand above the clouds, submerged in wind and snow, but from a distance, the outline of the crown could be seen. Just as Lu Kang had said, it was both an angel and a demon, a phantom spirit shaped by means of a miracle. It was also the only emperor of the Russian Empire. Nicholas II. The so-called angel refers to the tentacles of nature, the messengers of the gods. The so-called demon refers to the emotions of the human heart, the power of nature, and the impression of fear left by successive czars on the people. This was the composition of the phantom spirit, and Nicholas II was the vessel for the phantom spirit. This was the result of Liu Kang's previous discussion with this last czar. This was something only Nicholas II could do, because he was the emperor. No matter how mediocre he was someone with the czar's bloodline, reigning over a country as the czar of this generation. Only he could bear the fear left to the world by the previous czars. And this would be the second mystery Liu Kang displayed in this world. The emperor turned into a giant human evil, acting wildly with his own power. He blocked the surging insurgents. Layers of artillery fire exploded on him, but the resulting impact seemed insignificant. Almost at the same time, in the lonely streets of Moscow, after the first snowflake fell, the second and third followed closely. The hazy snow mist flowed again as if ice layers were melting into streams, and the howling wind once again poured into the world. The brighter the light from the pitch-black formal wear, the larger the crack in the great miracle barrier ceiling time and space became. However, Kichi-join Kahara, the main caster, did not repair it. She just held a black dagger and stared fixedly at the man before her, displaying mysterious power. Looking at the smile on that handsome face, an expression as if a plan had succeeded. His plan had succeeded. It's not that I'm trapping you, but that you're stalling me? Kichi-join Kahara put away the dagger in her hand as if realizing something and took 2 steps back. Her full and beautiful figure swayed slightly under the black and white nun's habit. Correct, but there's no reward, Liu Kang said. Intrigue was always the norm in a magician's battle. Running into Kichi-join Kahara this time was indeed unexpected, but as a normal magician, he should have had preventive measures for various accidents. Not to mention, for this moment, Liu Kang had been preparing for a whole year. He had sent away Nicholas II's family, the empress, the princesses, and most of the people in the court, leaving only those willing to die. He had arranged everything. He had completed the final preparations long ago, just waiting for the right moment to activate. So for him, it was nothing more than moving the scheduled plan forward, letting the fully prepared work start early. And in his plan, he also needed to confront the woman before him, a member of the burial agency, the parallel world counterpart of human evil, the monk Kichi-join Kahara. In all of Moscow, or even the entire Russian Empire, only she had the ability to stop the progress of Liu Kang's plan. Although Liu Kang was trapped here by accident, he also stayed behind to play along with the scheme, to attract her attention and stall for time. Interesting, truly interesting. You are like this, and that Nicholas II is also like this. I thought he was just an ordinary person, a cowardly monarch, but I didn't expect him to have such resolve, to actually dare to accept the possession of a phantom spirit and bear this power of transgression. Kichi-join Kahara let out a laugh. She stood on the street where the lockdown was becoming increasingly fragmented, in the world where the wind and snow were gradually howling down like the biting teeth of a pale giant human evil. She was not stingy with her praise, nor did she hide the interest in her heart. She said, "Such a cowardly person actually showed such resolve because of your guidance. It's truly incredible. However, this is the end." Kichi-join Kahara was still laughing, a very calm laugh, but a serious look gradually appeared in her eyes. "Although your transgressive behavior did surprise me and even momentarily shook my heart, causing me to feel surprise, what I have seen is enough. Whether it's an angel or a demon, as long as I kill you here, everything will come to an end." As the words fell, a buzzing sound vibrated from within Kichi-join Kahara's body. Liu Kang stood where he was, narrowing his eyes. He knew Kichi-join Kahara was about to use her true power. He also understood that this woman, a member of the church's strongest organization, wouldn't just have the level she had shown. But he was neither panicked nor surprised, just staring fixedly at her display. He didn't stop her, nor could he. A loud noise erupted, the lockdown shattered, and the frozen wind and snow poured down majestically, like a dam breaking. Dust and snow came from the sky like a pale curtain falling. A second of silence. After 1 second, another second. After the roar, another roar. Under the impact of wind and snow, the young man stood motionless on the silent street. The street remained desolate, closed off by frost on all sides. Amidst the rolling cold air, the light on Liu Kang's robes grew brighter, opening slowly like wings or tassels. Beneath the robes, his skin also glowed. The first and second layers of sanctuary magecraft were activated simultaneously, resisting the majestic torrent like an avalanche. Opposite him, the snow mist was still hazy. Amidst the haziness, a figure also walked out from the mist. It was Kichi-join Kahara, but her appearance was different from before. "I didn't expect you to make me use this state." It's truly a surprise. I only hope that next, you can make me enjoy myself even more, Lucan lovest. A still swaying voice sounded. The wind and snow receded, the shadows faded. At this moment, Kichi-join Kahara was different from before. The heavy nun's habit on her had disappeared, replaced by extremely revealing clothing. There was still fabric fluttering on her head, but it was no longer a headscarf wrapping her head, just ribbons fluttering in all directions. Her long black hair was thick and spread out in the wind and snow. A pair of crimson horns extended out, covered with colorful circuits. Her already pretty face became even more enchanting, with a vermilion mark between her brows making her look full of demonic nature. Her chest was exposed and rounded, with only the peaks lightly covered. Her shoulders were bare, and her hands were slightly open as if to embrace the world with great compassion, but what was seen under her raised white arms was a deep abyss that one couldn't look away from. Below that fullness, her waist was slender, and below that slenderness, her curves rounded out. Amidst her white and delicate skin, there was only a triangular patch of covering, with the origin point faintly visible. Kichi-join Kahara's full figure, which even the nun's habit couldn't hide, was fully exposed at this moment. Just like her code name, she looked like a monk saving all living beings, and also like a heavenly demon proclaiming love, but the only thing she didn't look like was a nun. The mystery she released was the same. You really are a bald donkey, Liu Kang commented unceremoniously. Demonic bodhisattva, a form similar to the human evil, one of the 7 great calamities that originated from humanity but destroyed humanity in his memory. Demonic bodhisattva, a being formed from the collection of human lust and love, but her power was clearly not that strong, so it was only similar. Therefore, Liu Kang remained calm and confident. He said, since you've taken on this form, I should also be a bit more serious and go all out. His words fell. In the distance, that towering presence above the Kremlin palace, that massive object with a grim shadow in the wind and snow, let out a low roar. A wild wind rose, blowing away the snow, and it further revealed its true face. It was a colossus, a prehistoric giant human evil wearing a crown and an emperor's ceremonial robe. It was I am the state. At this instant, as if a monarch had returned, the entire Moscow shook because of it. Mountains and rivers, cities and towns. The entire Russian Empire seemed to be responding to the monarch's summons, responding to the summons of Lucan Lovest, who stood above the monarch. Volume 1. Chapter 28 Throne of the Demonic Heavens, All the World's Evil. He briefly created a demon god that should not exist in this era. It was the source of all evil and the incarnation of the cruel monarchs of past generations. Although I'm loath to admit it, I have to say that in terms of spirit evocation techniques, he has reached the pinnacle and is a pioneer worth learning from. Kenneth L. Melloy Archibald, first-class lecturer of the Spirit Evocation Department in early 1917, an unprecedented illusion appeared in the Russian Empire during the final days of the imperial dynasty. Tens of millions of people saw the descent of a demon. They saw an ancient evil human evil descending from the sky and acting wildly. It is one of the historical puzzles that remains unexplained to this day. Although some experts believe it was a phenomenon of mental derangement caused by collective poisoning, or a mirage-like scene, there are also religious people who believe in theology and think it was an evil spell performed by Lucan Lovest, who was known as the most sinister and evil person at the time. He let all things be covered in dust. He wanted to drag the world into hell. World's unsolved mysteries. It truly was like a demon god descending. A formidable shadow emerged above the Kremlin palace, and the roar blew away the wind, dust, and smoke. It was a prehistoric giant elephant with gray-blue skin. It was also the incarnation of the fear of successive czars, wearing a crown and a royal robe. It rose from among the palaces on the ground, appearing toweringly in the direction of the court behind Liu Kang. As if echoing him from afar, the desolate street remained desolate, but the accumulated snow disappeared in the blink of an eye. A massive, mysterious pressure instantly bore down on the demonic bodhisattva, Kichi-join Kahara, making her unable to stop laughing. She couldn't help but praise, and she couldn't help but sigh with emotion. 20. Number 20 Section 20 Chapter 20 Are you truly just a commoner magician? A priest, hailing from a monastery? The demonic bodhisattva's figure floated slightly. The terrifying pressure was as if nothing to her. Her expression remained calm, though she had become somewhat excited. This is truly exquisite fun, she thought to herself. She said, right now, you are remotely controlling a temporarily existing phantom spirit of the Tsar, indirectly unifying the mystery of this land. Looking at the magicians of the entire world, those who can achieve this level are, I'm afraid, few and far between, right? I really didn't misjudge you. You truly can bring me pleasure, but unfortunately, for me, this is of no use. As Kichi-join Kahara's voice fell, a humming vibration surfaced once more. A mysterious rhythm emerged along with it. This was identical to the mysterious change that occurred just now when she took on this form of the demonic bodhisattva. Liu Kang's gaze darkened slightly. This woman, is she still hiding an even stronger power? He thought of this possibility, but it seemed too late to react. In the next second, the woman with the seductive figure and revealing clothes raised her head. Her slender fingers moved as if rippling the surface of water, and a flowing pitch-black substance emerged from the void realm, flooding out with her as the center. It gradually rose and elongated, eventually stretching to the sky, then flowing and dripping in an instant like sludge falling onto a canvas. The pitch-black color instantly drowned the sky, painting over everything in sight. The sky was gone, the streets were gone, and the earth was gone as well. Liu Kang, who had just escaped confinement, was once again plunged into another layer of the world that unfolded in an instant. And this time it was neither magic nor a miracle I have practiced for a long time. In the world filled with pitch blackness, Kichijoin Kahara moved her feet, half floating in the air. The clothes on her body swirled. Her graceful figure swayed with every step. She said, I once exerted immense effort and finally mastered the eye of observation that sees throughout the world. I once used this eye to look across the world. Eventually, I stepped onto the seat of the demonic heaven outside the world, the sixth heaven, the desire realm, and saw the joys, angers, sorrows, and pleasures of people. This was a chant, but it was not a baptism chant, rather an inherent barrier. Liu Kang felt his connection to the outside world severed once again, and he spat out a term with a heavy expression. He thought to himself that this was quite a surprise. He hadn't expected that this otherworldly counterpart of the human evil would actually possess an inherent barrier, a terrifyingly large-scale magic that manifests one's mental imagery into a miniature world egg. This was a power that should only be mastered by natural spirits, and only a very few among humans could learn it. It required talent, and even more so, a long time to polish one's mental imagery. Waves of shock crashed through his mind, and he suddenly understood why she hadn't stopped the shattering of that layer of miracle sealing just now. It wasn't that she didn't want to or was powerless. It was simply for a seamless transition. The moment the inherent barrier expands and covers reality, everything will be swallowed into it. In this process, the fewer the obstacles and the less there is to swallow, the faster the expansion speed will be. And the outside world had already been swept once by the miracle. As the miracle shattered, the place where Liu Kang stood had also become a pure blank space in terms of mysterious concepts. That was why Kichijoin Kahara's inherent barrier expanded so quickly, so fast that in just the instant he regained his senses, he had already been swallowed into it. Inherent barrier, seed of the demonic heaven. Welcome to my world. Just as Liu Kang had a trump card, Kichijoin Kahara had one as well, comparing whose trump card is more numerous, whose methods are hidden deeper. Competitions between mysteries have always been like this. It was a contest between a bunch of old schemers. The burial agency would not deviate from this point either. Now then, let us enjoy ourselves to our heart's content together. In the pitch black, flowing inherent barrier, the demonic bodhisattva's elegance was on full display, her golden eyes shining. At this instant, Liu Kang met her gaze. At this moment, he stared at the woman before him. His gaze swept across that charming face, flowed over that slender neck, lingered on the exposed fair skin of her full bosom, and fell between her slender waist and the primordial land below, bound only by thin triangular fabric. The expanded roundness extended into legs that were plump and full. The woman standing tall in the darkness could stir the latent desires in one's heart just by standing there, an unparalleled longing born of biological instinct. This was the seed of the demonic heaven. It was also the desire realm in Buddhism, the sixth heaven. Staying here, even someone with a heart as hard as iron would be incinerated by the fires of desire, burning their soul to ash. But before that, they would also enjoy unparalleled pleasure, enjoyment, together with the demonic bodhisattva. As the first person to enter this place after I mastered the inherent barrier, you shall ascend together with me. Kichijoin Kahara reached out toward the man who seemed to have fallen into a dazed state in the darkness, unaware, due to the surging desires. Her slender finger hooked upward. The demonic bodhisattva would bestow ultimate bliss, with great mercy and compassion. She would administer the ultimate evil. But soon, the seductive curve at the corner of Kichijoin Kahara's mouth froze. Because her hand had missed. She had clearly touched him, yet she hadn't grasped anything. Kichijoin Kahara's hand passed through the shadow of Liu Kang before her. What she had caught was merely a phantom. The shadow before her, is it an illusion? The most basic magic, a mysterious method looked down upon by most magicians, an ability to deceive others that even ordinary people could use under specific circumstances. Kichijoin Kahara suddenly realized that Liu Kang had never been pulled in here by her. She suddenly woke up. It turned out that when she met his gaze, she had already unknowingly fallen into his illusion. When did it happen? She wasn't sure. The woman's eyes narrowed slightly. The inherent barrier simultaneously began to slowly recede, revealing the scenery that had been covered. Since that fellow had never been swallowed into the inherent barrier, she naturally had to go outside to find him and then swallow him in, although she didn't know. When the other party had used the illusion, Kichi-join Kahara still had confidence. A holder of an inherent barrier should naturally have such confidence. The demonic bodhisattva, having emerged, reappeared in reality. What met her eyes was still the cold street, but that fellow's figure was nowhere to be seen. Did Lucan Lovis take the opportunity to flee? Kichi-join Kahara was not surprised. Faced with an inherent barrier, he could only avoid its edge. But it was useless. She would go and find him. You can't escape. Who told you that I escaped? As one sentence fell, another abruptly rang out, exploding behind Kichi-join Kahara like a cat with its fur standing on end. Every hair on Kichi-join Kahara's body instantly bristled because of this voice, and even more so because of the palm that fell onto her shoulder from behind her at the same time as the voice. Lu Kang gripped her shoulder and waist from behind Kichi-join Kahara. His warm palms instantly brushed against the demonic bodhisattva's fair and delicate skin. His palm sank slightly into the soft flesh of Kichi-join Kahara's waist, while his open fingers lightly rested on the deep curve below the woman's waist. An ambiguous action and posture, yet it was filled with a chilling killing intent. For the first time, a look of panic appeared on Kichi-join Kahara's face. For the first time, the words spat out from those rosy red lips carried a violent fluctuation. Are you surprised? Lu Kang grinned and said, in fact, I never could have avoided your inherent barrier. The illusion I cast on you was the impression that I was not pulled into your inherent barrier. Arrogance is your greatest cause of defeat. Demonic bodhisattva, I was behind you the whole time, waiting for you to open it yourself. But Kichi-join Kahara hadn't actually looked down on Lu Kang. What she had truly ignored was merely the most basic illusion, an illusion that even ordinary people could use, which often struggled to play a role in high-level mysterious battles that were anticipated in advance. It's just that no one using it doesn't mean it's ineffective. Even the most common illusion, if used properly, can achieve victory through surprise. Not to mention, what Lu Kang possessed was an illusion derived from mind magic that could be activated in an instant, without any precursors or rituals. An instant cast illusion? Kichi-join Kahara also regained her senses. Although the warmth coming from her shoulder and waist made her whole body feel inexplicably hot, her body, which had never been touched by an outsider, was being approached so closely for the first time in her life. As a member of the burial agency, she remained calm. She calmly recognized Lu Kang's ability. She calmly recognized the current situation. At this very moment, the inherent barrier that hadn't been completely closed, the seat of the demonic heaven, was encountering an intrusion from an external mystery. Lu Kang was taking the opportunity to seize her inherent barrier, using this opening to re-establish contact with that phantom spirit summoned to reality. Although the fact that you possess an inherent barrier was beyond my expectations, the mystery that composes your inherent barrier did not exceed my predictions. Lu Kang said. Human evil, am I right? He let go of Kichi-join Kahara. The woman with her long hair disheveled and her beautiful figure mostly exposed took 2 steps forward and then turned around. Her charming face looked even more enticing due to the flush rising on it. She licked her red lips and said, yes, but so what? Love, hate, resentment, all sorts of human desires and negative emotions, these are the human evil. Kichi-join Kahara still appeared to be fearless. Although she had a moment of panic, an instant later she was still seductive and moving with her red lips swaying. She even leisurely introduced her power to Lu Kang. She could feel Lu Kang's actions at this moment. She knew the other party was trying to erode her inherent barrier and seize her power. She was even more permissive, even wishing for the other party to do so. She wished for Lu Kang to directly face the erosion of the human evil. In that case, he would fall into madness. He would die. The human evil is definitely not something that can be easily endured. However, what Kichi-join Kahara didn't know was that this was also a part of Lu Kang's plan. Lu Kang thought that although she was an otherworldly counterpart, they ultimately shared the same source. The abilities held by this woman named Kichi-join Kahara were likely 80% similar to the human evil. Even if there were differences, they would be more or less the same. Sure enough, the black mud woven into the inherent barrier was the human evil. So at this moment, Kichi-join Kahara was still smiling fearlessly. If you'd like to hear other novels, feel free to request them in the comments. If there are no issues with posting the requested novel, we'll post it. You can also listen to more audio novels for free at patreon.com/xlightnovel. Before you start listening, please don't forget to like. 21. Number 21 Section 21 Chapter 21 Thus, at this moment, the half-concealed, half-revealed inherent barrier was shrouded in pitch-black darkness, yet one could vaguely see the desolate streets of Moscow in 1917 and the towering, coiled figure looming over the distant palace. Lu Kang extended his hand. He whispered softly, "Are you ready?" These words were not spoken to Kichijoin Kahara. They were directed at the primordial behemoth, transformed from Nicholas II, located several miles away. The towering behemoth cast its crimson, blazing sunlight gaze downward. Kichijoin Kahara was taken aback. She did not see Lu Kang display the madness of bearing human evil, because he did not directly channel this power into himself. Instead, the moment he received Nicholas II's response, he released it. Vast black mud scattered and splattered in an instant, like droplets of water bursting forth. But they did not vanish. Instead, guided by the mystery invoked by the incarnations of the successive czars, they merged into the air and seeped into the soil, carried away by the wind, drifting with the clouds. Following a single thought from Lucan Lovest, more evil was drawn forth. Using human evil, he drew forth even more human evil. All the wicked thoughts and sins scattered across the soil of the Russian Empire. Evil is sin. It is also the negative emotions within the human heart. In this instant, on the streets of Moscow, someone saw the wind and snow cease and stepped out. He looked up at the darkening sky, finding the gloom unusually thick, yet his heart felt as if a burden had been lifted, filled with relief. In the farmlands of the Russian Empire, an old farmer, long oppressed, suddenly grinned, as if all past despair was about to be cast aside. He would have a bright tomorrow. Merchants traveling north and south stopped to breathe. The timid and impoverished suddenly gained the courage to resist. They all shed the evil in their hearts. Greed is evil, despair is evil, and cowardice is also evil. Their evil was drawn to one place. I will bear the sins of the Russian Empire in this era. Standing on the street, Lu Kang spoke softly. He began to chant the ritual. Kichijoin Kahara finally understood his true purpose, and her first reaction was that he was insane. Did he actually intend to bear all the evil of the Russian Empire in this era to usher in a new age? The burial agency was never short of madmen, but she felt that the man before her was crazier than all of them. No, not just him. Nicholas II was too. Kichijoin Kahara's thoughts suddenly became chaotic, but Lu Kang didn't even glance at her. He merely gazed into the distance at the gathering cloud layer in the sky. It was a cloud layer, but also an ever-emerging black mud, the materialized human evil. From the very beginning, he had not regarded the church or Kichijoin Kahara as his opponents. He was not here to fight. He had come to create a new era, to create mystery. Thus, the church was merely his tool. No need for hostility, nor for slaughter. Lu Kang walked away slowly. On this day, Moscow's sky was as dark as an abyss. On this day, the sky above the Russian Empire was stained with evil. On this day, at this moment, the behemoth transformed from Nicholas II roared at the sky, the terrifying shadow of the monstrous beast appearing in everyone's sight. A human figure also appeared. Lu Kang chanted the mysterious ritual and walked before him. They would bear all the evil of this era, just as planned, before the public eye, unveil the second mystery of this lifetime. The sky was like an abyss. It was an omen of purgatory descending. It was also the deepest, darkest darkness before dawn. Russian Folk Song, Volume 1, Chapter 29. Beside my throne, there is no room for those who bear sin. Only after Lu Kang left, his figure disappearing at the end of the street corner, did Kichijoin Kahara snap out of her troubled thoughts. She looked up at the colossal figure coiled over the distant palace. The phantom spirits of successive czars stood beneath the sky, shrouded by the ever-gathering human evil, dark and heavy like an inverted abyss. The surface of the abyss was like water, reflecting the undulating palace architecture of Moscow. Kichijoin Kahara felt the human evil gathering from all directions. As one who had reached the throne of the demon heaven, awakened the eye of observation, and could sense human evil, her perception at this moment was especially profound. That man was a madman, but this will to save the world suddenly made her reflect deeply. Truly it reminds me of things that should not have been forgotten, doesn't it? The demonic bodhisattva, or rather, the Buddhist monk, Kichijoin Kahara, suddenly sighed, recalling the days when she was merely a Buddhist monk. Back then, she too cultivated with the will to save the world. She pressed her palms together, and her exposed attire vanished in an instant. Black and white nun's robes once again enveloped her body. Returning to her previous appearance, she sighed silently and glanced sideways. Is this the reason you didn't stop him from leaving, monster woman? A clear and crisp voice rang out. On the Moscow street, now extremely flat and clean after the wind and snow had been swept away, a woman with chestnut red long hair, clad in a black robe and wearing a top hat, abruptly appeared beside Kichijoin Kahara. Kichijoin Kahara was slightly startled, then grinned. Who knows, perhaps I truly am powerless now? HMPH. The red-haired woman glanced at her, a mocking smile curling at the corner of her mouth. But she paused, then added, but this is fine as well. If your church chooses to give up, then that fellow will be left to us for sealing designation. As her long hair swayed and tilted, the woman strode forward. Kichijoin Kahara remained where she was. She watched the woman stride toward the Kremlin palace, and as her black robe billowed, more figures appeared behind her. The Mages Association's sealing designation enforcers, and the department head of the Department of Law and Politics, Bartholomew, is it? What a troublesome bunch. Kichijoin Kahara certainly knew their identities. The church and the Mages Association had always been incompatible. If their positions were reversed, Kichijoin Kahara and the other party might have inevitably clashed violently. But at least for now, they had a common, overt enemy. That enemy was Lucan Lovest, the common heretic of both the church and the Mages Association. Under these circumstances, Kichijoin Kahara would not attack the Mages Association. But she would not help them either, even though she still had strength to spare. In fact, her remaining strength was quite abundant. She had displayed less than 1,000th of it just now. To think such a person would appear in this parallel world, Kichijoin Kahara thought to herself. However, you are already too late. With a light laugh, Kichijoin Kahara vanished from the spot. Lucan Lovest, perhaps we will have the chance to meet again in the future. Her words gradually faded. Lady Bartholomew, ahead. Bartholomew, striding toward the palace, paused slightly. The red-haired woman glanced back, and a subordinate magician immediately stepped forward to ask, should we guard against the church? Unnecessary. Bartholomew's expression was calm, her voice cool. She said, that woman won't interfere with us, she wouldn't dare. The priority now is to proceed with the sealing designation of that heretic who defies the path of mystery. Yes. With these words, the magicians at the scene vanished instantly. They hastened their pace forward, almost simultaneously. Atop a high-rise building in Moscow, someone else quietly gazed at the colossal figure above the palace. Vladimir's beard trembled in the oncoming wind. He held an unlit pipe between his teeth, able to feel the dense malice carried by the wind. Truly an unexpected spectacle. He bit the pipe at his lips. Quote, but this is fine, although it's 3 days ahead of schedule, at least we are fully prepared. The mentor turned and looked at the figure standing behind him. Begin the operation. Mobilize the workers and peasants everywhere, let everyone rise up. There's no need to seize the palace, no need to usurp power. What we must do first is ensure that the oppressed are no longer oppressed, that the displaced have a place to call home. The time has come. The time has come to burn away the sins of the old era completely. Comrades, the moment for change has arrived. January 1917, Vladimir Ilyich Lenin, standing atop the Moscow bell tower, declared solemnly, open black lens bracket you walk before Nicholas II close black lens bracket 22. Number 22 Section 22 Chapter 22 Open black lens bracket. As the malice in the air piled up more and more, you knew the time had come. Close black lens bracket. On the other side, before the court of the Kremlin palace, Liu Kang paused briefly. The primordial behemoth above his head was still emitting low growls, and the phantom spirit symbolizing the terror of successive czars was posturing menacingly. Above the palace dome, its massive tusks seemed poised to pry up the entire era. All the attacking Mensheviks had already been toppled by him. Along the way, Liu Kang saw their figures constantly retreating in defeat. Liu Kang walked into the palace beneath the giant beast. The phantom spirit below had no legs. What it was connected to was still the palace. Or perhaps it should be said, the figure sitting upright within the palace. You've come. The decorations within the great hall were still luxurious. Luxurious drapes. Luxurious red carpets. On the luxurious imperial throne, a man opened his eyes. Yes, I have come. Liu Kang looked at him, as promised. Nicholas II, wearing a dark military uniform, had a slight lift to his mustache. The crystal chandelier hanging from the palace dome cast soft light. The face of this last Tsar bore a hint of weariness. Although summoning the phantom spirit relied on the ley lines of Moscow gathering magical power. In this instant, the manifestation of the incarnation of successive czars still used him as the foundation. He would feel tired. It was only natural to feel weary. But it would all be over soon. Let's begin. Liu Kang slowly walked towards the throne. The plan they had schemed for a year would reach its conclusion in this step. As long as he bore all the sins of the old era, the hatred could be resolved. Then, even if the Russian Empire was still doomed to collapse in the new tomorrow, the emperor's family could still live like ordinary people. All the sins of the old era would stop here. But Lu Kang had just lifted his foot, taken no more than 2 steps, when he suddenly halted. He looked at the barrier that had suddenly appeared before him, and at Nicholas II on the throne, bathed in light. Your Majesty, what is the meaning of this? Your Eminence, please stop, Nicholas II said. His words were weak and interspersed with panting, as if carrying a heavy burden. In fits and starts, he still firmly expressed his own will. Your Eminence's intention, I have long understood, but I believe I have already said. Said what? Lu Kang thought to himself, had this guy gotten cold feet at the last moment? Did he regret not wanting to bear the sins, or not wanting the Russian Empire to collapse like this? But Nicholas II did not immediately respond to Lu Kang's question. He looked up towards the dome, as if seeing the colossal, standing primordial behemoth. He grinned and whispered, so this is what an emperor is, such a terrifying thing. It is not sacred at all, nor is it great. Such a thing truly should have been swept into the dustbin of history long ago. The emperor's words echoed lowly within the palace. Lu Kang slightly furrowed his brows, his gaze fixed on the man who had suddenly started rambling. There were always people who told me the emperor was great, the empire was sacred, and all the people should revere the emperor as they would a father. Growing up in the palace, I too thought I could become, as they said, a sacred and great emperor like him, my father, the previous Tsar, Alexander III. But after ascending to this position, I realized it wasn't as glamorous as it appeared on the surface. Staying seated firmly was exhausting, doing it well was even more exhausting. Yet I still believed those words, believed in my own supremacy. My father once said I wasn't really suited to be emperor because I was cowardly, timid. I refused to accept it, so after becoming emperor, I put on an iron-willed and resolute facade. On the eve of the empire's decline, I even once thought I could revive its majesty. However, upon careful reflection, my father's assessment was actually correct. I am cowardly. Several reforms failed due to my indecision. Several decisions led to serious mistakes because I didn't want to bear the blame. Your Eminence must look down on me, right? I cannot be like Your Eminence, remaining resolute even when facing gods as enemies. Lu Kang's expression shifted slightly. He looked at the seemingly fragile man on the throne, listening to his words. He thought to himself, so this guy wasn't blindly trusting and following him out of faith in the gods either. Nicholas II had long known he was not a devout believer of the gods, not some religious sage. The reason he still believed in him was simply because he truly had the capability, and Nicholas II had long known the church, the gods, never stood with him. The gods had abandoned him, so even if Lu Kang was a demon, he could only ally with him. But Lu Kang's expression shifted slightly, and Nicholas II still didn't give him a chance to speak. He simply continued, cowardly, timid, afraid to shoulder true responsibility. The surface iron will and brutality were merely a facade to cover up this flaw. I have made many mistakes in this life of mine, but no matter what. The weakened man suddenly straightened his back. His already low voice suddenly became even deeper, like a great bell, more like the pounding of a drum, as if returning to being an emperor. He said, some things I should bear alone, because I have said, c'est moi, the crime of the nation's fall, I should bear alone. With a sudden boom, the hall shook. Nicholas II abruptly stood up straight. The military uniform he wore fluttered. He slowly drew the imperial longsword symbolizing the Tsar from his waist. His expression was solemn, and the roar of the giant beast accompanied him in the air. As if responding to the emperor's will, the primordial behemoth in the air lifted its tusks at this moment. It raised its head and stabbed towards the dark clouds in the sky. Its massive trunk also instantly enveloped all the evil in the air. It was devouring, but also bearing all the evil, and then step by step, walking towards the empire's end. Watching this scene, Lu Kang realized he had overthought it. Nicholas II did not regret it, but having hesitated all his life, at the very end, he only wanted to truly make a brave decision for himself, at least at this moment. Facing countless sins, he chose to end them in his own way, choosing to bear them alone. The matters after my death, I entrust to your eminence, Nicholas II said in a low voice. He raised his sword. He would end his life here. With the dignity of an emperor, carrying all the sins of the old era, the empire collapses, and he should follow it into oblivion. But the sword he had just raised suddenly halted. Nicholas II paused, looking at the hand that had appeared on the sword. Lu Kang passed through the blocking light curtain and came before him. He said, your decision, I will not oppose. However, in the end, let me send you off on your final journey. This way, the empire's legacy can also be received by me. Nicholas II was silent for a moment, then suddenly laughed. What empire's legacy was left now? What was to be given had already been given. What was to be taken, Lu Kang had already taken. But he still nodded. He said, "Then, I leave it to you, my first consul. My sage and mentor." Volume 1. Chapter 30. Take a step forward, create a demon god. January 1917. With the appearance of the Moscow Phantom, on the morning of this day, the Menshevik Party was the first to storm the Kremlin Palace. They breached the palace gates but were defeated by the vicious beast within. This was a failed uprising. Yet the empire's emperor died that very day. Some say he died because of the phantom that day. Others say he died from a sudden bout of madness. But there are also those who say he died at the hands of Lucan Lovest, his soul taken by the demon. He and his missing family were the same. The death of Nicholas II. Open black lens bracket. You have killed Nicholas II. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. As the sword symbolizing the emperor pierced Nicholas II's chest, you suddenly remembered many things. You thought of all the matters concerning this emperor, thought of the past related to him. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. A mediocre, inferiority complexed yet arrogant emperor, who found his own path in the end. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. You evaluated him thus. Close black lens bracket. At this moment, scarlet blood slowly dripped from the sword tip onto the ground, staining the red carpet with a deeper, darker hue. Lu Kang took 2 steps back. Nicholas II slowly closed his eyes. The ground hummed and trembled. Outside the palace, above the dome, the phantom spirit, the incarnation of successive czars, lost its vessel. It shook, trembled. It lifted its massive tusks and let out an increasingly loud roar, as if unwilling to accept the empire's inevitable collapse, yet powerlessly swaying. Powerlessly quivering. Powerlessly, collapsing like dust, vanishing along with it were the various evils spread across this land, all Thiessen, all the karma, of course, and a mediocre and cowardly monarch. The sky regained its clarity. The sunlight after the snowstorm was exceptionally bright. Lu Kang leaned on the sword, standing before the throne, looking at the emperor on the throne who had lowered his head, devoid of life. He thought to himself that this emperor probably didn't understand his meaning before death. The empire's legacy he spoke of referred to his daughter. Lu Kang was no saint. He had always been one who does nothing without benefit. Clap, clap, clap. Just at that moment, crisp applause rang out within the empire's highest palace. The crystal chandelier's lights still shone. The palace remained spacious. Yet from between the light gauze curtains hanging on all sides, figures slowly walked in, treading in pitch-black long boots. The leader walked while clapping, emitting a crisp voice. An emperor cowardly all his life made a true commitment of his own before death. A devil posing as a sage collected his reward. A pity Shakespeare has been dead for centuries. If he were here, he could surely write a beautiful collection of stories based on this scene. Lu Kang looked at them. Figures surrounded them from all directions, encircling this throne, and Lu Kang before the throne. But he only looked at the one who had spoken. A woman with long brownish red hair, from the Mages Association? Lu Kang was not at all surprised by their appearance. This was the palace. He could sense anyone entering, sense their presence, sense the faction represented by the mystery emanating from them. Clock tower, ceiling designation enforcer. The woman's black coat draped down, covering the uniform inside. Below her knee-length skirt, long boots tread the ground. Her hand held a long whip, her long hair tied high in a ponytail revealing a handsome face, highlighting a queen-like, decisive and efficient temperament. She said, "Vivian Bartholomew, 23. Number 23 Section 23, Chapter 23. A clock tower lord?" Lu Kang smiled. Indeed, a name that resounds like thunder. It is said that Bartholomew is one of the 3 great noble families of the Mages Association. Headquarters, the clock tower, possessing a family history of over 1,000 years. The successive Lord Bastimirello have all been lords of the Department of Law and Politics, responsible for maintaining order, holding high positions and great power. I never thought I could make such a big shot take action, but you don't seem surprised. Vivian looked at the man who, despite being surrounded, was still chatting and laughing. She recalled that he had just repelled a burial agency member, so she wasn't surprised by his calm and confident demeanor. She merely said calmly, "You deal with the church a lot, but if you apply your impressions of them to us, you'll be gravely mistaken. Lucan Lovest, the magecraft you practice originated from the clock tower, but the Tao you follow violates Solomon's precepts. Do you plead guilty? Should I say that the Mages Association and the church are indeed old rivals of many years?" Lu Kang smiled again, very happily. The exact same tone, the exact same condescending tone of accusation. "If I plead guilty, will you preserve me in formaldehyde as a specimen? That is a seal designation. It is also a means to preserve forbidden mystery." Vivian Bartholomew frowned, clearly a little displeased with Liu Kang's unreserved attitude. A magus like you shouldn't be entitled to such a qualification. You should feel honored. Yes, 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 absolutely. Liu Kang let his hands fall into the pockets of his dark coat. He reined in his smile, his deep brown eyes gazing intently, and his facial expression suddenly became extremely calm. So calm that a strange feeling surfaced in Vivian's heart, but she didn't have time to explore where this strange feeling came from. She heard Liu Kang say in a low voice, "It's about time." The man before the throne slowly took a step. Vivian Bartholomew opened her mouth to reprimand him, but she suddenly realized her movements had become very slow. Just opening her mouth felt as if it required a long time to complete. Just raising her hand to stop him took hundreds or thousands of times longer than usual. She couldn't stop him. Liu Kang stepped across the dais. She couldn't block him. He arrived before them. This feeling was like being inside the opponent's magic workshop, affected by a slowing magecraft, yet when they entered this palace, they had clearly surveyed it thoroughly, and there were no traces of ritual imprints, whether of magecraft or miracle. Just as Vivian struggled to look up, she saw the scenery outside the window, and she suddenly froze. She stared in astonishment at the bird flying past the window, watching its wings slowly spread. This slowed scene was not only happening inside the hall, but outside as well. Sunlight fell, dust drifted. Everything became very slow, very slow. Thus, Vivian Bartholomew finally realized, this palace indeed had no mysterious rituals, because Liu Kang had imprinted the mysterious rituals upon this entire nation. Yes, during the year of 365 days of preparation, Liu Kang not only prepared the phantom spirits of the successive czars, but had also long since distributed the books he had imprinted in the library, scattering them throughout the entire Russian Empire. He had imbued this land with his mystery. Everyone who read the book would have a seed of mind magic planted in their hearts. Everyone who read the book would become a helper for Liu Kang. Their thoughts would become something akin to faith, just like the church's magecraft foundation he had always imitated and forged, converging into vast mystery and magical power. To help him in the transition between old and new eras, to root his mystery in the soil of the new era. Now, the Tsar is dead. The Russian Empire is about to collapse. The transition between old and new eras has arrived. Liu Kang chanted the ritual in a low voice. Vivian then suddenly realized, as a lord of the Department of Law and Politics, her magecraft attainment was naturally at its peak, and many things, by analogy, became clear at a glance. Thus, she understood. She understood the true purpose of this man, this young man who originated from a priest. He was creating his own system of mystery because with the collapse of the old era, all evil was taken away by the phantom spirit formed by Nicholas II, aggregated from the concept of successive czars. So now, this land, new and bright, was like a blank sheet of paper. Like a barren fertile land, a newly emerged pure land. But Liu Kang's pen had already touched the paper, his seeds already buried in the fertile soil. Just waiting for the right moment, it would sprout, just waiting for the time to arrive. His mystery, at that instant, with the help of countless souls, would rapidly develop, occupying the mystery of the new era. But a mystery created in this way was unprecedented. Such a system of mind magic, watered by the souls of millions. The great undertaking of perfecting his power through the thoughts of millions was accomplished was definitely not an ordinary magecraft system. Vivian Bartholomew would not ignore the changes just appearing in this land. She would not ignore the human evil that had just been taken away from this land, and the purified human hearts. Those were millions of human hearts, but without the complexity and danger of the past. Instead, it was the pure, evil-free, controllable power of the soul that was equivalent to the devout faith of millions of believers. This was a vast and pure power. Such a power was enough to create a God, not a phantom spirit, not an angel or a demon, but a true God, like those of the church. A God as the source of mystery. He was creating a God, perhaps nascent, perhaps weak, but with infinite possibilities, a genuine God. After the malice had been taken away, the purified, innocent thoughts, Vivian Bartholomew suddenly felt her scalp tingle, although she couldn't understand why Liu Kang, by staying in this palace, seemed to be able to perceive the situation of the entire Russian Empire. Nor did she know that at this moment, Liu Kang was also utilizing the power of the spirit contracted by Anastasia, that girl. She was his eyes. Even though she was far away now, this wouldn't change. And this was precisely the second time in Liu Kang's life that he displayed mystery in public. It was another layer of his purpose in purifying the world and taking away all human evil from the Russian Empire. He would take a step forward from here, to create a God. He only displayed mystery twice in his life. The first time, he became the king of humanity and gained the wisdom of a king. The second time, he became the king of magecraft, created the origin of mystery, and created the 72 demon gods. The Book of Solomon, Volume 1, Chapter 31. The Church and the Mages Association suffer a crushing defeat. That was the only time the Church and the Mages Association united in a worldwide operation. And it was the only time both sides suffered a crushing defeat. This was an unprecedented failure for both the Mages Association and the Clock Tower, serving as the hubs of magecraft and religion for 2,000 years since their founding. Yet they faced not some colossal organization, nor some ferocious demon god's descent. It was merely one person, the most ruthless and evil person. Clock Tower Chronicles. How impudent, how arrogant, that fellow is a villain, a ruffian, an extreme sinner who blasphemes mystery. The descendants of Bartholomew must always remember. They must absolutely defeat the opponent through mystery. Vivian Bartholomew. Once the long-prepared God creation ritual was activated, everything became extremely natural. Under the nationwide mystery imprint displayed by Lu Kang, the seal designation enforcers and Vivian Bartholomew were utterly unable to stop his actions. Even though every seal designation enforcer was an elite among magus, the most skilled in combat using magecraft, and Vivian Bartholomew was the current head of Bartholomew, ranking among the foremost Clock Tower lords. But under the slowing of all things, no amount of mystery could be activated, and no amount of power could be exerted. At this moment, Vivian Bartholomew finally realized that this young man had never considered her an opponent. To him, they were merely a group of spectators who happened to arrive, witnesses to his second large-scale display of mystery. Inside the majestic hall, lights scattered as Lu Kang slowly walked forward, leaving the palace with a leisurely stroll. He ignored Vivian Bartholomew's angry gaze from behind him. He thought that this contemporary lord of Bartholomew was clearly not as strong as Kichijoin Kahara. After all, there was only one alternate self of human evil from another world facing her. He indeed didn't need to be so vigilant. Lu Kang chuckled softly as he stepped out of the hall. A faint light emerged behind him. Vaguely, it was the slowly forming phantom of a god. It was currently mottled, fragile, and thin. The only reason it could halt the entire Russian Empire was due to the momentary impact of its birth, but only for an instant. However, it was also a genuine god. It was the source of mystery. In this world, whether magecraft or miracle, their essence was also fragments of authority flowing from the root of a god. It represented infinite possibilities. It symbolized the growth of the system of mystery that Lu Kang had established in this era. Vivian Bartholomew's guess was entirely correct, but what she didn't expect was the existence that appeared in this phantom. Its blurry and mottled appearance was identical to Lu Kang. The god he created was also himself, using his own soul as a god. 24. Hash 24 Section 24, Chapter 24 can be completely controlled. Only then can the mind magic of "do what thou wilt shall be the whole of the law" be realized. Starting today, perhaps forward, perhaps backward, Lu Kang will also use his own mystery to spread unchecked through time, whether following the current or going against the flow. Open black lens bracket. You left the Kremlin Palace. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. The foundation of mystery has been forged, the edifice of the empire has collapsed, and a new era has arrived. In this era, everything belonging to the Tsar has turned a new page. No one can commit evil in the name of the Tsar, nor can anyone rely on this point to make a comeback. The past has become history, a past that people see as having no impact on the future. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. This is a conceptual severing achieved through mystery. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. The mystery of the past still exists, but it has become the past. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. You also need to fulfill your promise to Nicholas II. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. To provide the final conclusion for him. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. His family, his land. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. After you left the court, the Russian Empire recovered its original flow of time. Vivian Bartholomeu and others quickly left the Russian Empire, departing from this enemy domain. But before leaving, Vivian let out a sound of grinding teeth. This failure was a humiliation to her, not just a personal one, but a humiliation to her family. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. What Vivian did not know was that although separated by a great distance, you still heard her teeth grinding. Having forged yourself into a god, you are still weak and incomparable to true deities, but you already possess the characteristics of a god. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. Whatever is spoken shall be known. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. But you didn't care. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. Although you left the Kremlin Palace, you did not immediately leave Moscow. You stopped outside the palace, watching the Menshevik party make a comeback and occupy the Kremlin Palace. They tried to make Moscow the capital of their newly established regime, but the fruits of the revolution were ultimately stolen by the observing bourgeoisie, a coalition of big landowners and big merchants. You also watched the Bolsheviks liberate the shackles of countless poor people. You stood on the streets of Moscow like an ordinary passerby. Those rushing revolutionaries passed by you, yet saw nothing. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. By chance, you brushed past Vladimir on the street. Close black lens bracket. The bustling streets of Moscow were exceptionally chaotic. Since the collapse of the Tsarist government, this vast country had inevitably fallen into temporary disorder. The provisional government actively seized power across various regions, benefiting the bourgeoisie, while the Bolsheviks dedicated themselves to rescuing common people everywhere. They allied with the failed Menshevik party, abandoning temporary ideological conflicts. The conflict between them and the provisional government became unavoidable now that the Tsar, their common enemy, was gone. During this time, Vladimir was worried about this. He did not want the Russian Empire to fall into the quagmire of civil war, but judging by the situation, it seemed unavoidable. He walked quickly through the streets, the dark sky matching the gloom in his heart. But the next second, Vladimir's steps suddenly halted. He looked back sideways. He looked at the retreating back of the young priest who had just brushed past him. He paused, feeling a strange familiarity, yet he couldn't recall who it was. Mentor? Someone next to him called out to wake the dazed Vladimir. Quote, "What's wrong? Do you know that person?" He snapped back to attention, and the chevron mustache on his lip twitched slightly. He shook his head. "I don't know him," Vladimir said, but the next moment, he smiled. Quote, "But I know what must be done. Let's go. We must make a decision, even if it means bloodshed. There's no need to hesitate. Revolution is not a dinner party. It is unrealistic to expect no bloodshed." Vladimir had always known this clearly, and at this moment, he made up his mind. "It was you, wasn't it?" He glanced behind him again. The figure had already disappeared into the street, but he chuckled softly. "The one who cleared away my last confusion, my mentor. The mentor of my mentor." Open black lens bracket. In October 1917, changes occurred again within the Russian Empire. The provisional government bourgeoisie, which had briefly held power, was completely overthrown by the Workers' Party led by the Bolsheviks. A political party leading the broad masses stepped onto the stage of history for the first time. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. You, who had given Vladimir his final firm belief, stood atop the highest clock tower in Moscow, watching that flag slowly rise. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. Truly beautiful. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. You thought. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. You have been in Moscow for exactly 10 months. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. It is time. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. You thought again. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. It is time to go see the family of Nicholas II. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. To go see the girl who has been waiting for you. Close black lens bracket. The nameless mentor, the demon known to all. In the Russian Empire of that era, two distinct and opposing existences appeared simultaneously, as if corresponding to an angel and a demon. The mentor led the common people toward freedom. He was the mentor of the mentor, the sage of knowledge described in the mentor's diary. Yet the demon occupied the court, lowering a crimson curtain over the Twilight Empire. Some once said they might be the same person. Someone said, with flowery words, that was the angel, and also the demon. Longman Index, Russian Empire 1689 to 1917, Volume 1, Chapter 32. The Imperial Daughter Among the People. Sister Anna, we are truly indebted to you. Your medical skills are truly miraculous. Thank you so much. Voices of gratitude rose from the crowd. On the streets of St. Petersburg, the setting sun cast red shadows, bathing the city, the former capital of the Russian Empire. The person, dressed in thick black and white sister's habits that perfectly concealed her figure and appearance, allowing only a vague glimpse of a girl's silhouette, smiled and shook her head at the people thanking her. She felt it was merely a small favor and nothing significant, yet the gratitude pouring from those people was endless, and their eyes held both respect and awe. To them, this girl whose true face was hidden was like a saintess. The ability to heal lifelong ailments plaguing commoners with a wave of her hand and just a few words requiring no physical contact, was exactly like the saintess of legend. During this process, the girl's light blue eyes, half hidden beneath the brim of her hood, narrowed slightly, as if feeling a natural sense of joy. Helping others turned out to be so comforting, she thought. Although tiring, this feeling was truly beneficial to her after sending off the last person. The young girl slowly stood up, holding her medical box. The setting sun grew dimmer, and the city's twilight shadows staggered unevenly. The young girl gently stretched her delicate body and adjusted a strand of crystal-like snow-white long hair that had fallen across her forehead. She quickly glanced around, confirmed she was alone, and then gently raised her hand. Out of nothing, a small shadow appeared in her palm, like a blizzard spirit of the Russian Empire woven from straw, shaking and chirping. Seeing the cheerful and lively appearance of the little spirit, the girl couldn't help but smile. Still as lively as ever, Miss Spirit. Although a spirit formed by nature lacks self-awareness and only acts on instinct, making gender irrelevant, the girl felt it should be female just like herself. Holding the spirit, she suddenly sighed. If I calculate carefully, almost a year has passed, hasn't it? The young girl looked back sideways. Her shadow, stretched long by the setting sun, seemed to overlap with the cluster of palaces in the distance. She naturally knew what those palaces were. That was the Tsar's temporary palace in St. Petersburg, their former residence. But now, it had nothing to do with them. Anastasia thought. St. Petersburg was once the true capital of the Russian Empire, and its status remained unchanged from 1712 until the eve of the overthrow of the Russian Empire's rule. Even during Nicholas II's later years, due to Liu Kang, the imperial family primarily resided in the emperor's temporary palace in Moscow. The Kremlin Palace and countless ministers also moved to Moscow. Yet St. Petersburg's prosperity endured, and its status was not shaken. Of course, it remains prosperous now. Relying on the Baltic Sea and possessing geographical advantages, this city will never be neglected regardless of how the era changes. But it is no longer the capital. The current capital is Moscow. The capital of this country, now ruled by the Bolsheviks and without an emperor, is where the revolution first ignited. Only a year had passed, yet the world had changed so dramatically. Only a year had passed, yet it made Anastasia miss that man terribly. But she gently exhaled and suppressed her longing. Your Excellency must still be busy now, right? Although I can't help Your Excellency much. I must be strong myself. The girl wearing the sister's habit put away the blizzard spirit and walked down the street, carrying her medical box. Her steps were light, her robes swaying. Figures passed by her side, yet amidst the hustle and bustle, they all ignored her. She did not look at anyone else, heading instead toward an ordinary civilian house located within the urban area of St. Petersburg. That was the residence of her and her current family, people who were no longer an empress or imperial daughters. They arrived in St. Petersburg at the end of last year, just before the collapse of the empire. Following the plan set by Liu Kang and Nicholas II, they came to the true capital of the Russian Empire. But instead of living in the imperial palace, they lived like commoners in the street alleys. Aside from them, the younger Alexei had been sent abroad to live much earlier. Alexei, as the prince, was clearly different from the imperial daughters. Only by leaving the country could the ties be completely severed. Naturally, the imperial daughters were very unaccustomed at first, unaccustomed to having no servants attend to them, and unaccustomed to having no retinue following them. But soon, they gradually settled down. As the news of Nicholas II's death arrived, Alexandra, no longer the empress, did not weep but silently took on the responsibility of being the head of the household. The three spoiled imperial daughters were no longer discontent. Yes, the three imperial daughters, as the fourth imperial daughter of the empire, Anastasia always displayed exceptional strength. She was the first to adapt to common life and the first to walk into ordinary streets. This was true even before the news of her father's death arrived. She realized she could not be a burden to Your Excellency. During this year, relying on the power of the spirit, she learned extraordinary medical skills. Using the spirit as her eyes, she saw many places of poverty in this world. This world was not beautiful everywhere, as written in Romanticism. It had ugly places, many places of suffering. But Anastasia did not feel annoyed, because she knew that Your Excellency had walked out from places like this. She protected herself well and naturally stepped into it. She was no longer an imperial daughter. Even if someone saw her true appearance beneath the sister's habit now, no one would believe she was the imperial daughter of the former empire. This was a miracle belonging to Your Excellency. Anastasia accepted this peacefully. If Your Excellency saw me like this now, he would surely be surprised, wouldn't he? The girl rounding the street corner thought involuntarily. She felt she had grown a lot, and she eagerly hoped to see Your Excellency again. She missed him very much. 25. Number 25 Section 25 Chapter 25 Every night, she would stay up late writing letters filled with longing, but the letters she finished were all put away without being sent, because she didn't want to disturb him. But she still missed him. Every day, every night, every hour, every moment, The absent-minded princess, Her Highness, kept walking and suddenly bumped into a warm embrace. Coming back to her senses, she froze instantly. With the protection of a spirit, no matter how distracted she was, she shouldn't have collided with anyone under normal circumstances. Unless that person was the very figure she yearned for in her heart. Unless, Your Eminence? Princess Her Highness looked up, both startled and overjoyed. Sure enough, as the last ray of the setting sun completely vanished and the vast starry sky enveloped the world, the tall and straight young priest looked at the girl who had bumped into his arms and couldn't help but smile. He said, "After all these years, Your Highness is still so clumsy." "I am not clumsy," Anastasia humphed, yet the corners of her mouth couldn't help but curve into a bright arc. She smiled brightly at Lucan Lovest. Just as she had many years ago, she said, "I did it on purpose." This was the reunion scene she had hoped for. "I've come to pick you up, Your Highness." And so, Lucan understood. As their eyes met, he gently pulled her into a tight embrace. Open black lens bracket. You have met Anastasia, who lives in seclusion in St. Petersburg. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. The place where they live was chosen by you from the start. You know where she is. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. Disguised as a nun, she clumsily bumped into your embrace just like many years ago, but she seems to have grown a lot, and you read much in her eyes. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. You gently embraced her. In this moment, the world seemed to hold only the two of you. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. You came to pick her up. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. You say. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. The empire has collapsed. Nicholas II is dead, but the empire still has its legacy. The imperial princess, Anastasia. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. You will take her away from this nation. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. To the Far East. Close black lens bracket. Volume 1. Chapter 33. To the Far East. To marry. Open black lens bracket. Taking Nicholas II's family away from the Russian Empire was your intention from the beginning. Although in this land today, the empire and its monarch have completely become the past, to truly sever ties, only leaving can achieve it. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. Anastasia had no objection whatsoever to your decision. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. You originally intended to bring her mother and sisters along, but Alexandra declined. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. She told you she was already old and should die on this soil together with Nicholas II. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. Although she had wanted to establish an intimate relationship with you many times, that was merely because of the times. As the Empress, Alexandra never wanted to abandon the Emperor, even now that the Empire is gone. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. You looked at her, still charming and graceful, nodded, and thought she was truly a remarkable woman. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. Alexandra asked you to take her daughters away. Despite their immense reluctance, the princesses obeyed their mother's words. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. In December 1917, you spent your final Christmas week in this country that was no longer the Russian Empire. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. Looking at the lively and bustling scenes on the streets, you seem to already see the prosperous future of this nation. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. Everything returns to the beginning. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. And your purpose has been accomplished. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. In January 1918, the port of St. Petersburg was bustling with ships coming and going. The steel behemoths powered by steam swallowed rivers and overturned seas, spewing pale thick smoke like mythical dragons. Amidst the drawn-out and sharp blasts of ship whistles, the former princesses bid farewell to the former empress and boarded a cruise ship bound for the Far East. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. You gave the remaining empress your final blessing. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. You said to her, "Your life will be safe and sound, peaceful and healthy." Open black lens bracket. Your words became reality. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. Your voice became a blessing, a magic. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. For what you desire to do, that is your law. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. The current you is already capable of manifesting greater mystery. Close black lens bracket. The whereabouts of Nicholas II's family remain an unsolved historical mystery to this day. There are rumors that they were buried alive with Nicholas II. Others say they went into hiding afterwards, living in some unknown corner of the Russian Empire, and still others claim they left the country with the most vicious and wicked man, Lucan Lovest, and went to another land. I once went to investigate in person. In the end, I only heard a few snippets of the past from an old woman living in a convent in St. Petersburg. The old woman had lived there for decades, weathered many storms, yet remained alone all along. She prayed every day for her dead husband, and even more so, for her relatives in a distant foreign land. Open double-angle bracket investigation report on the whereabouts of Nicholas II's family. Close double-angle bracket. So they're on this cruise ship now? Maintain stealth, that man is very strong. Quite a few people have already disappeared on this ship. We are SEAL designation enforcers. What is there to fear? The ship sailing afar. The steel hull cut through the sea, parting the heavy waves. The swells spread out on either side like pale ribbons fluttering in the wind. The ship's upper and lower decks were clearly demarcated. On the deck, strong winds roared, while inside, the corridors were deep and shadowy. In the shadows, figures spoke in low voices. 3 people. They were conversing, appearing highly vigilant. In their hands, mystic codes of various forms were already tightly gripped, ready to be activated at any moment. But as their words fell, from the deeper shadows behind them, another voice sounded. It said lowly, "Really not afraid?" The SEAL designation enforcers froze instantly. Their faces changed dramatically, but it was too late to turn around. What met them was a flowing, blazing radiance. Silver white and pale blue intertwined. It was the light of a church miracle. It was also the power of magecraft. A mind magic that blended the two bloomed in an instant, released as the words fell from the mouth of the person who had appeared behind them at an unknown time. Suffocate. In a mere instant, the SEAL designation enforcers suffocated and died one after another. Their bodies thudded to the ground, falling in the shadowy corner at the very end of the corridor where almost no one ever came. The person who had done this, however, acted as if he had simply brushed away a bit of insignificant dust, slowly stepping out from the corner. The tall and handsome young man looked down at the 3 clock tower SEAL designation enforcers, shrouded in black clothing, and couldn't help but shake his head. This was already who knows what number attempt by attackers he had crushed. Agents of the Church, SEAL designation enforcers of the Mages Association. Ever since he left the Russian Empire, these guys had come one after another, in an endless stream. Unfortunately, those who came were neither members of the burial agency nor figures of the rank of Lord. They seemed to think that having left the Russian Empire, he was no longer powerful. Facts proved that while Lucan was indeed not as invincible as he appeared when creating a god, he was also not that fragile. To the current Lucan, who had achieved a minor achievement in magecraft, they were basically not worth mentioning. He put his hands in his coat pockets, his expression seemingly very calm, but inwardly quite pleased. Recalling the past, when he had to be so vigilant facing a mere Rasputin, now he had somewhat acquired the demeanor of an important figure. He waved his hand again, and as his palm swept, the fallen corpses instantly turned to dust and vanished, casually disposing of the bodies and evidence. Casually strolling away. The windows in the ship's corridor reflected the blue sea and sky outside, an endless expanse of waves stretching as far as the eye could see. Since leaving the Russian Empire, they had been sailing on the sea for nearly half a month. The easternmost part of the Russian Empire, which spanned across Eurasia, was not far from the Far East. Unfortunately, St. Petersburg was located in the west of the Russian Empire, with a span of thousands of miles between east and west. The journey from the port of St. Petersburg, crossing the Baltic Sea, detouring around the Arctic Ocean, and finally reaching the Far East, could also be considered long. But no matter how long, it would eventually reach its end. Fortunately, none of the princesses got seasick. Lucan thought, not without relief. Lost in thought, he crossed the corridor and finally pushed open the door leading to the ship's deck. A fierce wind coming towards, whipping up waves. Lucan paused slightly. The bright morning sun falling from the sky made him squint his eyes. Involuntarily, the silver-white figure standing in that sunlight made him pause again, and he walked forward. "Good morning, Anna," Lucan said. The deck appeared quite spacious. The only figure leaned against the railing at the edge, gazing out at the sea. The former imperial princess, now 19 years old, wore a gown of angelic velvet. Her long hair, like a galaxy, billowed in the wind, and her flowing gown concealed her lovely, full figure. Hearing Lucan's words, she turned her head to look back, her light blue eyes filled with deep mirth. "Your Eminence, you're late today, aren't you?" Anastasia's red lips parted slightly, shimmering in the sunlight with a beauty like petals drenched in morning dew. As the girl turned sideways, the contours of her figure rose and fell dramatically. Hearing this, Lucan responded, "I swept away a bit of dust on the way. I've had to act as a janitor several times on this journey. When we reach our destination, I must get the captain to waive our fare," he said, not without jest. "Your Eminence certainly has a lot of excuses." Anastasia shook her head with a light laugh. She smoothed her long hair, which had been quite disheveled by the wind, watching as Lucan stepped forward, coming to her side. The sky beyond the deck was exceptionally bright. The young man and the girl stood side by side in the sunlight. This was their daily, fixed-time moment of solitude on the ship. "So you're just that eager to have a secret rendezvous with me?" Lucan said shamelessly. What do you think, Your Eminence? Anastasia's pale green eyes turned slightly. After becoming familiar with him, she wasn't the shy, hesitant type, let alone the fact they had known each other for so many years. However, after her words, she added, besides, sleeping in is a bad habit. Sister Olga and the others sleep in every day. They weren't even up when I came out just now. They're almost turning into pigs. I know you're excited about your first long voyage, but don't be this excited. Your energy is too excessive, Anna, and also, why do you still call me Your Eminence? Lucan shook his head. I've said many times, I am no longer any eminence. I may not be a princess, but Your Eminence is still the eminence in my heart. Anastasia's expression suddenly turned serious. Her pale green eyes gazed at the handsome face of the man beside her. Her words had indeed matured a lot. Her will was also very firm. Lucan was taken aback for a moment, then smiled. Forget it, as you wish, he brushed it off with a laugh. Just at that moment, the sea surface roared, the sea wind suddenly blew stronger, waves piled up and swelled, and in the distance, a pillar-like column of water vapor poured upwards towards the sky. It was a miracle of the sea, the scene of a whale spouting water. Lucan and Anna both looked over. No matter how many times I see it, I still think the sea is so beautiful, Anastasia said softly, tilting her head. But we're almost there, right? Lucan nodded. He had confirmed the route before coming. The ship they were on had already reached the Sea of Okhotsk above the Far East. It wasn't far from their destination anymore. 26. Number 26 Section 26 Chapter 26 So, what kind of country is the Far East? Anastasia asked with no small amount of curiosity. To be precise, it's not called the Far East but Japan. Lu Kang knew the Grand Duchess's curiosity was always boundless, and explained naturally. It's a country with beautiful environments, but unfortunately, the people aren't great. The people aren't great? Seeing His Eminence looking as if some unpleasant memories had been awakened, Anastasia very wisely chose not to press further. Lu Kang said, you must be curious why I chose that place, right? Yes. Anastasia hesitated for a moment but still nodded. She was indeed curious, and the question she had suppressed was precisely about this point. Lu Kang chose the Far East for a reason, of course. It wasn't just because it was far from Europe and currently lacked much influence from the Holy Church and the Mages Association, nor just because it had the Fuyuki city, a place of outstanding people and spiritual land. It was also because it was now 1918. Japan, having undergone the Meiji Restoration, had fully risen and begun accumulating power in preparation for that inhumane war of aggression. In the future he came here to try and disrupt that process of gathering strength. By his own power alone, he would make an attempt. Of course, that was another layer of his purpose. An attempt based on his knowledge as a transmigrator. Lu Kang was never great, but if it was within his power to prevent slaughter and disaster, he would try. And besides, the people of the Far East may not be great, but the scenery is good, and it's very suitable for getting married. Lu Kang said without blushing or his heart skipping a beat. Getting married, that sounds quite nice. Getting married, eh? Married? Anastasia's face suddenly flushed a shy red. Quote, Your Eminence, you. That's right. Lu Kang looked directly into the Grand Duchess's light blue eyes and said with a serious expression, when we reach the Far East, let's get married. A marriage without any ulterior motives. A contract forged without any interest involved. Just as in Anastasia's heart, Lu Kang would always be Her Eminence. The girl before him. In his eyes, she would also always be that charming and lovely Grand Duchess who needed to be cherished. From knowing each other to loving each other, wasn't it only natural? Volume 1, Chapter 34, The Hall of Records, Academy City. Open black lens bracket. Faced with your proposal, Anastasia seemed surprised and very shy, but she did not refuse you. Instead, she nodded silently. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. Having already expressed your feelings to each other more than once, both of you were sufficiently prepared for this day. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. You embraced on the deck of the cruise ship, watching the sea. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. A few days later. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. In mid-March 1918, during the season when cherry blossoms bloom in the Far East, the cruise ship from the country of the former Tsar, now renamed Soviet Russia, slowly entered the destination port. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. Your destination is the Far East port city named Fuyuki. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. Stepping off the cruise ship, you look at this prosperous city. Fuyuki City is an ancient city, divided into north and south by the river named Mion River. The south is a bustling modern city, while the north is the ancient castle town area established since the Sengoku period hundreds of years ago. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. It is ancient and prosperous. Setting foot here for the first time, you can feel the vast natural magic existing beneath this soil. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. The Grand Duchesses are very interested in the scenery of this foreign city they have never seen before. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. You tell them. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. You will settle here. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. You had already decided on the location to settle, but before that, following the rules of the world of mystery, you visited the local holy church and the manager of the spiritual vein. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. The Kotamine church and the Faraska family. Close black lens bracket. Mr. Lu Kong is truly polite. In the simple and unsophisticated church, the high-hanging cross stood majestically. The midday light projected from the high windows happened to fall on the top of the cross, reflecting a smooth and holy glimmer. Amidst the drifting dust in the reflected light, a tall elderly priest was being extremely respectful to the visitor. He said, "I have long heard of your great name. It is truly an honor for our remote and backwater place that you could come to visit." Great name? The young man facing the old priest was also wearing heavy, pitch-black priestly attire, equally tall and straight, but his young and handsome face carried a slight joke. What Father Kotamine has heard of is probably a notorious reputation, right? Speaking of which, I went to visit the Faraska family this morning, and that head of the Faraska family had the same attitude as you. You must be joking. You must be joking. Hearing this, Father Kotamine's body trembled slightly. He felt a chill down his back, and sweat instantly soaked his undershirt. Heaven have mercy, he was just a small local church manager. Although he was somewhat special due to the abundance of magical energy in Fuyuki's underground spiritual vein, how could he remain calm and composed when facing such a big shot, who was said to have forced the Holy Church and the Mages Association to unite yet still remained helpless against him? He was terrified that the other party might crush him to death if they became slightly unhappy. Father Kotamine, there's no need to be so nervous. Speaking of which, if we go by church rank, I am actually below you. Lu Kong waved his hand. Father Kotamine's cold sweat flowed even more. He opened his mouth, about to say something, when a young and clear voice came from the door behind Lu Kong. "Father, this gentleman is." Lu Kong turned to look. A youth of 15 or 16 walked over with steady steps, his young face full of solemnity. "Rise, do not be rude." Father Kotamine was about to tell the youth to be more respectful, but Lu Kong smiled. "Kire Kotamine? I heard that the Kotamine family has been the managers of the Fuyuki City Church for generations, but they always have sons late in life. Is this your eldest son? He's a very fine young man." Lu Kong sized up Kire Kotamine slightly and said, "But you don't need to be so nervous. After all, I really just came here to live. From now on, as long as you don't disturb me, I won't do anything to you. Whatever you are doing has nothing to do with me." With those words, the young man strode away. Feeling the invisible pressure vanish, the old priest in the church finally let out a heavy breath. He looked at the youth, his son, who stood frozen in place after having just brushed past Lu Kong. He said, "Rise, did you remember his words? You must follow them." Kire Kotamine didn't understand why, but facing his father's solemn attitude, he ultimately nodded. Only then did Father Kotamine feel relieved. He looked up at the sky exposed through the high church windows, feeling the bone-chilling cold from his wet back at this moment, not knowing whether he should feel helpless or fortunate. The helplessness was that an uninvited guest had arrived in Fuyuki City this day. The fortune was that the man didn't seem to know the secret hidden in Fuyuki. He didn't know that the ritual called the Holy Grail War was quietly operating underground. However, what Father Kotamine didn't know was that at the moment he stepped out of the church, what Lu Kong was thinking about was precisely this matter. The Holy Grail War existing in Fuyuki. In this world called TMOO, it was a page with heavy colors. Naturally, he couldn't be unaware of it. That was also one of the reasons why he chose to come here. If not for that, he wouldn't have made a deliberate visit. He thought that the Holy Grail War ritual, constructed with the help of the vast magical energy of the spiritual vein and incorporating the incomplete magical power of the German Empire's Einsborn to materialize souls, thereby achieving the mechanism of summoning past heroic spirits to fight as familiars, must be very interesting. 7 masters, 7 servants transformed from heroic spirits. The winner is finally decided, holding up the Holy Grail containing vast magical power. If there was a chance, he would also like to participate in such a ritual. Lu Kong, who had already visited the Faraska family, thought so. Unfortunately, the other prominent family in Fuyuki City, the Madu family, seemed to have known of his arrival in advance and had avoided him, not being at home. Open black lens bracket. Thinking thus, you left the Kotamine church. Outside the church, the silver-haired Grand Duchess was waiting for you at the gate. Close black lens bracket, open black lens bracket. You took her hand and left this place. Close black lens bracket, open black lens bracket. You took her to the residence you chose for the Grand Duchesses. Close black lens bracket, open black lens bracket. It exists in Fuyuki City. Close black lens bracket, open black lens bracket, but it is not the Fuyuki City in the eyes of ordinary people. Close black lens bracket, open black lens bracket. Instead, it is a legacy of the empire, under the vast and mysterious influence of the phantom spirit that Nicholas II transformed into before his death. The Tsar's palace possesses a mysterious concept. Close black lens bracket, open black lens bracket. It is a conceptual palace that only the Grand Duchess Anastasia, who has signed a contract with a spirit and possesses the imperial bloodline, can summon. Close black lens bracket, open black lens bracket. But you have also signed a contract with Anna. Close black lens bracket, open black lens bracket. Not only sharing the spirit's contract, but also a lifelong marriage contract. Close black lens bracket, open black lens bracket. So you can also do this. Close black lens bracket, open black lens bracket. In the old Russian Empire, there were many imperial palaces. Close black lens bracket, open black lens bracket. And so, close black lens bracket, open black lens bracket. On this day in Fuyuki, you summoned all these palaces as mysterious concepts and pieced them together. Close black lens bracket, open black lens bracket. You pieced them into a single whole and placed it over Fuyuki. You created a brand new city, overlaying it on the dimension above Fuyuki City, forming a fixed micro-world egg, that is, a fixed inherent barrier space. Close black lens bracket, open black lens bracket. This brand new city can only be entered by special people with permission. Close black lens bracket, open black lens bracket. This will be the sanctuary for the Grand Duchesses. Close black lens bracket, open black lens bracket. You call it Academy City. Close black lens bracket, open black lens bracket. It is the promised land for mind magic. Close black lens bracket, Volume 1, Chapter 35, Simulation Ends, Commotion of Bloodline Awakening. Open black lens bracket. Creating Academy City was a concept you had before, when you created mind magic and the Book of Laws. Close black lens bracket, open black lens bracket. The magic system you created is, after all, a dual taboo combining miracles and magic, recognized by neither the Church nor the Mages Association. Therefore, you need an absolutely safe place to store your knowledge. Close black lens bracket, open black lens bracket. You put all the knowledge you have learned and acquired in this life into Academy City. Close black lens bracket, open black lens bracket. A total of 103,000 books. Close black lens bracket, open black lens bracket. You held the promised wedding with Anna in Academy City. The audience for the wedding was only 3 people, the other 3 residents of Academy City, the other 3 Grand Duchesses. Close black lens bracket, open black lens bracket. In this year of 1918, you are 23 years old, and Anna is 19. Close black lens bracket, open black lens bracket. You spend a beautiful night together. Close black lens bracket, open black lens bracket. Afterward, your daily life cycled between practicing magic and traveling between Academy City and Fuyuki City. You lived a peaceful and satisfying life with Anna. Your life was harmonious and warm. Close black lens bracket, open black lens bracket. Yes, you and the 4 Grand Duchesses. Close black lens bracket, open black lens bracket. In 1927, the ambitious rulers of the Far East gradually revealed their thoughts of foreign conquest. Close black lens bracket, open black lens bracket. You planned a mysterious assassination, but it was prevented by an external force. You knew this was the world's corrective power called human order, or perhaps the world's restraint force maintaining the course of history at work. Close black lens bracket, open black lens bracket. But you did not give up. Close black lens bracket, open black lens bracket. In 1928, you united many aspiring youths and planned a military mutiny within the Far East. Close black lens bracket, open black lens bracket. It also ended in failure. Close black lens bracket, open black lens bracket. 1930, 1932, 1936. You traveled between the surface world and the hidden world of the Far East, making various efforts but ultimately could not prevent the outbreak of war. Close black lens bracket, open black lens bracket. In 1937, after 20 years of stability following the end of the Great War, World War II broke out. Close black lens bracket, open black lens bracket. During this time, you even missed the outbreak of the Holy Grail War. Close black lens bracket, open black lens bracket. Damn restraint force, open black lens bracket. You thought to yourself, Close black lens bracket, open black lens bracket, but you were ultimately successful because your actions successfully drew the attention of the restraint force, while you secretly cultivated resistance forces with the help of Academy City and informed the countries about to be invaded in advance, telling them all the ambitions and conspiracies of the Far East. Close black lens bracket 27. Hash number 27 section 27 chapter 27 open black lens bracket. Although the war still inevitably broke out, you reduced many casualties. Close black lens bracket, open black lens bracket. You have reached your limit. Close black lens bracket, open black lens bracket. The war broke out quickly and ended just as fast. Close black lens bracket, open black lens bracket. In 1945, the Far East announced its surrender and the World War ended. At the same time, you received news that during this war, the Mages Association and the Church were also involved. They jointly suppressed the instigators of the war and signed a non-aggression pact afterward, no longer appearing as enemies on the surface. Close black lens bracket, open black lens bracket. Your life returned to tranquility. Close black lens bracket, open black lens bracket. You continued to study magic and mystery, constantly striving for perfection. Close black lens bracket, open black lens bracket. In your later years, you occasionally encountered enforcers of the mystery. Close black lens bracket, open black lens bracket. They came looking for you, but you sent them all away. Close black lens bracket, open black lens bracket. You founded Academy City but did not take any students. Instead, whenever an outside magician arrived, you would quietly pull their consciousness in, subtly influencing them and using them as anchors for your mind magic. Close black lens bracket, open black lens bracket. Academy City exists within the mind. It is a holy land of the soul. Close black lens bracket, open black lens bracket. This is your definition. Close black lens bracket, open black lens bracket. In 1971, you were 76 years old. That year, your appearance remained young, yet you were aged. As a magician, you did not choose to use mystical means to extend your lifespan, only retaining your original appearance. Close black lens bracket, open black lens bracket. Life should have a beginning and an end, even if this was only a simulated life. Close black lens bracket, open black lens bracket. You would die as a mortal, just like Solomon, the king of magic. Close black lens bracket, open black lens bracket. By your side, Anastasia, who had accompanied you for decades, was the same. She used the power of spirits to maintain a young appearance, but her 3 elder imperial sisters had all passed away in their earlier years. They too had young appearances, their bodies eternally and motionlessly preserved in the deepest part of Academy City. Close black lens bracket. Finally, you fell into a deep sleep, leaning in the arms of the still young Anna. Before falling asleep, you remembered the magical scene when you walked into the matron's basement as a child. You remembered the scene when you were invited by Nicholas II to enter the Kremlin Palace, and you remembered your first meeting with the young girl. You said to her, "I hope we meet again." Anastasia smiled softly. "Next time, I will definitely succeed in playing a trick on you." These were the last words she said to you. At the end of April that year, you withered away with the cherry blossoms in a city in the Far East, aged 76. In 1971, the Celestial Mechanics Department of the Clock Tower observed drastic changes in the stars above. The contemporary Lord of Astronomy determined through calculations that this was the omen of the death of the world's most heinous and evil person, once jointly wanted by the Church and the Mages Association, Lucan Lovest. This man, who in his youth had single-handedly challenged the 2 giants of the world of mystery, lived the latter half of his life in obscurity. Ultimately, after his death, although the Mages Association did not immediately revoke the list of his various crimes, they acknowledged his contributions to the domain of mystery. Especially in 1973, after that Lord of Astronomy located the library of the former royal palace through stellar observations and found that copy of the Book of Laws. No one could deny his achievements anymore, just as no one could deny his evils. He was the most heinous and evil of men, but he was also a taboo-breaking seeker of mystery. The Clock Tower Chronicles, 1993, London, England. Inside the student dormitory of the Clock Tower headquarters of the Mages Association, the long night finally reached its end, and Lu Kong, leaning by the window, slowly opened his eyes. He felt as if he had had a dream that was unmistakably real. In the dream, he had lived a long life of 76 years, finally dying peacefully in the arms of his beloved 76 years of life, yet only one night had passed in reality. In the next second, the rising sun, piercing through the night in the distance, fell sharply, stabbing into the depths of the 17-year-old youth's eyes. He suddenly snapped back to his senses, waking up with a start. The experiences of 76 years in his mind receded like a tide, as if flowing into a repository in the deepest part of his consciousness, becoming a book waiting to be opened. Only when his heart stirred would these past experiences emerge from his mind. Other than that, he was still himself. Lu Kang thought that this simulator was truly convenient. This way, he wouldn't have to worry about his mind being corrupted or aging prematurely from experiencing too much. But it wasn't really just a book. It still existed in his mind, no different from normal memories. The next second, the memories receded, but a fresh flow of information emerged, just like when he first started the simulator before. Only this time, the information came faster and more intensely. And even more, an inexplicable power surged up. This is open black lens bracket simulation ended close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket simulation settlement in progress close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket settlement complete close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket simulation summary. Born in 1895, you did not have a high starting point. As a commoner, you were taken in by a convent in your youth. By chance, you stepped into the mystery, and from then on, you embarked on a legendary path. You were admired by countless people but also feared by many. Some called you an angel, a messenger of God, while others said you were a demon, the world's most heinous criminal. However, regardless of how others judged you, you completed your own great work and created a God that was uniquely yours. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. You have done your best to achieve perfection, but limited by the era. There were ultimately constraints. If you could have been born in an older era, perhaps your achievements would have been even greater. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket settlement evaluation. Slightly lowered due to the limitations of the era. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket legacy imprint. Mind magic close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket legacy magic circuit. 46 units, 23 plus 23, close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket activated by default close black lens bracket. Lu Kang browsed. The information of the legacy imprint and magic circuits was being digested. Wait, activated by default? Upon seeing those last words, he suddenly shuddered. As everyone knows, when a magician first enters the domain of mystery, during the early stage of inheriting an imprint or awakening circuits, it is inevitable that the magical energy within their body will go out of control. Thus, in the next second, with a loud boom, the barrier of the magic workshop that Lu Kang had painstakingly set up, even spending all his living expenses on it, shattered completely. Glass from the window frames showered the floor, and amidst the rolling dust, someone pounded on the door. Hey, Lu Kang, are you okay? What on earth are you doing this early in the morning? Waver Velvet's voice came from outside, his tone urgent and panicked. Volume 1, Chapter 36, Fanatical Fanwaver. A moment later, as the morning sun first shone, in the dormitory room under the slanting rays, the shattered window glass lay scattered across the floor. Tables and chairs, as if scraped by an invisible blade, were broken into piles of sawdust. Amidst the cracked walls and drifting dust, a youth with semi-long, smooth black hair sat on one of the only two remaining chairs in the room, looking at his companion of the same age with a look of horror. You're saying you just awakened a new imprint and circuits? A second awakening? Lu Kang, also sitting on a chair, felt like his ears were about to be deafened by this guy. But it was no wonder Waver was so surprised, even horrified. In the world of magic, which is based on legacy and bloodline, all talent is determined the moment one is born and is revealed during the initial awakening. Upon first contact with the mystery, this applies to both the aptitude for learning magic and the quality and quantity of the circuits used to extract magical energy. And now, under the premise that his talent had seemingly already been set, Lu Kang had awakened a second time. But Lu Kang himself hadn't wanted this. He thought to himself that he hadn't expected it to manifest directly, but at this moment, feeling the magic circuits in his body directly double and the magic imprint engraved upon him, he also suddenly felt it was quite good. It was called an awakening, but this thing was already on him. The simulation used dreams as a bridge, and his self in the simulation was also a projection of his real self. Being the same body, there naturally was no sense of estrangement. That was why he was able to restrain it the moment it awakened, even though it was unexpected. By relying on his skilled manipulation, he still suppressed the outburst of magical energy immediately. If not for that, what would have been destroyed now wouldn't just be one room, but the entire student dormitory building. Absurd, absurd, too absurd. On the opposite side, Waver was still muttering, as if questioning his very existence. He had thought his companion was a commoner just like himself, only to suddenly discover that the other person actually had extremely powerful ancestors and was a genuine descendant of a prestigious family. It was normal for him to question his life after witnessing such a thing. But there was no doubt, Waver Velvet had a very strong heart. He took a deep breath and looked up. So what family is the magic imprint you awakened from? If it's a branch of some family that has been recorded in those ancient texts, even if only in passing, maybe I can help you trace your roots and help you get familiar with this mystery faster. You've accepted this fact? Lu Kang raised an eyebrow, jokingly saying, I thought you'd be questioning your life so much you'd jump straight out the window. Cut the crap, I'm not that fragile. Besides, so what if you awakened a new circuit and imprint? While rare, it's not unheard of. Waver calmed down completely. Biological genes are divided into dominant and recessive. It's normal for descendants with recessive genes to appear occasionally. After all, even magicians can't maintain a perfectly straight line of legacy. As for the magic imprint, as long as it's embedded into the embryo beforehand, it can achieve this kind of innate effect similar to an awakening, possessing a perfect innate compatibility. Truly a fine theoretical master. Lu Kang thought that at this moment, Waver already showed the posture of a theoretical master, and he knew very well that the path this youth would take in the future was indeed one that reached the pinnacle of theory. He said, the imprint magic I've mastered is like this. He raised his hand. In the next second, a spark of fire appeared in his palm. Waver widened his eyes, and then, demonstrating fire magic. This was very common. Flowing fire, scorching fire. Fire is the origin of human civilization, and because of this, magicians with a fire attribute demonic path aptitude are the most numerous. This was not surprising, but Lu Kang ignored him, his gaze fixed intently on the flame in his palm. Do what thou wilt shall be the whole of the law. With a thought, thus that flickering flame, in an instant, stagnated. Waver's eyes slowly widened. He realized that what Lu Kang was demonstrating was not pure fire magic, or rather, this flame was just a tool for him to demonstrate his true magic. Stagnate, flow, catalyze, bloom, suffocate. The flame, with the air sucked away, instantly withered, and a wisp of dark smoke rose curls in the room. Lu Kang gently blew it away. Mind magic had indeed successfully been inherited and taken root in reality. Lu Kang seemed to be showing Waver the origins of his magic imprint, but he was also making attempts for himself. As it turned out, those 76 years in his simulated life were not in vain. When using mind magic, he could also feel the God in the depths of his soul shining brightly. Lu Kang's soul, acting as God, was echoing the summons of Lu Kang's body, acting as a magician. Thus, Lu Kang manifested mystery. Although limited by his body's years of service and the insufficient magical energy stored within, he currently could not be as powerful or as effortless as his simulated self. However, once he truly became familiar with it, manifesting a mystery that could rival the highest-rank magicians of the clock tower would not be difficult. If he could retrieve the 103,000 books he had left in Fuyuki City in the Far East, he would be able to speed up this process of becoming familiar. 28. Hash 28 Section 28 Chapter 28 I've got it. Just as Lu Kang was lost in thought, Waver suddenly shouted, this is that mind magic that was so popular back then and pursued by countless people. It's the record from the Luvester version of the Book of Laws. Lu Kang was slightly surprised. Was this guy really that erudite? He could even recognize this? Meeting Lu Kang's surprised gaze, Waver gave a smug little grin. Don't look at me like that. I have full marks in all my theory courses. I've read even the most obscure books. Not to mention that the Luvester version of the Book of Laws isn't exactly obscure. After he died, the book found by the Lord of Astronomy once obsessed countless people. Unfortunately, it seems that because Luvester was already dead, no one could reproduce the mystery in that book. But I didn't expect that you would actually have the Luvester bloodline. Speaking of which, besides the surname, the pronunciation of your name and his are also very similar. Why didn't I notice that before? More than just smug, he was excited. Waver was gesticulating wildly amidst the wreckage, causing the dust in the air to scatter even more violently. Lu Kang suddenly had a strange feeling. You aren't a fan of Luvester, are you? Calling me a fan is an insult. Realizing he was a bit too excited, Waver coughed softly and shook his mid-length hair, saying solemnly, I am merely a follower of his in the field of mystery. Although many say he was the most vile man of that era, a deviant of mystery, I believe he was a pioneer of mystery. Compared to those old pedantic magicians who stick to conventions, I believe he represents the future path of magicians achieving in one generation what many magician families took multiple generations to accomplish. Isn't that more representative than those old fogies? Waver, who had only just calmed down, became more excited as he spoke. Lu Kang, who hadn't expected that a single simulation would turn his only friend in the clock tower into his fan, couldn't help but curl his toes against the floor. He felt a little embarrassed. However, changing history, this feeling wasn't bad. Having the chance to reunite with Anastasia again was even better. Thinking this, Lu Kang couldn't help but show a smile. That's good, he said to himself. Volume 1, Chapter 37 The El Meloy Covenant. Though it was called a simulation, that long period of time was a genuine personal experience for Lu Kang, and could never be described as a simple game. So, although he had expected it, he was still sincerely happy to hear that he had truly changed the history of the current world. Waver Velvet saw his smile and expressed his understanding. But obviously, his understanding was wrong. Even though Luvester was a genuine and very powerful figure, don't get ahead of yourself. Waver shook his head and said, by that logic, you're still at most a second or third generation magician, which isn't much different from before. Still a commoner magician just like himself. Waver thought to himself, does that matter? Lu Kang blinked. Quote, isn't being powerful enough sufficient? The more powerful it is, the more ancient it naturally is. Seeing Lu Kang's expression, Waver finally nodded as if relieved. He calmed his excitement from hearing news about his idol, and said, anyway, since you've awakened this bloodline and imprint, it represents infinite possibilities for the future. I'll congratulate you first, Lu Kang. What? Facing Waver's seemingly sincere congratulations, Lu Kang spread his hands. Quote, are you putting on this act to take the opportunity to ask for the money from the last time I treated you? I have no money, don't even think about it. Waver Velvet was suddenly caught between laughter and tears. Alright. He slowly stood up and looked at the mess around him. On the broken walls, there were not only black cracks spreading like spiderwebs but also the aura of shattered mystery. This was Lu Kang's residence and the magic workshop he had created by pouring in all his living expenses. Normal clock tower students wouldn't build their magic workshop in a student dormitory. They would choose a more suitable location, preferably one where leyline mana converged. But unfortunately, Lu Kang had no money and couldn't afford those expensive residences in London. He only had this one place. Only now, this magic workshop was also broken. It looks like you won't be able to go to class today. I'll help you ask the lecturer for a leave of absence. Waver had come over early this morning just to wake Lu Kang up and go to class together. Oh, class, go ahead, go ahead. Lu Kang nodded as if suddenly coming back to his senses. He had almost forgotten he had to attend class. But I'd just sleep if I went anyway, so it makes no difference. The boy with brownish brown eyes yawned, a look of weariness appearing in his eyes. Sigh, I really don't know how someone like you could have a second awakening of your magic circuit and imprint, Waver couldn't help but mutter. Lu Kang, still sitting amidst the mess, glanced at him. In the sunlight, the depths of his eyes seemed to contain a field of starlight. He said, that's naturally because you don't know how to dream. Being able to sleep in is a big deal, is it? Waver was somewhat amused by the anger. He stopped arguing and instead stepped carefully, bypassing the scattered glass shards and the remains of furniture and instruments, walking towards the dormitory door. However, just as he reached the door, he suddenly stopped. Waver turned back to look at the lazy-faced Lu Kang. Oh, right, a word of warning. Don't tell anyone else about your awakening of a magic imprint for now. Although the Mages Association and the Church have both withdrawn their warrants for Luvester since he died, you should know that as the most vile man, he offended people across most of the European mystery world. Once the fact that you are his descendant is exposed, you might face a sealing designation. Waver spoke these words very seriously. After his final words fell, he didn't care if Lu Kang had heard him or not and hurriedly stepped out, closing the door behind him. The automatic lock clicked shut. Left alone in the room, Lu Kang tilted his head and narrowed his eyes. He thought to himself that this Waver really was like a girl, not just in appearance but in personality too. Always nagging, he leaned back against the chair, and his raised foot landed with a thud on the seat where Waver had just been sitting. He looked up at the windowsill behind him. The sunlight outside the window was bright and flowing, and the sky was as clear as if it had been washed. Without Waver needing to say it, as Luvester himself, Lu Kang naturally knew exactly how many people he had offended. Even though times had changed, it had been decades since the first half of the 20th century when Luvester was active. Those who were his enemies were either old or dead. With the fading of the name Luvester, those hatreds that weren't that intense to begin with had also vanished into thin air. But there are always people in this world who hold grudges, or those with a paranoid mindset regarding the orthodoxy of mystery, obsessed with purging mind magic. Lu Kang was very aware of this. After all, in his simulated life, during the final period of his 76-year career, there were still some magicians and church members searching the world for his whereabouts. Among them were lords of the clock tower, and members of the church's burial agency. Given their methods, if he still wanted to be active in the field of mystery, exposure would be unavoidable, and regarding this point, Lu Kang had already prepared defensive measures. As a magician, he always tried his best not to do anything unprepared, so he took a piece of paper imbued with mystery from his pocket. He wrote a sentence on it. Then, using communication magic, he sent it out. Sent to the El-Meloy mansion, since it couldn't be hidden. Then he might as well stop hiding it. He is the incarnation of the devil, the rebel against all things. His walking among men is a desecration of the Tao. How can my lord tolerate the existence of such a heretic? All things in the world should punish him, just as they show piety to the Father. A low, magnetic voice echoed in a room decorated with elegant, ancient, and noble flair. The 4 windows were closed, and heavy vermilion curtains covered the daylight outside. There were no electronic lighting devices in the room, only a single candle placed on the round table in the center of the room. The blue candlelight flickered, enveloping the reading figure in a cold and tranquil space. A man with brilliant blonde hair combed into a meticulous slick back, wearing a dark robe, with a tall stature and sharp, slightly arrogant features, sat on the sofa holding a book. His voice as he recited the contents of the book was rhythmic, but his expression, which seemed very solemn just a moment ago, suddenly turned into a sneer the next second. The Book of Revelations written by the Church's cardinal in 1969 is nothing but a load of nonsense. If all things were created by the Lord, then why is there a need for us to preserve the mystery of the past? Kenneth El-Meloy Archibald threw the book in his hand onto the floor. He then moved his legs and stepped on it twice. As the lord of the mineralogy department of the clock tower, Kenneth had always been dismissive of the church. Even though the church and the Mages Association had briefly stopped fighting each other since World War II, their conflicting ideologies destined them to be incompatible. But today, his dismissive attitude wasn't just because of the ideological enmity between the church and magicians. It was also because of the content recorded in this book. Lucan Lovest. That was a genius from the common people whom even his grandfather, the previous Lord El-Meloy, who had been dead for many years, had to acknowledge. It was said that when his grandfather was young, he had even had dealings and even a covenant with the man. Of course, the reason he was reading this church book of Revelations here wasn't entirely because of his grandfather. It was because of a dream he had. As both the head of the mineralogy department and a first-class lecturer in the spirit evocation department, Kenneth, whose attainments in the field of evocation were also superb, firmly believed that dreams were prophecies given by the soul to itself. He had dreamed of a scene from his childhood where he followed his grandfather in reciting the Book of Laws. And that Book of Laws was precisely the version written by Luvester, so he had intended to read the Book of Laws again after waking up. He hadn't expected to see a record regarding Luvester in another church book of Revelations. Between this casual reading and throwing it aside, Kenneth stood up leisurely, but the next second, he suddenly stopped again. His gaze dropped to the round table in front of him. Under the reflection of the blue candlelight, a piece of paper that had appeared out of nowhere was spread out, with a few lines of words clearly written on it. The El-Meloy Covenant, to Lucan Lovest, Volume 1. Chapter 38. I bless myself. Time reached noon. In the still messy single room of the clock tower student dormitory, the dust floating in the air shimmered like fireflies. After waiting for a moment, Lu Kong finally received the letter he had just sent out using magic. El-Meloy Mansion, awaiting your arrival. The paper slowly unfolded in his hand, the noble handwriting tracing clear ancient English sentences. Lu Kong thought that this Lord El-Meloy really was a typical aristocrat, constantly showing off his status as a descendant of an ancient noble bloodline, just like his grandfather, the previous Lord El-Meloy. The image of a tall, noble old man instinctively appeared in Lu Kang's mind. 29. Number 29 Section 29 Chapter 29 It was the Lord of the Clock Tower of that generation whom he had met in his later years when he was Lucan Lovest, a classical magician standing at the pinnacle of the clock tower. The El-Meloy of that time, as a lord who strictly adhered to the rules of classical mystery, set foot on the soil of the Far East in the spring of 1963. He met Lu Kong on the streets of Fuyuki City, originally intending to vindicate mystery and eliminate Lu Kong, this rebel against mystery. But he was persuaded by Lu Kong. At first it was through force, and later, through mystery and knowledge. The El-Meloy lord of that generation served as the head of the spirit evocation department. Unlike Kenneth, the lord of this generation, and Lu Kong simply displayed the miracle of summoning a divine spirit before him, causing the head of the spirit evocation department to admit defeat. At that time, Lu Kong used this to attract him and made him sign a contract. Open black lens bracket. The El-Meloy Covenant. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. In exchange for the knowledge of mind magic, if a descendant of Luvester appears in the world and presents the covenant as proof, the El-Meloy family shall grant him protection. Close black lens bracket. This contract possessed an extremely strong binding power. Given the pride of the El-Meloy family, they would never deny it. As everyone knew, Lucan Lovest, who was the manifestation of Lu Kang's own soul projection, had no descendants. His life with Her Highness the Imperial Princess was always inseparable, but perhaps because his essence was merely a soul projection, they had no children. This preparation of Liu Kang's was left for himself. The ancients often said that the predecessors plant the trees and the descendants enjoy the shade. The virtue of the ancestors enriches 3 generations. Amidst these recollections, the 76 years of stored memories flashed through his mind, scene by scene. Liu Kang looked at the paper in front of him and thought, not without a hint of jest, does this count as me being my own ancestor and enriching myself? This was exactly the backup plan he had prepared for his real-world self during the simulation. Even a wily rabbit has 3 burrows, and the cunning of a magician far exceeds that of a rabbit. As for why it was El Meloy naturally, it was because the Lemonhead lecturer of later generations was the easiest magician lord for him to approach in reality. Moreover, Lemonhead was a genuine genius. He was a genius magician who, if he didn't die, could have become a Grand Magus of the highest crown rank in the clock tower. He had the power to protect Liu Kang's real-world self. In an era where mystery was becoming increasingly thin, one must know that Liu Kang, limited by the scale of the era's mystery in the simulation, only reached a level comparable to a Grand Magus in the end. Although Liu Kang was an all-rounder among Grand Magus, proficient in everything and a master of all, he had reached the limit of the crown rank, enough to be compared to a magician who controlled a higher level of mystery than great magecraft. Yes, a magician, the controller of magic that Liu Kang had once mentioned to the monk of the burial agency in the simulation, which was also a fundamental capability for constructing the Far East Holy Grail War. The highest specification of magecraft reaching the level of authority, that realm was one Liu Kang had already attained after completing the creation of a divine spirit. But that was still the crown rank. Furthermore, compared to other magicians in the clock tower, although Kenneth appeared somewhat acerbic and mean when dealing with commoner magicians, he was actually the most humane and trustworthy. Of course, Liu Kang wouldn't put all his eggs in one basket. He folded the paper, stood up leisurely, and paced away through the messy, broken room. He didn't clean up the dormitory room, because after today, he might have a better place to go. 12 p.m. London time. Liu Kang went down the dormitory building and hailed a taxi on the street. The clock tower, the highest institution of learning in the magician world, appeared from the outside to be just an ordinary university hidden in the suburbs of London, marked by a clock tower building similar to London's Big Ben. Mystery is unknown to the public. The lives of magicians here, unless necessary, would also appear just like those of ordinary people. At 1 p.m. London time, he took a taxi through the bustling city centre to another corner of London. With a thud, Liu Kang, having stepped out of the taxi, closed the car door. His feet stepped on the smooth pavement, and as he looked up, he saw lush trees surrounding a deep central road. The midday sun filtered through the shade, scattering mottled spots of light on the ground. As the grass and trees swayed in the wind, Liu Kang walked slowly toward the end of the road. There, a classical Western-style courtyard stood majestically. The supported dome was like a sword hanging from the sky. Although it was clean and tidy, one could feel its profound historical heritage at a glance. That was indeed the El Meloy mansion. It was the residence of successive magician lords. Liu Kang could feel the rich terrestrial, magical energy flowing underground here. A natural spring gushed magical energy beneath this courtyard. What a wonderful place. He praised it from the bottom of his heart from a magician's perspective. Then he went up and rang the doorbell hanging on the outer courtyard wall. Ding-ling. After 3 crisp rings, a figure pushed open the door and came out. April 1963. It was a season when the cherry blossoms were in full bloom in the Far East. Inside the hall of the El Meloy mansion, Kenneth sat on the sofa. Under the flickering reflection of the faint blue candlelight, he was still reciting. Although that letter had surprised him, having already been mentally prepared by the premonitions in his dreams, he did not intend to change his behavior. He would never stop his plans because of an outsider's interruption. So he still searched for and found his grandfather's old diary records. He opened the page where his grandfather had recorded his meeting with Luvester. But just as he picked up the book, the doorbell rang. Is he here? Then please show him in, Kenneth said to the maid standing behind him. The maid bowed and left, while he himself did not put down the book. His gaze remained focused on the diary, the words inscribed on the slightly yellowed pages passing through the depths of his eyes. He read on. He read about his grandfather's meeting with Luvester on the street. He read about his grandfather's total defeat in their confrontation of magecraft. He read even more of his grandfather's esteem and admiration for Luvester's magecraft. He read of the spontaneous emotion of someone who had come with hostility toward Luvester but later admired him to the point of prostration. Exactly at this moment, Kenneth heard the sound of footsteps coming from outside the hall door. along with the mysterious rhythm that emerged as those footsteps rose and fell. The young Elmeloy lord's heart suddenly stirred, and he looked up. This feeling, this aura, this was in the corridor connecting to the outside of the hall. A tall and slender young man walked in. He stepped into the glow cast by that single candle in the dim hall. Inexplicably, Kenneth suddenly thought of the contents recorded in the diary in his hand. April 1963, it was a season when the cherry blossoms were in full bloom in the Far East. Arriving in the Far East, I saw that most sinister and evil man on the streets under the shroud of night, that rebel against mystery. He still looked young, but as he walked through the world, he seemed like an ordinary man. Just looking at him, I suddenly thought of the records of the Russian thinker Berdyaev's experiences. He said, he is both a saint and immortal. Both a saint and immortal. He was one who reached the unreachable heavens by stacking ordinary things to the extreme. And now, Kenneth also saw that same feeling in the young man appearing before him. He stepped out from the darkness of the night, just like a speck of starlight, the light recorded in the book that had pierced that Elmeloy lord in the past. Now, it also pierced deep into the eyes of Kenneth Elmeloy Archibald, Mr. Lucan Lovest. I didn't expect it to really be you. He put down the book in his hand and stood up smoothly, with the most upright posture, to welcome the new and sacred successor of mystery. Volume 1, Chapter 39. Bartholomew opens the door to check the water meter. As an ancient family lineage and one of the 12 lords of the clock tower, the Elmeloy mansion was not that spacious or luxurious. But when he was led into the place by the young maid who came out from the door, Lu Kang could feel a rich, ancient aura. Every brick and tile here was an antique, with a long history. Treasures of antique grade enough to cause collectors from all over to scramble for them if placed outside. Here, the owner of the mansion had linked their inherent ancient historical heritage, naturally outlining a vast and complex mystical formula, a magic workshop. A magic workshop nested layer upon layer, stacked side upon side. Lu Kang seemed to be just walking through the courtyard outside the house, crossing the threshold and passing through the corridor connecting to the hall inside. But from a mystical perspective, he had already passed through many different partitioned sectors. Each of those sectors contained a different mystery, remaining in a dormant state waiting to be activated. He could even see the spiritual bodies of hellhounds, resting with their eyes closed among the vegetation outside the courtyard, truly worthy of an Elmeloy lord. What an ultimate filthy rich guy, Lu Kang lamented in his heart. The corridor reached its end. He finally met Kenneth Elmeloy Archibald himself, who stood up to welcome him in the hall. At the moment Kenneth stood up with a solemn expression, the originally dim hall instantly brightened. That faint blue candle, which clearly brought calmness and sharpness to the mind, went out. A wisp of black smoke rose and circled around the glass chandelier hanging overhead, like the bright moon rising to illuminate all directions. In the suddenly lit space, the voice of this head of the mineralogy department and first-class lecturer of the spirit evocation department drifted over. He said, speaking of which, I was a bit puzzled before as to why the pronunciation of your name sounds so similar to the author of that book of laws. It was for this reason that I gave you a little bit of attention. Mr. Louvre, who likes to sleep in my class. Sit down. 30. Number 30 Section 30 Chapter 30 In the space between, the tables and chairs were neatly arranged, with the sofa and the round table spaced apart. Lu Kang sat down opposite Kenneth as indicated by a wave of his hand. He watched the elegant young man leisurely have a maid serve coffee, his every movement full of grace, thinking to himself that Kenneth certainly wasn't paying attention to him for that reason, because before yesterday, the person, Lucan Lovest, didn't even exist in this world. He suddenly thought that if Waver found out, he had immediately run to seek the protection of the lemonhead instructor he so despised. That feminine-looking youth would surely be greatly displeased. Amidst his wandering thoughts, Kenneth took his seat again. A young maid brought over freshly hand-ground coffee, its fragrance gradually wafting through the air. Only then did Lu Kang slowly speak. He said, actually, I'm quite surprised too, Instructor Kenneth. Oh? Picking up the coffee and taking a slow, methodical sip, Kenneth raised an eyebrow. Sitting upright under the lamp, the man's gaze was confident and serious, yet it inevitably carried a look of curiosity. As you can see, Lu Kang spoke without reservation. Until a day ago, I wasn't the successor of Luvester, at all. I suddenly experienced a second awakening, overnight. Second awakening? A hint of surprise flashed in Kenneth's eyes. This was something even Waver could explain in detail, so as an instructor, it was impossible for him not to know. But after the surprise came an instant realization. No wonder. He also remembered that the previous Lu Kang was just a slightly talented second or third generation magician, without a trace of Luvester about him. If there had been, as an instructor, it would have been impossible for him not to recognize it. So, he gently set down the porcelain cup and said, "Should I call you lucky or unlucky, Mr. Lu Kang? A second awakening is a 1 in a million occurrence. However, for you, it's more of a curse than a blessing. The surname Luvester is not something that can be easily borne. He has made too many enemies, and there are many who seek vengeance." "I know," Lu Kang replied honestly. Quote, "That's why I've come to find you, haven't I?" Hearing this, the confident and proud Ka'anith's lip twitched. To some extent, his previous words had been a form of asking for the moon. Ka'anith harbored no ill will toward the boy before him. In fact, he thought quite highly of him. However, he also possessed the standard magician personality, never acting without profit. Unfortunately, the boy didn't seem to get the hint. He didn't understand that a contract is a contract. To obtain sincere help, one still needs to pay a price. With my ability, I am indeed capable of protecting you, but did you really think our El Meloy family would shield you unconditionally? Ka'anith said. Lu Kang blinked. Won't you? According to the information on the bloodline imprint I inherited, El Meloy must provide me with a certain degree of protection. The boy spread his hands. Ka'anith finally couldn't take it anymore. He was just about to speak plainly when, of course, Lu Kang interrupted Ka'anith's words just as they reached his throat. If Instructor Ka'anith wants some benefit, I'm sorry, but there is none. My magic imprint has just awakened, and my only assets were blown to bits this morning. I'm currently penniless. I even rushed over here without eating lunch. Ka'anith was momentarily speechless. He was finally certain that this boy was here to sponge off him, but due to the contract, he couldn't easily refuse, and the noble demeanor he had maintained since childhood prevented him from acting rudely. Especially Lu Kang's next words, "Is Instructor Ka'anith trying to refuse me? To refuse the contract of his ancestors?" Or, Lu Kang slightly narrowed his eyes, a smile on his lips. Quote, "Are you worried that you won't be able to protect me from outsiders?" At that, Ka'anith laughed. He grinned, his laugh quite mocking. Reverse psychology? What a childish method. Even as he said it, Ka'anith fell for it anyway. Fine. Since you're somewhat talented and barely worthy of my protection, I'll grant you a little assistance. This could be considered an investment. It was partly because his pride wouldn't allow him to back down, and partly because of the records in his grandfather's diary, Ka'anith thought. He thought of his grandfather's high regard for mind magic in that diary. Thus, making a certain degree of investment in a successor of mind magic might not be a bad choice. Everything was going according to plan, very smoothly. Seeing Ka'anith finally nod, Lu Kang also revealed a smile. He had been full of confidence the entire time. Everything was well in hand. Ka'anith huffed, about to say something, perhaps about the arrangements for Lu Kang's protection, or some other instructions. Having agreed, the naturally proud Ka'anith would certainly not show the slightest slackness. If he was going to do it, he would do it perfectly. But in the next second, the words he had yet to speak were interrupted again. Because of a sound coming from Lu Kang's person. It was the sound of an electronic communication device. Lu Kang pulled out a 90s brick phone and took a look. It was a call from Waver. He pressed answer. The voice that followed was exceptionally panicked. Lu Kang, where are you right now? I'm downstairs at your dormitory. Whatever you do, don't come back. Those monsters from the Department of Law and Politics have already discovered your second awakening bloodline imprint. Don't stay where you are either. Run fast. Lu Kang was stunned for a moment. The image of an Akita dog barking instinctively surfaced in his mind, but Ka'anith's expression across from him changed. The Department of Law and Politics, the Bartholomew family? That magician lord family that held a deep-seated hatred for Luvester? At that very moment, there was a loud bang from the mansion's foundation, and the courtyard, which had been quiet just a moment ago, suddenly became restless. The magic workshop's defenses were activated. An external enemy had invaded. Ka'anith stood up abruptly. They got here fast, Lu Kang thought to himself as he came to his senses. He suddenly felt a surge of excitement, like a long-awaited reunion. Volume 1. Chapter 40 Palace Magic Manifesting in Reality. This is a low-tier match. Based on the 76 years Lu Kang had truly lived, he should have reached the state of mind where he remained unperturbed by favor or humiliation, indifferent to life and death, and ready to fight whenever challenged. But in fact, after leaving the simulation and storing all the memories of those years, Lu Kang's mindset was still that of the 17-year-old boy who joked around with Waver in the clock tower. Only when necessary would he call upon those 76 years of memories, constantly associating, constantly reflecting. So, facing this situation, he was naturally eager to try out the power he had gained in this modern era of 1993. The humming sound vibrated more and more within the El Meloy mansion, as the activated magic workshop continuously surged with mana from the natural ley lines gathered beneath it. Looking out from this hall, one could clearly see that the corridor, which had looked perfectly normal just a moment ago, had completely changed. Distorted light, blurred vision, and a domain of wind and fire resembling a flowing lava hell were piled within a narrow space. Baying hellhounds moved wildly, letting out bursts of roars. Opposite Lu Kang, Kenneth, who had stood up abruptly, frowned deeply. As the master of the magic workshop, he could clearly sense the threat from the aura outside the workshop. However, they didn't enter his domain directly. They were merely manipulating mystery from the outside, carrying out a provocation. In this land of London, within the scope of the clock tower, a provocation against a magic king. The stray dogs of the Department of Law and Politics are truly arrogant. The proud Kenneth laughed in anger, the veins on his forehead twitching slightly on his sharp-featured face. Under the lamplight, the man made no effort to hide the fire in his heart. Meeting his furious gaze, Lu Kang scoffed. I've long heard that the enforcers of the clock tower in the Department of Law and Politics are unscrupulous, relying on the ancient Bartholomew family. They claim to be one of the 12 departments, but in reality, they don't respect any of the others at all. Now it seems, I underestimated them a bit. Daring to provoke a lord of the color rank calling them stray dogs is too much of an understatement. I'd rather call them vicious wolves. Kenneth glanced at Lu Kang, his eyes dark. A far too crude provocation, but what I have promised, I will certainly fulfill. In this territory of the clock tower, no one can harm you. No, Lu Kang interrupted Kenneth, slowly standing up. Quote, Instructor Kenneth, you misunderstand. This time, I don't intend to provoke you. Kenneth was stunned. Then he saw Lu Kang wave his hand and heard him say, I just want to say that when faced with the provocation of vicious wolves, one should use a club to beat them down. Beat them until they are afraid. Only then can you put an end to the next provocation. The words fell, and only the words remained. While the boy's last syllable still drifted in the living room, the figure before Kenneth's eyes had vanished without a trace. Vanished? No. Is it an illusion? Using an illusion to leave behind a phantom while he was angry, while the real body had already departed. This was a characteristic of the basic instantaneous spells of mind magic. Kenneth's eyes flickered as he quickly made a judgment. In the time it took to make this judgment, he also caught a glimpse of the departing Lu Kang's figure. He had appeared outside the door, outside the courtyard, beyond the yard. In an instant, he had passed through the twisting domains and spaces of the activated magic workshop, bypassing the startled and alert spectral hellhounds. Thus, Kenneth's intended action to teach the stray dogs a lesson came to an abrupt halt. He observed the scene outside through magical means from within the magic workshop. He also wanted to see just how far this successor of mind magic, who had only just experienced a second awakening, could go. At this moment, under the clear blue sky, the wild grass swayed, and the afternoon sun poured through the forest leaves, painting a vibrant golden hue. Standing tall and elegant, the hem of Lu Kang's clothes fluttered in the wind. He stepped slowly out of the El Meloy mansion, which looked like it had been placed in another space with its distorted light and shadows, and faced the small path he had come from. Shadows swayed under the trees on both sides of the road, and figures stood solemnly within them. Enforcers from the Department of Law and Politics. They seemed to have guessed that someone would come out. They also seemed to have been waiting in full battle array for a long time. Lu Kang tilted his head and smiled. He thought to himself that this was indeed a good opportunity, a great time to revive mind magic in reality under the name of Lu Kang. Along the small path lined with trees, a figure stepped out from among the group of enforcers waiting in formation. A man dressed entirely in black, clearly the leader, spoke in a low voice. Spirit Evocation student, Lu Kang, the Department of Law and Politics is conducting an internal affairs investigation on you in accordance with the statutes. Please cooperate with our work and come with us to the headquarters of the Department of Law and Politics. The Department of Law and Politics was just as its name suggested. Unlike any other department, it didn't teach students. It was more like a student council, found in any school, an organization with immense power, responsible for supervising all students and even instructors in the clock tower. With such a reason, it seemed difficult for a normal student to refuse. But Lu Kang shook his head. Statutes? Internal investigation? Who doesn't know that the Bartholomew family, which backs the Department of Law and Politics, has always ignored the statutes? If you'd like to hear other novels, feel free to request them in the comments. If there are no issues with posting the requested novel, we'll post it. You can also listen to more audio novels for free at patreon.com/xlightnovel. Before you start listening, please don't forget to like. 31. Number 31 Section 31 Chapter 31 I know what you want to do. He lowered his hands, his gaze profound. Quote, "Getting me to go to the Department of Law and Politics is actually very simple. Just defeat me right here." As the youth's voice fell, a gale instantly whipped up. The Department of Law and Politics enforcers lurking in the shadows exchanged a glance. They did not show looks of disdain or mockery, even if such thoughts might indeed exist in their hearts. Everyone who joins the Department of Law and Politics is an elite within the clock tower, a magician highly skilled in using magecraft for combat. After graduation, they all join the Sealing Designation Enforcement Bureau, becoming a crucial part of the Mages Association. They also did not believe that a clock tower student, who had seemed utterly ordinary just the day before, could pose any threat to them, even if the other party possessed the legendary mind magic recorded in the Book of Laws. But in that fleeting moment, they still remained on high alert and quickly made a decision. The wind stirred at this moment, and people moved even faster. Figures darted out from the shadows, flashes of cold, sharp, and chilling light. Along with the keen glints, mysterious thaumaturgical formulas activated. Winds from the north, nourish the earth. Fire, bloom. Water springs from the earth, scooping up dust. The incantations for magecraft rang out instantly. The pre-inscribed thaumaturgical formulas on the enforcers' bodies glowed with a bright light. Fierce flames, like blazing red lotuses blooming from the void, descended from the air, pressing down on the spot where Lu Kang stood. Dust flew up from the ground, and golden water also surged upward, like a golden lotus attempting to envelop Lu Kang within it. Compared to conceptual magecraft, magicians proficient in combat inherently prefer elemental magecraft that can cause substantial destruction. Directly mobilizing visible natural elements to cobble together attacks often yields greater effectiveness. From the moment they made their move, they went all out. Beneath the elemental onslaught, numerous close combat magicians drew swords or dagger-like mystic codes, activating the cutting and severing conceptual mysteries attached to them. They also seemed unafraid of harming Lu Kang. The Department of Law and Politics was not only powerful in combat but also possessed exceptionally strong healing magicians. With the aid of mystical means, as long as one wasn't instantly pulverized, they could be restored to their original state. Facing this onslaught of magecraft attacks from all directions, Lu Kang stood firm and unmoving. His pair of hazel eyes were filled with the interplay of light and shadow from water and fire. But then he closed his eyes. The light and shadow vanished from behind his eyelids. And so, the wind abruptly ceased. The fire was directly extinguished. The water was instantly forced back into the earth, as if flowing in reverse. Stagnation, suffocation, reversal. As his mind willed it, mind magic, faster than activating pre-inscribed formulas, instantly manifested. Amidst gasps, the magicians whose formulas had been forcibly halted all felt the pressure from a higher mystery. Their faces pale, they staggered back. Though surprised, they seemed prepared. The close combat magicians who had drawn blades and daggers instantly rushed forward to take their place. They took over the attack from the elemental forces. From all directions simultaneously, they thrust their weapons towards the youth who had just activated his magecraft. They were precisely aiming for a timing gap. This is what being on high alert truly meant. No matter how weak an enemy might appear, the enforcers of the Department of Law and Politics would never underestimate any foe. Yet, 1 second later, as the sharp edges fell, what they saw was not a severed torso, but an even stronger mystery and impact coming straight at them. With a resounding boom, the close combat magicians who had closed in were swept away before they could even get near. Layer upon layer of feather-like patterns bloomed amidst the shimmering layers of radiance. The student coat draped over Lu Kang's body was interwoven with intricate, circuit-like silver patterns. That was a mysterious thaumaturgical formula, representing the Hall of Magecraft. It repelled all external disturbances. Advancing triumphantly, with a sudden thud, deep within the Elmeloi mansion, Kenneth, who had just sat back down, rose to his feet once more. The violent motion directly toppled the chair he had been sitting on, but he seemed oblivious, his gaze fixed intently on the scene outside the mansion. He could certainly recognize what the shimmering light on Lu Kang's body represented. It was a mysterious thaumaturgical formula woven into an array. It was a mystic code inscribed with a magic workshop, a thaumaturgical formula named Hall. But if he recalled correctly, that coat had been nothing more than an ordinary clock tower student uniform just moments before. Not only instant cast magecraft, but also the ability to forge a powerful mystic code in an instant, although it might only be temporary. Yet this was something the current Lu Kang could indeed accomplish. Even if his magical energy was far inferior to its peak, even if his physical refinement was not as proficient as the projection of his materialized soul, but relying on the exquisite control over mystery gained from 76 years of mystical research, many things could be accomplished at the smallest cost, aside from great magecrafts requiring multiple people and lengthy incantations. He He could now basically instant cast all other magecraft, briefly materializing formulas and inscribing them onto objects. Yes, at this moment, the memories of Liu Kang's 76 years of life were fully displayed within the vision of his consciousness. His appearance remained youthful, but the shimmering light in his eyes seemed weathered by the passage of time. He seemed like a saint, yet also like a mortal. Like an old man, yet also like a child. Utmost good and utmost evil, utmost purity and utmost commonality, utmost divinity and utmost demonic. The theoretical records once inscribed in the Book of Laws were truly and vividly manifested in Liu Kang at this moment. This scene also resembled that of many years ago. He walked through the jungle of mystery, cutting a path through thorns all the way. The El Meloy Diary, Volume 1. Chapter 41. The Crown Rank Person. At this moment, the mysterious rhythm within the El Meloy mansion remained intense and dense. The fully activated magic workshop presented a scene incomprehensible to ordinary people. However, compared to the interior, the scene outside the mansion was even more astonishing to those in the know. The dust gradually settled, under the blazing midday sun. Amidst the grass, trees, and shade, the Department of Law and Politics enforcers who had arrived with such imposing momentum were, all, within a mere half-minute, sent tumbling to the ground. Inside the mansion, Ka'anith's pupils contracted, his expression grave and silent, indescribable thoughts flashing in his eyes. The enforcers, after being sent flying, struggled to their feet, each panting heavily. Panting heavily, they lifted their gazes to look ahead, to look at the youthful figure whose fluttering coat hem was covered in silver radiance, resembling wings, or more like tassels. Meanwhile, Liu Kang's eyes shone with a startling brilliance. His aura was astonishing. The rhythm of mystery was so thick it made these clock tower law enforcers feel suffocated. They even had the illusion that this youth before them was not a clock tower student, but one of the lords, standing atop the clock tower's peak, or perhaps a color rank magician. Most monarchs of this generation were merely color rank, but just as every top student wouldn't easily admit defeat, they, too, would not. Staggering and twisting, they still sought to rise and fight again, to carry out their unfinished mission to the end. Still want to continue? Liu Kang's gaze lifted slightly. He hadn't even gotten serious yet. No matter how special the Department of Law and Politics was, it was essentially just an internal student department of the clock tower, utterly insignificant to him. But if possible, he didn't want to kill anyone either. It was just a matter among students, after all. That was what he thought. And clearly, the person behind the Department of Law and Politics thought the same. Enough. Before the agitated steps of the Department of Law and Politics students could take another stride, from behind them, further down the path swallowed by denser shade, came a clear, cold voice. The voice was clear, cold, and crisp, accompanied by an intangible presence that roared and gathered into a thunderous howl in their ears. Everyone instantly froze, their footsteps halting. As if obeying a command, they lowered their heads, took half a step back, and knelt on one knee. Like knights kneeling to welcome their lord, they welcomed the source of the voice, welcoming the tall figure slowly approaching along the path strewn with cobblestones. What a spectacular scene! The newcomer glanced sideways, her swaying auburn hair dancing in the wind. Her face couldn't be called exceptionally beautiful, but it appeared refined, clean, and neat. Her demeanor was noble and pure, her sharp gaze sweeping over the Department of Law and Politics subordinates kneeling on both sides, forming a welcoming corridor. In an instant, her gaze shifted to the end of the path, towards Liu Kang before the mansion. Her red lips parted slightly, her long boots tapping the ground. Her slender figure, beneath a pristine formal dress, appeared exceptionally upright and proper. She said, "Only magecraft of this caliber is worth my taking such rigorous precautions to wash away the disgrace of my ancestor." Liu Kang tilted his head, instantly understanding the other's identity. The Bartholomew of this generation? Not to mention the completely submissive posture of these Department of Law and Politics members beside her. Just based on her appearance, Liu Kang could easily make this judgment. That face, that solemn demeanor, bore an uncanny resemblance to the Bartholomew lord from 2 generations prior, whom he had once met. Add to that the other's mention of ancestor. If Liu Kang remembered correctly, that generation's Bartholomew lord had indeed considered being ignored by Liu Kang a profound humiliation, one he remembered for life. But in response to the name uttered by Liu Kang, the young woman with auburn hair tied high into a ponytail shook her head. Her expression was serious and grave. "I have not yet inherited the Bartholomew name, but I will inevitably attain that title." The young woman, about the same age as Liu Kang, declared thus. After a moment of realization, Liu Kang deeply agreed. Indeed. He remembered the identity of this young woman before him, not just the surname, but the exact name and background, setting aside his own distant past as a transmigrator. Even within the clock tower, many rumors circulated about her. Lorelei, without a surname, the young woman destined to bear the Bartholomew title in the future. She was the only daughter of the current Bartholomew Lord, the magical crystallization born in the modern era of the clock tower's oldest family, spanning over 1,000 years. Rumors said that at her birth, mystical phenomena across Britain surged like a gusher. Liu Kong dismissed such rumors. They were mere exaggerations, like the Great Chu rises, Chen Sheng becomes king, Fox cries from his original world. But this was enough to prove the monstrous talent Lorelei possessed. She possessed magic circuits surpassing those of ordinary magicians by over 100-fold. She possessed all-purpose attribute magecraft. She was the crown-rank person, destined to become the Bartholomew Lord, and further destined to become the strongest Bartholomew Lord within 200 years. She was an existence destined to achieve crown rank, though still young now. She had already obtained the certification of a color rank magician several years ago. She was still a student. 32. Number 32 Section 32 Chapter 32 But she was already the undisputed ruler of the Department of Law and Politics, an uncrowned queen. The girl's face was filled with complete and utter pride, just as she hadn't had time to continue speaking, and before Lucan opposite her could open his mouth, another voice rang out from behind him. Lorelei, such provocation, you truly don't take me, the head of the mineralogy department. Seriously enough, with Lorelei's appearance, Kenneth L. Melloy Archibald finally couldn't sit still any longer and walked out from within his magic workshop. He believed that although the mind magic Lucan had just displayed was strong, so strong it had reached the average level of current clock tower lords, he might still not be a match for this monstrous girl from the Department of Law and Politics before them. In terms of magical attainment, even the usually arrogant Kenneth dared not confidently claim to surpass this girl over a decade his junior. Of course, he was still confident he could block this monster from the Bartholomew family. Kenneth walked to Lucan's side, returning a haughty look, indicating to leave everything to him. What is promised must be perfected. Kenneth's actions always followed such a standard. Lucan was taken aback for a moment. Understanding what this lemonhead meant, he found himself torn between laughter and tears. He had been thinking he finally had a somewhat decent opponent to further test his power in reality, facing the direct questioning of the mineralogy department lord and the first-rank lecturer from the spirit evocation department, Lorelei, whose status was still that of a clock tower student, and still somewhat inferior to Kenneth despite her exceptional talent, remained expressionless. She said, "This is a matter between his students, and it is also an internal affair of our Department of Law and Politics. Moreover, we have not entered the Lord's domain. We were merely passing by." The imposing momentum of Kenneth instantly stalled. Indeed, this group from the Department of Law and Politics had not actually stepped into the El Melloy residence. Their mystery had not even violated the authority of the Lord. The automatic activation of the magic workshop was merely an instinctive response to an external threat, but it was a threat, not harm. According to the laws of the clock tower, this still didn't reach the level of offending a Lord's authority. Seeing the arrogant lemonhead being put in his place, Lucan couldn't help but laugh. He thought to himself that this Lorelei wasn't as upright and rigid as she appeared on the surface. She was quite cunning. His laughter drew the gaze of the girl with the chestnut-brown ponytail once more. Lucan narrowed his eyes. He returned a smile, a simple, calm smile, without fear, but also without provocation. Lorelei paused briefly. Interesting. Her expressionless face saying something interesting looked rather strange. Lucan thought to himself again. But since Kenneth's attempt to hold her accountable had been firmly rebuffed, it seemed conflict between them was now inevitable. The crown-rank person, Lorelei, stared fixedly at Lucan. She stated firmly, "The successor of Luvester, Lucan, is it? Are you interested in joining the Bartholomew family?" What? Lucan, who had been preparing to meet her challenge, processed her words and suddenly felt something was off. "What do you mean?" he asked. "Exactly what I said," Lorelei explained seriously. "Join Bartholomew, become my sworn younger brother." Volume 1. Chapter 42 The Magician's Successor, The Future Battle. As Lorelei's words fell, the girl slightly raised her face. That previously expressionless, heroic visage now seemed to carry a faint, elusive smile. She looked directly into Lucan's bright, hazel-brown eyes. But Lucan's first reaction was to think he had misheard. He certainly couldn't be said to have any deep-seated hatred with Bartholomew. He didn't even have a strong impression of the former Lord Bartholomew, who had considered him a mortal enemy. However, having interacted with many clock tower magicians in the simulated life, he also understood the nature of the Bartholomew family. The name Bartholomew represented the continuation of an ancient family lineage that had existed since the very day the clock tower appeared. It was one of the clock tower's three great ancient family factions, alongside the Trunverio family and the Baruyaleta family, but it was also the inheritor of the most ancient mystery, standing above all other families. In the realm of mystery, where antiquity is revered, such a family naturally looked down upon all others. They strictly adhered to lineage and legacy. They strictly upheld ancient paradigms. In their eyes, even aristocratic factions like Elmeloi were considered relatively radical and reformist, because in the eyes of the Bartholomew family, commoners are commoners. Even those magical families that have lasted for hundreds, even nearly 1,000 years, are commoners in their eyes. They have always been arrogant. They are nominally an aristocratic faction, but the only nobles in their eyes are themselves. And yet now, a girl born into such a family was inviting him to join her family and become her sworn younger brother. Lucan suddenly had a strong urge to ask if she was feeling well. In response to Lucan's slightly astonished attitude, Lorelei herself appeared very calm and as if it were the most natural thing. Demons walking among men, transgressors of all mystery, those who blasphemously blend miracle and magic. This is my grandmother, Vivian Bartholomew's evaluation of the Louvester lineage. She looked at the young man before her, staring fixedly at Lucan beside the tree-lined path where sunlight and dense fallen leaves intertwined. She also looked at the temple attire on his body, still swirling with blazing, dense silver light. She said, my grandmother regarded Louvester as an enemy, but even she had to admit the merits of Louvester's magic. Her commandment to the Bartholomew heirs was to defeat Louvester in a fair and honorable manner. But if I were to defeat you as you are now, it would be an unfair victory. Finally, Lucan understood the girl's meaning. Even Kenneth beside him snapped out of his stupor. He recovered from his shock. Kenneth was also astonished, amazed that the Bartholomew family would extend an invitation to their enemy. Lucan, however, said, you want me to join the Bartholomew family, grow to my limit under their wing, and then duel you? Correct, you are clever. Lorelei gave a slight nod. The Louvester lineage has offended not only internal organizations of the magical factions but also monsters among monsters like the burial agency of the Holy Church. I presume you've decided to attach yourself to the Elmeloi family, but Elmeloi can at most protect you within the Mages Association. What they can do, Bartholomew can also do, and even more. The girl's words rang out with force, disturbing the air like a gust of wind, causing the atmosphere outside the courtyard to momentarily freeze. Kenneth, having his potential recruit snatched away right in front of him and even being mocked to his face, twitched at the corner of his mouth. However, despite his inherently proud nature, a nature so proud it often made him like a powder keg, easily provoked, he very unusually did not retort, because it was the truth. Even though Kenneth was very confident that his magical talent wouldn't be inferior to any individual, the Elmeloi family was indeed far inferior to the Bartholomew family. Whether in terms of legacy or the scope of their modern influence, it was so. In the face of objective facts, any further argument was weak and laughable. The proud Kenneth would not allow himself to act contrary to his principles as a member of an aristocratic faction. To this day, the only one who could make Elmeloi set aside aristocratic prejudices was a Louvester. Of course, he was also very curious about Lucan's choice. Faced with recruitment from a lineage enemy, would he choose to submit? Having figured it all out, Lucan snapped back to reality. To be honest, while he didn't fear the other party now, he wasn't confident of certain victory if a fight broke out, not against Lorelei specifically, but against the Bartholomew family, or even the entire faction led by Bartholomew. Lucan still lacked the most crucial accumulation of magical power for magical duels, and he didn't believe magical families adhered to any Zhonghu code of honor. And besides Bartholomew, Louvester indeed had many other enemies. In a way, Bartholomew was actually left intentionally by him as a tool family to secretly unite those hostile to Louvester, trying to bring enemies from the shadows into the light. However, if I joined the Bartholomew family, I would also be branded with the Bartholomew imprint, wouldn't I? Lucan suddenly said. Naturally. Lorelei said, this is an equivalent exchange. In the name of Louvester, becoming a branch of Bartholomew, you gain Bartholomew's protection. Such an imprint will exist on you forever. Hearing the girl's words, Lucan laughed again. calling it a sworn younger brother. But it's really just marrying into the family, isn't it? If you wish it, that could also be arranged. Lorelai's response was direct and reflected the standard thinking of a magician. Magicians who prioritize bloodline inheritance don't care much for personal emotions. Only strength and sufficient talent matter. A truly unsurprising choice. Lucan let out a soft sigh and said, "What you propose might be a good option. If I choose to join Bartholomew, I can gain both the protection of the Bartholomew family's power and their authority. But similarly, Bartholomew would gain the Louvester family's imprint and assimilate the mystery I inherited." Thinking about it carefully, this might be a good choice, a win-win. He said this, but Lucan was still shaking his head. He shook his head, rejecting the proposal from the girl before him. He also rejected the invitation from the ostensibly strongest family in the clock tower. He said, "Although I've only just awakened this imprint, I know that the Louvester name carries its current weight not through compromise. Moreover, to put it another way, why must Bartholomew assimilate Louvester? Actually, Louvester could also assimilate Bartholomew, couldn't it?" In that instant, as Lucan's words fell, his statement was even more forceful than Lorelai's, resonating with a mysterious pulsation. The magical light within his clothes blazed even brighter. At this moment, his words were an unequivocal refusal, even a provocation. He didn't care about Bartholomew, but in the confrontation of mystery, there is no retreat. If he backed down here, he would also lose the conviction to advance on the path of mystery. Such a choice was never within his consideration. Kenneth grinned. He was satisfied. Proud people always have a special appreciation for those with backbone. And Lorelai, after a slight daze, suddenly revealed a smile. She also remembered her grandmother's records about Louvester, the written accounts within, and even more, the instructions her grandmother had given her while still alive. Lucan Louvester, the most vicious, most wicked man. The man who stubbornly walked the thorny path. You resemble him. Such a man would naturally not submit to others. But I will still fulfill my ancestors' wish. I will come again. On the day you have fully grown, I will defeat you fairly and squarely. In the name of Bartholomew, defeat Louvester. She would determine, between herself and him, between Bartholomew and Louvester, who would be the strongest in the future magical world. In the name of fairness and honor, to wash away the ancestors' disgrace. Volume 1, Chapter 43. Kenneth, I have a niece. Bonus Chapter 33. Number 33 Section 33 Chapter 33. After uttering her final words, Lorelai turned and left without hesitation. Her exceptionally tall figure, accentuated by the long boots she wore, vanished into the depths of the tree-lined path in an instant. The silhouette with its flowing auburn-red hair had arrived decisively and left just as decisively. The members of the Department of Law and Politics, who had been kneeling on one knee, also slowly faded into the shadows and disappeared after glancing at Lu Kang and Kenneth standing before the courtyard. Kenneth snorted disdainfully. A pack of wild dogs. Lu Kang glanced sideways at Kenneth beside him, thinking to himself, why didn't you scold them to their faces when Lorelai was here? He hadn't expected this lemonhead to also be someone who knows which side his bread is buttered. Meeting Lu Kang's gaze, Kenneth humphed but offered no further comment, merely saying, I thought you would accept Bartholomew's offer. What difference does accepting or not make? Lu Kang said indifferently. At this moment, the sunlight, though still strong, was gradually tilting westward. The sun at 2 in the afternoon was no longer as fiercely intense as at noon, yet its descending rays still felt warm to the eyes. The young man's face wore a relaxed expression, carefree and unrestrained, as if the moment of profound worldly insight just moments ago had nothing to do with him. Lu Kang said, in the end, we'll have to fight anyway, whether it's Bartholomew or anyone else. He was indeed not at his peak power as he had been in the simulation. But as long as a genuine crown-rank magician from the clock tower didn't come knocking at his door, he had little to worry about. Even if it were a grand magus, he could still hold his own against them for a short time. Self-preservation was certainly not an issue. What he lacked was merely an accumulation of magical energy. You truly act recklessly. Just like that, Louvester. Kenneth smoothed his wind-tousled golden hair. Lu Kang did not respond. Instead, as the temple-style spell covering his clothes slowly dissipated, its flowing light spreading and fading, he turned and walked towards the courtyard gate along a trajectory tinged with faint arcs of light. Since those guys have left, let's not just stand outside. Kenneth raised an eyebrow. Was this guy treating his mansion as his own territory? The head of the mineralogy department was somewhat speechless but still followed. Even though this was his own workshop, it felt more like he was being led inside by Lu Kang. After the wild dogs of the Department of Law and Politics departed, the El Meloy mansion had long since returned to tranquility. As the mystery receded like a tide, the original appearance was revealed. Lu Kang and Kenneth once again stepped through the iron gate, passed through the fluttering plants in the courtyard, and walked towards the low-key yet ancient charm-filled mansion. As they walked, Kenneth said, "A mere commoner dares to provoke Bartholomew. Should I call you daring or suicidal? Do you think I'll die?" Lu Kang, not breaking stride, glanced sideways at Kenneth walking beside him. Kenneth clasped his hands behind his back. Shadows from the sunlight played across his face as his voice sounded. At the same time, they entered the corridor inside the mansion. The corner of the clock tower lecturer's mouth, clad in a dark robe, lifted in a faint smile. He said, "No, even just by virtue of the Louvester name, some families within the clock tower would ensure you don't die, but they would also be happy to see you suffer. I am of the same mind." That's what he said, but Kenneth was actually quite satisfied with Lu Kang's performance just now, satisfied with his composure and dignity in the face of Bartholomew's offer. If he were in Lu Kang's position, he might not have been able to refuse so decisively after all. That was Bartholomew, the oldest family in the clock tower. The Bartholomew, possessing a status second only to the head of the Department of Heritage and the clock tower's director. The two returned to the main hall and sat down again. The light from the crystal chandelier poured down once more. Kenneth leaned back in his chair and continued, "Of course, if you seek further protection, I would gladly accept. Don't tell me you're going to follow Bartholomew's example and have me become your sworn brother." Lu Kang spread his hands, speechless. Kenneth picked up the coffee from the table, took a sip, frowned slightly, and put it down. Immediately, a maid from the unlit shadows in the corner of the room stepped forward to replace the coffee. Lu Kang looked at the unfamiliar face of the maid, clearly different from the one who had led him inside earlier, and couldn't help but sigh at the evils of nobility. Kenneth continued, "I have no interest in gaining a sworn brother without blood ties. But you could consider marrying into a family." Marrying into a family? Lu Kang suddenly had a bad feeling. Although your lineage only spans 2 or 3 generations, lasting mere decades to the present, we have never been stingy about extending offers to commoners with considerable talent. Kenneth explained, quote, "Of course, even if you marry in, it wouldn't be into my branch. I've heard that within another branch under El Meloy, there is a rather talented girl, the sole heir of that branch. In terms of relation, she should be my niece. If you marry her, you could inherit that branch's name and become a capable head of the family. You could both independently preserve a magic imprint and establish your own faction. What's not to like?" Kenneth's words were quite enticing. It was clear that after witnessing Bartholomew's display, he had begun to truly value Lu Kang, not just for the Louvester name, but for Lu Kang himself. As he said, even the most stubborn nobles would not hesitate to recruit commoner geniuses. Mystery also needs fresh blood. If it weren't for this, they would have long been lost in the river of time. With all due respect, Lu Kang raised his hand. Quote, "That sole heir girl you mentioned, her name wouldn't happen to be Lena's, would it?" Kenneth frowned. "It might be. Such things I never bother to remember, nor are they worth remembering." Lu Kang became even more speechless. Of course he remembered the girl named Lena's, because she was also a character from works in the moonlit world, the girl who inherited the El Meloy name after Kenneth's death. But if he remembered correctly, at this point in time, 1993, Lena's was only 4 or 5 years old. Damn, that's a crime. He immediately wanted to refuse. "Don't be in such a hurry to reject. This matter can be discussed later." Kenneth interrupted the thoughts swirling in Lu Kang's mind. He picked up the freshly ground coffee the maid had brought and said slowly, "Anyway, there's plenty of time ahead. You can stay in this mansion and think it over carefully. According to the El Meloy Covenant, I will grant you access to everything here, except for the secret areas. Guest rooms are on the 2nd floor, the library is on the 3rd. Kenneth rose leisurely. "Oh, by the way, you should be thankful for one thing, that you came alone today and didn't bring along that arrogant, utterly incompetent Mr. Waver Velvet, who only relies on his mouth for momentary bravado. Otherwise, I would have kicked you both out immediately." As he said this, Kenneth pointed at Lu Kang's pocket. Lu Kang finally realized he had forgotten something. He pulled the blocky cell phone from his pocket. The call had been connected the whole time. Everything that had just happened on his end had been completely overheard by Waver. "Hello?" Lu Kang put the phone to his ear. That guy Lu Kang actually went to side with that damned Lemonhead? And that Lemonhead was badmouthing me behind my back? Waver on the other end of the line was still downstairs at the clock tower student dormitory. Fuming, he was about to demand answers. But Liu Kang's first words choked him. Call charges, a modest 500 pounds, you're welcome. Are you, freaking, robbing me? Waver downstairs the student dormitory literally jumped, forgetting what he was about to say. Volume 1, Chapter 44 Seal. Although momentarily stunned by Liu Kang's words, Waver quickly remembered what he wanted to say, but after a barrage of words, he finally understood Liu Kang's situation and choice. If you need any help, just contact me through the phone. Though my influence is small, I'll do what I can within my power. Of course, one thing is very, very important. Don't come looking for me again anytime soon. You're a top-tier dangerous person right now, and I don't want to get dragged into your mess. With those final words, Waver hung up. Inside the El Meloy mansion, Liu Kang stroked his chin. He thought to himself, this guy clearly wants me to stay put in a safe place and not run around, yet he puts on an act of not wanting to be implicated. What a tsunere, Liu Kang sighed. Tsunere? Kenneth, who had stood up opposite him, glanced at him. Liu Kang remembered this was England, and in this era, tsunere wasn't a thing yet, so he explained, it means saying one thing but meaning another. Kenneth seemed to understand slightly, but Liu Kang's next words darkened the El Meloy Lord's expression a bit. Liu Kang said, similar to your nature. No wonder you're teacher and student. But I still have to say, a tsunere man is pretty disgusting. He repeated his favorite line. But don't forget, you are also my student, a member of the Spirit Evocation Department's main lecture hall. The Spirit Evocation Department's first-rank lecturer raised his head proudly and didn't dwell on the topic. However, that arrogant brat was right about one thing. Compared to a straightforward opponent like Bartholomew, those little pests lurking in the shadows, coveting the Luvester power, are the real trouble. For the next few days, you should stay within this mansion. By the way, I'll introduce you to that niece of mine. No, I couldn't possibly. Liu Kang instantly refused. Kenneth touched the corner of his mouth, unable to suppress a grin. Then that's settled, he said. Quote, I have a date, so I won't keep you company here any longer. If you need anything, just tell the mansion staff directly, Mr. Luvester. Make yourself at home. With these words, Kenneth strode away, his steps seemingly elegant but carrying a hint of haste. Liu Kang's ears twitched slightly, as if catching faint whispers of conversation. Sola, have you arrived? Sorry, there was a minor unexpected situation here, but it's resolved now. I'll be right there. Don't worry, leave it to me. Just beyond the wall, Kenneth left the mansion while talking on the phone, his tone somewhat ingratiating. Unfortunately, the voice on the other end of the line seemed a bit impatient. Sola Ui Nuada Ri Sophia Ri, head of the Spirit Evocation Department, another lord within the clock tower, daughter of Luviegeli de Edelfelt, Kenneth's fiancée, the woman he loved deeply, unrequitedly. Such a normal guy, why did he choose to be a simp? Liu Kang, who had eavesdropped the whole time, sighed. His voice echoed unabashedly in the hall. The young maid standing motionless in the corner bowed slightly, not daring to respond. Liu Kang ignored her and slowly stood up. Kenneth had just said, there's a library on the 3rd floor, right? He didn't really care where he stayed, nor did he fear any big shots or little pests. However, upon hearing Kenneth's words earlier, his professional curiosity had been piqued. He was eager to check out the 3rd floor library. And he was also quite curious. In this later era, what exactly was the definitive evaluation of him? Anyway, given the circumstances, it seemed he wasn't suited to leave the clock tower's sphere of influence for the time being. He hadn't forgotten the threat from the largest organization in another world, outside the clock tower. Although Liu Kang was confident and looked forward to reuniting with Anastasia in the modern era, he was not arrogant. 34. Number 34 Section 34 Chapter 34 Facing the internal forces of the clock tower, he could pit them against each other. Facing external forces, he needed more thorough preparations. Moreover, he hadn't intended to retrieve the Academy City storage so quickly from the start. He had missed a Holy Grail war in the simulation, and Academy City was, in a sense, his preparation for participating in the Holy Grail war in this world later on. Additionally, although the next simulation would still require piecing together dream fragments, given that he had already succeeded once, this time wouldn't take long, with only a 3-day cooldown. He also somewhat hoped that this next simulation would allow him to successfully find an opportunity to infiltrate the church. As for these 3 days, he would pass the time in this El Meloy mansion library. Meanwhile, church headquarters, Vatican. As a city-state within Italy, this place is separated from the Italian capital of Rome by only 3 walls, yet this area, covering less than 0.5 square kilometers and only the size of a town, is undoubtedly the Holy Land in the hearts of hundreds of millions of religious believers. But at this very moment, beneath the radiant and holy great cathedral in the center of this holy land, figures were walking hurriedly. A middle-aged man draped in the red outer robe of a cardinal passed through the dark, deep corridor and reached the underground unknown to the world. He carried a candle flame reflecting the mystery radiance known as miracle, and as if pushing open an ancient sarcophagus, he pushed open the forbidden door at the deepest part of the underground. But even with all his strength, he only managed to push it open a crack. His Holiness the Pope has received a revelation from God. The descendant of the most evil, Luvester, of old has appeared. He stood outside the door, speaking into the seemingly bottomless crack. He said in a low voice, "He is our great enemy, a rebel against God. His Holiness's intention is, let the burial agency act and completely erase the last traces of Luvester from this world." The cardinal's voice drifted within the corridor, and the small candle flame he held flickered. The world seemed to freeze for a moment. A moment later, a voice that could not be distinguished as male or female came from the crack. "Understood. Tell His Holiness, we will act. Thank you for your trouble." The cardinal then bowed and left as if relieved. His steps hurried. It wasn't until he completely left the corridor and returned to the surface, meeting the sunlight falling from above, that he fully relaxed. But his back was already drenched in sweat even as a high-ranking cardinal in the church, a figure ranking among the top beneath the Pope. It was inevitable to feel terrified when facing those monsters. But in the next second, the cardinal's expression suddenly relaxed again. That group of fellows were indeed monsters. Monsters among monsters. But at the same time, they were also the church's strongest blade, even if they had failed before. But precisely because there was a first time, the second time, they would exert even more effort. All who rebel against God shall melt under the blade. And so, soon, in the underground after the cardinal left, inside the door that had been pushed open a crack, someone spoke in a low voice. "Who is going?" he asked. In the next second, with a shout, a faint light lit up in the darkness, and within the faint light, various human figures emerged hazily, their projections, with features that couldn't be clearly seen, surrounding the figure that was already present, a figure completely bound and restrained on a cross. Besides him, there were 7 others. The suffering person confined here and the 7 apostles, no matter how many times I see it. Director Narberek's posture is quite unconventional. The first apostle to speak said, his voice crisp and youthful, like that of a young boy. "But after all, it is an ascetic practice imitating Christ. Now is not the time for you to be judging. Lord Merlin of the Crown, the 6th seat." Another projection glanced at him, his voice thick and murky, as if coming through sheet metal. The boy, who spoke first, shrugged, still looking completely indifferent. "Yes, yes, yes. Your status is higher than mine. I'll listen to you, Mr. Cardinal of the Shadow Church." The projection seemed to nod slightly. "Luvester, that most evil of men? It sounds like this matter most likely has nothing to do with me." The third projection to speak appeared tall and sturdy, but his words were quite weak. "I'm just a logistics person, at most a driver. Fighting has nothing to do with me. I have to wait for the real 4th seat to wake up before I can decide." The sufferer, Narberek, remained non-committal and looked at the boy's projection. "I can't spare the time. I still have to keep an eye on those true ancestors, even though I myself am just a mere dead apostle." The boy's words were completely unabashed. "I am praying in confinement, and it will take some time." The Cardinal of the Shadow Church also declined. "But they did indeed seem to be busy. In that case, leave it to me." A clear and crisp voice rang out. The speaker's projection was small in outline, clearly a quite young girl. The sufferer seemed to pause for a moment, then nodded. Although it would actually be more appropriate to leave this to Tenma of the 3rd seat. She was the one who completely transformed from a monk into a demon because of Luvester back then. It's a pity she's in Japan right now and can't get away. It can only be left to you. Seal, the Bow of the 7th seat. Volume 1, Chapter 45. New Simulated Life, Magic Teacher of France, Major Revision. Kenneth had another dream, the same dream he had on the day Lu Kang arrived. He dreamed again of the previous Lord Elmeloy, his grandfather, reciting various records of Luvester in his ear during his childhood, and what he could see upon waking from the broken dream was still the ceiling of the Elmeloy mansion, adorned with an ancient glass chandelier. Kenneth Elmeloy Archibald sat up from his bed and took the towel handed over by the servant, already standing and waiting nearby, simply wiping his face. "What time is it now?" he asked in a deep voice. The servant took back the towel Kenneth had finished with and said respectfully, "London time. 7:30 a.m., sir." 7:30 a.m. Kenneth's eyes narrowed slightly. This was his fixed wake-up time every day. Kenneth, who prided himself on being a unique genius, had always been very disciplined, except when it came to dealing with his fiancée, Sola, but fortunately, the task Sola had assigned to him was already complete. And it was completed perfectly and efficiently. Calculating the time, Sola should have already set out on the road to that so-called haunted house in the London suburbs by now, right? Kenneth whispered to himself. The task Sola had assigned him was precisely to explore the haunted house. His fiancée, Sola Nuada Re Sophia Re, although from a prestigious family of the clock tower like him, was not of the main line. As the child of the Spirit Evocation Department Director's nth wife, she did not have the right to inherit the family's magic imprint. But Kenneth knew his fiancée well. She was always competitive and vigorous and resolute. This trip to the so-called haunted house was also to capture the evil spirit said to be rampant there in London urban legends, proving that she also had sufficient talent for the Spirit Evocation Department. She had only asked Kenneth to help her prepare some magic ritual tools. Kenneth, however, had already gone to that haunted house ahead of time and captured that evil spirit. When Sola arrived there, all that would greet her would be a servant bowing in submission. Kenneth thought Sola would surely be very satisfied with this trip, while the servant beside him started to speak but hesitated, then hesitated again, but seeing that Kenneth was very satisfied and had put the matter aside, he ultimately didn't say anything. Kenneth then said, "What is that fellow doing now?" "In the library, sir," the servant responded. "The library, truly a diligent student." Kenneth touched the corner of his lip. Quote, "It's been 3 days since he arrived here, hasn't it? He's been in the library for all 3 days? Yes." Having received the servant's affirmative response, Kenneth suddenly thought of the dream he had just had. Dreams are prophecies. Luvester might truly shine again in the world of mystery in the future. Kenneth slowly rose from the bed. "Bring me that copy of the Book of Laws. I want to read it some more," he said, but at the end, he suddenly paused, and with a slight frown, added, "By the way, bring the Triple Greatness next to the Book of Laws as well." Triple Greatness, a mystical tome explaining the triple circulation of body, consciousness, and soul. It is said to have been created during the period of the 100 Years' War in France. It is also said that it was the main source of inspiration for Luvester's creation of the Book of Laws. Great is the consciousness, the soul, and the body, and humanity itself. Triple greatness. In this moment, time flew by, and 3 days had already passed. Inside the library on the 3rd floor of the El Meloy mansion, sunlight fell like dust onto the row upon row of bookshelves, casting distinct particles of light and shadow on the covers of the neatly arranged books. Lu Kong sat at a table between the bookshelves. He was reading, but he was also waiting for the sunset. The library of the El Meloy mansion was undoubtedly large and extensive, but compared to the former Russian Empire's imperial library, it was still far inferior. After all, it was impossible for Kenneth to truly give Lu Kong unconditional access to the mysteries recorded by the El Meloy faction. What was placed here were only some basic books that were not scarce in either the surface world or the hidden world. 3 days were enough for Lu Kong to have simply read through them once. So now he was simply passing the time, and calculating the point in time when the simulation would open again. Every minute and second, every tiny increment. The hands on the wall clock turned slowly. Finally, sunset arrived. Open black lens bracket, dream fragments assembled, close black lens bracket. Lu Kong was startled by the voice ringing in his mind. "It's finally here." 35. Number 35, Section 35, Chapter 35. The corner of his mouth curled up. In the brightly lit library, he gently pressed his temple, thinking that the system spirit in his mind seemed even smarter after 3 days of not seeing it. Open black lens bracket, Ding Zhen performed. Identification. Simulation commencing, close black lens bracket. This thing even learned how to jump the gun. Lu Kong chuckled slightly. Lu Kong, who had been waiting for a long time, didn't intend to waste words and said decisively, "Then let's begin. Hopefully, this time I can infiltrate the church. And I hope this time I can place my relic somewhere I can retrieve it faster. At that time, there will be no need to wait for Bartholomew to come knocking. He will go knocking himself." Lu Kong thought this, but he couldn't be too certain. After all, the time since his simulator awakening was short, and many rules were still unclear, making it impossible to determine if this was a simulation based purely on luck or one with specific guidance. Maybe it's all based on luck? I just hope I'm as lucky this time as I was last time. This was his final thought. Then darkness struck, just as it had the first time he entered the simulator, engulfing his vision and consciousness. Open black lens bracket, confirmation. Start close black lens bracket. The system spirit responded again. It said, "Open black lens bracket, welcome to the past of infinite possibilities, close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket, year 1405, close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket, it is the 10th year after England and France signed the peace treaty. After suffering prolonged warfare, the nation of France, despite achieving a temporary counter-offensive victory in the late-stage battles, was still devastated domestically and urgently needed time to recover. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. However, everyone knew the truce was only temporary. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. The nation of England, which still occupied 5 important northern ports of France, was sharpening its blades, and the ambitious King of England was ready to restart the conflict at any moment. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. It was during this peaceful year, which offered a brief respite, close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket, that you were born in a village in the south-central region of France. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. Your father was a low-ranking French veteran officer who participated in the counter-offensive war and now serves as the village security officer. Your mother was once the daughter of a noble, but now her hands are covered in dirt. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. You are the crystallization of their affection and their greatest hope for life. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. They named you Victuvar, meaning victor, since war was inevitable. They hoped you would achieve victory and survive safely in the future. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. They hoped you would grow up safe and healthy, but fate had other plans. 2 months after your birth, you suddenly fell gravely ill, leaving you with lasting frailty. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. Although frail, you were remarkably intelligent. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. At the age of 1, you skillfully mastered the language of daily communication. Your talent delighted your parents. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. However, your body never grew stronger, always appearing smaller and frailer than your peers. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. They were both happy and worried. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. At the age of 2, while your peers were able to jump and play, running left you breathless and close to fainting. Your parents worried about this, but you instead developed a fondness for staying home and reading. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. They were still both happy and worried. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. At 3, you were immersed in books daily, and your health still hadn't improved. Your father originally wanted you to train with him, not necessarily to join the military like him, but just to be able to protect yourself. Seeing your condition, he could only give up. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. That year, you finished reading all the few books the family owned, still craving more. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. At 4, your body was still weak compared to your peers. To ensure a good future for you, your parents hired a mysterious teacher from a nearby city. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. That year, you gained a teacher, a young silver-haired woman named Françoise Prelotti, a famous mystery great master of this era. She had a connection with your mother, who was once a noble, and it was for this reason she agreed to become your teacher this time. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. At 5, you followed your teacher daily, learning various knowledge from books. You could always infer other things from the content, and your intelligence earned high praise from Françoise. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. When you were 6, your teacher suddenly asked you mysteriously one day, close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. Would you like to learn the legendary magecraft with her? Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. Having already learned what magecraft was from books, you agreed without hesitation. You knew it was a mystical power existing in the world, capable of making you run as swiftly as an ordinary person. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. Having been frail and sickly since childhood, you had always longed to run freely like ordinary people. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. It was then that you realized the books your teacher had given you were all introductory magecraft texts, which was why you knew what magecraft and mystery were. She had valued you all along and secretly guided you into the hall of magecraft. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. Starting from that day, you studied magecraft with your teacher daily. Your teacher called you a freak among commoners, a reversion genius. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. You possessed 46 primary magic circuits and over 60 auxiliary circuits, an accumulation that even magician families with centuries of legacy had failed to achieve. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. Intelligent and possessing powerful magical energy talent, you quickly completed your own mystery imprint as a first-generation magician, achieving a leap from ordinary person to magician. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. It was a unique imprint named Mind Magic, which allowed you to communicate with a brand new demon god. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. Your teacher was surprised and delighted by this, and her curiosity about your future grew. close black lens bracket, open black lens bracket. That year, you were 8 years old, officially initiated, and officially graduated, close black lens bracket, open black lens bracket. Initiation meant graduation. Close black lens bracket, open black lens bracket. This process took you only 2 years. Close black lens bracket, open black lens bracket. After graduation, you were supposed to leave your teacher, study independently, and find your own path. Your teacher had originally intended to leave then. Close black lens bracket, open black lens bracket. But in that same year, close black lens bracket, open black lens bracket, your teacher received a letter from afar. She halted her departure and suddenly sought you out, asking you to accompany her to visit some of her friends. Close black lens bracket, open black lens bracket, to show off properly. Close black lens bracket, open black lens bracket. Although she didn't say it explicitly, you could discern this intention from her expression. Close black lens bracket, open black lens bracket. Coincidentally, your magecraft studies had reached a crucial developmental stage. Close black lens bracket, open black lens bracket. You felt it was time to go out and travel. Close black lens bracket, Volume 1. Author's note on listing. I wrote over 4,000 characters for the last chapter before listing. Let me put my hands on my hips first, righteously. Below is the main text, and some nonsense. After a long time, I don't know exactly how long, but definitely a long time, I am finally listing the book again. To be honest, because I hadn't written for so long, I felt rusty at first, but now I'm gradually getting back into the groove. As for the listing, naturally, the customary request is for subscriptions. Tomorrow no, it's already past midnight, so I should say it's listing today. I'm begging for subscriptions here in advance. I haven't written a book in too long, and if the data is too poor, I'll lose confidence. Thank you very much. Emoji, garbled text. Volume 1, Chapter 46. The Vicious Yokohyoki, Nicholas Flamel, Major Revision. Just like the first simulation, the fleeting review of his life once again flowed through his mind. Lu Kong, now named Vic Tuvar, stood on the road leaving the village, carrying a small satchel. Villagers occasionally walked by, kindly greeting the frail young boy. Even under the bright sun, and despite the boost from the magical energy and mind magic within him, Lu Kong couldn't help but sweat profusely. Although his starting point was higher and his talent more outstanding, this body was ultimately only 8 years old. Its magical energy development was far inferior to his real self. Although he had mastered mind magic, its application was lacking, not only compared to Lucan Lovest at his peak during the Tsar era in the first simulation, but even compared to his magical energy deficient 17-year-old self in reality. However, savoring the 8 years of life from this simulation's past, he realized that as the simulation progressed, the time he spent managing the body in the simulator, the time he was awakening his true memories, might decrease. This meant he would have more time to develop and grow, more time to organize what he had gained. He couldn't help but feel satisfied, and began to wait there. The sun was high in the sky. Finally, he waited for the person he wanted to wait for, his teacher, Françoise Prelati. Although Lu Kong had not heard the name Françoise Prelati in later generations, he still had an impression of her from the true memories of his previous life before transmigrating to this world called Moon. This was an existence who left few marks in history but stood absolutely at one of the pinnacles of the mystery side in this era, possessing knowledge and abilities not inferior to, or even surpassing, those of an ordinary clock tower crown rank. She was a great magician who practiced forbidden methods, and also a great alchemist. Even if she wasn't proficient in combat, she was still incomparable to the currently undeveloped Lu Kong. Her initial active period was precisely 15th century France, during the French Hundred Years' War, which was where Liu Kang's current simulator was set. It is said that the death of the Saintess Joan of Arc, Jeanne d'Arc, the key figure of the Hundred Years' War who would later reclaim most of the French lost territories conquered by England in the newly resumed campaign, involved her plotting in the background. Furthermore, the general who followed the Saintess, Gildry, was encouraged by her to ultimately embark on the path of black magic. This was undoubtedly an extremely dangerous individual. That being said, even if you are a big shot on the mystery side, that's no reason for you to break your promise and be late, Teacher Prelati. At the end of the dirt road leading out of the village, Lu Kong greeted the figure slowly strolling toward him from afar. This is a test from me, your teacher, just accept it gratefully and wait. In response to her student's complaint, the French great magician, whose true name was Françoise Prelati, merely adopted a righteous posture. Her figure stood under the near-noon sun. A lace-trimmed headscarf encircled her beautiful silver-white long hair, which fell loosely, framing a delicate, cute, yet slightly youthful face. Her body was petite and slender, looking no older than 14 or 15. She wore a black and white fluffy long dress with a style clearly ahead of its time. Her slender waist swayed lightly, shaking her gracefully undulating chest. The hem of her skirt, barely reaching her knees, clung to her hip line, outlining a curve. In the deep shadows that coiled down, revealing a hint of a triangle, her legs, wrapped in white silk stockings, stepped lightly in small leather shoes across the mud without getting stained. The surface of the pitch-black umbrella she held was slightly tilted, completely obscuring the fierce sun overhead. Her movements were silent and undetectable. Clearly, this medieval great magician, who had taught Lu Kang, Vic Tuvar, for several years, was not only female but also very young in this era. In Liu Kang's simulated memories of the past 8 years, she had not randomly switched bodies or changed gender, unlike the witch whom later generations called the Yokahyoki. Although she was a great alchemist and had already reached one of the highest achievements of alchemy, close to transmutation, human alchemy, comparable to great magecraft, she had not yet performed re-alchemy on herself. Furthermore, she had not yet touched upon the truly existing outer god system of this world, nor had she summoned the tentacles of an evil god originating from outside the planetary universe. At least, from Liu Kang's perspective, this was true. Of course, that malicious personality, however, matched Liu Kang's true past life memories and had not changed. I think you overslept, didn't you? Liu Kang complained bluntly. Don't state the obvious, my dear little Vic. Prelati, shaking the black umbrella in her hand, smiled. Or do you wish to see me standing under this sun, drenched in sweat? Such a naughty boy, even though you are so young. No, I am not interested in you at all. Liu Kang calmly took half a step back, retreating from the black shadow wriggling at his feet, and also retreating from the pitch-black tentacles in front of him. He said, and stop showing off those octopus tentacles. Your illusion cannot block my mind magic perception. That's a shame. Prelati, who had been flirting just a second ago, paused, then slowly lowered her hand, making the tentacles wriggling in front of Liu Kang disappear. She sighed, looking quite pathetic. I thought I could savor little Vic's surprised and horrified expression. Little boys and tentacles are such a perfect match. A personality that was absolutely, perfectly malicious. Fortunately, Liu Kang was already used to it. Even better, his mind magic, which merged the double mystery of magecraft and miracle, was enough for him to perform a mystery confrontation with a non-serious Prelati. He thought, how are little boys and tentacles a perfect match? Shouldn't little boys be paired with fat people? He also thought to himself that he wasn't planning on becoming that hot yet. He said, Teacher, it's time to go. 36. Number 36 Section 36 Chapter 36 Alright. Prelati no longer dwelled on it. Open black lens bracket. In March of this year, the grass grows and the orioles fly. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. You and your teacher left the village where you had lived for 8 years and set out on the road to a distant land. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. Although Prelati did not explain to you which friend she intended to visit, based on the impressions in your mind, you could more or less guess. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. In this era, in France, there aren't many people who would be considered a friend by the great alchemist Françoise Prelati. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. You headed south all the way. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. France in this era was in a brief period of peace during the long 100 Years' War, yet it was still filled with various scar-like traces left by the chaos of war. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. Graves could be seen everywhere, along with vast stretches of desolation. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. Prosperous places remained prosperous, while bleak areas became increasingly desolate. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. Although you had never set foot in the outside world before, you had already learned about the current state of various nations through various means. You knew that even without the interference of external forces, France's internal situation was far from stable. The Burgundian faction, which supported reform and encouraged the Dauphin Charles to take the throne, and the Armagnac faction, which guarded the king and held a conservative stance, were constantly wrestling within the country. The constant changes in policies brought about by high-level political struggles always had a massive impact on the common people. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. You knew, but you did not interfere. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. During this time, you did not stop your further study of magecraft, even though you had already completed your unique mind magic imprint and possessed the ability to instantaneously cast most basic magecraft and illusions. You were still not satisfied. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. You needed to gather more mystery belonging to this era and master more knowledge that differed from later generations to expand the base of your mind magic's coverage in this era. More importantly, you needed to solve your own output issues to make the instantaneous casting of higher-level magecraft possible. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. The path of pursuing mystery is long and infinite. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. You understood this point deeply. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. You also gained many insights from Françoise Prelati's alchemy. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. Just when you thought this journey would be smooth sailing. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. You witnessed a riot of lower and middle class farmers and citizens triggered by the high-level struggle between the reformers and the conservatives. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. Françoise Prelati was thrilled by this and even went down to egg them on to fight harder. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. You couldn't stop her. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. You were chased and beaten by the rampaging farmers and citizens. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. Your current magical energy could not support you in casting illusions from mind magic on so many people. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. Prelati successfully escaped while you were chased alone for over 10 kilometers. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. You successfully reunited with Prelati, only to find her among the group of people chasing you, looking exceptionally excited. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. I finally got to see you in such a pathetic state. It really is wonderful, little Vic. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. You heard her say this as she pressed close to your back. The graceful touch of a young girl came from behind, causing your stiff body to gradually relax. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. This person definitely did it on purpose. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. You thought to yourself. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. You also said, I am not yet grown. Once I am, things will change. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. You encountered another citizen riot. This time you slipped away first, so Prelati was chased alone for 10 kilometers. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. You encountered yet another citizen riot. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. From the city of Vichy in the county of Auvergne to Bourges in the Duchy of Bourbon, from Romorantin to the city of Tours. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. The riots swept through like wildfire. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. In your heart, you lamented that France truly lived up to its reputation as an ancient, revolutionary region. You also suddenly realized that war might be about to restart. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. Faced with a France where internal strife was intensifying, the ambitious King Henry of the Kingdom of England would certainly not stand idly by. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. September of this year. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. You finally arrived at the final destination of this trip, the city of Paris, which, although it had fallen many times, still existed as the capital of France. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. In this prosperous ancient city, you visited a shop that looked quite old. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. The owner of the shop was exactly as you thought. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. His name was Nicholas Flamel. Close black lens bracket. So many years have passed, and you're still not dead. The very moment the old man opened the door, Prelati spoke directly, saying just that. Volume 1, Chapter 47. National War on the Mystery Side, Revised. Nicholas Flamel. This is a name that can be said to be widely known throughout the world. Compared to an alchemist like Françoise Prelati, of whom only fragments of information have been passed down, and bad news at that, Nicholas Flamel's achievements were undoubtedly more groundbreaking. After all, Prelati's human transmutation only involved the replacement of material life, whereas Nicholas Flamel successfully researched the Philosopher's Stone, which was previously regarded as a legend, said to have appeared only in the Age of Gods and capable of changing the structure of all things. What the Philosopher's Stone could achieve included not only human transmutation but also the high-level alchemical achievement of turning stone into gold. One must know that in this world, where the older and more mysterious something is, the more powerful it becomes. Gold produced from extraterrestrial supernova explosions holds even more transcendent significance. Being able to interfere with gold often meant being able to interfere with everything, even to the point of simulating the environment of the Age of Gods with modern magical energy. If human transmutation was merely equivalent to high-level mystery magecraft like Great Magecraft, Baptism Chant, or Inherent Barriers, then the Philosopher's Stone was already close to the scope of a higher-level mystery, the so-called magic. Although throughout history, Nicholas Flamel was not the only one to create a Philosopher's Stone, he was undoubtedly a pioneer. He was the first to reproduce the miracles of Age of Gods technology in an environment where mystery had declined. He was also the peak alchemist who achieved near-magic results through his own power. That was the figure currently appearing before Lu Kang and Prelati. An old man wearing a simple grey robe, with thick long hair, a stooped figure, and skin like withered bark, resembling an ancient tree engraved with fine annual rings, seemingly ordinary. Open black lens bracket. You were surprised by the aged appearance of Nicholas Flamel. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. In your understanding, a great master in the realm of mystery who could reach such a level would have infinite ways to delay their own aging. Even achieving immortality would not be difficult, just like Prelati beside you, who in the original work truly lived until modern times. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. But Nicholas Flamel was not at all surprised by your arrival. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. He didn't care about Prelati's rudeness or the shock you showed. Instead, he naturally invited you into this ancient shop, which was as weathered as his appearance, and served you the rich coffee he had prepared in advance. Close black lens bracket. This coffee of yours, just how old is this stuff? Just like you. Prelati didn't reach out to take the coffee Nicholas Flamel served. Instead, she covered her nose with a look of disgust. Lu Kang looked at the coffee before him, whose color was so rich it was almost black, and couldn't help but be speechless. When these coffee beans were grown, it should have been the year John II was captured by the English. I remember many things happened that year, almost cutting off my coffee supply. That was nearly 60 years ago. The old man sat down opposite them with a hobbling gait, a look of reminiscence appearing in his expression. The interior of the ancient shop was just like its exterior. It wasn't just the coffee in hand or the old man opposite that carried a heavy sense of time. In the small shop, the shelves on all sides and the various alchemical tools, laid out around, were all the same. This was clearly Nicholas Flamel's alchemical workshop, just like a magician's magecraft workshop. Although Lu Kang didn't feel a single trace of magical energy or the operation of spells, as if it were just a shop selling ordinary items. If it weren't for Prelati's presence, and their years of living together which let him know that, although his magecraft teacher had a nasty personality, she wouldn't truly harm him, Lu Kang would never have entered this place. Walking into the workshop of a legendary great alchemist, even if he had confidence in himself, he wouldn't seek death like this. The next second, he heard Nicholas Flamel continue. Of course, the thing that left the deepest impression on me that year was meeting you. Ms. Françoise Prelati. Is Prelati even older than Nicholas Flamel? Hearing this, Lu Kang's eyes twitched slightly. Open black lens bracket. He recalled all the information about Nicholas Flamel and suddenly had an epiphany. The historical Nicholas Flamel was not a born magician or alchemist. He was originally just an ordinary clerk, but one day he announced to the world that he had dreamed of an angel and obtained a miraculous book containing countless pieces of knowledge about mystery and alchemy. This was the historical version passed down to later generations. Now it seemed, what angel? That was clearly Prelati causing trouble again. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. This also suddenly made him curious about just how long this teacher of his, who lived until modern times, had actually lived. Close black lens bracket. I get the feeling you're thinking about something bad, little Vic. Prelati suddenly turned her eyes toward the silent Lu Kang. Those purple eyes seemed to contain a smile, but anyone could feel her displeasure. To this, Lu Kang responded frankly, I am merely curious about what a magician pursuing mystery should be curious about. Such an answer is truly full of rationality and restraint, little Vic. Prelati was stunned for a moment, looking slightly surprised. Naturally, Lu Kang responded with a similar smile. Quote, after all, in my dreams, that ability you call future sight, I have always seen the scene of you surviving into the future. As they say, the good die young while the wicked live for 1,000 years. I am also truly curious whether you have really lived for 1,000 years and will continue to live for another 1,000? Lu Kang, or rather, Vic Tuvar, could vaguely dream of future scenes in his sleep. This was something Prelati already knew. It was also the perception of the self produced in the vague haze by Lu Kang, who was still in a simulated state and had not yet awakened his true memories in his soul projection state. Those scenes were not so much the future, as they were memory fragments from his life as a transmigrator. This didn't really expose anything, because only by seeing the corresponding people and things with the corresponding memories surface in the form of dreams due to association only memories of the corresponding people and things, nothing else. This simulation mechanism had actually existed for a long time. It was just that in the last simulation, from birth to growth and the process of awakening true memories, Lu Kang had never encountered any characters or scenes he had witnessed as a viewer before transmigration. This time, however, it was activated because of the existence of Prelati, a wildcard. And before this, although he was naturally intelligent, he was after all just an 8-year-old boy. Mentioning it occasionally was perfectly normal. It was only natural for Prelati to see it as future sight. The world of mystery has many unsolved mysteries. Although future sight is special, it isn't worth getting truly worked up over. Let alone such an uncontrolled and largely useless future sight. The corners of Prelati's mouth curled up. Curious, are you? She smiled mischievously. Then stay curious. Perhaps when you are at the point of death, I will tell you in front of your grave in this very form I have now. PFF'd. Ha ha ha. The young girl laughed happily and brightly. During this conversation, Nicholas Flamel, sitting opposite, finally turned his gaze toward the young boy who had come along with Prelati. It seems this young gentleman is the one Miss Prelati often mentions, her newest student, the commoner genius with atavism, Vic Tuvar? The old man raised his slightly cloudy eyes. It is I. Lu Kang also took the opportunity to turn his gaze toward this old gentleman, who was illustrious in the world of alchemy. I am Vic Tuvar. At the same time, I am likely one of the forces you hope for in the French mystery side's struggle against the invasion of the English kingdom's magecraft world. Yes. Open black lens bracket. Although Prelati did not mention the purpose of her leading you to visit her old friend along the way, combining it with what you saw on the journey, you had actually guessed it long ago. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. In your impression, the European mystery side had always been controlled by the Mages Association and the Church. The Mages Association also always claimed that magecraft has no borders, except you knew that while magecraft has no borders, magicians do. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. Even if most magicians do not care about emotional ties in the secular world, when their own interests are damaged, they will inevitably resist. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. And in this old era, mystery belonged to the few, more specifically to the upper class of the era, the nobility of various nations, like that Gildry who would later follow the Saintess, and like your mother's original family who could call upon Prelati. Close black lens bracket. 37. Number 37 Section 37 Chapter 37 Open black lens bracket. Even though mystery must be concealed, war takes many forms, and the means of a magician are more than enough to keep their struggles hidden from ordinary people. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. However, having traveled all this way, you haven't seen many magicians. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. You know this is not normal. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. Until you stepped into Paris. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. Until you saw Nicholas Flamel residing within this city of Paris. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. Only then did it finally dawn on you. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. It's not that there are no magicians, but rather that most of France's magicians have already gathered in this capital city of France. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. At this stage, where England has already seized control of 5 major coastal ports in northern France and controls the entire English Channel. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. Paris, located in the north, is itself the front line of a war that could erupt at any moment. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. Moreover, it is one that has already begun. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. The front line of a war unknown to the world, a national war belonging to the side of mystery. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. You feel that this might explain why your current location, this alchemy workshop belonging to Nicholas Flamel, is in a state devoid of any magical fluctuations and completely defenseless, because too many outsiders have visited here recently. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. You think to yourself that this is probably why Nicholas Flamel didn't seem surprised at all to see them. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. You are very confident that your deduction is correct. Close black lens bracket. Lu Kang fell silent, as Lu Kang spoke his words word by word, sentence by sentence, and as he poured out everything he had seen, heard, felt, and deduced along the way. A momentary silence fell within this ancient shop, meeting Nicholas Flamel's astonished gaze. Françoise Prelati suppressed a cheerful smile, stifling the sense of amusement in her heart. She simply said, "Don't look at me like that. I strictly followed your so-called non-disclosure agreement. All the way here, I didn't breathe a word to him." What Prelati loved most was seeing the expressions of surprise, astonishment, or even shock, fury, terror, and even painful despair on others. To her, that was the ultimate performance. The 8-year-old boy spoke eloquently, yet it was clear that it all came from himself, derived from his own deductions. This is truly too incredible. Nicholas Flamel couldn't help but speak up. Volume 1, Chapter 48, Talent of a Grand Rank. the ancestral master of Magus, Major Revision. Nicholas Flamel, the greatest alchemist of the century and the first to successfully create the Philosopher's Stone, once wrote a sentence in his manuscripts in his later years. He said, "I have lived for 80 years, but in those years that seem extremely long to the world, he was the most talented youth I have ever seen. I never believed in those born with innate knowledge, for I understand that every gift in this world comes with a price. But that one time, I was forced to believe." The Testament of Nicholas. Open black lens bracket. You are never stingy about showing off your abilities, whether in the domain of mystery or the secular world. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket because you know very well that the greater the ability you possess, the more resources you can acquire. Close black lens bracket. It's like this in this simulation. It was the same in the last simulation. Even in reality, the code of conduct Liu Kang follows is just like this. Playing the pig might allow him to successfully achieve the feat of the weak defeating the strong, but it's not enough to turn him into a tiger, whereas playing the tiger can actually yield a steady stream of tiger-sized portions of food, giving him the resources to grow faster. As long as he can withstand it, there's nothing he can't show. Open black lens bracket. The final result is just as you imagined. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. You were right about everything you guessed. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. The secular world has its national wars, and the mystery side naturally has its own national wars as well. At this moment, most of the magicians belonging to France have already converged in this ancient city called Paris. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. Nicholas Flamel took you and your teacher, Prelati, to meet them. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. You met Isabelle de Ray, a descendant of the de Ray family from Brittany in western France, who manages one of the spiritual veins of the Loire River. She is a young woman in her early 20s. You haven't heard of her, but from her name, you can probably analyze that she should be a relative, or perhaps immediate family, of the future Gildry who follows the Saintess. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. You also met Odin Lautrec, a descendant of the Lautrec family from the major northern French city of Toulouse. He is a magician in the domain of mystery and also a secular landed lord of France. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. Besides them, there were the Fécamp family from Rouen in central France, the Morteau family from the banks of the Saône River in the center, and so on. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. Just as you expected, magicians of the Middle Ages were themselves part of the noble class. They were lords of France, landed masters, and managers of the earth veins. They might not fight for the secular world, but they would eventually rise up for their own interests. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. At only 8 years old, you do not stand out among them. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. But Nicholas Flamel praised you greatly, saying that you would surely become a leading figure on the French mystery side in the future, a grand magus of the monarch level. You suddenly have the illusion of being at a martial forest assembly and being highly praised by the contemporary martial forest alliance leader. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. However, Nicholas Flamel is indeed a well-deserved leader in today's French mystery world. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. You are also very confident in your own future. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. Grand rank is merely the floor for you, not the ceiling. Close black lens bracket. A future monarch level great magecraft user? At this moment, deep within the ancient shop on the streets of Paris, in an environment that seemed like another world, a spacious area like a towering library, stacked with papers, figures sat individually, watching the elderly gentleman who had entered from the front hall and was speaking eloquently, along with the girl and the very young boy behind him. That girl goes without saying. No one present didn't know Prelati. Her profound knowledge of mystery and her abilities were secondary to her wicked personality, which was enough to make countless people remember her to their bones for eternity. And the boy named Vic, in Nicholas Flamel's introduction, was said to be Prelati's student. However, being able to receive such unreserved praise from this man, who could even be called the world's greatest alchemist, caused everyone to look at him repeatedly. Wearing a magnificent noble gown, with long hair flowing down, a slender figure, and a beautiful but unusually pale complexion, the young lady named Isabelle de Ray muttered thus. It wasn't a matter of being convinced or not. Pure nobles might care about temporary dignity and fame, but magicians only focused on real interests. They certainly wouldn't compete with a child who looked no older than 10. Beside Isabelle, Odin Lautrec was uninterested and simply said, "Let's leave future matters for the future. Mr. Nicholas Flamel, you should be clear about the current situation. The domestic situation is becoming increasingly turbulent. As far as I know, the Kingdom of England has begun to mobilize its army again, and at the same time, those English magicians are arriving with the troops. Render unto the secular what is secular. But even if we are bound by the principles of secrecy established by the Mages Association, the mystery side of France will never allow the English to interfere. I hope you have already devised a strategy to respond, rather than playing children's games with a child here, monsieur. Lord Odin-Lautrec looked to be in his 30s. He wasn't tall but was very upright, with an upturned mustache that gave off a sense of harshness. However, his words struck a chord with everyone's thoughts. Yes, of course I have a strategy. Nicholas Flamel paced in front of the seats, leading the newly arrived prelate and Lu Kang to sit among the many seats surrounded by books, and said solemnly, "My strategy is to wait and see for the time being." As soon as these words were spoken, the French magicians gathered there all frowned. That harsh Lord Lautrec couldn't help but speak up again. "You mean, sit and wait for death?" "It's waiting and seeing," Nicholas Flamel said seriously. Quote, "You all know that England is not only stronger than France in the secular world, but its power on the mystery side is also far greater than ours. That island is surrounded by the sea, making the difficulty of preserving mystery far lower than for us. We should watch the situation quietly. Ancient Caesar told us that before drawing your blade, you should understand your enemy. Are we supposed to wait until the enemy hits our doorstep to resist? That is an act of cowardice." Odin-Lautrec's eyebrows shot up, but it was actually because his fief was located in northwestern France, an area close to the frontline battlefield. However, most of the people present agreed with his opinion. The representative of the Fécamp family from Rouen, a plump middle-aged woman in her 40s, appeared even more aggressive. "What else is there to wait for? Mr. Nicholas Flamel, why not just do as you did last time and use your Philosopher's Stone to force them to retreat? Do you want to attract the members of the Mages Association's sealing designation execution division, or even the Church's agents again?" Naturally, the Fécamp family representatives' words met with opposition. Even though the Mages Association is essentially an academic research organization for magicians aimed at exchanging knowledge and preserving mystery, and does not forbid infighting between magicians, but if it becomes too high profile, violating the principle of secrecy for preserving mystery and causing mystery to no longer be mysterious, the Mages Association will still show its massive power as the unifier of European magicians. Even Nicholas Flamel would find it extremely difficult to resist. During the last war, Nicholas Flamel had nearly suffered a sealing designation because he brought out the Philosopher's Stone. If not for his sufficient influence, he would likely be in exile right now. The crowd discussed animatedly, finding it hard to make a final decision. Open black lens bracket U and Prelati remained silent throughout, not saying a word, merely observing. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket U noticed Prelati's intense interest, her face almost unable to suppress a smile. You know she loves seeing others get frustrated, but you have no such interest. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. You are simply thinking about one thing. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. Thinking. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. Then stating. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. You stand up and speak. Close black lens bracket. Since England can attack us, why can't we attack back? Attack directly onto the English mainland. The secular world has its wars. Mystery also has its inherent battlefields. The 100 Years' War, behind that war, there was also a slaughter belonging to magecraft. And if the secular 100 Years' War was turned around by Joan of Arc alone, then Vic Tuvar, on the side of mystery, was proclaimed to all by the title of Victor. He was the first to propose a counter-offensive. He used magecraft as a blade, invincible everywhere. He was also regarded as the original founder by countless magus who used magecraft as a tool for killing. Records. Secret History of the 100 Years' War, collected in the Clock Tower Great History Section, 7th Cabinet, Volume 1. Chapter 49. Those born extraordinary do not fear the mundane. Major revision. Open black lens bracket for magicians accustomed to positional warfare. Your proposal, while novel, did not receive large-scale approval from them. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. It was too risky. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. Even the Lord Odin-Lautrec, who had just appeared quite radical, thought so. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. Even though they couldn't deny the feasibility of your proposal, since the 5 major ports in northern France were firmly controlled and the entire country was in a state of being completely defenseless with nowhere to hold, choosing to break into small groups, infiltrate the enemy country, and form a deterrent was indeed a feasible strategy. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. But they never thought of putting themselves in danger, much less dying for their country. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. They only wanted to protect their own territories. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. They also couldn't trust you. You are, after all, only 8 years old. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. At this age, perhaps only in Konoha would people think one could go to the battlefield. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. You complain in your heart. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. To your surprise, Nicholas Flamel, who had just appeared quite conservative, went against his previous stance and expressed support. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. You were born extraordinary, so naturally you can do things beyond the reach of ordinary people. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. That's what he said, and he seemed to truly believe it. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. His evaluation of you remains extremely high. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. So high that even though you are very confident in yourself, you feel it's to an exaggerated degree. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. Although the numbers are few, you ultimately decide to take action. Close black lens bracket. 38. Number 38 Section 38 Chapter 38 Open black lens bracket. Observe the era, integrate into the era, and practice the era. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. The significance of simulation lies right here. Close black lens bracket. So in the end, there are only this many of us? North of Paris, on the edge of the city surrounded by the walls of Charles V built in 1383 to resist the fierce English offensive, and beneath the towering city gates, carriages came and went in an endless stream. Some were nobles or citizens fleeing from further north, hoping to use Paris's high walls and thick defenses to withstand the next outbreak of war at any moment. Others were passing through, heading further south, but from what Lu Kang could see, they were basically all moving from north to south, with none going from south to north. It was quite obvious. In this country, even the farmers in the muddiest dust had realized that war was about to break out again. It was an inevitable trend. At this moment, Lu Kang seemed to be traveling upstream in a river. He turned his head to look behind him, an unsatisfied expression appearing on his youthful face. Behind him, there really were only a few people, a few French magicians who agreed with his strategy and decided to follow him to infiltrate England for a tactical base swap. Are you still unsatisfied with having a few people? You're quite greedy, little Vic. A voice that seemed to sway at the end rose up. Prelati leaned over to look at the small boy who wore a mature, adult-like expression, finding it quite amusing. She brushed her long, beautiful silver hair and said, "Did you think that so-called magicians were the kind of people who would put themselves in danger?" She reached out and poked Lu Kang's face. Lu Kang spoke confident words with a blank expression. Putting oneself in danger? This is still far from being considered dangerous. Ha ha ha, that's it, that's the expression. It makes me want to see a look of terror and fury on your face even more, little Vic, Prelati said, then suddenly turned her head. Speaking of which, I didn't expect you to participate as well, young Miss Isabelle de Ray. At this moment, that young lady with black hair and pale skin, who was suspected of having a close relationship with Gildry, the follower of the Saintess Joan of Arc who eventually fell to become a black magician, was also among the few magicians who had followed them here. She had a cold and elegant temperament, yet she carried a smile. Although the de Ray family has a magic legacy, in essence, our family was originally granted titles within France by accumulating military merit as knights. I must naturally participate in such a matter of bringing glory to the country. But I heard that the one inheriting your family's path of knighthood in this generation is your very young brother, Gildry. That's the name, right? Prelati tilted her head, her expression feigning innocence and cuteness. Isabelle lowered her eyes, forcing herself to suppress the twitching at the corner of her eye. If she hadn't heard of this great alchemist before, she might truly have thought the person in front of her was just an innocent and pure young girl, rather than an old monster who had lived for countless ages. In comparison, Lu Kang, who was truly only 8 years old, remained calm throughout. Miss Isabelle de Ray. He interrupted Prelati's small talk, not giving his ill-natured magic teacher a chance to tease others. He then proceeded to state the titles of the other magicians present. Ashes Pierre, a tall, thin, taciturn young man wearing pitch-black leather armor, took half a step forward. Madame Raven, Margaret, a middle-aged lady in revealing clothing and a graceful figure, bowed slightly. The mute bellmaker, Jean, an old man with graying hair and a hunched figure, tidied his messy beard. The old, the weak, and the disabled. Aside from Isabelle de Ray, none of them had surnames, only their magician codenames and names. These three were clearly first-generation magicians who came from true commoner backgrounds. Their origins were far inferior even to Lu Kang, who at least had noble maternal bloodlines. But precisely because they were not considered titled nobility and had no territories to defend, they could put themselves in danger. And because they had no territories to protect, this operation was instead an opportunity for them to earn future assets. facing the words of this young boy, Vic Tuvar, who was greatly praised by Nicolas Flamel, the spiritual and substantive leader of the French mystery side. These people, who had been in the mystery side for many years and knew that many monsters existed in this world that could not be judged by common sense, did not dare to look down on him because of his age. Instead, they responded respectfully, "We are here, Mr. Vic Tuvar. We follow your instructions. Since everyone is here, let's set off," Lu Kang said. Quote, "First, we go to the nearest port. Since they were to infiltrate the Kingdom of England, they naturally needed a ship." The group had no objections to Lu Kang's action. Everyone except Lu Kang, even Prelati, thought so. They thought their action this time was to obtain a ship, so as to cross the English Channel, and perform a reverse infiltration of the enemy. Open black lens bracket. The 6 of you left Paris, heading north against the crowd of people fleeing south. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. The target points to the port of Calais, 250 kilometers away. Close black lens bracket. Is it really necessary to keep watch here? Port of Calais. This was one of the 5 major seaports of France facing the English Channel to the north, and it was also a channel firmly controlled by England through which France could counterattack the English mainland. For England, as long as they controlled these 5 seaports, regardless of whether they were on the offensive or not, they could remain in an invincible position. Therefore, more than 10 years ago when the war briefly ended, England would rather give up many cities it had annexed within France than relinquish control over these 5 major ports. And as one of them, the port of Calais, being the closest to the French capital of Paris, was considered even more special among the 5 major seaports, because of its geographical location. From here, whether traveling by land to Paris or following the ocean currents to the English mainland, it was extremely convenient. Also because of its enormous cargo throughput. Relying on this place, England could transport large amounts of strategic materials to the front lines and also transport looted materials back home. And even more so because of its vital concept in mysticism. At this moment, several magicians from England were also guarding this place in secret. Facing the confusion of his companion, one of them rebuked, "Do not speak such disrespectful words. This port is of vital importance to Lord Trunberrio. Our operation this time was personally ordered by Lord Trunberrio." Trunberrio, a family lineage with a long-standing mystery side inheritance on the island of England. It is said that their bloodline source can be traced back to the classical era of King Arthur, nearly 1,000 years ago. The imprint inherited by this family also leans towards the fundamental. Being fundamental, it is also an all-around omnipotence. In this generation, a genius among geniuses has emerged, born with over 100 magic circuits and assessed to have crown rank aptitude, not inferior to the contemporary lord of the Department of Law and Politics, Bartholomew Loy. His name is Edmond Trumberio. This time, the inner side war by the English mystery side against the French mystery side was also led by him. It is said that he is preparing to ascend to the crown rank, thereby becoming one of the lords of the 12 departments of the Clock Tower, the world's highest academic institution for the mystery side and one of the cores of the Mages Association. The magician who heard his companion's words couldn't help but fall silent. Although magicians all take reaching the root as their ultimate goal, the project required to reach the root is immense. Before that, obtaining sufficient status and seizing enough resources to perfect the family's magic foundation and further transform the family's inherited imprint is also necessary. And this time, the resource Edmond Trumberio wants to seize is the remaining mystery of the entire nation of France, released through the port of Calais as an opening. Inheriting with the fundamental as the magic imprint, the foundation it links to must be ancient. The mystery required to make it further transform must also be so unimaginably vast. Only the power of a nation could possibly satisfy its requirements. But then again, given France's current situation, both the mundane and mystery sides have fallen into a plight due to nearly 100 years of war. Even that Nicolas Flamel once received a warning from the Mages Association for the illegal use of the Philosopher's Stone's power, and was even nearly sealing designation. Where would they have the power to come and sabotage the arrangements here? Although he fell silent, that magician still didn't care in his heart. He looked up to see the spacious port facing a mighty sea breeze. Ships came and went through the channel, and on this pier paved with wooden planks and inlaid with giant stones, figures could also be seen moving to and fro. This was only one corner of the port of Calais pier. The surrounding area had already been arranged by Trunberio in advance with techniques to dispel ordinary people. Those present here were all magicians sent by Edmond, belonging to the branch bloodlines of the Trunberio family. Their numbers were not small, totaling over 100. Over 100 magicians. Although they were only from branch families, every magician inherited an imprint and possessed decent strength. He truly didn't believe that current France had an equivalent mysterious power that could oppose them, unless that great alchemist, Nicolas Flamel, took action. Wait. Is there someone over there? This magician, also belonging to a branch bloodline of the Trunberrio family, suddenly blinked his eyes. Into his view, a figure was clearly seen ignoring the dispelling techniques arranged by Trunberrio, as if dispelling a haze or tearing open a curtain. Coming from afar, arriving in an instant, enemy attack. The magician instantly shouted, "Fire, water, disruption, and concealment." Without needing his reminder, the other magicians had already noticed and acted in an instant. High-speed operating imprints, instantly activated circuits, refined magical energy poured into the techniques recorded and inherited by the family. Imprints, turning into a tide that substantively influenced the world. Over 100 magicians acted simultaneously. It seemed to become a deluge even more vast than the tide facing the pier. In the blink of an eye, the situation was like chaos. A blink later, the chaos was seen being torn open. The figure that came from afar walked out from within it. A youthful and young figure walked out, and in shadow that seemed unafraid of the mortal world walked out those born extraordinary do not fear the mortal world. Triple greatness. Open black lens bracket. You arrived at the port of Calais, and in an instant, inscribed complex techniques onto your clothing, linking them to each other to form a mobile mysterious temple. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. A thought becomes a law. A movement of the mind becomes a technique. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. The power of mind magic is initially displayed in this era. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. The mysterious temple repelled all mystery that lay beneath it. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. You looked up to see close black lens bracket. 39. Hash. Number 39. Section 39. Chapter 39. Open black lens bracket. Countless mysteries surged, transforming into tangible power under the drive of magecraft. Crashing down. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. There was smoke, but no injury. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. You are unscathed, and only want to laugh. Close black lens bracket. Hundreds of magicians. As expected, my intuition was correct. This port is indeed crucial for the English Mystery Side's operation this time. And since it is important, then destroying it is only natural. It is even an inevitable matter. Liu Kang's mind was set, although only 8 years old, under the high-speed operation of as many as 46 main magic circuits. His entire being, like an angel or a god, was tinged with a thin layer of faint light. Volume 1. Chapter 50, The Wrath of Trunberrio, The Death of Nicolas Flamel, Revised. Open black lens bracket. 1 against 100, yet this was a battle with no suspense. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. Your mind magic was completed in the future, yet it has already taken root in the present. It uses your mind as the foundation of the source of mystery. Whatever you think is mystery, and whatever you do is the vein where mystery takes root. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. And you have lived in this era for 8 years. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. You have long had a deep and real understanding of this era. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. The era exists within your mind. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. Thus, mind magic also takes root here. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. Thus, you pray to yourself, and then this God, transformed from your own mind, belonging absolutely to your own mental foundation, exerts an extraordinarily powerful mystery. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. The mystical power blending magecraft and miracles manifests. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. You know clearly that whether now or in the future, those who can possess an independent foundation are none other than those ancient magician families. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. The bloodline branches of those ancient families have merely obtained a small fraction of the mystery preserved in the magic foundation held by the source family. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. To you, they are not to be feared. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. This is the basis of your actions and the source of your confidence. Close black lens bracket. The pier of Calais harbor instantly became a mess. A battle began, but also ended very quickly. It's over. With a youthful figure but a consistently calm expression, Liu Kang slowly lowered his hand, glanced sideways at the others traveling with him who were still dumbfounded, and gave a natural smile. He said, "I told you, this kind of scene is far from being called dangerous, right?" Aside from his magecraft teacher in this simulation, Françoise Prelati, who knew Liu Kang's abnormal nature, the others truly had horror written all over their faces. completely ignoring all magical attacks. He repelled the bombardment of all elements transformed by mystery. Furthermore, with the palace-scale workshop spell woven from the mysterious patterns on his clothes, formed instantly from his thoughts, he blocked all physical attacks. After standing in an invincible position, the so-called enemies were nothing more than something that could be dealt with one slap at a time. Although limited by his physical development, Liu Kang's magical power in this life was seriously insufficient, but that was only in comparison to reality and the peak of his first simulation. With 46 main magic circuits, over 100 auxiliary magic circuits, plus the high efficiency of mind magic in utilizing magical power, he could exert a mystery at least comparable to a color rank magician of the Mages Association. Although there was still some gap from the era's top crown rank, he was undoubtedly a powerhouse in the domain of mystery. While the current number of magicians was large and they could be called elites, without holding an independent magic foundation, the limit they could reach was only the third tier, cuz rank, only higher than frame rank and fledgling rank. From color rank, they were still missing the intermediate pride rank and feast rank. This was also the ultimate level that most ordinary magicians could reach. Is this the so-called crown rank aptitude? Compared to the other three, Isabelle de Rey, as a successor of a magecraft family, was shocked and, looking at the small boy who only reached her chest, couldn't help but think of Nicholas Flamel's evaluation again. At this time, Liu Kang looked back at the messy harbor, which was devoid of ordinary people. He recalled the fluctuations in mystery here that he could sense even when he was in Paris. Although he couldn't see exactly what specific arrangements the English mystery side had here, for now, they were clearly completely destroyed. His preliminary action was complete. Well then, let's continue. Open black lens bracket You led Prelati, Isabelle de Rey, and 5 others, dispelled the spells laid at Calais Harbor, and then left. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket You did not, as they expected, hijack a ship to cross the sea. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket Instead, you engaged in guerrilla warfare across the 5 major harbors controlled by England. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket Assassinating the magicians they sent over. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket You defeated a group of 30 magicians at Bordeaux Harbor. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket You defeated a group of 17 magicians at Brest Harbor. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket You at close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket You encountered a relatively strong magician, whom you estimated to be at least at the feast rank level. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket You easily crushed them. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket During this process, you did not stop learning about mystery. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket Learning on the journey, and learning in battle. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket In December of this year, after spending 3 months in harbor guerrilla warfare, you finally decided to cross the English Channel and go deep into the enemy's base. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket This month, you turned 9 years old. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket You rose to fame on the mystery side, known as the atavistic Tuval, a genius among geniuses comparable to the generation of Bartholomew the Monster, who allowed the ancient Bartholomew to ascend to the position of Magic King hundreds of years ago. Close black lens bracket. Boom. The sound of an object hitting the floor and shattering echoed deep within the classically luxurious room. The gust of wind blew the curtains and gauzes, making them sway like waves. Under an invisible pressure that seemed to solidify the air, countless people lay prostrate on the ground, not daring to breathe in the presence of the tall figure standing at the head of the room. That figure was truly tall. The shadow cast by him seemed to encompass the entire room. With flowing golden hair and a face covered in a lion-like beard, he was currently glaring fiercely, filled with rage. The atavistic Tuval, that damn brat again. The man's deep azure eyes stared as he tightly gripped the letter in his hand, his majestic magical power almost condensing into substance as it continuously radiated outward. In this era where mystery was gradually fading, the magical power in the external environment's greater source was constantly diminishing. Those who could store such a vast amount of magical power in their internal, lesser source were few and far between. This had nothing to do with the exploration, understanding, or mastery of mystery. This was a characteristic of ancient families. Even more so, it was the characteristic of the Trambolio family, a 1,000-year-old family that used foundational mystery as its base and foundational magecraft as its legacy imprint. The Trambolio family was known for the enormous magical power within their bodies, more accurately, for the number of magic circuits that exceeded normal magicians by at least 50 times. The successor of the Trambolio family of this generation, Edmund, surpassed even the previous heads of the family. At the young age of 23, he already stood at the pinnacle of all magicians. At the color rank, just below the crown rank, only one step away from that highest honor of crown rank. Born into an ancient family and deeply rooted in the clock tower, the headquarters of the Mages Association, his influence was immense. He was also just one step away from becoming a Lord, one of the 12 most critical faculties of the clock tower. The Mages Association was an unquestionable behemoth. Within it gathered magicians from all over Europa, almost equivalent to the whole world. Various factions were intricately intertwined, and only the Lords, standing at the very top, could dominate everything. In this era, only those who achieved the crown rank were qualified to be among the Lords, although the foundation of the crown rank was only established 400 years ago, and the title of Lord and the status of the 12 faculties of the clock tower were only about 200 years old, yet they were deep-rooted, as if they had existed since ancient times and had always been so. Most of the Lord positions of the 12 faculties were vacant, and countless people had long been eyeing them, ascending to crown rank and becoming a Lord. For Edmund, who had long reached the color rank and had spent many years at this level, this should have been no problem at all. The conditions for being recognized as a crown rank were extremely harsh. One could only obtain it by single-handedly creating a magic foundation of the forbidden great magecraft level to be passed down. This was a dual certification of scholarship and ability. For Edmund, all he lacked were time and resources. As long as he took advantage of the end of this 100 Years' War, as long as he seized the remaining mystery on the soil of France, he could push his family's legacy foundation further, driving it forward from its base. Through innovation, he could reach that realm, but as fate would have it, a huge flaw appeared in his plan. That commoner magician named Vic Tuvar, who came from the countryside of France, that damn brat had not only defeated all the bloodline branch magicians he sent to France to seize leyline mana and plunder mystery, he had even come to the soil of England, constantly harassing the headquarters of the various families and factions under his command. This caused Edmund's plan to be stalled. He was naturally furious at the victory reports received from the enemy. Where is that guy now? Breathing heavily, the lion-like man lowered his gaze to the people prostrate on the floor at the lower end of the room. In this ancient feudal era, these people could be considered his vassals. On the mystery side, ancient magicians who were subdued by the Trambolio family. Outside, they would be considered the elite of the elite. Right now, they could only tremble in fear. Edmund Tramberio, though not yet a Lord, already possessed the prestige of a magic king. Everyone was silent, not daring to look up. Only an old man answered tremulously. According to the latest news, he destroyed the headquarters workshop of the Otarian family, a branch of the Trambolio family. He should have already arrived in London, the capital of England. It was also the location of the clock tower, the headquarters of the Mages Association. And even more so, the headquarters of the Trambolio family. Is he coming for me? Edmund laughed out of extreme anger, his rage erupting. Quote, then I shall wait for him right here. At this moment, Liu Kang was indeed in London, the capital of England. Open black lens bracket. In July of the following year, after launching the attacks, you arrived in London. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. This is the capital of a European maritime power, unlike any city you have seen before. It is near the sea, where the sea breeze can be clearly felt. The mystery stored here is ready to burst forth, and the vast magical power seems as if it could erupt from deep underground at any moment. England's retention of mystery was already higher than that of continental nations, but London was several times stronger. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. You know this is because of Albion, the primordial world dragon, buried beneath London. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. That is the foundation upon which the clock tower, the headquarters of the Mages Association, stands, a vast treasure trove that is continuously mined and has never run dry. Even thousands of years later, in the modern era, the clock tower's excavation of the grave of Albion still has not reached the true depths. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. But that has nothing to do with you for now. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. During this year, you led Isabelle, Pierre, Marguerite, and Jean, repeatedly defeating many magic families of the English mystery side that attempted to invade France. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. During this year, your mystery further took root in this era, your body developed further, and your abilities advanced by leaps and bounds. The combat power you displayed was even more. Close black lens bracket. 40. Hash 40 Section 40 Chapter 40 Open black lens bracket. During this year, you have investigated the leader of the English mystery side's offensive, the Tramberio, who, in this era, has not yet become a Lord. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. You resolve to snipe them. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. To prove your growth over the past year, Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket but your action ultimately fails to take shape. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. In September of this year, news comes from Paris, the capital of France. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. The greatest alchemist of the era, the creator and possessor of the Philosopher's Stone, the master of the Sorcerer's Stone, the Eternal Stone of the Mages Association, the Grand Magus, Nicholas Flamel. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. The raven flying north brings word of his death. Close black lens bracket. Volume 1, Chapter 51, Joan of Arc at the door, revised. Open black lens bracket. Nicholas Flamel is dead. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. When you saw this news, you once thought you had misread it. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. Although the greatest alchemist of the era had shown abnormal aging before this, a decrepit state that was not just superficial but a depletion of the very essence of life, you did not think such a great master of the mystery side would die so rapidly, so quickly. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. But it is a fact. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. You suddenly remember that in history, Nicholas Flamel also died at this current point in time. There are discrepancies, but the gap is not large. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. You understand that Nicholas Flamel's death will have a massive impact on the French mystery side. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. It will be no less than the impact of a king's death on the secular world. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. You decide to shelve the sniping operation against Edmond Tremberio and return to France. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. You need to return at the height of your power. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. In fact, the forces belonging to the Tremberio family have already suffered a huge blow, and in a short time, it will be difficult for them to launch another mystery side operation against France. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. Your mission has been completed, and completed exceptionally well. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. Your name on the English mystery side is enough to make children stop crying. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. You board a sailing ship and return to France. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. In front of an ancient shop deep in the streets of Paris, you see the teacher you have been away from for over half a year, Françoise Prelati. Close black lens bracket. Although they started out acting together, in fact, only Lu Kang and his group of 5 crossed the English Channel to England. Prelati did not go with them. In her own words, her target was too large. Going would make it harder to hide instead. To this, Lu Kang deeply agreed. From last December to the current August, more than half a year has passed. Compared to last year, the streets of Paris appear even more desolate. Although the war has not officially begun, on his return journey, Lu Kang already saw dense fleets arrayed at the 5 ports controlled by England, and saw crowds of English people coming off the ships. It is said that even King Charles VI has already fled to the south. It is only a matter of time before Paris falls again. In contrast, however, Nicholas Flamel's ancient shop remains unchanged, as does Prelati's figure standing before the door. She still maintains the appearance of a young girl, her smooth silver hair cascading down to frame her charming face. Her slender figure is encased in a black and white puffy dress, the line of her hips beneath her cinched waist causing the soft skirt to sway slightly, while her long legs wrapped in pure white silk stockings have a hint of suppleness. She sees that over the past 6 months or so, he has grown a lot. The young boy, Vic Tuvar, who is gradually taking on the appearance of a little adult, still has that morbid smile hanging from the corner of his mouth. Oh my, our atavistic Tuval, the great Mr. Vic, has finally graced his loyal city of Paris with his presence. Prelati's face is unchanged, and her voice is the same, and there is absolutely no improvement in her personality. Looking at Lu Kang, who is now not much shorter than her, she couldn't help but reach out directly only to be swatted away. Teacher, don't mess around, Lu Kang said seriously. Quote, 3 years minimum, maximum death penalty. This was a law of the future world he had mentioned to Prelati before. 3 years is a blood-earned profit. The death penalty is no loss. Prelati said, yet she still stopped her hand. She did not continue to tease her student. The main reason was that she most likely was no longer a match for Lu Kang now. This mellow magical energy, it's truly delicious. She sniffed the fingers that had just touched Lu Kang and couldn't help but show an enraptured expression. Too perverted. Lu Kang thought to himself that if his current body weren't only 9 years old, it would be hard to say if he could withstand this person's teasing. Being in his newbie protection period, he directly skipped the topic. So, did teacher know I would be back and was waiting for me here? Of course not. Prelati lowered her hand, tilting her head with a silly smile. Although little Vic is becoming more and more beautiful now. Don't think too highly of yourself. I'm just about to run away, that's all. By the way, most of the magicians in this city of Paris have already fled to the south, raising the white flag before the battle even starts. Truly an old French tradition. Lu Kang was not surprised. With English troops at the ports and the nobility fleeing south in large numbers, even the king had vanished. How could those selfish magicians remain on the front lines of resistance after Nicolas Flamel's death? He didn't need them for the time being anyway. Then I suppose you'll have to wait a bit before fleeing, Teacher Prelati, Lu Kang continued. Quote, you need to tell me what has happened in France over the past 6 months, and how Nicolas Flamel died. Open black lens bracket. Over these 6 months, France has been the same as ever, even more peaceful than before. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. Although riots are constant in the secular world, at least no real war has broken out. Despite the chaos from many sides, a general balance is maintained. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. The invasions from the mystery side were all intercepted by you at the ports, and even pushed back onto English soil. They are too busy with their own affairs to send forces to invade here. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. And Nicolas Flamel's death was equally peaceful, without any surprises. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. He died of old age. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. That is how your teacher, Françoise Prelati, put it. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. But you don't quite believe it. For that same reason, you believe such a powerful magician would never die so easily, unless it was like your first simulation during the Tsarist era, where death was like a ritual. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. Not being found by death, but actively going to embrace it. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. Prelati confirmed your doubts. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. Nicolas Flamel actively went to embrace death. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. She said. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. Life is a great journey. Death is an even greater journey. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. These were Nicolas Flamel's final words before he died. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. But you still cannot understand. You can face death calmly because for you, it is nothing more than the end of a simulation, a false death. Nicolas Flamel was clearly different. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. But this time, Prelati only smiled without speaking, showing a happy and satisfied grin. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. She is satisfied with your current expression of confusion and finds it deeply delicious. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. She did not answer you, only saying, close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. When the moment of your death comes, you will understand too, little Vic. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. By the way, at that time, I will also tell you my true age, and my true identity. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. Look forward to it, and wait. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. Prelati left amidst laughter, saying she had found something more interesting than you, leaving you standing alone in the streets of Paris, gazing at the shop before you. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. You originally thought that upon your return, you would need to display enough ability to replace Nicolas Flamel's status among the French magicians. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. But as it turns out, it isn't necessary. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. The magicians do not care. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. You don't care either, simply letting nature take its course. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. You also left Paris, but did not follow the others south, nor did you return to your hometown. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. You traveled all over the north, witnessing one civil riot after another growing more intense, and seeing the heads of one noble after another who didn't manage to flee south fall to the ground. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. Social contradictions intensified. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. You remained composed amidst it all, traveling while further researching magecraft. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. Your mind magic became increasingly proficient. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. You began to weave a brand new magecraft. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. Whatever you think shall be your law. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. This is the foundation of mind magic. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. And now, you want to summarize a further concept based on this foundation. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. Whatever you see shall also be your law. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. From thought to witness. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. From intent to action. close black lens bracket, open black lens bracket. Mind, will, and physical body forge a triple circulation. Close black lens bracket, open black lens bracket. You have grasped this direction. Close black lens bracket, open black lens bracket. This will also be your greatest goal for this simulation. Close black lens bracket, open black lens bracket. You traveled through northern France for a year. During this year, you witnessed 46 civil riots and over 100 nobles being sent to the guillotine. You met a bard who sang to you of the legends of ancient saints. Close black lens bracket, open black lens bracket. During this year, your body grew further. You wove what you saw this year into the foundation of your mind magic, and your mind magic foundation grew increasingly robust. Close black lens bracket, open black lens bracket. This year, you are 10 years old. Close black lens bracket, open black lens bracket. At 11 years old, you finally decided to head south. But before heading south, you discovered a group of magicians composed of English people. Close black lens bracket, open black lens bracket. You crushed them and learned from them that the Trambolio family's forces were making a comeback. Besides that, many magicians were looking for you. Rumors in the mystery side said you obtained the Philosopher's Stone left behind after Nicholas Flamel's death. They had gone to Nicholas Flamel's grave to search but failed to find it. Close black lens bracket, open black lens bracket. But this time you ignored him, and you ignored them. Close black lens bracket, open black lens bracket. You don't care about any Philosopher's Stone. That was Nicholas Flamel's Philosopher's Stone. It belongs to no one else. Close black lens bracket, open black lens bracket. Because this year, the secular war exploded with a bang. Close black lens bracket, open black lens bracket. King Henry V of England, using the internal social turmoil and frequent riots in France as a reason, denounced King Charles VI of France for his tyranny and resolutely declared war. Close black lens bracket, open black lens bracket. This year is 1415 years after the birth of Christ. Close black lens bracket, open black lens bracket. At 12 years old, you traveled through central France, witnessing the suffering of the people under the war and the reignited flames of the mystery side. You heard that Edmond Tramberio was looking for you, but you didn't give a damn about him. Close black lens bracket, open black lens bracket. At 13, the further development of your magecraft foundation hit a bottleneck. Close black lens bracket, open black lens bracket. You need more knowledge related to the era, both on the surface and beneath. Close black lens bracket, open black lens bracket. This year, Paris fell in the north. Before this, the Crown Prince Charles, who had been designated as the heir and left in Paris by the fleeing king, escaped Paris and fled south to Bourges in the Duchy of Bourbon to form a new court. Close black lens bracket, open black lens bracket. In the name of a famous secular scholar, you are invited to enter the court. Close black lens bracket. If you'd like to hear other novels, feel free to request them in the comments. If there are no issues with posting the requested novel, we'll post it. You can also listen to more audio novels for free at patreon.com/xlightnovel. Before you start listening, please don't forget to like. 41. Number 41 Section 41 Chapter 41 Open black lens bracket. At 14, you read books and wrote books in the new court. Close black lens bracket, open black lens bracket. At 15, you left the court and returned to your hometown, an unknown village in central France. Close black lens bracket, open black lens bracket. You continued reading books and writing books. Close black lens bracket, open black lens bracket. You vanished from the mystical side, yet your fame soared in the secular world. The books you wrote were immensely popular. Close black lens bracket, open black lens bracket. At 16, you heard that all the territory in northern France had fallen. Close black lens bracket, open black lens bracket. You remained as you always were. Close black lens bracket, open black lens bracket. At 18, you heard that Henry V of England and Charles VI of France had died in succession, and the heirs of both sides were fighting more fiercely than ever for the throne. Close black lens bracket, open black lens bracket. At 20, close black lens bracket, open black lens bracket. France retreated again and again, and most of its central territories had fallen. Close black lens bracket, open black lens bracket. That year, you heard from outsiders that a girl from the countryside of Orleans claimed to have met the Archangel Saint Michael, Saint Margaret, and Saint Catherine, receiving divine revelation and prophesying the impending defeat of the English army, and her prophecy was soon confirmed. Close black lens bracket, open black lens bracket. That year, you knew that the protagonist of the 100 Years' War, the Maid of Orleans, the Saintess Joan, or rather, the girl who should be called Jeanne d'Arc, was about to step onto the stage of history. Close black lens bracket, open black lens bracket. You continued reading books and writing books. Close black lens bracket, open black lens bracket. At 24, close black lens bracket, open black lens bracket. In May of that year, carrier pigeons brought news again. Orleans Fortress, the last barrier and passage from central France to the south, was besieged by the English army. Close black lens bracket, open black lens bracket. Also in September of that year, close black lens bracket, open black lens bracket. Autumn, close black lens bracket, open black lens bracket. Two strangers came to your hometown. Close black lens bracket. Volume 1, Chapter 52. The Rural Hermit, the Manifestation of a Miracle, Human and Divine. Major revision. The autumn air was desolate, the chill bone-piercing. In the forest, vast swaths of leaves had turned withered yellow, transforming into fluttering butterflies of dead leaves. A rustling sound pierced through the woods. A peaceful and tranquil village appeared before their eyes in an instant. What an incredible place! The figure walking at the front of the forest paused slightly. Blue-violet eyes pierced through the final dense shade of the woods, as if also passing through an invisible barrier. The turmoil and war of the outside world faded away, replaced by a gentle breeze ruffling fine, golden strands of hair. The sight of crisscrossing fields immediately brought a sense of peace from the outside in. This was an extremely incredible place. This person thought so in their heart. No aura of magical power, nor any trace of a magical barrier. It truly is incredible. The other person, following behind at a distance of 2 body lengths, stood dressed in silver-white armor, clearly in the guise of an attendant or guard. He was tall and slender with thick jet-black hair. His pale face also wore an expression of slight astonishment. Right? The person in front slightly glanced back, revealing a bright, lovely smile. Quote, "The revelation given to me by the Lord will certainly not be wrong. If we can secure the help of this mountain hermit prime minister, I believe we can be more confident in resolving the siege of Orleans." Compared to the follower behind her, the person standing at the front spoke with a tone brimming with confidence. She stood at the edge of the forest's shadow, not particularly tall, even somewhat petite. Her long golden hair fluttered in the wind, the braided ends swaying like the tail of a sparrow. Her face was clean and delicate, with eyes like violets. She wore only a simple deep purple dress uniform, yet the swaying of her skirt displayed a heroic bearing. Hearing her words, the attendant respectfully replied, "Indeed, Lady Jeanne d'Arc, a girl from a wealthy peasant family in the countryside, with little formal education. A girl who, at the age of 13, claimed to have met the holy angels under God. And this year, a girl who successfully prophesied a military defeat for England and gained the distant attention of Crown Prince Charles, receiving an official letter appointing her as commander of the frontline army, tasked with resolving the crisis in Orleans. At 16, receiving such glory and bearing such a heavy burden, in the eyes of most outsiders, this was merely a desperate, foolish decision by France, a last, futile straw grasped by a drowning man as Crown Prince Charles retreated again and again on the battlefield after the death of King Charles VI. But Guildry did not think so. Even though he came from a noble family, inheriting his father's knighthood, and initially looked down upon such a girl, he had once been furious upon learning that he, as a frontline officer, had been reassigned by Crown Prince Charles to serve under Jeanne. However, these past days, following this seemingly ordinary girl as an attendant, he had witnessed her vitality and confidence, as if she possessed endless energy and spirit. He was infected by her, feeling that the perilous France still had hope. He began to think that Jeanne might truly be able to create a miracle called France. Of course, he also understood that, facing the relentless bombardment of English cannons, their strength alone was far from sufficient. This was the purpose of their journey: to visit a reclusive master, living here, to visit a rural sage, who, though not in court, was highly praised by many. His name was Vic Tuvar, meaning Victor in French. I also believe that someone so highly praised by my elder sister will certainly not disappoint you. Finally, Guildry added this. Upon learning of their intention to visit Vic Tuvar, his sister, who had inherited the path of mystery within the family, had indeed written a special letter, lavishing unstinting praise upon this rural sage, Isabelle de Ray, that famous beauty of the Loire known for her cold demeanor. Guildry found it hard to imagine her praising someone so effusively, calling him a miracle, a born knower, a figure like a heavenly god. But the familiar handwriting forced him to admit one thing, and it stirred a deep curiosity within him about Vic Tuvar. Even though he himself had read Vic's books, knew of the praise for Vic's profound thoughts and concise writing, and understood Vic's 100% accurate deductions regarding the current situation and the war, as if sitting in the mountains, he could comprehend all worldly affairs. It still could not quell Guildry's curiosity. He knew that his sister, being a magician, would have no interest in such things, let alone praise them, so he came, following behind Jean, stepping into this serene village, a veritable paradise, located in the Central Plains region originally belonging to France but now occupied by England, yet showing not a single trace of oppression. Open black lens bracket. You sensed outsiders entering this village where you have lived for over a decade. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. You sensed their aura was special. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. However, you remained unhurried. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. Over the years, you have been reading and writing books in the village. Although you still haven't broken through the barrier of mind magic, your understanding of the mystery of this era has deepened, as long as you do not permit it, unless a magician of crown rank arrives. No one can wield the mystery known as magic in this village. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. You felt their aura approaching. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. You knew they were coming for you. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. You also already knew their identities and purpose. Close black lens bracket. The weather is nice today, perfect for a walk and a look. In a seemingly ordinary rural courtyard, Lu Kong looked up at the bright sun hanging in the clear, azure sky. He put down the parchment book he had just picked up, his mood equally bright. He stood up and pushed open the door. The quietude of these days had been sufficient. He also happened to be feeling a bit bored and wanted to find some entertainment. Is this it? The residence of Victuvar, as mentioned by the villagers. At the same time, looking at the ordinary rural courtyard in the distance, Gildry's expression showed slight hesitation. It was hard to imagine a reclusive sage living inside. Jean, however, looked as usual, taking it for granted. Her face still wore a vibrant, confident, and highly affable smile. She said, "Whether it's right or not, there's no harm in paying a visit." The girl stepped forward, about to knock directly on the door. Her behavior completely defied the noble etiquette Gildry was familiar with, truly a wild girl from the countryside. Yet, that straightforward attitude made it impossible to feel any dislike. But just then, in the very next second of that instant, a strong wind suddenly arose on the country path before the courtyard. The swirling dust it kicked up instantly set off alarm bells in Gildry's mind. The figure abruptly closing in within the wind also made this noble-born Night Lord gasp, his whole body jolting. He swiftly drew his sword. The technique of magical energy release quickly suffused his palm, covering the narrow blade. Yet, acting now seemed already too late. The figure closing in with the wind came extremely fast, its assault on the girl fluid and flawless, perfect as a pouncing leopard, or like a river bursting and splashing through the air. Jean glanced sideways. The girl's blue-violet pupils were instantly filled with a cold light in that moment. Filled with a menacing display, an assassin's attack. Boom. 1 second later, then another. Jean stood in place, unmoving, but the attacking assassin was sent flying backward in an instant, retreating again and again, pressed down again and again, finally crashing heavily to the ground, raising a cloud of dust and flying debris, rendered immediately unconscious, life or death unknown. This sudden turn of events left Gildry unable to react. Amidst this commotion, Jean had already completely disregarded the defeated assassin. Instead, she looked toward the courtyard before her, toward the figure emerging from the open door, a figure clad in a heavy, dark classical robe, tall, slender, and handsome. She saw a god, open black lens bracket using the mind as a foundation, that is, using the mind as a god storing mystery. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. You defeated the assassin attacking the girl. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. What you used, however, was not magic. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket, but a purer mystery, a miracle, prayed for from one's own mind. Close black lens bracket. At that time, Jean, not yet called the Saintess, said upon seeing him, that was not only human, but also divine. That was the first meeting between the Saintess and the sage. And it would also be the dance of humanity and divinity. From Biographies of Famous Figures, Jean, Chapter 1. The Saintess and Vic, Jean and the Sage. This book is housed within the London Grand. Volume 1. Chapter 53. Listening to the Lord's Revelation, Major Revision. Open black lens bracket. The power of a miracle seems similar yet different, fundamentally distinct from magic. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. This is one of your achievements over the years, not a breakthrough, but a derivative application of your original abilities. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. The magic you wielded before was an outflow of past mystery obtained by calling upon the foundation formed by your soul, which had become a demon god, through your own thoughts. Its method of activation resembles the miracles performed by the church, but its essence remains magic, the use of stored past mystery. Close black lens bracket. 42. Number 42 Section 42 Chapter 42 Open black lens bracket. Though mixed with miracles, it is still magic originating from the heart. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. But at this moment, what you are using is pure miracle. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. No past, only the present. That is, the power of faith. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. You believe in yourself, so the foundation transformed from your soul returns to a divine state, responding to your faith, converting it into power, and bestowing upon you a true miracle. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. This is a miracle of the heart, a mystery belonging to the present. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. It is also a miracle mixed with magic. The primary and secondary are reversed, and the essence is no longer the same. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. And under this power that repels magic, ordinary mysteries originating from the past truly pose no threat to you anymore. Close black lens bracket. A moment later, late autumn leaves covered the ordinary courtyard. Outside the open door, the knight Gildry stood solemnly in silver armor, his expression resolute. He glanced out of the corner of his eye at the figures sitting opposite each other in the courtyard, though his heart was still full of curiosity. Recalling the shocking scene of Jean's attack just now, he quickly withdrew his gaze and strictly adhered to his duties as a knight. That scene just now was truly perilous in Gildry's eyes. After all, Jean had not yet fully stepped onto the battlefield to display her miracle-like posture of riding freely and being invincible. Her physique in daily life was just that of an ordinary person who had not mastered magical energy. She could not withstand that sudden assassin. Fortunately, Vic Tuvar had intervened. On the other side, inside the courtyard, Lu Kang looked leisurely, sizing up the young girl who had come to visit without flinching, and was secretly amazed. The newly debuted French saintess had brilliant blonde hair and eyes like orchids. The ends of her hair, braided into pigtails, hung lightly, adding a touch of rustic friendliness to her valiant young face. Her posture was upright, but her stature was not tall. Her petite figure, surrounded by that dark purple uniform dress, appeared remarkably full. Her waist seemed even more slender under the fullness. She wore no armor, only her battle skirt hung straight down, softly pressing under her seated hip line. In the slit, her healthy, straight, and exquisite legs were vaguely visible, with close-fitting shorts tightening around the delicate curves. Such a maidenly face combined softness with heroism. Just looking at it could evoke a sense of closeness and goodwill. With such a demeanor, it was no wonder it attracted an attack from England assassins. Lu Kang's gaze swept over and calmly withdrew, taking the lead in opening the conversation. Jean also seemed to have just come back to her senses from a daze and instinctively looked over. She looked at the young man before her. The young man's handsome face looked at her with a questioning gaze. Jean instantly realized her rudeness and quickly spoke. I am very sorry, I was being impolite. Is this girl spacing out? Lu Kang's eyelid couldn't help but twitch imperceptibly. The opening remarks he had planned while pretending to be a peerless master vanished instantly without a trace. Projecting the soul, simulating history, and weaving reality, one of the great joys was playing God in front of epic heroes from history, just like last time, in front of Nicholas II. Although that was for resources, the existence of heroes for this world was itself a kind of resource. He had intended to repeat the same trick, but now it seemed, compared to Nicholas II, the personality of the immature Saintess Jeanne d'Arc, who had not yet truly stepped onto the battlefield in this period, was perhaps more like his Anastasia. He silently adjusted his strategy in his heart. Lu Kang was just about to say something, but then he heard Jean opposite him suddenly speak first. Mr. Vic Tuvar, may I ask if you are a god or an angel? Lu Kang, seeing Lu Kang's silence and face full of confusion, Jean perhaps felt there was a problem with her wording and corrected herself. Or, have you also seen the archangel under the Lord? Do I look like one of those thousand-headed, thousand-eyed, indescribable Cthulhus? Making such a sarcastic comment in front of a devout believer might invite hostility. Lu Kang said it anyway. When facing serious people, one should be serious. When facing innocent and pure people, one should be frank and casual, and without a doubt, Jean was that kind of innocent and pure person. She heard Lu Kang's words and, instead of getting angry, she corrected him. Angels are not Cthulhu, and they don't look like that. They are like humans, just more beautiful and more holy than ordinary people. Just like you and me? Lu Kang raised an eyebrow. Jean didn't quite understand if this sentence was praising angels, herself, or exaggerating about her, so the blonde girl was instantly choked up. She couldn't respond, but although relatively naive, the girl was ultimately devout and fair. She finally nodded. Just like you and me. She feigned seriousness, but a bit of a blush couldn't help but appear on her face. Lu Kang smiled, Feeling even better, this time in the simulation, he either faced fake girls, like the flying princess Françoise Prelotti, who looked beautiful but had lived for an unknown amount of time and had major personality issues, or various enemies. It was rare to see a truly beautiful girl, and this sensory experience was real and wonderful. If he stayed like before any longer, he suspected he would start thinking, even a sow looks like Diao Chan. Even though his mind was firm, life still needs seasoning to be called life. At this moment, the future saintess of France suddenly realized, does Vic Tuvar already know who we are? She no longer dwelled on whether Lu Kang was human or God. The intuition given by the Lord's revelation told her that she should come find him. So whether he was human or God, she would come. Of course I know. Lu Kang also restrained his smile, letting the conversation return to its proper track. I am the Grand Vizier of the Mountains. All-knowing, the miracle girl who predicted England's defeat, full name, Jeanne d'Arc, Jean. And Mr. Gildry at the door, if you have time, please give my regards to Lady Isabel. Gildry, guarding the door, looked back upon hearing this. Besides his surprise, he thought that this hermit indeed knew Isabel. Thinking back to the power of miracle he had just displayed, he was no longer surprised at all. As fellow existences walking on the mystery side, it was perfectly normal to know each other. He just wondered what his identity actually was. To use the power of miracles, could he be an agent of the Holy Church? Does the Church also intend to intervene in the war between England and France? He wondered what their attitude was towards Jean, someone who listened to the Lord's revelation, although he hadn't personally dabbled in mysteries. But as the heir to an ancient family legacy, Gildry was not entirely ignorant of these matters. With this thought, Gildry's gaze toward Lu Kang couldn't help but change, becoming more concerned. Jean, who knew nothing of this, remained completely off guard. She also just said, "Can you know what is happening in the whole world just by sitting in this village? You really are amazing, Mr. Vic Tuvar. I am also more convinced of my choice to come here. I, Jeanne d'Arc, here, request you to listen to the Lord's revelation with me. Help me save France and its people, who are in dire straits." No hesitation, no beating around the bush. Instead, she directly stated her intention, laying out all her cards. Jean's behavior at this moment was definitely not that of a mature politician or military strategist, but she was never a politician, nor a military strategist. Just a passionate young girl who wanted to save her hometown. Open black lens bracket. Since ancient times, true feelings cannot be hidden. Only schemes win hearts. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. Looking at the girl's attitude, you suddenly thought of a very old popular saying. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. You thought to yourself that it was no wonder Jean's end was being betrayed. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. That is the ordeal that innocent and pure idealists are highly likely to suffer. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. Facing her invitation and request, you didn't hesitate either. Over these years, after ending your travels and returning home, it wasn't that no other nobles had come to invite you, but all were persuaded to return by you. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. In a way, you could be considered to be waiting for the right price, but in fact, you were waiting for the arrival of the girl before you. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. Jeanne d'Arc, she will be recognized as a saint of the church in later generations. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. And if you want to deepen your influence in the church, using her as an opportunity is perfectly appropriate. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. Yes, you never forgot this point. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. Never forgot the various dilemmas you needed to face in reality. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. Although you didn't want to join the church directly. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. But there are too many ways to exert an indirect influence on it. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. Of course, you also didn't forget your nature as a magician, that characteristic of not waking up early without profit. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. So close black lens bracket. Since you've said so, then let me also hear the so-called revelation of the Lord you speak of. Open black lens bracket. This is also the reward you deserve. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. So you thought. Close black lens bracket. Volume 1. Chapter 54. Not God. Orleans at the beginning of miracles, heavily revised. Open black lens bracket. You ultimately failed to hear the will of the Lord in Jean's mouth. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. Although you were indeed interested in the Lord of the church that exists in this world, and memories from before your transmigration also told you that the Lord of this world is real, even if the source of the miracle power used by the church today is not directly bestowed by the Lord, but rather the foundation they created from the gathered faith of believers. Worldwide, at least, the Lord once gave Solomon the 10 rings, which is true and not false. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. Although Jean did not hide the process of how she received the Lord's revelation, and you completely replicated her past experience of encountering the holy angel. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. But you did not get your wish. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. Jean comforted you, saying there was no need to rush. As long as you maintained your devotion to the Lord would surely listen to the voices of the people and respond. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. However, you knew that you had no pious thoughts toward that so-called Lord. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. No emotion, all technique. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. No piety, all utilitarianism. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. Even though you in the first simulation were once a priest from a monastery, you were destined to never truly become a believer in God, and you never needed to. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. However, although you failed to successfully hear that so-called Lord's revelation, you still keenly noticed something slightly wrong, because during this time Jean told you the appearance of the holy angel she met when she first heard the Lord's revelation, towering, holy, and tall, roaring and clamoring freely, the breath of fire blooming at the heights, the steel-like shell indestructible. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. That's an angel? A virtue is also an angel, right? Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. You complained in your heart, noticing something was wrong, but did not say it explicitly. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. You no longer dwelled on it. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. Regardless of whether the revelation Jean heard really came from the Lord of the church, or whether those angels she saw were truly the angels of myth, she would be recognized as a saint by the church in later generations. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. This was enough for you. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. Enough for you to obtain sufficient resources from her to complete your further deduction of the mystery, and enough for you to use her as a base point to form your influence within the church. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. You followed her and left this village where you were born and raised, and where you had lived for nearly 10 years after your youth. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. You arrived at the outskirts of Orleans Castle, which was being besieged by the England army during this period. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. You knew this was the first problem the newly started Jean needed to solve, and her first step in saving France. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. And you also saw the capital held by the Saintess of France in this stage of saving the country. Close black lens bracket. The night was deep, campfires drifted continuously, and the crackling sound of burning mixed in the free clamor of the evening wind. Lu Kang, dressed in a thick black scholar's robe, stood there. He looked at the blonde girl before him, who was no longer just wearing a uniform battle skirt but was also inlaid with silver plate armor and wore a protective diamond-shaped helmet on her head. Then he looked at the sparse tents and rustling people around, his expression silent. 43. Number 43 Section 43 Chapter 43 Are these the only people you can mobilize? Lu Kang spoke, speechless. Among the many ministerial positions he had held during the late Russian Empire in his first simulation was that of the first minister, who held multiple ministerial portfolios simultaneously. Although he had never truly set foot on a frontline battlefield, Lu Kang understood that on a direct battlefield, the number of personnel and the quality of troops often determined the outcome of a war to the greatest extent, and right now, just by looking at the scene, he could see Jean's predicament. There were no more than 100 people at most, and only about a dozen soldiers of the knightly squire class wearing short armor. The rest were all peasants who, at a glance, had clearly been conscripted from the nearby area. How could such an army fight? How could they win? Facing Lu Kang's speechless expression, Gildry, standing behind Jean, hesitated to speak several times. He opened his mouth, wanting to say that this was actually an army they had managed to scrape together with great difficulty. The current Crown Prince Charles was far away at Chinon Castle, in southwestern France, and since he had not been crowned king after the death of King Charles V of France, even as the sole heir to the French royal family, his control over the front lines remained weak. So even though Jean had Crown Prince Charles's trust and a letter of appointment sent from 1,000 miles away, she still could not gain the trust of the lords and nobles scattered along the front lines, let alone the support of the armies under them. But in contrast to Gildry's hesitation, the girl spoke directly. These are the people currently under my command. The golden braid hanging behind the girl fluttered slightly in the evening breeze. Under the illumination of the sparks rising from the campfire, which looked like fragments of stars, her blue-violet eyes, like violets, remained incredibly firm. Her figure was petite and slender, yet she kept her back straight without hesitation. I will lead them to resolve the crisis of the siege of Orleans. Then you're amazing. Is this the power of faith? Daring to challenge even while knowing they are outmatched, Haji Jean. You're pushing me into a pit of fire. Lu Kang felt helpless and speechless. Even with the revelation of the Lord and the power of miracles, one shouldn't be so reckless. He knew even better that he had been completely dragged onto a sinking ship. At this stage, Frances Saintess of National Salvation was not only immature in her personal abilities, but the same was true for her followers. A few stragglers and misfits. Compared to where her banner stood at its peak, it really was incomparable. But since he was already on this ship, he couldn't say much more. Although he came with utilitarian motives, Lu Kang wasn't so petty as to not put in any effort at all. Sir Gildry, I'll have to trouble you to make a few trips. Deliver some messages to the front lines, to the masters of those other armies, those lords, knights, and nobles. He no longer paid attention to Jean's self-confidence, nor did he look at the confusion in her eyes regarding his slang from a later era. Instead, he looked at the tall, thin, pale young knight in silver armor behind the girl. Messages? Gildry was stunned for a moment but did not hesitate. Please speak. Go and tell them. Lu Kang raised his eyes, gazing at the deep night and at this small, even somewhat desolate camp of no more than 100 people. He said, Your Excellency Jeanne d'Arc has received special authorization from Crown Prince Charles and possesses the power of temporary promotion on the front lines. Anyone who performs meritorious service on the front lines can be granted a higher title and given greater power by her, in the name of the current Crown Prince and future King of France, Charles VII. You must also tell them that the masters of other frontline armies besides them have already set out to come here. Only 15 minutes have passed since the sunset. The time left for them is only this one night. If they are a step late, they can only watch as the opportunities for ennoblement are distributed to others, while they themselves will face the crisis of being annexed. In this world, whether they were powerful officials or magicians, they were all self-interested people. This was even more true in the mid-century of Europa, an era later known as the Dark Middle Ages. The only things that could make them move were crisis and interest. And the only thing that could make them follow orders was the combination of those two. The great banner known as the kingdom. Hearing Lu Kang's words, Jean's brow furrowed instantly. Her beautiful face showed both confusion and some dissatisfaction. Crown Prince Charles could not possibly have granted her such great power. After all, the girl in that French heir residing in the south had not even truly met yet. Mr. Vic Tuvar, is he lying? Is he deceiving them? Regarding this, Gildry had a different view. He was, after all, someone from a high-ranking noble family. He had his own understanding of politics. He understood that Lu Kang's approach was correct. As for that so-called power of promotion on the front lines, it indeed did not exist right now. But as long as it existed later, it wouldn't be considered lying, would it? Open black lens bracket. Gildry followed your instructions and left the camp. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. Jean was puzzled by your actions but said nothing. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. She does not understand politics, but she knows what needs to be done right now. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. In the late autumn of this year, with a single speech, you gathered all the soldiers, officers, and landowning nobles leading troops who were wandering the front lines of France. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. You brought them under the banner of Jeanne d'Arc, the saintess of French national salvation. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. You caused the army to swell more than dozens of times over in a single night. Close black lens bracket. It was like magic. With a seemingly effortless touch, he unified the many frontline French armies that had refused to obey or belong to one another, making them assemble under Saintess Jean's fleur-de-lis banner. With his astonishing methods, he also earned the awe and respect of all the nobles. Even if some said he had merely exercised the illusion of deception, they could not deny that the army gathered overnight had, in one stroke, changed the situation on the French front lines, which had been plagued by disunity and internal strife even in the face of crisis. That night, a passing old peasant saw the soldiers assembling from all directions. He described it as nothing short of a miracle. Soldiers descending from the heavens. It was indeed a miracle. It was the miracle of the victor named Vic Tuvar, the victorious Tuval, the miraculous army. Volume 1, Chapter 55. Soldier Warfare, Army Warfare, Magic Warfare, Copy Magician, Revised. The Church called him Osage, a saint of equal fame to the saintesses. Even though no scriptures ever recorded his devout faith, the Church stubbornly believed that his actions represented everything. But outside the Church, what truly left a significant mark on history was related to war. It was the lightning-fast assault launched under his leadership. Victor's tactical research notes. Open black lens bracket yes. Launching a lightning-fast attack in the middle of the night. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. This was the true reason you had Gildry set out in a hurry. He understood your method of coercing with crisis and enticing with interest the masters of those scattered frontline armies, but he failed to understand your tactical intent. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. Although the soldiers rushing over would be exhausted from the long journey, and their masters would be unprepared because they weren't informed in advance. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. They were unprepared. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. Your enemies, the English soldiers and commanders besieging the last gateway from central to southern France, that Orleans castle, would be even less prepared. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. The first half of this night still seemed very calm, peaceful. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. In the second half of the night, you waited for Gildry, who had returned from delivering messages, and you suddenly had Jean issue an order. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. Break camp immediately. Do not wait. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. Advance directly toward Orleans castle. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. You believed those noble officers would quickly catch up after getting the news, if they didn't want their fiefs and power to be annexed by others. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. You also believed that this army of no more than 100 would continuously grow during its march. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. The facts were indeed as you expected. Close black lens bracket. La Hire from the Gascony region, leading 800 light cavalry, joins the legion formed by Jeanne d'Arc, the supreme commander of the French front line, personally appointed by Crown Prince Charles's Jean de Brosse, heir to the Brosse family, hereditary counts of the Berry region with lands covering parts of Berry and Poitou, leading 200 cavalry and 1,300 infantry, joins the legion. John Stuart, Lord of Darnley in Scotland, leading 1,000 spearmen and archers, joins the legion. News continued to arrive along the way. The fires raised to light the path ahead in the night connected into one. From afar, it looked like a giant serpent of flame winding through the darkness. New teams converging from all directions continuously added fuel to this cluster of fire. The noble officers who arrived first initially felt as if they had been tricked upon seeing the scarcity of people and the dilapidated equipment of Jean's original team. However, with the appearance of subsequent armies, the original dissatisfaction and frustration in these officers' hearts turned into relief. Relief that they had arrived before everyone else. Relief that they hadn't held back because they thought Jean lacked experience, and that they hadn't looked down on the heir of the baronial family who delivered the message. Gildry. He was also convinced of the truth of Gildry's message. Otherwise, why would so many lords and nobles be leading their armies here? Such thoughts filled almost all the nobles who rushed over. Once such an idea surfaced, it grew more and more intense. Facing the order issued by Jeanne d'Arc to head directly to Orleans Castle, they did not complain at all, holding on to the idea of performing well to obtain or increase their titles. Amidst the rustling sounds, the horses and carriages advanced, and the ranks moved with staggered footsteps. From afar, there were not only fires but also stern blades held high, and various family banners fluttering in the evening breeze. And at the very front of all the soldiers and officers, that figure riding a majestic horse, though petite and slender, held the banner and moved forward with indomitable spirit, making everyone follow behind her. Ahead, after crossing that Loire River which traverses the northern and southern regions of France, we will be able to see the castle of Orleans. The girl Jean rode upon a majestic white horse, her back held straight so everyone behind her could see her unwavering silhouette. Her only companion riding alongside her, Vic Tuvar, Lu Kong, heard her sudden clear words. He glanced sideways and saw the girl's graceful curves, but also noticed the inevitable tension in her heart beneath her determination. In this world, except for those born with knowledge like Vic Tuvar, it was normal for anyone to be nervous when facing a major event for the first time. Lu Kong didn't mind and simply said, "According to the information Gildry just reported, the army under our command now has already exceeded 7,000 people. 7,000 people. In the mid-century, where continuous warfare caused the population to dwindle, this was definitely not a small number. To be precise, it's 7,217 people, counting the 45 noble officers and also counting you and me, Mr. Vic." Jean, or rather, Jeanne d'Arc, suddenly took a deep breath and responded. She turned her head, glancing at Lu Kong with those violet eyes, and revealed a confident and bright smile. "I have been listening and counting all along. My memory has always been quite good. Back in the village, I was often praised more than once by the elderly nuns, who said I would become a devout nun in the future. But now you are leading an army of nearly 10,000 to attack the island barbarians from the north. Lu Kang didn't care about her good memory. He met the girl's gaze and said, "You won't become a nun unless the nun part refers to fixing people." His words were playful and teasing, just like the kind-hearted banter in the courtyard before. This time, however, Jean did not show any signs of being caught off guard. She simply responded calmly, "The Bible says, I have come to bring a sword upon the earth. As long as it is a just war, then I don't mind fixing people." Is that so? Lu Kang was slightly stunned, feeling a bit surprised by the girl's reaction, but only a little. He followed up smoothly, "Then I shall look forward to seeing what kind of state you can fix those barbarians into, probably driving them back into the sea?" Jean was not quite sure. Lu Kang clarified, "Like dumplings, wrapping them up and throwing them into the boiling seawater?" "Yes, exactly, just like cooking dumplings." At this point, Jean couldn't help but laugh. She looked at Vic Tuvar beside her and felt somewhat strangely incredible because of the various contradictions existing within him. She had felt this way since she first saw him. She felt that the young man named Vic Tuvar was an incredible and contradictory person. Her first impression of him was as sacred as a god or an angel. At that moment when he pushed open the door from the ordinary courtyard, that sense of height and presence that radiated freely also made Jean recall the 3 archangels under the Lord she had encountered in her dreams years ago. That first impression once made Jean think he would be a holy and solemn person, like those old priests in the church who had devoutly served the Lord for many years. But the subsequent interaction in the courtyard, that relaxed and leisurely feeling, and that kind of banter that was not at all serious yet not offensive, gave Jean a kind and relaxed feeling, like that of an older brother next door. 44. Number 44 Section 44 Chapter 44 In his presence, Jean felt very relaxed. During her conversations with him, Jean also felt a sense of comfort that came from the bottom of her heart. Divine yet approachable, mysterious yet as gentle as a big brother next door. Jean Dark felt it was truly incredible from the bottom of her heart. She had thought it incredible before. Now, she found it even more so. At this moment, in such an exchange, even the slight nervousness the young girl felt from leading for the first time vanished, without a trace. It seemed like banter, but it actually steadied her. "It seems Mr. Vic Tuvar will be a very good and trustworthy comrade in arms." The young girl spoke up suddenly, moved by her feelings. Lu Kang withdrew his gaze from the distance and simply said, "That might not be the case." "Might not what?" Jean was bewildered. "I might not necessarily become your comrade in arms," Lu Kang responded as if it were a matter of course. Quote, "At least this time, I won't be fighting side by side with you, Miss Jean Dark. Your battlefield is ahead, and my battlefield is in a place you cannot see." Amidst these words, a mysterious voice suddenly formed by her ear, like a passing breeze. As if she had closed her eyes and opened them again, Jean suddenly snapped out of it and abruptly realized that Lu Kang, who had been walking beside her, had vanished. But except for Jean herself, the many soldiers in front of and behind her continued forward, without the slightest reaction, as if they hadn't noticed that a person was missing from the very front of the ranks. Even Gildry was the same. Fortunately, Jean had already witnessed many of Lu Kang's incredible feats. She merely steadied herself. She raised her head. As the army advanced, they could already see the river she had just mentioned, the Loire River. At this moment, looking out from Jean's raised gaze, she could see an even more towering and massive fortress on the opposite bank of the river. Along with the densely packed camps, soldiers, and cannons surrounding the fortress, and the various flags of England fluttering thickly in the air, that was their objective, the besieged Orleans castle. At this time, the night was ending, the sky was gradually brightening, and a faint white light was beginning to surge on the horizon. Jean took a deep breath. Although Lu Kang had suddenly disappeared, the young girl's heart remained peaceful. Even if we are not on the same battlefield, as long as we are fighting together, then we are still comrades in arms. Mr. Vic Tuvar. This was a groundless trust. It also stemmed from the young girl's affirmation of her own intuition. Gazing at the enemy camp on the opposite bank of the river, she simply tightened the reins in her hands. Without a moment's hesitation, she raised the fleur-de-lis flag in her hand, and led the army forward, leading the charge. Meanwhile, Lu Kang, who had left the army, had not gone very far. Open black lens bracket. You stopped at the bank of the Loire River and witnessed the young girl Jean's thunderous charge. You saw the heavy cavalry unit, led personally by Gildry, charging alongside her according to the tactics you had arranged in advance. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. The heavy cavalry in front were like a spear thrusting forward, while the light cavalry split into two groups to attack the flanks and disrupt logistics. The infantry followed closely behind the heavy cavalry, advancing steadily with shields raised. Spearmen were positioned between the infantry, their raised spears protruding through the gaps between shields like the claws of a giant beast. Close black lens bracket, open black lens bracket. Longbowmen scattered to form a perimeter. Close black lens bracket, open black lens bracket. Cannons, pushed on carriages, also pressed forward step by step. Close black lens bracket, open black lens bracket. This was a formation you created by imitating the blitzkrieg of later generations, combined with the ratios of medieval troop types. Close black lens bracket, open black lens bracket. You saw the army of 7,000 men, under your arrangement, transform into a pocket that constantly squeezed inward. Amidst the continuous roar of cannon fire, they tore into the English army camps surrounding Orleans Castle. Close black lens bracket, open black lens bracket. You also saw the English camp being startled from its silence. Amidst the ringing bells, the patrol guards were sent flying by the charging cavalry just as they picked up their weapons. Fire quickly spread through the dense tents as cannonballs landed. Close black lens bracket, open black lens bracket. The English side was completely unprepared, and the French troops pierced directly into their central army. Close black lens bracket, open black lens bracket. However, despite being caught off guard, they relied on the barriers formed by the continuous camps and their numbers, which far exceeded the French side. Under the command of the English Marshal and renowned general, the English Earl Thomas Montague, they sacrificed many outer camps to consolidate their forces and quickly organized effective resistance. Close black lens bracket, open black lens bracket. You believe that Jean will be victorious. Close black lens bracket, open black lens bracket. But you know that this secular war will not end so quickly. Close black lens bracket, open black lens bracket. You did not participate in this war. Close black lens bracket, open black lens bracket. Nor did you just watch. Close black lens bracket, open black lens bracket. Just as you told Jean, she has her war, and you have your own battlefield. Close black lens bracket, open black lens bracket. One that does not belong to the secular world. A confrontation between mystery and mystery. Close black lens bracket. The waters of the Loire River surged and washed against the banks. Lu Kang stood calmly upon the surface as if on level ground, his robes fluttering in the moisture-laden wind like an eagle spreading its wings in the high sky. He withdrew his gaze from the raging battlefield nearby and shifted it to the mist rising before him. He looked around and thought to himself that it was indeed as expected. He also noted that while the revelation Jean spoke of might not necessarily have come from the Church's Lord, it certainly hadn't given her the wrong direction. In this war, if I hadn't come, even if she could win the secular battle, she might not have been able to stop you rats from the London sewers. The thick mist rose higher and higher, gradually obscuring the sky like a grand curtain drawn from the ground. It cut off the view of distant mountains and nearby waters, yet it still could not block Lu Kang's gaze toward the outside world, nor could it stop him from seeing the figure appearing in the water. Lu Kang said, "The assassin who tried to kill Jean before was also arranged by you, wasn't it? In that case, you should already know my identity, right?" He spoke thus. HMPH, rats of the sewers compared to us, aren't you, who disappeared for over a decade, even more like one? Atavistic Tuval, Vic, who offended the Magic King. The newcomer responded, his figure emerging from the thick mist to reveal his appearance. He wore a scholar-like robe and was tall and well-dressed, yet his speech was quite irritable. He looked at Lu Kang, his expression and tone both fuming with deep-seated hatred. "Stupid commoner, you really should be torn into 1,000 pieces. Magic King, it seems that over these years, Trunverio has completed his sovereign work and ascended to the crown rank?" Lu Kang ignored the fluff in the other's words and went straight to the key information. In the years since returning to his homeland, he truly hadn't paid much attention to the side of mystery. "Are you afraid?" Atavistic Tuval. At this, the young man opposite him, who was clearly also a magician from England and belonged to the forces under the Trunverio family, gnashed his teeth even more. "Next, I, the newly promoted color rank magician of the Mages Association, Rethel Baruarita, will utterly defeat you here to avenge the hatred of 10 years ago, when my father was humiliated and died because of you." This sentence left Lu Kang looking bewildered. He looked at the young man who harbored such deep hatred for him, mulling it over and thinking back, but he truly couldn't recall who Baruarita was. One could only say that 10 years ago, Lu Kang had defeated at least 1,000 English magicians within England. He really didn't have the leisure to remember each one. This expression and attitude of his naturally caused the man calling himself Rethel Baruarita to become even more enraged. The man took a deep breath, his hatred and fury unabated. but he said no more. Instead, he decided to prove it with action. River, churn. The words of the magic incantation were formed instantly. Surrounded by floating mist, the surging river seemed to transform into a flowing giant serpent, with fine, scale-like brilliance appearing on its surface. This was clearly a high-level magic of the water attribute. Such magic, have you already plundered the spiritual vein mana contained within this river and this stretch of the waterway? Liu Kang's gaze swept over, and he instantly understood. To be able to drive such a level of mystery with such a short incantation was not easy, even for a color rank magician. The next second, he heard Rethel Barurita take another deep breath and continue. Fire, be born from the water. With a crash, the churning mist seemed to explode, turning into wisps of ghostly fire floating in the air. The moisture all around remained. It was merely illuminated in an eerie green by the phosphorus fire. The river surface beneath his feet continued to surge like scales. Standing in this duality of water and fire, Liu Kang gazed at the other man and heard him utter a third sentence. Reciting a third incantation, he said, water and fire intertwine. I use this heaven and earth to bear the contradiction of extreme cold and extreme heat. Load, impact, contradiction, incinerate, burst, be born, pseudo-prokaryote. In that instant, the water surged backward and the fire traveled downward. In this moment of intertwining water and fire, they mixed together on all sides of where Liu Kang stood. Is this a great barrier that simulates divine fluctuations through conflicting elements to briefly enhance the power of magic? With a single glance, Liu Kang saw through the elemental nature of this mixture of water and fire. With the accumulation of 2 lifetimes, Liu Kang had long possessed a deep reservoir of knowledge on mystery and was truly a great master of the mysterious side. Such methods obviously could not be hidden from him. He did not stop the other's performance or execution. He just watched calmly and analyzed simply. Of course, to the opponent, his behavior might have seemed like an inability to stop it. Pseudo-prokaryote. By using the extremely short conflict of mixed water and fire elements, it creates an atmospheric flow close to that of the Age of Gods, thereby establishing an external world that infinitely fits the characteristics of my own magic. This is the magic I completed independently, and the foundation upon which I became a color rank magician. Despite his hatred and anger, but Rethel still looked proud when he mentioned this. As a classical magician of this era under the jurisdiction of the Trunberrio family, he would not hide his magic in a duel. Instead, he would announce it, to defeat the villain before him with fair and square methods. Although it is not systematic and cannot become a complete magic foundation engraved into the world, and even though it relies on the mana of the spiritual vein, you indeed have reason to be proud of completing a magic comparable to a great barrier on your own. Liu Kang's evaluation was quite objective. He objectively believed that the opponent indeed possessed the knowledge and abilities of a color rank magician. Close black lens bracket 45. Number 45 Section 45 Light Chapter 45 In this era, the value of a mage of a certain rank was far higher than in later generations. This is also the gift I give you, the atavistic Tuval. He gained the other party's acknowledgement. He completed the casting of a great magecraft unique to himself. Rethel Ballareta did not continue to cast new magecraft, but instead slowly stepped forward, grinning. By the way, my magecraft characteristic is reinforcement. He raised his hand, a buzzing sound suddenly flowed, and dense patterns instantly emerged from his body like woven threads, transforming into something surging like the river beneath his feet. That was the magic circuit he activated at that moment. It was also the new magecraft he cast in that instant. Not outward, but inward, a spell to strengthen himself. With a loud crash, Rethel took a step forward, his 4 limbs covered in the radiance of magic power activated by the magic circuits. The 20-meter distance between him and Liu Kang was crossed in this single step, like teleportation, and following immediately was a punch aimed at Liu Kang's face. The reinforcement magecraft, enhanced by the atmospheric environment best suited to his magecraft characteristic imitated by the pseudo-nucleus Great Barrier, directly amplified his seemingly ordinary magus physique to a superhuman level. A superhuman step is God. That is why it is called pseudo-nucleus. The primal man is one who walks with God. In Rethel Ballareta's view, his current physique was enough to rival a deity, but even though the oncoming fist distorted the air as it descended, even though this power was indeed immensely powerful, Liu Kang remained motionless where he stood. He didn't even use the portable magic hall that he was skilled at weaving in an instant. He merely looked up and let out a light breath. Although the pseudo-nucleus barrier was somewhat exaggerated, achieving a physique comparable to a deity was even more difficult. It had to be said that this approach of strengthening one's physical body by simulating the Age of Gods had indeed refreshed his perspective. It gave him some inspiration. However, a war of mystery is not that simple. Lu Kang stood in place, not having used even a trace of mystery. The expression of Redel Ballereta in the next second suddenly changed. The fist he swung in the next instant seemed to freeze as if delayed. His reinforcement magecraft, which had received the magnification bonus from the Great Barrier, abruptly stopped functioning within his body. But it wasn't due to any reason of his own, nor was it due to the pseudo-nucleus Great Barrier. It was because of something outside of that, something more external. A secular military post. Lu Kang seemed to finally retract his gaze and focus it on the person before him. Yes, from beginning to end, he had never truly looked at the person before him. His attention, from the start, had always been focused externally, on the war taking place at the Orleans Castle on the banks of the Loire River. The war continued. Under the resistance organized by the Marshal of the English army, the offensive by the French side gradually slowed down. Jean was still charging forward, waving the military banner. The battle was fierce, and the outcome was momentarily hard to determine. But the army, coming from the south and attacking after crossing the water, was like a long sword, forcibly severing the surging Loire River. It also cut off the earth vein magic power that Redel Ballereta was using to operate the pseudo-nucleus Great Barrier. This was something Redel Ballereta, who was entirely focused on Vic Tuval, had overlooked. It was also what Lu Kang utilized. A struggle of mystery does not preclude using external aid, nor does it preclude using secular power, as long as the principle of secrecy is followed. Lu Kang looked at the English magus whose movements were delayed before him. It seems that while your ability and knowledge meet the standard, your combat awareness is far from sufficient. Next, let me show you what a true mage war looks like. The buzzing sound rose again. Redel, whose magecraft was forcibly delayed, was not just astonished. His gaze toward Lu Kang became downright horrified. Because Lu Kang was also slowly raising his hand at this moment. His entire body glowed with dual elements, like water and fire. The radiance of magic circuits, just like the one he had just displayed, appeared all over his body. In an instant, he comprehended and imitated his pseudo-nucleus. But he wasn't releasing it by borrowing the external environment. He was releasing it directly inside his body, using every possible means. This was the first maxim left by Vic Tuval, the progenitor of magicians, for all magicians. The Genealogy of Occult Professions in Magecraft, Volume 1. Chapter 56. The Theory of Lesser Source Simulating Great Source. Illiterate girl, major revision. Only viewing the pursuit of mystery in magecraft as a tool for slaughter. Not seeking truth but seeking how to win in conflict. I have always believed that magicians are a tumor within the world of magecraft, but at the same time, I must admit that their philosophy of using flesh and blood as weapons and employing every means possible is not entirely wrong in the mysterious field dedicated to pursuing truth. The origin of this philosophy can be traced back to Vic Tuval, the sage and miracle worker who secured victory for France in the 100 Years' War, whom magicians regard as their source. Tuval's established monumental theories included explorations regarding the utilization of physical foundations, a deeper exploration of the lesser source, clock tower foundational subject assignments, 1541 revision, open black lens bracket. You borrowed the secular world's army to defeat the great magecraft named pseudo-nucleus, belonging to the color rank magician of the Mages Association. Redel Ballereta, close black lens bracket, open black lens bracket. You peered into his great magecraft, instantly engraving it onto your own mind magic foundation, and replicated it, casting it. Close black lens bracket, open black lens bracket. Using his great magecraft, you shattered him. Close black lens bracket, open black lens bracket. But you did not kill him. Close black lens bracket, open black lens bracket, because you understood that your real threat did not come from him. Even though a color rank magician was a great master on the side of mystery, he was far from enough for you. Close black lens bracket, open black lens bracket. The only one you needed to dread was Edmond Trimberio, who had already completed the foundation of a monarch and established the basis for the crown rank behind him. Close black lens bracket, open black lens bracket. So you spared his life. Close black lens bracket, open black lens bracket. You wanted him to return to England, go before that newly ascended monarch, and tell him, close black lens bracket, open black lens bracket, what he did back then must now be achieved. Close black lens bracket, open black lens bracket. Furthermore, it was because the pseudo-nucleus great magecraft he pioneered had indeed provided you with a certain degree of inspirational support, finally giving you a complete direction for further advancement. Close black lens bracket, open black lens bracket. A long time ago, you had already established the grand directional concept of constructing the triple circulation, validating consciousness through action, communicating with the soul through consciousness, and then recording actions through the soul. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. Consciousness is the self, it is thought, it is the heart you use to communicate with the soul. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. The soul is the id, and also the origin. It is your origin that has transformed into a demon god. Your origin is your soul itself. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. An action is matter, and even more so, it is your physical body. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. This is a grand path where matter carries thought, thought communicates with the soul, and then the soul contains all things, ultimately incorporating everything into one's own origin. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. But up until now, you only had the direction, lacking the most crucial driving force. Your body's strength was limited. Although the talent of 46 magic circuits was outstanding, it didn't reach the level of a monster. The magic circuits only represent the efficiency of converting life force into magic power, not the life force itself. Your life force was insufficient to fully accommodate the complete power of the soul and consciousness of the deity that had transformed into the foundation of mind magic, manifesting miracles, allowing it to descend and record everything. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. Your mind is too strong, but your physical body is insufficient. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. You had also planned to wait for time to accumulate, allowing yourself to grow stronger. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. However, now, you had another direction. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. That is, simulating the great origin with abysmal origin, constructing an environment similar to the age of gods within the body, forging the path to obtain a complete body from the age of gods. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. Although this was still just a vague idea whose feasibility was unknown, it was at least much better than before. Close black lens bracket. The war ended. At the same time as Liu Kang defeated Tyrell Baruarita, the English army besieging Orleans Castle was also routed by the army led by Jean. They had arrived too swiftly, too unexpectedly. Their tactics and formations were too suited for such a sudden strike against the main force. So even with the camp as a base, even though their troop numbers were more than double that of France's, and even though their commander was a seasoned veteran known as a famous general, the English army could only retreat while fighting, pursued for tens of kilometers. The siege of Orleans was lifted. Amidst burning tents, collapsed palisades, and the messy remains of the English camp, the flag of France fluttered high. The flag of the fleur-de-lis stood at the highest point. The maiden Jeanne d'Arc tumbled off her warhorse. Looking at the many generals following closely behind her, an expression of relief could not help but surface on her beautiful, dust and blood-stained face. "The glory of the Lord is upon us, everyone, we succeeded," she said. She was happy, yet it seemed like a matter of course. Although the English army was strong, the facts prove that they are not invincible. At least, now, the Lord's radiance shines upon us. Dismounting with Jean were numerous generals, officers, and cavalry. Kneeling alongside them were countless common soldiers. Their eyes stared intently at the maiden before them. Recalling the rush and battle of this night and day, it seemed to them that they suddenly understood what a miracle was. Before this, France had endured a long war of attrition, suffering countless defeats. Whether nobles, officers, soldiers, commoners, or farmers, they had all lost the worldly backbone they should possess. They believed the English were unbeatable, with more than half their territory occupied and the king fled south. The prince suffering setbacks, all confirmed this point. In answering the call this time, they were merely looking out for their own interests. To avoid being swallowed by other nobles, they never thought they could actually defeat the English, and they were fully prepared to preserve their own strength in defeat. But, in the end, they won. They won against the seemingly invincible English on the battlefield. Victory brings honor, and honor, most of the time, can be exchanged for greater benefits. At this moment, truly no one questioned Jean's authority to promote them on the spot, whether she had it or not. With these battle merits, their status and power could advance further. In this moment, they were also genuinely willing, from the bottom of their hearts, to follow behind Jean, until the end of glory, until the end of military merit. Thousands of horses followed together. This scene fell into the eyes of Liu Kang, who was striding across the river surface from a distance. He looked towards the maiden Jean standing at the highest point. He was not surprised, because this maiden herself represented a miracle. 46. Number 46 Section 46 Chapter 46 With a single war, the scattered hearts of the people were gathered. Starting with a single campaign, the predicament of the 100 Years' War was reversed. From then on, the girl who saved the nation, Jeanne d'Arc, had an official title. People called her the Maid of Orleans, the girl who brought about a miracle during the siege of Orleans. a miracle for the nation, a miracle that saved the country, and also a miracle that brought forth miracles. The Holy Maiden of Orleans. Open black lens bracket. You reunite with the highly prestigious Jean. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. Jean sees your return and notices the disarray of your clothes. She doesn't speak, only offering a welcoming smile. You know she realizes you've also been through a battle. Her eyes tell you that you are indeed fighting side by side, but you don't explain, simply congratulating her on her victory. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. This is our victory, and also the victory of France. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. The young girl corrected your phrasing. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. I am France. You really wanted to say that, but ultimately held it back because you didn't want your descendant, that is, the version of yourself in reality, to be completely baffled. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. In truth, at this moment, you also felt a hint of exhaustion. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. Forcing the imitation of a pseudo-origin core within your body and briefly compressing a great bounded field, which even a color rank magician of this era would need the mana of rivers and ley lines to fully manifest into your own body, while increasing the basic strength of your magecraft. Also consumed a massive amount of your mana. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. In an era where the greater source is depleted and the age of gods has ended, mana is life force. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. Though it wasn't enough to be life-threatening, it was indeed tiring. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. Jean noticed your fatigue. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. She ordered the army to station themselves on the spot to prevent the English from making a comeback, and sent Gildry to knock on the gates of Orleans Castle to inform the Orleans garrison, who had yet to recover their wits from this sudden, lightning-fast battle. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. That night, under the identity of a military doctor, you were arranged to stay in Jean's personal tent. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. To eat and live together with her. Close black lens bracket. Lucan, looking at the blonde girl before him in the tent, looking completely exhausted and like a different person from her daytime self. Lucan's face was written all over with confusion. At this moment, the girl was sitting hunched before the tent's campfire. Under the flickering afterglow, Jean, who had shed her daytime armor, revealed an elegant and curvaceous figure. Her full bosom drooped slightly due to her hunched posture, casting a deep shadow over her slender waist. Her legs were crossed, her long skirt pressed beneath her to tighten around the curve of her hips, creating a winding silhouette in the inverted triangle of shadow where her hands hung down, trembling slightly. Being inexplicably treated as a military doctor was one thing after all. He had read many books and did indeed know quite a bit of medical skill, at least being better than the bloodletting therapy most common in this world was absolutely no problem. But he remembered clearly that Jean hadn't been injured at all during the day. Yet looking at this person's current state and movements, "You're doing this on the battlefield?" Lucan couldn't help but complain. "What?" Hearing a voice, Jean suddenly snapped out of it and jerked her head up, letting Lucan see what she was doing with her hands. She was holding a roll of parchment, her hands shaking and her expression blank. Her gaze focused from a daze in an instant. Realizing Lucan was there, she acted as if she had seen a savior, and quickly grabbed him. "Quick, Mr. Vic. Help me see what's written on this letter. Reading is just reading. If you can't understand it, you can't understand it. This girl, why is she shaking so much?" Volume 1, Chapter 57, written as military doctor, read as secretary, major revision. "You don't happen to be illiterate, do you?" Amidst his speechlessness, Lucan also saw the girl's embarrassment, while also feeling somewhat puzzled. "Weren't you born into a wealthy peasant family in the countryside?" Strictly speaking, medieval peasants had no concept of wealth. Those given the title of wealthy peasant were essentially country landlords. While Jean's family was far from being true nobility, they were still considered to have some family assets not much different from the background of Vic Tuvar, whom Lucan was simulating in this life. No matter what, she should have had the conditions and qualifications to learn literacy. Furthermore, Lucan remembered her saying that she had been praised by an old nun in the countryside for her good memory. Of course I studied." At this point, Jean suddenly began to stammer. Lucan realized, "So you just didn't learn it? How could I not have learned it?" The girl excitedly defended herself. "It's all the fault of those characters. They look all weird and crawl around everywhere. Just looking at them makes my head spin and makes me want to sleep. It seems you definitely didn't learn it." Jean went silent. The SS Jean sunk. "Fine, I just didn't learn it." Jean gave up struggling. Lucan looked at the girl before him and thought that truly, appearances can be deceiving. Just looking at her, perhaps no one would imagine that this girl, who looked so heroic and valiant, hadn't even learned to read. He told himself that this was perhaps another kind of talent only build. All her natural talent was put into instinct, spiritual sense, and even vitality, while her humanities were at zero. So, you want me to help you handle the battle reports in your hand? Lucan walked forward 2 steps and sat down 10 paces away from Jean. He glanced at the text on the paper the girl was clutching, understanding instantly while speaking leisurely. These were battle reports from various fronts in France, something Jean had never received before. Likely because this siege of Orleans was won so miraculously, the various French armies began to recognize her as the frontline commander appointed by the Dauphin Charles. Battle reports that would never have been sent before appeared in Jean's hands for the first time. Though it was only the first time, Jean knew it would certainly not be the last. This was the real reason she had sought out Lucan. The dignified supreme commander of the front line can't even read words. I suppose I've caught you by the handle now, Miss Jean. Lucan couldn't help but laugh. You wouldn't want others to know about your illiteracy, would you? Although such a thing wasn't really a threat against Jean, Lucan's words were more of a tease. But Jean still froze for a moment. And then, no matter what, please don't let outsiders know about this. I'll do anything, Mr. Vic. Looking at the girl who suddenly bent down in a posture almost like a doggiza, Lucan himself was startled. This girl is really cooperative enough. Lucan choked. Will you really do anything? Really? The girl looked up, her violet eyes filled with complete seriousness. She was crouched low with her head slightly raised. From Lucan's angle, he could see the full curves of the girl's bosom tightly bound under her dark one-piece battle dress, her slender waist, and even more so, her slightly lowered back, and the sudden rise of her peach like her long skirt was scattered around her. Lucan's gaze shifted, his look meaningful. No matter what, this body was also full of youthful vigor. The girl before him could definitely be called youthful and charming, full and moving. So, from today on, you must learn to read and write for me. It just so happens that I've taught children in the village to read before, and I even compiled a complete guide to basic French sentences for that purpose. Lucan's smile vanished, and with a serious expression, he pulled a book out from inside his robe. No matter what, he didn't want his future partner to be an illiterate. Ah? Jean's face instantly went blank. The girl's expression turned slightly bitter. But I don't even recognize words. Oh, a complete guide to basic words. I've compiled that too. Lucan pulled out another book. The alphabet. Got that too. Lucan pulled again. He even waved the 3 basic textbooks in his hand, looking like he had a little secret. Any other questions? Young miss. No, I have none. Jean started to speak but stopped, then stopped but started to speak. Ultimately, she was afraid Lucan would keep pulling out more heavenly tomes, so she could only say she had none. But she clearly only wanted him to come over to help her with the clerical work, not to find a teacher. The girl was vexed, even though there were many more people she could seek help from, such as the loyal Gildry. That young knight from a noble family would certainly not spread the word even if he knew the truth of Jean's illiteracy. Jean still couldn't help but think of Lucan first when facing the deluge of battle reports from all over like snowflakes. In the end, it was because of that incredible feeling about Lucan, like a god yet like a man. In the final analysis, it was because of that inexplicable trust she had in him. This could be further attributed to the revelations given by the Lord, the spiritual sense that granted her judgment over all things. Jean was certain of this. Then it's a deal. Lucan placed the 3 textbooks on the table. From now on, I'll help you handle those battle reports, and you'll be responsible for learning to read. If there's anything you don't understand, you can ask me. I promise to scold you first, and then teach you with a rod. Then again, has the intuition given by the Lord ever been wrong? Could I have dug a hole for myself? The girl's face was bitter. But since she dug the hole herself, she had to jump in even with tears in her eyes. Open black lens bracket. You began to stay permanently in Jean's tent under the identity of a military doctor, eating and living with her, processing battle reports for her every day, interpreting intelligence, sending out letters, and also teaching her to read and write every day. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. Then you discovered that Jean's talent for literacy was just as she said, nearly non-existent. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. But it didn't matter. You felt that as a magician, this small difficulty wouldn't defeat you. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. You chose to give up. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. You had never seen a brain that couldn't remember a single letter even with thoughts accelerated several times by magecraft. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. During this period, you became increasingly familiar with Jean. though based on her personality, you went with the flow, and there wasn't much of a barrier to begin with, giving a feeling of being old friends from the start. Time still became the foundation for becoming true comrades in arms, and even best friends. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. You let things take their natural course, not going against the emotions that human nature should normally have. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. You were not like other magicians who severed all ties with the mundane world to become tools solely for the pursuit of mystery and the root. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. During this time, the commander of the Orleans garrison, who was successfully relieved, Jean de Dunois, personally opened the city to welcome you after confirming your identities. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. You followed behind Jean, watching the blonde girl in armor riding a white horse, holding the banner of the fleur-de-lis, leading the army into Orleans, with the soldiers and civilians of the entire city welcoming her with torches. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. During this time, more and more French troops came to join you, and your forces gradually grew to over 10,000 people. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. Jean decided to take the opportunity to march north and reclaim more French territories lost to England. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. During this time, you never stopped your pursuit of mystery. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. Regarding the path of the lesser source, simulating the greater source. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. There has gradually been a breakthrough. Close black lens bracket. Is this the good news you've brought me? Mr. Terrell Baruarita, across the channel from French territory, in the nation of England, inside London. 47. Number 47 Section 47, Chapter 47. Inside the classical, luxuriously adorned hall, the tall man, about 30 years old, looked down, almost peering over the figure prostrate at his feet. His lion-like eyes exuded heavy pressure. You were defeated by Tuval, yet you didn't die. Instead, you brought me a provocation from him. Perhaps I should consider this your betrayal of me, barrier, and a rebellion against the Trambolio family? No, not. The prostrate youth looked up, about to explain. Of course, I know you aren't, wouldn't dare. But what I know even more clearly is that others will think so. Edmond Trambario said, these past years, I have acquired enough mystery through the renewed war, further perfecting the Trambolio family's long-standing Magus foundation and establishing the foundation of a monarch, but that incident more than 10 years ago has always been a blemish on my life. Terrell Barrier, you should understand. You should also know that you can no longer live. But don't worry, after you die, I will send your Magus imprint back to your family, and I will help your family further establish its Magus foundation. Your descendants have great talent, and in the future, they might become a great help to me. As for the letter you brought, the provocation from Tuval, I, Edmund the Lion, a Grand Magus of the Mages Association, the crown-rank lord of the Clock Tower's 12 basic divisions, accept it. With a roar, Magus circuits activated like a furnace. Violent magical power surged from Edmund's body, instantly transforming into a rampaging torrent of elements, tearing apart the prostrate, trembling figure before him, who couldn't react in the slightest. Volume 1. Chapter 58 Manifesting Miracles Beyond the Divine. P.S. All content from Chapter 45 onwards has been revised and is completely new. Open black lens bracket. You led an army totaling 18,000 men, including hundreds of noble knights and lords, thousands of knight squires, thousands of fully equipped soldiers, and nearly 10,000 militiamen, and grandly departed from the castle of Orleans. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. The original garrison of Orleans also joined your army. Jean de Dunois, the French commander who had defended Orleans for nearly half a year, suggested that the army target Normandy or Paris, for France. If these two great northern cities could be reclaimed, it would gain a huge strategic advantage, both in morale and future direction. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. But Joan of Arc rejected his proposal, though she admitted it was correct and rational. She said, close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. What we can think of, the enemy can naturally also think of. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. She seemed to recall the lightning-fast campaign you had previously devised. Battle, as they say, is about taking the enemy by surprise. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. Just one war allowed her to grasp the essence of warfare that many generals fail to understand in a lifetime, and she put it into practice, which filled you with emotion. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. If only she had such talent for reading and writing. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. Joan of Arc's final marching direction was along the Loire River, which traverses the central part of France from east to west. By controlling this entire river, it would be equivalent to completely securing the vast territory of France south of the central region. Close black lens bracket, open black lens bracket. As a military doctor and staff officer, you also attended this entire meeting. Close black lens bracket, open black lens bracket. Only after the military meeting, held in a makeshift tent during this march, did you bring up the suggestion of dividing the troops in Joan of Arc's private tent. Close black lens bracket, open black lens bracket. You propose that Joan of Arc lead the army along the Loire River to clear out the English fortifications and attract their attention, while you would lead another force northward into deeper territory, directly targeting Paris. Close black lens bracket, open black lens bracket. Joan of Arc agreed and offered to allocate a 6,000-strong elite force to you. Close black lens bracket, open black lens bracket. Compared to before, she trusted you even more. Close black lens bracket, open black lens bracket. But you refused. Close black lens bracket, open black lens bracket. You only asked for 300 men. Close black lens bracket, open black lens bracket. You told her. Close black lens bracket, open black lens bracket. Next, I will manifest miracles beyond the divine. Close black lens bracket, miracles beyond the divine. Those were not the paths of gods, but rather the peak artistry of human military history, almost like art. With 300 elites, chasing south and north, searching mountains and seas. And with an army of 300, he blocked the English forces attempting to reinforce from the south, allowing Joan of Arc's Grand Army to fully control the Loire River with minimal cost. Even with an army of 300, he repeatedly captured Paris in lightning raids. Following the blitzkrieg tactic, which was later inherited and greatly popularized, the Special Forces combat method was also brought by him onto the historical stage of medieval Europa. World War history. 100 Years' War between England and France. Strictly speaking, with a mere 300 men, even with Joan of Arc's troops attacking cities and seizing territory along the Loire River to attract the English's attention, it would still not be enough for Lu Kang to roam freely in the completely fallen northern territories. But that's only if these 300 men were truly mere and truly ordinary people. This was Lu Kang's true purpose. He wanted to use these 300 men as a blueprint to practice his pseudo-greater source technique, which had achieved some breakthrough. He wanted to use them as a foundation to or rather, create a 300-strong army of superhumans, or should they be called a knight army. In this era, although the knight class possessed mysterious powers inherited from ancient families, they did not belong to mystery. These families did not have magus imprints that recorded mysterious spell formulas. They only had circuits that could manipulate magical power. They couldn't use magus, only the most basic form of magical power release. They could gallop freely on the battlefield, unrestrained by the secrecy agreements set by the Mages Association. Just like Gildry, who initially followed Joan of Arc. However, the reason the knight class is the knight class and nobles are nobles is precisely because they are few in number, and the conditions for their formation are even more stringent than those of magus lineages passed down through generations. They do not have stably inherited magus imprints and are extremely prone to discontinuation. Because of this, many families that were originally knightly nobles would, after rising to power, completely devote themselves to the mysterious side. This is also an example from the Gildry family. His sister, Isabelle de Rais, is a prime example, and now, Lu Kang was going to forcibly break such harsh conditions and create a group of knights, comparable to those inherited from ancient families out of thin air. Open black lens bracket. No matter what skill or power, after a theoretical breakthrough, it must return to practice. You believe this? Close black lens bracket, open black lens bracket. Although your pseudo-greater source technique is far from mature and hasn't achieved the effect you desire, making the physical body comparable to a divine era body, creating a batch of knights is not difficult in theory. Close black lens bracket, open black lens bracket. On this day, you selected 300 farmers from the army. They had no family background and no restrictions. They had no ties to the bloodline of various national dignitaries, and their loyalty could be completely guaranteed. Close black lens bracket, open black lens bracket. You led them to quietly depart in the dead of night. Close black lens bracket, open black lens bracket, and no one knew about it. Close black lens bracket, open black lens bracket. You tested their loyalty. Close black lens bracket, open black lens bracket. You began to move by night and rest by day, marching and training troops every day. Close black lens bracket, open black lens bracket. You wielded mystery, and through training, you imprinted the pseudo-greater source environment into the bodies of every soldier. Close black lens bracket, open black lens bracket. Winter arrived that year, but your 300-man army's marching speed did not slow down at all. Instead, it became faster and faster. Close black lens bracket, open black lens bracket. During this time, you continuously received news from the south, mostly about Joan of Arc's conquests. close black lens bracket, open black lens bracket. You also continuously received letters from Joan of Arc herself, close black lens bracket. To Mr. Vic, greetings. I received your last letter. Please proceed at your own pace. Do not worry. Everything is going smoothly here. With the Lord's revelation guiding us, we shall always be led to victory, and we shall eventually reach the same destination. By the way, I've recently learned to write. At least simple letters are no problem now. This letter was written by me personally, not by Ms. Anna, the military doctor, who helped me before. Open black lens bracket. You looked at the crooked handwriting on the letter, delivered by a winter crow, and slowly made corrections, marking numerous grammatical errors. Close black lens bracket, open black lens bracket. You seem to see the girl, who was so formidable on the battlefield, secretly agonizing with a quill in her tent, and then, after achieving her great task, looking utterly proud. Close black lens bracket, open black lens bracket. You commented, it's well written. Don't write next time. Close black lens bracket, open black lens bracket. Don't think I can't tell that all the mistakes were written by you, and the correct parts were written by Gildry helping you. Close black lens bracket, open black lens bracket. Study hard, don't try to fool me. Close black lens bracket, open black lens bracket. You'll get what's coming to you when I get back. Close black lens bracket, open black lens bracket. You summoned a raven and sent the letter back. Close black lens bracket, open black lens bracket. Although there was a brief separation after you met, it was clear that your relationship with the girl had not become distant because of it. Close black lens bracket, open black lens bracket. This day, winter ended, and a new year was about to begin. Close black lens bracket, open black lens bracket. This year, you were 25 years old. Close black lens bracket, open black lens bracket. All 300 of your subordinates had completed the foundation of pseudo-greater source. Close black lens bracket, open black lens bracket. As the winter snow melted and grass grew, you heard that the English had gathered a large army in the north, attempting to march south and intercept Joan of Arc's army, which was about to reclaim all the banks of the Loire River. Close black lens bracket, open black lens bracket. You continued northward and encountered a small group of English scouts. Close black lens bracket, open black lens bracket. You eliminated them and launched a lightning-fast attack along their trajectory. Close black lens bracket, open black lens bracket. You led your army to eliminate a 1,000-strong English unit. Close black lens bracket, open black lens bracket. You eliminated an 800-strong English army. Close black lens bracket, open black lens bracket. You reached the edge of the Seine River and saw, on the opposite bank, the assembled English force of tens of thousands. Close black lens bracket, open black lens bracket. You crossed the river to attack, then decisively retreated after a swift assault. Close black lens bracket, open black lens bracket. 2 days later, you attacked again. Close black lens bracket, open black lens bracket. 3 days later, close black lens bracket, open black lens bracket. This 10,000-strong army was routed by your attrition tactics, with large numbers of deserters scattering. Only 3,000 remnants were gathered, ultimately forcing them to retreat 100 li. Close black lens bracket, open black lens bracket. Your 300 subordinates could now each hold their own, fighting 1 against 100. Close black lens bracket, open black lens bracket. You finally decided to lead them to attack the high city of Paris on the banks of the Ancre River. Close black lens bracket, open black lens bracket. This high city would be the best way to test your results. Close black lens bracket, open black lens bracket. What kind of knights are they if they're not all Gundams? Close black lens bracket. The earliest Magus originated at the beginning of the Common Era, a group of bounty hunters who hunted and survived using mysterious means. However, the major achievement of the Magus profession in the mysterious world had to be delayed until the advent of Vic Tuvar, until his 300 holy knights were formed. With 300 men, he captured the high city of Paris. It was also due to the impact of that battle, which astonished the world, that decades later, the Mages Association finally included Magus, who did not understand Magus but only knew how to use magical power under the secrecy principle. Mysterious occupational spectrum of the magical side. Open black lens bracket. You ultimately led 300 knights to break through the city of Paris, protected by Charles V's walls, and routed its thousands of defenders, at the cost of only a few seriously wounded and no deaths. Close black lens bracket, open black lens bracket. Although compared to the true knights of the Divine Era, compared to the knights of the Round Table under King Arthur in the former English, Britain territory, they were still far inferior. Close black lens bracket, open black lens bracket. But after several battles, the combat power of your knights had astonished the world. Close black lens bracket, open black lens bracket. Aside from your reputation for knowledge, you also began to gain greater renown in the secular world. Close black lens bracket, open black lens bracket. People called you the saint, who manifested miracles, the miracle worker. close black lens bracket, open black lens bracket, and your 300 knights were called holy knights. Close black lens bracket, open black lens bracket. Of course, this was only the name given to you by the people on the French side. Close black lens bracket, open black lens bracket. As for England, close black lens bracket, open black lens bracket, they called you the Wild Hunt. Close black lens bracket, Volume 1, Chapter 59, The Trapped Charles, Sword and Shield, open black lens bracket, The Wild Hunt, Incarnation of the Storm, Master of Devils, leading legions of the dead across the Northern Territories, a manifestation of disaster hunting the living. Close black lens bracket, open black lens bracket. From this title, you could know the English's fear of you, and their hatred. Close black lens bracket, open black lens bracket. You like this title. Close black lens bracket, open black lens bracket. After capturing the high city of Paris, you did not make many changes to this city, which had been lost to the English for nearly 10 years, nor did you reorganize it, because you understood that with only 300 men, no matter how high your combat power, you could not oversee the entire city or defend it. Close black lens bracket, open black lens bracket. For you, capturing this city was merely a final assessment of your theoretical practice. Close black lens bracket, open black lens bracket. For you, this city was never a cage. Close black lens bracket, open black lens bracket, but a lure. Close black lens bracket, open black lens bracket. As expected, a few days later, the English once again transported a large number of troops from the port, gathering tens of thousands of soldiers and rushing towards Paris. They would not allow Paris to return to French hands. As long as the French capital remained in their hands for even one day, they would always maintain the greatest initiative. The English clearly all believed this. Close black lens bracket, open black lens bracket. The King of England, the 10-year-old Henry VI, had long tried to seize the crown of the King of France, using Paris as his foundation. Close black lens bracket, 48. Number 48, Section 48, Chapter 48, open black lens bracket. Faced with the aggressive army of tens of thousands of English, you directly abandoned the city and fled. Close black lens bracket, open black lens bracket. Wait for them to occupy Paris, then turn around and besiege them. Close black lens bracket, open black lens bracket. After breaking through, flee again. Close black lens bracket, open black lens bracket. Attack again. Close black lens bracket, open black lens bracket. The English legions, numbering in the tens of thousands, were constantly worn down in this tug of war. Close black lens bracket, open black lens bracket. After several rounds of back and forth, the English also realized your tactics. They stopped attacking the city and simply besieged it, trying to trap you inside. But every time, you broke through and slaughtered them in all directions. Close black lens bracket, open black lens bracket. The knights under your command grew stronger and stronger. Close black lens bracket, open black lens bracket. By observing them, you pushed your theories even further. Combining this with your previously accumulated knowledge, you walked deeper and deeper down the path of mystery. Close black lens bracket, open black lens bracket. Besides this close black lens bracket, open black lens bracket, you heard that Jeanne d'Arc has completely reclaimed the entire Loire River. With consecutive victories, she is known as the Saintess of France's salvation, the Holy Shield of the nation. Mentioned in the same breath as you are the combination of the sword and the shield. Close black lens bracket, open black lens bracket. Your initial goal has been achieved. Having a reputation equal to Jeanne's, it is basically certain that you will be recognized as a saint by the church in the future. Close black lens bracket, open black lens bracket. You also confirmed this news from the letters Jeanne sent. You two never ceased contact, and have become increasingly familiar with each other. Close black lens bracket, open black lens bracket. Every time, she boasts about the improvement in her writing skills, and every time, you see right through her. Close black lens bracket, open black lens bracket. Every time, you say you'll teach her properly when you return, but that trip has yet to happen. Close black lens bracket, open black lens bracket. She also shared her experiences with you, the welcome she received from the people of France, and the gratitude and praise from the officers and soldiers under her command for your efforts in pinning down the English army in the north. Close black lens bracket, open black lens bracket. She told you, close black lens bracket, open black lens bracket, you and I have always been fighting side by side. We are the most steadfast of comrades. Close black lens bracket, open black lens bracket. Defeated on the battlefield, the bulk of the English army scattered. You heard that Henry VI was furious and decided to dispatch even more troops to crush you. Close black lens bracket, open black lens bracket. You have not been involved in the hidden world of magician's mystery for many years. On this day, a magician suddenly brought news telling you that the sovereign has crossed the sea. Close black lens bracket, open black lens bracket. You received news from the south. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. The yet-to-be crowned heir of France, Crown Prince Charles, was suddenly besieged in the southern city of Chinon. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. The enemy forces bypassed the English Channel and landed directly at the Atlantic port of La Rochelle in western France, an English army of 50,000. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. Jean, commanding the main army, is currently besieging the city of Auxerre. After several months, the city is about to fall. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. She intends to lead the army back to provide reinforcements. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. However, the high-ranking noble officers under her command each have their own opinions and are arguing incessantly. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. The war situation has taken a sudden turn. Facing the temporarily empty northern territories of France, you finally decided to, close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. Lead your army back to provide reinforcements. Close black lens bracket. Are we really going to give up on Auxerre Castle, which is about to be breached? Abandon all our efforts during this period and retreat? In the somber camp tent, the lit bonfire spread a wave of heat against the chill of the early summer evening. A low, buzzing voice broke the silence of the tent, causing the people sitting around the table with the sand table and flags to raise their eyes and look toward the tall, rugged figure who had spoken. Then, another person stood up abruptly, looking aggressive. Count Jean de Brosse. Are you going to ignore the safety of His Highness Charles? The glory of France rests on His Highness alone. As vassals of France, we must go to rescue him. The young man speaking was not as tall as Count de Brosse, but he appeared incredibly upright, like an unsheathed longsword. These words caused Count de Brosse's expression to change slightly, his thick mustache twitching. I certainly didn't mean that. Then what do you mean? The young noble pressed aggressively. Count de Brosse did not respond. Yet another person stood up. Lord John Stuart. Count de Brosse's intention is naturally to fight for the honor of France. He smoothed things over for de Brosse, then looked at the remaining people in the tent, the many officers and nobles, and spoke loudly. I think you should all be aware that Chinon Castle, where His Highness Charles is located, has undergone multiple renovations. Even if the English are fierce and cunning, they won't be able to conquer it in a short time. And the Auxerre Castle before us has also been renovated many times by the English. If we cannot uproot it this time, there will never be such a good opportunity when we return later. In essence, his motive was the military merit of taking the castle, the so-called honor of his family, and the glory of capturing territory. On the European continent, there was no concept of merit so great it overshadows the Lord. Crown Prince Charles was never their direct superior, and while he was the only heir to the crown of France, no one knew if he would ultimately wear it. However, his words held some logic. The words of these few individuals immediately sparked a flurry of discussion among the others. The debate within the tent was roughly divided into three factions, one for continuing the siege, one for retreating to provide aid, and the last being ambiguous and not taking a side. At the very end of the table, in the seat of honor a few steps away from the crowd, the figure sitting in the commander-in-chief's chair had furrowed brows and a face full of worry. The girl, her blonde hair braided and hanging down, wearing silver plate armor over a deep purple surcoat, lowered her eyes, feeling equally helpless. As the nominal commander of this army, Jeanne d'Arc naturally supported retreating to rescue Crown Prince Charles, even though she had never met him. For the sake of France, she had to return. The greater cause was here. It was something she had to do. However, although she was the commander, her subordinate generals would only follow her orders when they aligned with their common interests. Right now, there was a clear conflict of interests. Furthermore, the military force she personally controlled was not enough to persuade everyone through force. She was, after all, still too young. She had fame, but lacked prestige. But this clearly wasn't the reason for Jean's silence. Nor was it her character. Once she had made a decision, she would not give up. Everyone. The girl raised her face, smoothed her brows, and spoke loudly. Her clear voice suppressed the discussions, drawing everyone's gaze toward this young country girl. Faced with the gazes of the high-ranking noble officers, Jean showed no stage fright at all. Instead, she said, "The glory of the Lord protects France. The honor of France belongs entirely to His Highness Charles. We gathered here because of His Highness's decree. How can we now stand by and watch as His Highness falls into crisis?" Her meaning was clear. This wasn't the first time she had stated her position. But, Lady Jean, are you sure you want to give up this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity? Count de Brosse still argued. If we can take Auxerre Castle in one go, France will regain the initiative in the north. Reclaiming our territory will then be just around the corner. Yes, though it is impolite, we cannot follow your opinion. The nobles of the Continue the Siege faction all expressed their stances. The nobles of the reinforcement faction opened their mouths, ready to argue with them again. As expected, it's still not working. It seems the only option is to split the forces. Jean thought to herself. Yes, splitting the forces. Though it was a bit risky, it was the only thing to do now. The girl took a deep breath and was about to speak. She opened her mouth, about to voice her final decision. Outside the tent, under the vast night sky, amidst the continuous camps surrounding Auxerre, the sound of galloping horses suddenly erupted, echoing like a landslide or a surging thunderstorm. Jean was stunned. The noble officers were also startled, turning their eyes toward the source of the sound. Looking outside the tent, beyond the curtains suddenly whipped up by the wind. Entering directly into the camp were tall figures riding steeds, their bodies surging with magic almost visible to the naked eye, woven into heavy armor. They look like the knights of the Round Table from ancient Arthurian legends come again. One by one, they entered in single file, their tall presence forcing the soldiers guarding the camp to retreat further and further, some even dropping to their knees. Those were the Knights of the Wild Hunt. No, they are paladins. The ones who arrived were undoubtedly the paladins under Liu Kang's command. The knights parted to both sides. In the middle, a person rode forward, a thick black scholar's robe billowing in the night wind like two wings, truly like a god or a demon, accompanied by an overwhelming aura. It seems I've returned just in time. You all seem to be having a very heated discussion. That scholar spoke, his voice clear and resonant. The officers and nobles, who had been arguing so intensely just a second ago that their faces were red, fell silent instantly, not daring to speak. Only Jean slowly stood up from her seat, gazing at her comrade, whom she hadn't seen for half a year. They had only known each other for less than a year, but had felt like old friends from the start, and were now exceptionally familiar. Staring at Liu Kang's unchanging, handsome figure, she once again felt that sense of complete relaxation from the outside in. Yes, Mr. Vic, the girl said happily and sincerely from the bottom of her heart. You've returned just in time. This was her comrade, her best friend. Besides the Holy Shield of France, there should also be the existence of the sword, shouldn't there? Volume 1, Chapter 60. The Mobile Sanctuary woven by knights, alarming the church. Open black lens bracket. You arrived at the French military camp besieging Auxerre Castle and successfully reunited with Jean. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. Under the pressure of the 300 paladins you led, the entire camp finally decided to obey Jean's order to retreat, to rush to Chinon and rescue the trapped Crown Prince Charles. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. Although Count de Brasse and others were unwilling to give up on the fortified city of Auxerre, when they were only one step away from capturing it, without taking this castle occupied by the English, they could not regain the initiative in the north, nor could they guarantee the absolute safety of their own fiefs, which were mostly adjacent to northern France. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. They understood even more that although your 300 paladins were few in number, they could pierce through an army of tens of thousands. In the face of absolute force, they did not dare to offer the slightest resistance. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. It was never just the English who feared you. The French were the same. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. The powerful also feared the moment when the sword you held would turn and strike them. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. However, you did not intend to do that. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. At least for now. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. The military meeting ended hastily under an unprecedentedly terrifying atmosphere. The many powerful officers and nobles left one by one, returning to their own camps to prepare for the retreat. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. You did not leave. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. Because you lived and ate with Jean. It was like that before you left, and it is the same now. Close black lens bracket. The bonfire flickered and crackled. Inside the deep night, the once noisy tent had now fallen into a brief, complete silence. Liu Kang walked around the table in the center of the tent, glancing at the simple sand table and the flags scattered across it. He could instantly see that it was a simulation of the campaign led by Jean, whose army had already surpassed 30,000, an unprecedentedly large force in this restarted war, capturing cities along the way, occupying the banks of the Loire River, using the river as a defense to consolidate French control over the remaining vast southern territories, then continuing north to uproot Auxerre and attack Paris. This was clearly the strategic route Jean had been following before Crown Prince Charles was suddenly besieged. If the English army hadn't suddenly appeared in the southwest, Jean's strategy could be described as steady yet swift. It was absolutely correct. Not bad. Liu Kang withdrew his gaze and gave a simple evaluation. He looked up at the girl he hadn't seen for half a year, showing no sense of estrangement. Instead, he said, "You have a bit of my style from back then." Is that so? 49. Hash 49 Section 49 Chapter 49 The original Jean was nearly slumped in her seat. Previously, she had maintained a dignified, solemn, and general-like posture in front of those officers, but by now, she was as exhausted as one could be. In front of Lu Kang, she had no desire to pretend at all. Even after 6 months apart, Lu Kang still felt like an old friend at first sight to her. The fact that you still haven't learned to read, it seems you still need some education with a stick, Lu Kang said bluntly. Jean jolted, sitting up abruptly, her subconscious instinct telling her to run. But a second later, she was pressed back down by Lu Kang's hand on her forehead. Sit still. Don't even think about running. Lu Kang spoke calmly. I have something to say to you. Jean leaned back against the seat cushion, showing not even a hint of resistance. I won't run. She raised both hands in surrender. Only then did Lu Kang withdraw his hand. His robes trailed as he leisurely paced around the tent with a relaxed expression. Under the glow of the embers, the young man's figure appeared even more slender compared to half a year ago. Constant long-distance travel hadn't left a trace of hardship on him. Instead, it added a few layers of mysterious charm. Meanwhile, Jean watched him intently, her eyes flickering with unknown thoughts. Compared to half a year ago, the girl's figure had undergone subtle changes. Her blonde hair had grown longer, the braid at the back of her head now reaching almost below her thighs. Her pretty face, framed by loose strands, had shed its childishness and matured. The purple tight-fitting uniform covering her chest was full and taut, making her waist, cinched by silver plate armor, appear even more slender. Below, the slit of her long skirt revealed graceful curves that were deep and moving, but rather than the girl's increasingly heroic and charming physique, Lu Kang valued her inner growth more. You've indeed done a good job, Lu Kang said. Even with the victory at Orleans as a foundation, the fact that the girl could lead an army alone and create a series of brilliant victories after his departure was enough to prove her ability to stand on her own, and even more so, her talent on the battlefield. To some extent, Lu Kang was actually inferior to her. Without the knowledge of future generations and without his mysterious methods as assistants, he couldn't have done what she did. Of course, Lu Kang didn't feel he was weak either. After all, whether it was knowledge from the future or mystery, they were all his own abilities. As the saying goes, if you aren't banned, you aren't cheating. If he cheated using his own skills, why shouldn't it count? Hearing Lu Kang's sudden and sincere praise, Jean, who had just sat back down, couldn't help but straighten her back. A hint of unease flickered across her chest, whether during their brief time together half a year ago or in their constant correspondence, since Lu Kang had mostly teased and criticized her, like a strict elder brother constantly pushing her to grow. She really wasn't used to him being like this. She felt a bit bashful, and even a heartfelt joy. She subconsciously replied, "This is all the work of the Lord. This is your own achievement. Even the Lord cannot take it away," Lu Kang interrupted. As a believer, she should have been angry hearing this, but Jean wasn't. She just raised her eyes, gazing steadily at the handsome young man before her, and nodded heavily. It wasn't an affirmation of God, but of herself. Come to think of it, since she had raised the banner of righteousness in the name of God, she had rarely heard such words. Even Gildry, that loyal knight, would only compliment her, and the Lord she spoke of, he would never deny it. At this moment, Jean suddenly understood why she felt like an old friend to Lu Kang from the start, because in his eyes, she was simply herself. Neither the fraud everyone initially took her for, nor the current messenger of God, nor a blessed one who relied on divinity to move forward. In his eyes, she was just an exceptionally capable girl who kept her word. It was true then, and it was true now. Is that so? Jean realized, and then understood. Only in this way could they truly walk side by side, and fight together. Yes, Lu Kang replied with certainty, then suddenly reached out toward the girl sitting in the commander's seat. So, seeing as you've grown, I've brought you a gift for my return. After all, I've spent so much time teaching you to read and write. Even if you haven't learned, I'm still your teacher. A gift? The girl, wearing bracers and black gloves, raised her hand in response. Lu Kang pulled Jean up from her seat and then slowly let go, turning to walk out of the tent. The puzzled Jean followed closely behind. The night wind brushed her face as they stepped through the tent's curtain. The night was long, and the high, majestic walls of Auxerre Castle, which surrounded the French camp and was no less impressive than Orleans, perhaps even more so, cast a massive shadow under the moonlight, appearing as if it were right before her eyes. Figures rustled in the camp. At Jean's command, the soldiers of the entire French camp had begun breaking camp in the middle of the night. But among these figures, the people Lu Kang had brought were nowhere to be seen. The holy sword knights who had galloped across the fallen lands of France and through the cold northern winds, chasing enemies from south to north, were gone. They boomed. Flames surged, blooming in the night like the shadow of the sun. An earth-shattering sound erupted suddenly. The thunderous sound of slaughter came from the tall castle ahead. The high city walls were blasted open. The majestic fortress, under the brilliance of magic slashed by the knights who had suddenly raided in the night, was like rotting meat. Jean was stunned. The oncoming firelight illuminated the girl's beautiful and heroic face. What she saw as she raised her eyes were the silhouettes of knights attacking in the night, the fortress being directly pierced through, and the 300 holy knights suddenly lighting up the darkness. Magic flickered on them, heavy as rock. Magic intertwined on them, as if they had transformed into a mobile temple, pressing forward in a straight line. People call them holy knights, the sword under my command that cut down the British army in the north. Lu Kang faced the smoke, merely smiling as he spoke, turning his head slightly to look at the girl beside him. He said, but they aren't actually swords. Rather than holy knights, I prefer to call them Templar Knights. When these 300 are connected, they form a full-scale temple, just like the mystery formed by the complex and mysterious circuits engraved on his body. And like the magic he had activated countless times. The difference was that the temple, driven by these 300 people, was not magic, but a miracle. It originated from their loyalty and their faith. They, along with Auxerre Castle which was conquered tonight, are my gift to you, Jean, Jeanne d'Arc. The young man's clear words drifted in the night wind and smoke. The unrestrained roar also caused many soldiers and even officers in the camp to stop and watch. Some were terrified by the power displayed by the Templar Knights. Others were thrilled by their strength and felt a newfound sense of security. Still others laughed loudly, mounting their horses and leading their troops out of the camp to join the charge. But at this moment, Jean's mind was buzzing. She seemed to hear only Lu Kang's voice. She heard only his words. And his gift. Open black lens bracket. You gave the Templar Knights and Auxerre Castle to Jean as a gift. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. Such a gift was something you had prepared long ago. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. It cannot be denied that through the 6 months of correspondence, you have gradually developed feelings for Jean, no matter what kind of feeling or sentiment it is. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. You just feel that perhaps you can save her. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. To give this innocent, pure, and exceptionally talented girl, who is unusually naive in some aspects, a good ending. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. Not to change the world, but to change her fate. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. With the absolutely loyal Templar Knights, Jean will at least no longer face betrayal, nor will she be sold out and become a prisoner. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. At the same time, you know that although she decisively chose to withdraw her troops for reinforcement, if possible, she actually wanted to capture the fortress before her so that her previous efforts wouldn't be in vain. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. You believe she will like this gift. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. This gift, given in her name, rather than the Lord's. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. You also believe this will bind you and her more closely together. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. Until you both ascend to sainthood. Close black lens bracket. Nights like a temple pierced through a fortress that had been held for 10 years. Miracles that should have originated from the gods fell upon a mortal. The Roman Catholic Church might be enraged because of this. Epic Poem of the 100 Years' War. Volume 1. Chapter 61. Saving the Crown Prince Crown Princess? The magnificent Grand Bell Tower hung high, emitting a grand sound that rippled through the city, falling into everyone's ears like traveling through a corridor of time and space. Under the high soaring dome of the building, stairs climbed and extended all the way up. Countless pilgrims moved from the city gates upward toward the highest sanctuary. The knights of the sanctuary wore armor like gatekeepers of heaven, and the pilgrims walked with solemn steps as if they were truly about to step into paradise. This is the headquarters of all churches in the world, the center of faith in the Lord, the holy city where God resides on earth, the Vatican in Rome. Here live the highest-ranking holders of miracles in the secular world, the spokesmen of God on earth. In the vast lands and seas of Europa, there may be some who do not believe in the church, but few dare to disrespect it. And on this day, in this place that could be called the most solemn and holy in the human world, inside this sanctuary located at the highest point, the peace was disturbed by a flurry of hurried footsteps that lacked any sense of solemnity. Before a fountain gushing holy water, a cardinal archbishop dressed in red robes looked over, watching the hurriedly arriving figure and said calmly, "Bishop Aglian, please mind your decorum. During this Mass of All Saints, your pace is enough to cause a disturbance." His voice was old and husky, echoing in the magnificent hall. Facing the fountain that rose from the ground like a miracle, the arriving figure paused slightly and couldn't help but lower his head. My apologies. Your Eminence Archbishop Padwin, what news have you brought? The Cardinal Archbishop didn't mind and had no intention of blaming him, instead skipping the topic with practiced ease. In the old man's memory, Aglian came from a secular background but had joined the church since childhood. Now, at less than 40 years old, he was already a responsible bishop in the sanctuary, possessing devout faith and mastering various miraculous arts. At this moment, when the Pope and several cardinal archbishops were devoutly praying and holding morning mass, he shouldn't be so out of sorts. Yes, Your Eminence, Aglian replied respectfully. I have brought news from within France. France. Hearing this, Padwin narrowed his eyes slightly. Oh, is it that secular country in the West where war has broken out again? If I remember correctly, the branch church there hasn't been in contact with us for many years, right? Since the saint descended into the world over 1,000 years ago, the Roman Catholic Church has always been in an absolute leading position, guiding secular faith and gathering the mystery belonging to the present. 50. Number 50 Section 50, Chapter 50. But their extremely high status granted them absolute judicial power over the secular world. They could transcend the mundane and view problems from a global perspective. However, their actions inevitably infringed upon the authority of the kings of the secular world. Thus, over 100 years ago, Philip IV, the then most powerful king of France, colluded with numerous magician factions in the mystery world, assembled a secular army, and seized the moment when the Roman Catholic Church was at its weakest, having just finished subjugating the Millennium Castle, which housed many true ancestors, and the newborn true ancestor king, the Moon Princess. They crushed the Vatican's miracle defense, abducted the Pope from Rome to Avignon on the border between France and Italy under French coercion, established a new papacy there, and began a long period of dependence. Since then, nearly half a century passed, and after 2 generations of popes, the papacy finally returned to their promised land, the Vatican in Rome. Since then, the papacy began actively forming stronger church knight orders that could exert significant influence in the secular world, rather than solely relying on the increasingly scarce power of the mystery side, which was diminishing with the decline of the greater source. It was also since then, the church and the magicians became increasingly incompatible. The relationship between France and the papacy plummeted directly to a freezing point. The many churches within France, nominally under the papacy's jurisdiction, split into various factions, yet few maintained contact with the papacy. Although the papacy intended to reclaim the ownership of faith in that land, they had been recuperating for years and only recently managed to recover some strength. And now, did the church within France, knowing in advance of the papacy's potential actions, proactively send this message? If that were the case, it would likely require launching a holy war, and that would necessitate consulting several cardinal archbishops, or even the Pope. Archbishop Padwin thought so. Yet, Jagellon shook his head again. It wasn't sent by the French church, but rather a message transmitted by an agent who infiltrated France saying that the power of a miracle was discovered within France. Miracle. Padwin's originally cloudy eyes instantly sharpened as if concentrating. His raised hands paused slightly, and the spring water that had gushed forth from the ground vanished without a trace. Without the permission of the Lord, and without the authorization of His Holiness the Pope and their eminences the cardinal archbishops, how could the church over there possess the power of a miracle? A miracle is different from mystery. Looking across the entire world, there is only one foundation, and absolutely no second one. At least this was true during this period, before Protestantism was established and the Orthodox Church was far from appearing. Indeed, even the latter two were only successfully established with the papacy's permission to cope with the changing environment of the greater source. Just as Padwin thought the French church had betrayed the faith of the Lord and embraced the devil, Bishop Jagellon denied his conjecture for the 3rd time. Nor is it the church, he said. Bishop Jagellon, please finish what you have to say in one go. Padwin finally couldn't help but speak. I don't want to guess in my head every time you speak. I am not a worm in your stomach. My apologies, Jagellon finally said. It is actually a country girl in France who claims to have received the grace of the Lord, and another young man also from the countryside. Their names are Jeanne d'Arc and Victoire. That is, the maiden and the victor. Padwin's gaze was profound, and in an instant, he seemed to think of many things. In the name of receiving the Lord's grace, perhaps this is a scheme orchestrated by the Church within France to completely break free from our jurisdiction. Who can say? He stroked his beard and made his final judgment. Have the agents monitor them closely, and if necessary, strike them down. Yes. Open black lens brackets sound effect close black lens bracket within France. Time flowed, and deep autumn arrived again. Open black lens bracket at this time. A full year has passed since Jean came to your door and invited you out of the countryside. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. During this year, the war underwent earth-shattering changes because of you too. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. In this year, you personally witnessed the maiden's transformation. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. In this year, you provisionally completed the foundation of your magecraft and deduced the magecraft theory of the pseudo-greater source. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. It was also in the deep autumn of this year. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. After you captured Orleans Castle and eliminated England's last threat to central France, you led the army back to reinforce. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. On the 7th day, you crossed the Loire River. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. A month later, you arrived at the castle of Crown Prince Charles, located in the Chinon region. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. As your army arrived, the English army voluntarily retreated 10 miles. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. You thus successfully entered the Crown Prince's castle. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. You met the sole remaining heir to the crown of the Kingdom of France. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. Crown Prince Charles. Close black lens bracket. Or perhaps he should be called the Crown Princess? Long time no see, teacher Vic Tuvar. The girl sitting on the throne smiled, waving a greeting to the handsome young man beside Jean. Volume 1, Chapter 62. Jean's Jealousy, and the English Regent's Open Pocket. In the depths of the majestic fortress on the vast plain of the Chinon region, lit lamps cast a bright glow, illuminating a clear and elegant space. A flat, crimson carpet accentuated the nobility of the royal family, leading to a girl seated on the throne at the far end. She slowly rose, dragging her long gown, and wore a radiant smile as she spoke those familiar words. Seeing the girl's appearance, Jean couldn't help but be slightly stunned, subconsciously thinking she was mistaken, or that the person before her was not Crown Prince Charles, whose name was known throughout France. But looking at the way this person gazed at him, Lu Kang, however, did not seem surprised. Charles VII de Valois, the sole heir to the crown of the Kingdom of France, the uncoronated crown prince, was originally a girl. This was something he had known for a long time, ever since he was invited into the court to write books and lecture when he was 14. At that time, the crown princess had just been established as crown prince. Having fled due to the fall of Paris, she established a temporary court in the Bourges region. With everything needing to be rebuilt, famous civilian scholars were widely invited to fully reorganize the court. Lu Kang was once astonished by the true gender of this crown prince. Even though she usually traveled in men's clothing to deceive others, she could not escape Lu Kang's eyes. However, after the surprise, upon reflection, it wasn't too strange. Leaving aside the fact that this is a world named after the moon, where infinite parallel timelines exist, some things are bound to differ from the history he knew. Just considering the identity of Charles VII, one could glean some insight. As a member of the French royal family, Charles VII was not the youngest son. Yet, even after all her brothers and sisters died unexpectedly, Charles VI still did not establish her as his heir. It was only when England reignited the war, under pressure, that he appointed her as captain of the court, and in the second year of the war, had her defend Paris in his stead, officially granting her the title of prince. The position of heir was repeatedly delayed, and explaining it with her female identity was perfectly reasonable. If the imminent war restarted by England hadn't required a more stable foundation within France, Lu Kang had no doubt that Charles VII would never have had the chance to ascend. Although the Europa continent did not lack women ruling kingdoms, in times of war and unrest, a male figure was always more likely to command public respect than a female one. The Crown Princess Lu Kang saw back then, dressed in men's clothing and disguised as a male, was undoubtedly doing so for this very reason. In those years he had lectured for her, and truly deserved the title of teacher. At this moment, looking at the noble, royal princess before him, dressed in a long gown with a graceful demeanor, Lu Kang naturally showed no stage fright. He merely bowed slightly and said calmly, "Greetings, Your Highness Charles." Oh, the girl standing before the throne narrowed her eyes, her smile on the steps unchanged. "Teacher, have you forgotten that I asked you not to call me that? You should call me by my real name, Charlotte de France." "So Your Highness still remembers what we discussed?" Lu Kang suddenly straightened up. "It seems your memory hasn't degenerated to the level of a pig. Then Your Highness should also remember what I told you. France is currently facing internal and external threats, and you should always be vigilant. The way you are dressed now doesn't look vigilant at all." If either Jean or I harbored ill intentions, you wouldn't be able to escape this palace in that outfit. His words suddenly became stern. The shadow from childhood made the crown princess, who had been smiling brightly just a second ago, suddenly straighten her body and quickly lower her head to explain. It's just that I haven't seen you in a long time. I wanted teacher to see how much I've grown. Didn't I? After all these years, you are the only one who saw through my disguise. The crown princess's words were earnest and her reasons sufficient, yet her aura was significantly weaker than Liu Kang's. Liu Kang's gaze swept over the exquisite figure wrapped in the long gown, and he had to admit that this royal princess had indeed grown much since those years. The figure hidden by the men's clothing back then was nowhere near as graceful as she was now. He couldn't help but nod gently. I have indeed seen your growth, Liu Kang agreed. I knew teacher would agree with me. Charles, or rather, Charlotte, smiled again. Liu Kang continued. If the growth you speak of means brazenly staying here in the plains of Shinan, which lacks significant urban defenses on all sides, waiting to be surrounded by the enemy while the front lines are fighting, forcing the frontline troops to rush back to save you. Charlotte's small face instantly fell again. Of course, it's not entirely without merit, Liu Kang said leisurely. At the very least, your foresight is indeed unique. This referred to her trust and full delegation of authority to the country girl standing beside Liu Kang, who had no reputation or background. As for now, please return, Your Highness, change back into your men's attire, and convene the Royal Privy Council. We need to focus on discussing how to deal with the current situation. The royal princess immediately returned to the palace's backyard, overjoyed, to change her clothes. Only then did Liu Kang let out a long breath. He felt inexplicably exhausted. Clearly, he was subtly manipulating this crown princess whom he hadn't seen in a long time, confirming whether he still held the same childhood status in her mind, and re-establishing her impression of his former self, although the historical Charles VII already had great trust in Jean. But what Liu Kang wanted was clearly more than just a little trust. This was precisely what was meant by acting mysterious and playing tricks. At this moment, Jean, standing nearby, seemed to just snap back to reality. Her pretty face briefly glanced at Liu Kang beside her, and she pursed her lips. A single sentence made her happy and sad, then sad and happy. The scene that had just unfolded completely in the mind of Jean, who had been silent the whole time, left her increasingly astonished after she recovered from the revelation of the royal princess's true gender. But she should have been happy. Happy that His Highness Charles, who fully trusted her, had a close relationship with Vic Tuvar, who was her comrade and even closest friend. Happy about the inevitable support their future actions would receive, but inexplicably, Jean's thoughts were complicated, and she did not feel joyful. Instead, she felt a bit downcast, a little displeased. She also inexplicably recalled the gift Liu Kang had given her before, the night scene of the city falling, like fireworks. Her mood then was completely opposite to her current mood. Her past self and her current self. What was happening? Jean, who had galloped across battlefields but was inexperienced in matters of the heart, did not understand. She suddenly felt an unparalleled, unprecedented desire to express something. Open black lens bracket. You noticed the gloom on Jean's face. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. You had long been aware of the change in her mood. In fact, since the night Auxerre Castle was breached, you often noticed the maiden staring blankly at you during the march back to reinforce Shinan Castle. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. Staring blankly while marching, staring blankly while speaking, and staring blankly while reading and writing. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. You thought that perhaps the gift you gave that night had been too much. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. But if you had to do it again, you would still do it to achieve your goals. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. You were aware of Jean's emotional changes. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. Yet you did not stop it, letting nature take its course. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. Not clarifying, not rejecting. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. This is what life should experience, whether it is you or her. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. Of course, you also understood that Jean would always be Jean, the saintess who saved France, whose reputation echoed through history and religion. Her talent was extremely high, and she would never hesitate over quietly changing emotions. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. As expected, when Crown Prince Charles, who had changed into men's clothing and was now full of heroic spirit, completely lacking the delicate posture from moments ago, returned to the palace, she had already returned to her natural demeanor. Close black lens bracket. If you'd like to hear other novels, feel free to request them in the comments. If there are no issues with posting the requested novel, we'll post it. You can also listen to more audio novels for free at patreon.com/xlightnovel.